couple of spots. And in Chicago, it was one theater, which was not in a particularly good part of town. But my dad, somehow we convinced him to drop the three of us off on the middle of three boys. And off we went inside to watch the spectacle that was WrestleMania 1 on closed-circuit television. Got to our seats, sitting there with all our snacks, and just for 3 hours.
But here's a 3rd and 1. Nix deep. He's got his receiver. Touchdown. Sutton. They beat McDuffie. The All-Pro Courtland Sutton lassos a 32-yard touchdown pass. And Nix with his 2nd touchdown pass today.
You know, what are the things that he does well? Certainly, he's a strong target. He's smart. He's one of our, I would say, clearly one of our leaders on this team. So there's a lot of things that he brings to the table.
What the word is, big Broncos win, you feel me, in the threads. Hold on, check me out. Check me out in the threads, man. Broncos country sold out, man. Come on, man. Best fan base in the league, you feel me?
Yeah, another day out here at Broncos Park. And guess what? The long-awaited answer to the question is here. Courtland Sutton's going to be around for a while longer. And I'll be honest, I was the guy that I was very hesitant to give him that kind of money, not because of anything out of a trust or his game even. It's just about what happens to guys who turn 30 at that position. And they obviously think that he is going to have at least another couple of years. Now, this is a 4-year, $92 million extension. But it's not really 4 years, $92 million. I'll get to that in just a second. But you look at wide receiver contracts across the league, and there are guys who are paid very, very highly. You have Jamar Chase making $40 million a year. Justin Jefferson getting $35. CeeDee Lamb, $34. DK Metcalf, $33. Even Garrett Wilson getting $32.5. Terry McLaurin said he wants to make north of $33 million a year. So when you look at it in that kind of context, look, man, I've always said this about him, and I think it still applies. A 4-year, $92 million extension comes out to $23 million a year. Let's see who that puts him in the category of, and you guys tell me if this sounds right. Michael Pittman, Nico Collins, Calvin Ridley, Devontae Adams now, Chris Godwin, Stephon Diggs. Like, that feels about the place that he should be. And one thing about Courtland, he's been compensated, I think, commensurate to his production, I think, for a while. He wanted the pay bump last year. I don't blame him for feeling that way. He got a little bit of some incentives that he hit in making a Pro Bowl and having a good season. He is by far the number one wideout on this team, and I think hugely important to this team. There's always a balance to this discussion, though. The balance is this. Sometimes we tend to over-evaluate your own guys. You think that your guys are better than the rest of the league does. Every team, every fan base does this. And then there's some occasions in which somebody might not be as good as other people perceive them, but for your specific team, they are that important. The perfect example I always give is Aaron Gordon. I don't know how many people around the league see Aaron Gordon as this unbelievably awesome player that they need. But guess what? For the Nuggets, he is absolutely vital to their success with what he brings to the table. And that's kind of what it feels like it is for Courtland Sutton right now. Now, if this extension was 4 years for $30 million a year, I'd have a little bit of a problem with it. 23, fine, especially on top of that, knowing that $41 million of that is guaranteed, not even half. So you can look at this, if this comes out to $23 million a year, it's more like a 2-year extension, which, fine. Like, it's added, according to Mike Kliss, so this extension is, come on, Internet, don't die on me now. It's added to this year's payout, though, if that makes sense. So he's getting a bump this year, which is what he needed and what he probably deserved after last year, if we're being honest. The one concern that I have about Courtland Sutton is you guys show me the wideouts who turned 30 and then kept the same level of play. That's it.
I have an internet connection, Brett. What details do you need to know?
Oh, Mike Kliss just had something. I was just making sure that this extension, does it add?
Yes, it says this is a
4-year,
$92 million extension per source. It is added to this year's $14 million payout.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're talking about really a 2-ish year contract with maybe a few bucks guaranteed afterwards. But Courtland Sutton is 29, going on 30. He had a base salary of $13.5 this year and then got an extra $500,000 in a roster bonus, so they're going to throw some money on top of that this year. The point, though, is this, is that he's the kind of player that I think the Broncos would value more than others, but when you turn 30, it starts to drop off really quick for a bunch of different guys. There's some exceptions, but if I want to hear from you. If you guys got answers to this, and you guys can find prime examples of players like this that have turned 30 at that position and then started to, well, I guess kept the same level of play for a few years, I want to hear it. And it's really difficult when you start to get into naming some of the top dudes. Like when you start talking about some of the all-timers in the sport, okay, maybe they could do it. Yeah, Jerry Rice. But how about just your normal sort of dudes? Because I even know guys like Julio Jones. He turned 30, and then every year was a gigantic step down to where he was out of the league at like 33, 34. It's just difficult. That's all I'm saying. But for his role on this team, and especially his role that he provides for Bo Nix, which is the ultimate safety blanket. You know, I just watched last night the 3.5-minute sort of blur 64, and I think Nick Benito said in talking about Bo Nix, we know if he's throwing it to Courtland Sutton, it's going to be a touchdown. Like, that's how they feel about him. And I give Courtland Sutton this. He's another guy that's been here for a lot of losing. And he was not the reason for the losing. But he was here, and he kept his effort level as high as possible and helped turn this team around in a pretty gigantic way. If you think about the wide receiver room right now, the Broncos have a lot of proven commodities on this team. They have a lot of proven guys in the defensive line, a lot of proven guys in the secondary, proven guys on offensive line. The only guy that I think is proven still at wide receiver is Courtland Sutton. I'd love to say that Marvin Mims is part of that. I have no idea. Like, that's a matter of, are you going to continue to commit to a guy like Marvin Mims? Are you going to actually make him a focal point of the offense? These are still questions. But in the case of Sutton, Sutton's the only guy that I think is the guarantee that you know exactly what that guy brings to the table every single game. Like, not to be all fantasy football about it, but he's one of those guys, if he's on your roster and you put him in your fantasy lineup, you know you're getting like 7 catches for 80 yards and hopefully a touchdown. He's just that kind of guy. You know, and I've thought about this. A texter brings this up, and I think it's a valid point. Sutton has never relied on speed to win. Hopefully his strength on contested catches ages really well. And I think that part could, but there's a difference between speed. This is what I was talking about with Pat Bryant yesterday. So Pat Bryant runs this, quote, slower 40. And there's a difference, obviously, between the 40 speed and the game speed. Like, you can look at examples like Cooper Kupp and Amon-Ra St. Brown as guys who had bad 40 times that were pretty damn good wideouts. But you got to get open. And that's the more concerning part as he starts to age. Again, I'm not mad about this at all. I'm happy. Because if you didn't have that heading into the next year or two, you don't have anything tangibly reliable yet. You hope that guys like Vele and Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant can become guys that are reliable in your offense. But right now, he's the answer. He's the only one. And so for him to get this contract, he is obviously a best friend of Bo Nix within that offense, and they were the best weapon offensively by far that you had. And again, I think the price is right. And I give Sutton a lot of credit for this. A lot of guys can tend to maybe overvalue what their worth is And part of that is maybe the market spoke for him. But we've kind of been through it. Where is Courtland Sutton in, if I just gave you a giant mixing bowl with names of wide receivers on it, how many do you lay out in front of Courtland Sutton till you say he's the next best one? It's probably around 20, maybe a little bit later, maybe a little bit earlier. It's probably around 20. You know, me and Berto did a little bit of this last week. There's a lot of guys that you would say are pretty close to him, where it's like you can flip a coin and take one or the other. But I think the price is right. The role is right. I just get a little bit concerned about what's going to happen over the next couple of years and if he can keep this level of play up, considering he's going to be the wrong side of that number 3 on the front end of his age. A lot of people bring up people who are still good into their 30s. Texture says Chris Jones. That's not a wide receiver. That's the only concern I have. It's hard to keep that going once you hit this age, but I'm happy for Courtland. I think that he has played probably a little bit beneath what he should be paid. He should have been somewhere around, that 20 to 23 range, which he's at now. Certainly last year. But him getting the contract it provides security for what has been your best weapon over the last couple of years. And nothing would make me more happy than in the next couple of years you find a bigger weapon, and what could help him age a lot more is finding a true number 1 wideout who's about 22 years old now. If you're able to throw him on the field next to Courtland Sutton in the coming years, I think that could help out a lot with making sure that he's going to be able to keep his level of play commensurate to where his role should be on the team. So Courtland Sutton locked down for at least another couple of years with guaranteed money. It's a 4-year contract overall, $92 million. And you heard from Shawn Payton. I mean, we've talked about this. If Shawn Payton, I think I said this yesterday, Jesse, I got a type. I like blonde chicks. Always have. Don't know what it is about it. It's just always something that I've been attracted to. Shawn Payton loves 6'4", giant-butted wide receivers. And nobody fits that bill more to a T than what Courtland Sutton does. So he's got a type, I've got a type. And I look at Shawn Payton, I'm like, respect. I understand it. You got a thing that you like, and you want to stick to it. Out here at Broncos training camp and all training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Back after this. We are out here at Broncos Park. Nelly is back at the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. So, Courtland Sutton with the extension. And again, the big worry that I had was what was the price going to be, first of all, and second of all, what does this look like 2 years from now? And I think the price is a perfectly fine, if you even want to call it a risk. I don't even know how risky it is. But it's perfectly fine for him. Secondly, the things that are happening at camp over the last couple of days, it was padded practice yesterday. Although when you say that, you think there's going to be a lot of hitting. There really wasn't. There was some, initial contact. You could hear some pops, nobody getting taken to the ground. And part of that, you're trying to conserve people to make sure they aren't hurt or they aren't injured or whatever. Well, injuries are going to happen regardless. We saw that happen with Drew Sanders already. By the way, do you have the quote on Payton's update on Drew Sanders? I think it's the first one that he had yesterday, that maybe it's a little bit less severe than originally thought. Here's Shawn Payton.
One update just on Drew, because there's been a lot written. The news for us was good news in that it's a ligament in his foot and it's not a tendon. What does that mean? It's going to be certainly north of 4 to 6 weeks, but the tendon was what we were concerned about. So I'm not going to try to spell it, but the ligament repair is a much easier one than that of a tendon. So we were all pretty happy with that. I'll update you when we get a timeline.
So he said north of 4 to 6 weeks. So this should take, I'm assuming by that comment, it should take him into the regular season at least a little bit or right up to it. So somebody like me, I thought Drew Sanders had a shot to beat out Alex Singleton for the starting linebacker spot. That's going to be exponentially harder now because he's going to be off the field, and he's been off the field for most of his career. So if he does do that, he's going to have to do it in the middle of a game, which he's totally capable of. But speaking of Alex Singleton, he walked off the field yesterday, and again, that doesn't seem to be too bad of an injury. Remember, last year, he had the knee. He missed most of the season. So he walks off the field with trainers and had a busted-up thumb that is going to keep him out from what Mike Kliss was reporting about a week, and then they can club it up and he can get back out there and play. So at least with that injury, he's not going to miss any regular season time. I don't know how much he'd play in preseason games. He's one of those guys that kind of feels like you know what you got, and you don't need to see too much of him in the preseason. But injuries are always kind of something you're keeping an eye on. Mike McGlinchey was in pads yesterday, didn't do too much stuff, not too much work. But we all know that that's going to be sort of the key this year. Now, I'll tell you this. One thing that is exciting when you're watching this is keep in mind, I'm very aware that this is all just camp and they aren't really hitting and it's maybe not full speed and blah, blah, blah. I'm really impressed by R.J. Harvey. I think that he's got – I was talking to a couple of guys yesterday. He just looks like a running back, and I don't know how to describe that to you. It's like sort of shorter, stocky, big leg, but he's got explosiveness. When he sees a hole, he can hit it. When he needs to bounce it outside, he can. He's got a gear that it feels like no Broncos running backs have had for the last few years. And I think that applies to J.K. Dobbins, too. An interesting thing about J.K. Dobbins, he is, since 2020, second in the NFL among big play run percentage, which is how many carries does it take before this guy rips off at least a 10-yard run. I think his percentage was something, if I'm remembering correctly, something like 10.2%. So once every 10 carries, he'll get 10+. There is a giant gap that existed last year in that. You just had guys, and I don't mean it disrespectfully to anybody like Javonte or Audric Estime or Jaleel or whoever, but you just had a bunch of dudes, and you're looking for guys who can actually break open a game and be a threat on the ground. I think that even in the short little instances that we've seen out of guys like R.J. Harvey or J.K. Dobbins, they have an explosiveness that did not exist last year. You know, I keep going through this kind of idea of what did the Broncos running game do last season? And there were 20-yard runs. That's what ESPN considers big runs on here. 20-yard runs. Each one of the guys I just mentioned had one. The longest run of the year, I believe, was Blake Watson or Tyler Bidet had like a 43-yarder. The lack of a threat from the backfield was noticeable, I think, not just for opposing defenses, but for your own coaching staff. I think that they recognized it too, and it's why they kind of gave up on it multiple times last year when they probably shouldn't have. They were able to get away with it in some games, still win despite that. But you want to run an offense at a high level, and you want to do that with a young quarterback that's going into year 2 that's probably going to need some help. More tape on him, more chances for defenses to game plan. You get a running game going, it's a total game changer. And they've sort of like planted a couple of seeds in J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey waiting for this stuff to grow, and I think that it could emerge as something that's really fun. And fun and Broncos running backs have not existed, God, man, really since I've been here. There's a couple of like Phillip Lindsay moments. Even Melvin Gordon, when he wasn't fumbling, made a couple of plays. But you're just looking for somebody to bust a game wide open. And who can do that? The answer is nobody last year, and I think that's why they made this concerted effort to do it. But you watch the way that Harvey can sort of plant his foot and get upfield in a way that I didn't see anybody do that last year. And I start thinking about, what are they going to do in that room? I think that Harvey and J.K. Dobbins are locks. Everybody outside of that, I'm not sure. You root for guys like Audric Estime. You root for guys like Jaleel McLaughlin. Would I be surprised if both of them were on the roster or none of them were? Not really. And here's what I mean. Like, Jaleel's a very tough case to try and lay out. You just look at the way that they're built. Audric Estime feels like he should have the advantage in that department. Because he's just a big guy that can do a couple of different things for you. He's big enough to pass protect. He is big enough to get a couple of yards on short yardage down in distances. But there's something that they just didn't like, and it could be that he fumbled the ball a couple times early in the season. One of the plays he fumbles on was actually a great play. Or if you remember, he hurdled a defender, got hit, and then fumbled. But, the hurdle was nice. But I think there's a couple of – I'm still weirded out about the inactive in the playoff game for Audric Estime. And for Jaleel's at a big disadvantage because of size. That's just it. And people seem to think – again, I really like Jaleel. I like his story. I like the player he is. I like his work ethic. But when you're 5'6", you need to have some special quality to you. And there's a few guys that have it. Darren Sproles certainly did. He was able to do returns. He would catch the ball out of the backfield like he was a different kind of guy for his size. And people think that Jaleel, because he's small, that he's really fast. I don't know if he's any faster than even – if you talk about top speeds – I think he's really good in short yardage stuff, as far as getting a burst. But if you were to measure top-level speeds, I'm not even sure that Jaleel's faster than Audric Estime. If I had them both start at the goal line and run 40 yards, by the time you got up to 40, I think they're moving at about the same speed. And that's why you didn't have a whole bunch of those big runs from Jaleel last year. And that was my whole point with him. I was like, if he is such this, unique sort of scat back, get into open space, and then blow by people, why was the longest run only 21 yards? And so I think some people have him for a lock on the roster. I think that he's likely to make it. I don't know if it's a lock. Because, again, you have to try and figure out what's your superpower. Like, every professional athlete has one. It's actually a fun game to play. If you think about guys on the roster, what do they do that is just superhuman that nobody else can that makes them special? Like, Jokic has a couple of different categories of those, and that's why he's the best player in the world. Insane IQ, insane touch, court vision, ability to pass. Like, shoot, he does it all. Jamal has a superpower. Jamal is, if you need a bucket late in the game, I'm going to get you a bucket. AG has a superpower. He is able to defend 1 through 5. And he is able to cut to the rim in a way that is just really, really rare.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
And when you talk about guys on this roster, guys on the Broncos, Surtain's superpower is he's 6'4", and he moves at like a 4.3 speed and is able to cover anybody. You know, Zach Allen is just a monster in the middle that can push you around and do whatever you want. Nick Benito's is his athletic ability. Courtland Sutton, his superpower is very simple. It's his ability to go up and get one. Out-jump somebody, high point a football, and come down with it. What's the superpower? What's the thing that separates you from the pack? And I think last year all the running backs were like, yeah, they didn't really have one. This year, I think that you can see a little bit of like that initial cut-and-go speed from R.J. Harvey. There's really good vision with J.K. Dobbins. You know, superpowers also come with, what do you call it? They're kryptonites? What is kryptonite called? I know it's the metaphor that everybody uses, but if that's a superpower, what's the opposite of a superpower? Nelly, Google superpower antonym for me, please. I want a word.
Wow, antonym. I'm glad to see your word of the day toilet paper is going to good use.
Do people actually have word of the day toilet paper? Is that a thing?
I mean, I've heard about it. I don't know if it's legit. But you said
I would just put Steve Nelson quotes on there so I could wipe my butt.
Ooh, man, spicy Kaner. Okay. I put superpower antonym. The opposite of a superpower could be considered a weakness or a vulnerability.
Okay. Vulnerability. I like that. Weakness was too easy. Vulnerability. What's your vulnerability? J.K. Dobbins is easy. It's his health, his ability to stay healthy. Now, you can go through this with all these different guys. My point is, when it comes to guys like Audric Estime and Jaleel, you need to have a superpower to keep you on the team. What is it for you? And I don't know if they have one quite yet. And there's been a lot of chances for you to provide the evidence of that. You know, I will say this about Jaleel, though. To his credit, he was your best running back last year. And I don't even think it's close. Javonte led the team in yards, but as far as he was at like 3.5 yards per carry. Jaleel was well over 4. Wasn't even close between the two. I want this season, how's this for a goal? Can we all get on the same page for this when it comes to the Broncos running game? That last year, I'm going to do the full tally. Hang on. There was too many games in which you would look at, I like the way that ESPN does this. If you look back at the schedule from last year, and it gives you the final score, and it gives you leading passer, leading rusher, leading receiver. And last year for the Broncos, in a grand total of 18 games, if you include the playoff game, Bo Nix was the leading rusher in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 games out of the 18. You can't have Bo Nix leading the way for you a third of your games over the course of the year. Just can't happen. And Bo Nix is super athletic, and he's got ability to get out of the pocket and run. He's not Lamar Jackson. And just for reference, let's look at that. A guy who is as good as anyone at running the football from that position. Lamar Jackson had 1 game in which he led the team in rushing because Derrick Henry led it the rest of the way. Who's another one? Let's talk about Josh Allen. How about Josh Allen? Josh Allen was 1, 2, 3. 3 games for Josh Allen. The rest of these were James Cook because James Cook's a really good back.
I like the way you're doing this. You're going 1, 2, 3, 3 games.
The only one that I think would be the exception is I think Jaden Daniels did that a lot for Washington last year. So let's count it out for Jaden. Yeah, he's got a lot on here. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different games for Jaden Daniels in which he did that. Now, I would tell you that Jaden Daniels that feels like a necessity to make the rest of his game go. Bo Nix needs to have that as a threat. I don't think that's not an install, right? They aren't running quarterback keepers in Denver. That's not the plan. It's Bo Nix drops back, nobody's open, he takes off, finds open space, and then picks up 15 to 20 yards. That's what he does.
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
Well, you don't want that to happen. So the point is, you need to have, I want that category right there of leading rushers on the season. I want that to be like, give me a Josh Allen number. Make it 3. 3 different games and we're cool. But that is going to be totally reliant on commitment to the game, the running game, first of all. Second of all, ability of the running backs. And I think the ability is, outside of what? As far as the biggest jump you've made in a just pure talent level year over year at a certain position. I think tight end's probably number 1 because you had literally nothing there last year. Now you have Evan Ingram, which we'll get to him a little bit later. Evan Ingram, despite his physical stature being not what I expected, he is still incredibly fun to watch and has the ability to get open. And he's been doing that consistently in camp. So he's probably the biggest jump as far as a position group, but I think that running back is right behind him. I think they are a lot better talent-wise than they were last year, and hopefully that will translate into committing to more to the run game. So, again, out here at Broncos Park for another day of training camp. You can always get in touch with us on the Shop Mazda text line, 1 price, 1 person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, just in case anybody didn't know this, I'm going to share some information. Brett learned something during the break. Did you know that? We like to learn on this show. What I learned is if you take a sparkling water and you put a liquid IV powder pack in it, it becomes a bomb. I had no idea that was a thing. I know that now. So you think Mentos and Diet Coke is cool? Please try one of those for a second. See what happens.
Point of order. What flavor of liquid IV did you use?
Yeah, here's the thing. I didn't plan this well. I have a lemon lime carbonated water, and I had a blackberry peach liquid IV. But the blackberry peach liquid IV, because it's a bomb, obliterated any lemon lime that's in there, and it's just blackberry peach now.
Well, thanks for your service, Bill Nye. Now we know.
Just a PSA to everybody listening. I don't want this to happen in your office. I was outside. We can let this dry here on the concrete where we're sitting, so we're fine. Anywho, there is something that I'm... Okay, there's a TV show my wife used to watch. Because my wife was incredibly smart, smarter than me, more successful than me, better person than me, better parent. Better. What is she doing with me? Nobody knows. I'm just here. But she has disgustingly awful TV habits. It's ridiculous. It's her worst quality, if I'm being fully honest. It's that she will watch the worst of the worst. If you think of, first of all, she watches that Real Housewives show, and it's always a reunion episode. And I'm like, how do you have reunion episodes every episode without an actual show? Because it's just them.
I want to vomit.
Yeah. It's just them yelling at each other. So she'll watch that, or she'll watch Say Yes to the Dress, or she'll watch those shows where it's, oh, God, what do they call them? Where it's always a mystery about who murdered the wife or the husband or whatever. Those kind of shows. She watches all that stuff.
Oh, she likes true crime documentaries or like the fake shows?
No, they're real shows, but they're always about, like, somebody got killed and it was a family thing and nobody knows how, and she'll watch that for like 2 hours straight.
Oh, one of those cold case shows.
Yes, yeah, like that show.
Someone was killed in Topeka in 1982.
Right. So she just watches all this stuff, and I'm like, babe, you're too smart for it. She gives me the same answer every time. She goes, I just want to turn my brain off for a couple hours. And I go, you know what? It's a good answer. I'll accept it. But one show she watched was something called Khloe Kardashian's Revenge Body. And what is this about? It's about guy breaks up with chick. Why? Because you're fat. Like, that's kind of the show. And so what Khloe Kardashian does is, sweetheart, I'm going to get you in the best shape of your life so you can stick it to him. And I'm like, okay, weird premise for a show. You seem to enjoy it. Got it. Luka Doncic is like on that show. There is no question in my mind that Luka Doncic has hit up Khloe Kardashian and just been like, what do I have to do to stick it to Nico Harrison? Because if you've seen the pictures of Luka Doncic now, he's cut. Like, no sort of, they do the side-by-sides of post-trade Luka, who first puts on a Lakers uniform, to Luka now in the offseason. And it is sort of Nico Harrison's fault. He said, because everybody's trying to get an answer to why would you make what feels like the dumbest trade ever? Why would you do this? And his answer was what? Conditioning. That's what he said. He couldn't come out and just say this, but what he wanted to say was he's fat all the time. That's all he was thinking. Okay, that's it. And Luka Doncic,
he's not just cut. He is on the cover of Men's Health magazine. He is the cover feature story on a fitness magazine because Nico Harrison said, you're fat, get bent, enough of this fried food in Dallas. You're going to the acai bowls. Get ready to learn acai, buddy, in Los Angeles.
And he has. He really has. Shout out our tradition. Brandon Jones is barefoot shuffling across the field. Every day. We get to see Brandon Jones do that at 6:45. But he goes and I would caution people in this sense. He has done this before, and then the season starts, and then the pounds start tacking back on. By the way, if there's any better sort of social experiment we need about the food here in this country and what it does to you, look at every European player when they first come over here. Remember Jokic like 4 years ago, what he looked like at that media day, Jesse? Where even me, I was like, that's big. Like really, really big. But it's amazing what just a little motivation like that can do. And Nico Harrison, unless a miracle happens in Dallas, is going to go down as like the name that you bring up as the joke when you're just pointing. You know, it's like you've been Sam Buoyed. You've been Thurman Munsoned. That's going to be Nico Harrison. He's going to be one of those names that we talk about all the time, like what kind of moron would do something like this? You're going to be the butt of the joke for like decades after this. And here's the thing. All Sam Bowie did was be drafted and not be Michael Jordan. That was his only sin. Nico Harrison traded away a generational player for nothing in return. And then said, yeah, he was fat, so I couldn't deal with it anymore. Like, have you considered talking extensively about that with him? You know, he also mentioned defensively he wasn't good enough and stuff like that, but it was mostly just the body. And Luka Doncic is in probably the best shape of his career now. So, interesting to see from afar. Yesterday, we told you there's going to be a press conference at 11 o'clock with Dion talking about health. So, Dion announced that he had, and I believe it's had, bladder cancer, in which they've gotten that fixed. They said he is, quote, cured of that, and he will coach this year. I feel bad for Dion. The amount of health issues that he has had to go through. You know, we know the stuff with his feet. We know the blood clot stuff. But then to throw this on top of it was really, really, I'm sure, impossibly difficult. And it's good to see that he's come out on the other side with good news. And in even better news is that he's going to coach. You know, I didn't think that was going to be some sort of farewell right off into the sunset sort of press conference. Dion strikes me as one of those guys, and a lot of coaches are built this way. They can't sit still. You know what I mean? Like, they're just guys, they always have to be doing something, and there's plenty of people in life like that. Like, I think about the idea of retirement years from now, and I don't think I can just sit there. You know what I mean? I have to do something. I'm not saying I'm going to work especially hard, but you'll probably hear me on a podcast. I'll be 85 years old. I think it'll be like, I think the Broncos didn't make the right choice at quarterback. Like, I'll do some podcast like that. You aren't going to get rid of me. Although by that time, what, does AI take over all the podcasts and then we don't matter anymore? I've actually thought about this. Do you agree with me, Jesse? I feel like this might be, maybe I'll be proven wrong, and I hope not. I think that this medium, which is straight up talking and giving opinions, is pretty AI-proof. You can find AIs that will do that, but there's something about the human mind that I think the creativity of it cannot be taken over by robots. Movies, different story. They can do that. But have you heard one of these chat GPTs try and tell a joke? It's ridiculous. Hey, robots, if you're listening, you're so unfunny.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Yeah, think about that. Shawn Payton's going to be saying that in 15 years to what? A room full of Tesla robots? Yeah, your guys' little AI shows are driving me nuts. You just aggregate all of this information, you spit it out, It's boring. All I'm saying is, with Dion on the sideline, how did we get from Dion to robots? My bad.
Because you were saying how Deion Sanders can't sit still. He's got to be doing something.
Yeah.
You're still going to be podcasting when you're 80. By the way, name for your podcast, Denver Dentures. Is that anything?
Denver Dentures is good. I like that. But Dion is, I've discussed this before. The only small fear I had yesterday, because I didn't think he was going to step away from coaching or anything, just because I don't, he has to be doing something. And I believe him when he says he loves it here. I don't think there's any reason for him to lie about that. But if he were to step away to do something else, if he was like, hey, I'm going to step away and then I'll do TV analyst stuff again like he used to on the NFL Network, the marriage of CU and him, they are together but also separate, to the point to where if he left, you can't do business as usual there. Things change. I think a lot of the national interest dries up, and I think some money dries up. So it would become a very difficult thing to try and navigate your way through. And look, that day's going to come one day, and it could come one day soon. Who knows? But hopefully not. It's just good to know that he is, first of all, quote, cured of that. Second of all, that he's going to be on the sideline all year. So 303-504-0925 can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get great deals in the Safeway app or Safeway.com. Can also watch on YouTube, search Altitude Sports Radio, and subscribe to the channel today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with another day from Broncos Park for camp next.
But here's a 3rd and 1. Nix deep. He's got his receiver. Touchdown! Sutton. They beat McDuffie. The All-Pro Courtland Sutton lassos a 32-yard touchdown pass. And Nix with his 2nd touchdown pass today.
You know, what are the things that he does well? Certainly, he's a strong target. He's smart. He's one of our, I would say, clearly one of our leaders on this team. So there's a lot of things that he brings to the table.
What the word is, big Broncos win, you feel me, in the threads. Hold on, check me out. Check me out in the threads, man. Broncos country sold out, man. Come on, man. Best fan base in the league, you feel me?
Another day out here at Broncos training camp with some news yesterday that I've been a little bit hesitant towards the idea of, and then when I saw the actual deal, I love it. Courtland Sutton signing a 4-year, $92 million extension, $41 million of that guaranteed.
Nice.
Which means it's probably not a 4-year deal.
Two-year
it's probably more of a 2-year deal.
It's a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the numbers yesterday. You just look at the guaranteed years. That's it.
Yep.
2 years.
2 years.
And that's fine. You know, for a guy who has played for so many different coaches, coordinators, and quarterbacks to continue to be the number one option, and clearly a favorite of Bo Nix's, I saw that as a must-do.
Yep.
And they got it done.
There is always a discussion about, do you evaluate your players, and most people do this. You live in a town, you're a fan of a team. You think your players are a little bit better than maybe some others do. You hype them up a little bit more. And sometimes it's true. Like I've said forever, I bet you that Aaron Gordon is somebody that is not seen or thought of as highly as people in Denver, but the people in Denver are right for the role that he plays here. Courtland Sutton feels a lot like that. My concern was, you sign him to an extension, what's the money going to be? Mm-hmm. Is it going to be $30-some million? Is it going to be like what some of these other dudes have gotten over the past couple of off seasons? Jamar Chase just signed a $40 million year extension, $35 a year for Justin Jefferson, $33 for DK Metcalf. 23 sounds exactly right. This is the company he puts himself in.
You know what else? He's a good soldier. He signed last year. It wasn't a protracted holdout. He didn't scream and cry, stomp his feet. He got it done last year.
Well, they gave him just incentives.
Exactly.
They're like, hey, if you think you're gonna play well, then here you go.
And he produced.
Yep.
And he did it with a rookie quarterback. And it's only going to get better. So nice to see that Moser left the club soda at home today and brought Squirt. Who drinks Squirt?
It's zero sugar.
I drink Squirt. I tend to like Squirt.
Squirt.
Jesse, turn me on. Turn me on. You guys have said some pretty smart things.
Yeah, well,
you've said some pretty smart things already. Can I? Hey, little guys, hello, babies. Hi, baby. Can I tell you a little bit more about this deal, please?
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about your squirt more.
Okay, well, you know what? I can do that too, but that's for another time. Just you and me, okay, bud?
Oh, yes!
Squirt. A lot of people drink Squirt. It's a very tasty lemon lime product.
On the list of
grapefruit
popular
soda.
drinks, where is Squirt?
Well, in my book, dude, it's got to be right there, top 3. Squirt is good.
What do you think it is? I mean, I would have guessed at maybe 8, 9, 10.
I love everything about Squirt. I love the color. I love the texture. I love the flavor. I love everything. I like the green bottle with the yellow cap. I love everything about Squirt.
Are you on a Fanta train as well?
I'm not on Fanta. I'm not doing the Fanta right now.
Mellow yellow? Yeah, mellow yellow.
No, but I will do. You ready for this, Brad?
Our AI overlords have said Squirt does not consistently rank among the top-selling sodas nationally.
That's because people are stupid. Hey, can I give you a little insight?
But it holds a strong position within the grapefruit soda category.
Boom.
So there you go.
With the elderly, it's very, very popular.
Hey, dude. Yeah, I like a good Fresca too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, go on.
Okay. Let me give you guys a little bit of a rundown here. He's not T. Higgins. He's not Justin Jefferson.
I saw a headline for a Reddit thread that said, "Squirt, why don't more drink it?"
I'd be happy to lead
the find it.
I'd be happy to lead the way in squirt to education if you let me. I mean, I'm happy to.
All right, go ahead.
He's not one of those guys. Okay, he's not Jamar Chase. This contract to me is right in the perfect honey hole for what the Broncos need, for what Courtland Sutton is. He has a great recognition of who he is and where he ranks in the National Football League. It's good for Bo Nix. It's good for the fan base. It's good for everybody. But let me go beyond that. This also goes, is there a guy inside that room? Is there a guy inside that locker room who's got even a crossword to say about Courtland Sutton?
Nope. Not really.
No. So what this does, that sends an absolute cannonball of loyalty, goodness, and payoff to the rest of that locker room. That, you know what? This guy, despite being part of the, quote, previous regime, as Justin Simmons didn't make it, but this guy did, and he and Bo Nix are great. It sends an absolute cannon shot saying, we're going to take care of guys who are core guys of this club, right? And that's how Shawn Payton has identified, and Courtland Sutton is that special kind of a guy. I think this is a home run of a signing.
I give Courtland Sutton this credit. I think this is really hard for some athletes to do. I feel like Courtland has always been paid right around what he is. Does that make sense?
I think it's fair to say that, yeah.
Whenever somebody has a contract coming up, you get paid more than maybe what your market price would be because it's your turn. That's sort of the thought on this.
Well, what he is we talked about this yesterday. Take a look at the list of receivers in the AFC West. He's top 5, if not top 3 on that list.
Yeah.
He's got to be. I know they've got a bunch of speeders there speed burners there in Kansas City, but I don't think anybody's, quote, better than Courtland Sutton is.
So he's getting paid $23 million a year. Here's the guys anywhere from 21 to 25. Chris Godwin, Terry McLaurin as of now.
He wants more.
Calvin Ridley, Michael Pittman in Indianapolis, Nico Collins. These are all guys that that's Courtland.
These are all dudes. Yes.
Yeah.
These are all dudes. Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what. You do me a favor and you look at your little list there, since I can't see very well without my shades on, okay? You find me the next highest paid receiver in the AFC West.
Okay.
That'll help tell you where he ranks. It really will, because he's that guy here in the AFC West for the Denver Broncos. He is that guy. I absolutely love this contract. Keep going.
Yeah,
Keep going. Find one. I dare you to find one. There we go, right there.
Marquise, Hollywood Brown makes 7.
Yeah, Hollywood Brown makes 7. Our guy makes 23.
It's interesting.
I think he's worth it.
I think Rashee Rice, as long as he can stay out of jail, if he gets in his next contract, will probably be higher.
You sound like Mike Brown.
Well, but the thing is, he did go.
Yeah, he actually did attend.
Well, I understood the fact that he was in jail, incarcerated, but I'm saying you sound like
It's interesting yesterday after practice, Coach Payton actually alluded to the deal after somebody asked why wasn't Courtland Sutton participating in a lot of the drills. He just sort of sat there and watched, and he brought up the fact that they're putting the finishing touches on the contract and that they were going to get something done. And then, boom, the moment his press conference ended, the announcements were coming through.
So what needs to happen today is I saw a report that finishing touches were going on Courtland Sutton's contract yesterday. So he can yell about your little internet shows. I said it.
Yeah, exactly. He's the one who made the commentary, and then as soon as he made the commentary, it's interesting. As soon as it comes out of his mouth, boom, the details of the deal were down and in.
Your own
ready
little
to go.
internet shows are driving me crazy.
He also announced yesterday that the injury to Drew Sanders, he avoided a big problem. It's a ligament and not a tendon.
Yeah.
Had it been a tendon, it would have been much more severe.
Hold on to that for a second. Just a couple more minutes on Courtland, because when here's what's funny. I think you guys are right that he certainly has the argument to be the best wide receiver in the AFC West right now. Ladd McConkey's probably in that conversation. Rashee Rice is probably in that conversation. Is there anybody out of Vegas? Anyone?
No, not really. I mean, they've got. Let me give you their list of wideouts.
Their tight end's a stud. He gets most of their catches.
Tight end's good.
He's going to be.
But so is Travis Kelce.
Here are their guys. They've got Jacoby Myers.
He's all right.
They've got Trey Tucker. They got Deontay Thornton Jr.
Okay, so Jacoby Myers is their top guy, and
correct.
He's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
But if you were to rank Courtland in the top receivers in the league, do you think that he's top 20?
He's probably right there, right at the butt end of that.
I think he's under the radar simply because he has not played in prolific offenses with prolific quarterbacks.
Probably right.
And Bo Nix gave him some of that last year. But before that, again, it was a revolving door for him. Nick Kosmider wrote a piece and came up with this number. Courtland Sutton has now earned 3 contracts with the Broncos despite playing with 10 different quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks, since joining the team. Think about that for a second. He joined the team in 2018, less than 10 years ago, and he's played with 10 different starting quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That's unreal. And he's still on the team accepting contract extensions and earning them. In its own right, that's worth a contract extension. First time in his NFL career, he will play with the same play caller and quarterback in back-to-back seasons.
Yeah, it's funny. I just watched that 3.5-minute blurb on Bo Nix's top 100 thing. You know, every player gets like the little highlight reel or whatever. And most of the guys that talked about him were Broncos players like Nick Bonito and Pat Surtain. But Bonito said in Bo Nix's highlight package for him being 64th in that top 100, if he throws it up to Courtland, we know it's a touchdown. That's what he said.
Well, that's what it feels
like. They dedicated
like
a minute of that to just those two and their highlights. And look, it's because Courtland Sutton is, if nothing else, not just your best weapon on offense right now. He is your maybe only reliable player that we know of on offense.
He is your go-up-and-get-it guy.
Yeah.
That's what he is. He's your go-up-and-get-it guy. And every team needs one, and the Broncos have theirs. After that, you know, if you think about reliability on this wideout core, who's your next best?
It's a great question. I mean, is it
Marvin Mims?
Is it Marvin? Is it
no idea?
Will it end up being Pat Bryant someday?
Yeah.
I don't know.
These aren't the days of Rod Smith and Ed McCaffrey where you had two reliable receivers. These aren't the days of
even Ashley Lilly,
Demarius Thomas and Emmanuel Sanders and Eric Decker. I mean, there were eras there where they had multiple reliable receivers. That's just not the case until one of these other guys emerge.
What I really like, though, this provides a runway. And, again, I'm nervous about wide receivers who turn 30 and what happens afterwards because a lot of times it just kind of falls. But I think for a 2-year what it essentially comes out to a 2-year guaranteed deal for him, man, that gives you an ability to do this next year. Wherever the Broncos finish, you could target a wideout, make him a number 2, and kind of ease his way into shifting over and not taking the bulk
You
of
could
things.
even try to find the best wideout in the draft if you wanted
That's
to.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about free agency.
No,
okay.
I'm like, if you get a first-round pick, and hopefully it's picking 32nd this year or whatever.
But you can TRADEUP?
But I'm just like, it gives you
All right, we'll be back after a quick timeout here on Altitude Sports Radio.
And we're back. Again, out here at Broncos camp, another day of Broncos camp. Some information coming through yesterday, not just with the Courtland Sutton extension front, but the injury front. And training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country.
Before we continue on, I want to give a special shout-out. I checked it out during our abbreviated break there. Special shout-out to all of my fellow Squirt peeps who have chimed in, singing the virtues of Squirt. I'm with you. You're with me. We are one in the Squirt world.
Yeah, they are the same drinkers of cranberry juice.
Yeah, that's really good too, man. But I like this grapefruit soda. So all you Squirt peeps who backed me up, I appreciate it to the highest extent of the law. Thank you.
I'll tell you what. I hate grapefruit. I love it in drinks, though.
Shocker.
In liquors?
Dude, you put vodka.
Vodka grapefruit's good.
Like a grapefruit IPA is my jam.
Okay, well, that's really good too.
Yeah.
But I'm saying for you, like, hey, Brett, here's Horse Whiz with some vodka in it, and you'd be like, that's all right.
Well, I mean, it's going to kill a lot of stuff.
You know what I'm saying?
By the way, you got to go try your beer.
Oh, God, that's right.
Yeah, you got to try your beer.
By the way, I parked in that lot.
Yeah.
Moj says I'm going to get towed.
You're subject to tow, according to Megan.
Are you in that lot?
No.
Where are you guys?
I walked
We're
from
up the
home.
hill. We're up the hill at the park, bro. Me, Brett, and Cole. Jesse's over here.
What do you mean up the hill at the park?
There's a little dirt hill up there that I park at.
There's only a certain.
It's a nice little walk. It's like a half-mile morning walk down here. I like it.
I was told.
Jesse, can you get a copy of your parking pass and give it to me? Just a copy of it. You can't. Oh, you don't have one? You just parked there?
Okay, I was told by the powers that be here with the Denver Broncos, said, where's all the parking passes? Well, they were all given to Kevin last week.
Yeah.
Disseminated to any of us, the answer, I don't know who got these said passes.
Well, here's how it's going to work.
It certainly wasn't me.
Here's how it's going to work. If I were to get towed, I'm expensing that tow bill to the station or to the Denver Broncos in care of Greg Penner.
I'm sure he'd love that, Nick.
Hey, you're good for it. You're good for it.
By the way, I read something today. I got to share this with you guys. I read something today, and I want to get this off my chest. I have a cool little exchange I had with Shawn Payton yesterday after he spoke to the media. I want to share that with you later. But
did he mention us?
No. That was the first question that Moser asked. I said I had an exchange with Payton. He goes, did he talk about us? I go, no.
I didn't mean it like that, you idiot.
I mean, you sound like an moron.
I meant it like that.
Yeah.
You made it sound
my name
shows are driving me crazy.
You made it sound like he pulled you aside for a little
personal
chat.
No.
Like, to me, that's he wants to address something about something that somebody said or whatever the case may be.
It's totally possible that his office is right over here. It's possible that he's got YouTube or Twitch turned on to us right now. It's possible.
All right, we're down this road. I might as well just get into what he said.
Do.
It wasn't that big a deal.
All right.
I walked up to him, so he was done. He was being interviewed by Rossini and who was the guy with Rossini? Chase Daniels. And so I go, hey, we played your soundbite about the little internet show about 20 times. It's the funniest thing ever. And he goes, why do all you guys have little internet shows?
That's pretty funny.
And he walked off laughing. He knows what he's doing.
I'm telling you right now, I just love the idea that somebody who is just so immersed in football and, like, this is the life he knows. He's super successful at it. He's like, why do you nerds do this stuff?
Why do you guys say – it was like when I told Joker we have a sports talk show, he goes, you talk about sport all day?
Yeah. And they can't
like,
believe
they can't fathom it. Like, why would you do that?
There's always the guy in the abs, like, I'll say, I just got done doing the show. Oh, wait, you're doing the show every day, too? I'm like, yeah, oh, golly. I figured out, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I'm starting to sense a certain pattern with Shawn Payton. Did you watch, and were you listening to his entire news conference yesterday? I
listened to parts of it, not the whole thing.
Okay, the whole thing. There wasn't one clapback. Okay, there wasn't one.
Yeah, he was pretty calm yesterday.
He was pretty calm yesterday. There wasn't a clapback. There wasn't a jab. There wasn't a. He even gave a good question.
He gave
to our
two
buddy.
good questions. I'm keeping track of that.
One of them was our buddy Eric Goodman. He gave him a good question. I like that. He seems to have this pattern of one foot on the brake and one on the gas. Right. Doing I can't drive 55. It depends on the day. If foot's on the brake or foot's on the gas, and he's going to go one way or another. So I'm detecting, Vic, just a little bit of a Shawn Payton pattern. Yeah. He's not a dumb guy. He knows when he's dressed somebody down. He'll chill out for a day or two. then here comes, watch out, because today's Tuesday. Maybe Thursday, another zing coming your way, that kind of thing.
Nelly, roll up with the Dre Greenlaw sound if you have it available, because I thought he is the most intriguing soundbite we got yesterday from the guys we heard from. Garrett Bolles came after him, but Dre Greenlaw, it's the first time he spoke since he signed with the Broncos. And a lot went into, in fact, Shawn Payton was asked, how proud are you that you were able to execute that free agent acquisition? You know, you steal a guy like Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
You take him from San Francisco and Hafunga. You take those guys from San Francisco. That's a big deal. And Payton acknowledged that. And he was asked, Greenlaw, why Denver? And I did not know this, guys. Did you guys know that he was a foster child growing up?
I did not know.
He referenced that yesterday. He said, I was a foster child as a kid.
Well, let's hear it.
Nobody wanted
just, obviously the organization and, the people that's in the organization, Shawn, Penners, and then just, the guys, like, they've had, one of the best defenses for quite some time now. I know last year they, really took that notch, and I just wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to be where I was accepted, where I was wanted, and this was the right place for me.
Go to the very next bite, because that's the one that shook me a little bit. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. Go to the next one,
it's him being asked on the 49ers trying to convince him to stay in San Francisco.
It wasn't easy, of course, but, they just they wanted me, you know what I mean? Throughout the whole time I was talking to Shawn, there was never no ifs, ands, buts, maybe this or that. It was like, man, we want you to be here, and, I was a foster kid growing up, so it's not a lot of times that people just wanted me, you know what I'm saying? So it just made me feel special. It made me feel like this is the place where I needed to be.
Wow, that hits.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? What a success story.
Yep.
This kid was a foster kid growing up, found his way, and he just wanted to be wanted. Now, I know a lot of Niners fans, because I tweeted that yesterday.
They wanted him, too.
They wanted him.
They
went out of their way to want him.
It wasn't like they didn't want him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, to get this guy, and if you can keep him healthy, and I have no reason to believe he won't stay healthy, that's a huge get. And I'll tell you what I did, too. I listened intently, Shawn Payton talking about Greenlaw yesterday. Did you hear the comments of Payton about Greenlaw?
I loved it.
And what I do like is when I listen to Payton, you're starting to get an idea,
Cut 7
too.
here, Nelly.
Yeah, you're starting to get an idea of who he gets enamored. He does get enamored with people. And I love to hear the way he talks about guys that he knows are absolute football players. Nelly.
With Greenlaw, you said he's one of those guys when you put the pads on, you can see a little bit. Then when
You can hear it.
with his film, how much does that physicality stand out in terms of what he brings to it?
I think it's one of his greatest strengths. He plays the position in such a way where you can't help but notice it on film. His pad level, his strength, his lower body strength, it's impressive. So I'm glad we have him.
I love that answer so much.
What
do you love about Dre Greenlaw or his physicality? Yeah. You hear it.
Yeah.
And you do. When we were over here and they were doing the 11-11, it was ones versus ones over here. Look, it wasn't full speed, it wasn't full hitting, but there was one throw that was near the sideline. I think it was to one of the tight ends. Can't remember. But Greenlaw hit him, and it was one of those, like, I jumped for a second. I was like, that's really loud, and that was close to me. Sorry.
Went on to say that he plays football like Mike Tyson. He hits first.
I love that.
Hits first and hits fast.
Yep.
Yeah, love it. So it makes you feel, if you're a Broncos fan, man, that makes you feel even better. I don't want to – I'm always the guy who errs on the side of caution. I don't want to start to get too giddy, Vic. Yeah. Do me a favor. Look me in the face right now, please, with your patented look. If I start to get too giddy, or I start to
face
float,
looks worn, by the way.
Does
Mike
it really?
Sanford's right. That trip did you in a little bit. Your eyes are bloodshot. Your face.
But that's from the shampoo I use. I can't get rid of that. Not till about 9 o'clock.
You look like a shortstop's worn-out glove.
Hey, can I bring something up here? Because, Vic, a lot of times you're doing the show.
Have you looked in the mirror lately, bro? I could hide coins in the folds of your forehead.
Moj every day gets in the studio and he goes, I don't know, dude, I got shampoo in my eyes. And I'm like,
change your shampoo.
But how do you get shampoo in your eyes every day?
I don't. It's either that or the soap. I don't know what it is, but it only started a couple of months ago, and it's $1.98 Suave for the giant bottle.
Yeah,
I'm not
your
changing.
eyes look messed up, dude.
I take that for $1.98 Suave, dude. I don't spend a fortune on my hair. It just looks like I do.
All right, well, tell me what you were going to tell me as I look into your eyes.
If I start to get too giddy, if I start to get too enamored and over the, oh my gosh, I'm thinking maybe 12 wins.
Over the moon.
If I start doing that stuff, you need to put me back to reality immediately, please.
Here's a couple things.
Because I don't want to do that, and I'm not that guy. But I'm hearing things, I'm seeing things that look to me like the pieces are going together properly in the puzzle.
Here's what happened in practice yesterday. For those who haven't gotten the news, two things that happened. Alex Singleton walked off with a broken thumb.
He's fine.
Okay? They expect him back in a week. Isn't it funny? Only in football, you break if you broke your thumb in the NBA, in basketball, that's a major injury.
Oh, yeah.
That's like, oh, my God. I mean, you can't dribble.
He's out
you can't
for 8
shoot.
months.
Yeah, I mean, you're out a long time. You break your thumb as a linebacker in the NFL, 1 week. He's fine.
Well, they'll club it up and put wrapping on it, and then
no big deal.
Doesn't stop you from tackling.
Let's play football.
My favorite thing is when they club up either that or like a DB, and then they try and intercept the pass, and you're like, bro, you can't trap it against a tree trunk.
The other thing I noticed yesterday, the rotation of running backs. I paid close attention to how they rotated that position group. Audric Estime and Jaleel McLaughlin are the odd men out right now. They're not getting the reps. And I don't know if it was just yesterday's workload, right? It was a heavy dose of Harvey and Dobbins. Dobbins and Harvey. Harvey and Dobbins.
At least with the ones on this field right here.
And that's what I saw.
It was Harvey and Dobbins, and that's pretty
and that's fine,
much.
Because that's what we expect.
Yeah,
I'm just
sure.
But that's what we're seeing as well.
I mentioned this in the appetizer. There's really two things that really stuck out to me yesterday because it's hard for a lot of positions at this point in camp to try and get a read on who's getting what and how are they doing.
That was obvious.
The running back group is very obviously better. Very obviously. Like the way that Harvey, when he puts his foot in the ground and cuts upfield, there's an explosiveness that did not exist last year from anybody. And Dobbins is the same way. And I mentioned this before. I was talking to Hank over at DNVR, and I was like, man.
Wait, Chisholm?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, we've beat him
good
up.
Guy.
I know, but we've beaten him up so bad on the course so many times, Vic. I feel,
okay, that's great.
Do you feel bad for that kid when you see him? I do.
But I'm talking to him. I said, man, do you think there's a chance that neither Estime and Jaleel make the team? And here's my reasoning behind it. Estime has like the body type that you want. Obviously, his biceps are the size of my thighs. But for whatever reason, I just don't think that they're into it. Like, that was obvious last year when the playoffs started and he was inactive. Jaleel was different. Jaleel was your best running back last year. And I think that's more of an indictment on the room than it is Jaleel. I like Jaleel a lot. He works hard. But when you're his size, you need some sort of superpower. And I think people confuse the fact that he's 5'6" with he's fast. Jaleel's not that fast. Well, he's not a burner. He can't out. We were talking about it yesterday. We go at top speed. If I had both Jaleel and Audric Estime stand on the goal line and run 40 yards, I bet you by the time they got to the 40, they're moving at the same speed.
Well, I mean, the evidence in this is none of the running backs broke any big runs. There were no big runs. I mean. And that's what you strive for, you hope for, especially if you want to establish a competent running game. Once in a while, break a tackle.
Yeah, sure.
Or two. And I think that's the very reason they drafted R.J. Harvey when they did.
Yep.
I mean, they told us that. They said as much. He breaks tackles.
The fact that you have a fullback on the team that's going to make the team, fullback, right? How many other guys can you really keep in the backfield, and can you get by with three? Because it would seem to me, let's say you do – let go of an Estime and a McLaughlin, or one or the other, or both, and then but Bidet becomes your third back, your emergency back, or whatever back it is. Can you get by with that? Because you're one injury away from, oh God, we need to go find somebody. But that being said, it would seem to me that if you want to go find somebody to fill that role, those guys are going to be out there to bring in off somebody's practice squad, off whatever.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Those guys are going to be out there to be had should such an emergency arise.
Not only a fullback on the roster, but an H-back and Nate Atkins who's going to line up a lot of times in the backfield.
That is excellent point. That is true.
Yeah, I think you have to go into the game with three running backs. Just in case one gets hurt, you need to have somebody else to spell the other guy. But I'm just not sure. Like, they might get that, like you said, Moj, cut-down day, waiver wire, Could be one of those situations is what I'm thinking. But it's just very clear and obvious that J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey have just they pack a punch with their runs that the other guys just don't, at least as of right now. I hope they do. I hope they figure it out because I like both of them. I like Estime and Jaleel. But, God, it just you notice how different it is with Harvey and J.K. Dobbins.
So I'm trying to repackage all of that in my head as to what does that mean, Brett? Okay, so, your running game is going to be better. How much will it make a difference? I mean, what are we talking about it equating to in terms of wins? Where are we on that chart?
I would hope a lot.
You had 10.
Think about this. It is a giant missing hole in your offense last year. You couldn't do it. I counted this up earlier. So Bo Nix he can run as a quarterback. He can. If you guys had to guess, in the 18 games they played last year, including the playoff game, how many times did he lead the team in rushing?
In all the games?
In games, yeah.
He had a lot of yards that Houston game. I'll say once.
No, I'll say
once.
4 times.
Six.
Really?
Led the team in rushing 6 different games, including the playoff game. That needs to change. Because I looked up Lamar Jackson. How many times did he do it last year?
Well, he had Derrick Henry in his backfield.
He had
one time.
Yeah, he had Derrick Henry, dude.
Josh Allen.
Yeah. Once.
He had James Cook 3 times.
Really?
The only one that I think actually makes sense and is probably good for their roster.
Jalen Hurts?
No, Jaden Daniels led 9 times.
Did he?
But that's like a huge part of his game.
So that's the thing Dre Greenlaw said. He was asked about Bo Nix yesterday. What is it about Bo Nix that you like? And he said he's got wheels, man, and he is tough to cover in open spaces. Like when he's rolling out and you're an inside linebacker and you got to make a decision. Do I go after the quarterback or do I step back in this area so he doesn't throw the ball over me? He said it's hard to deal with Bo Nix in that specific case.
Yeah.
So, hey, man, there's a reason they like him. And there's a reason Shawn Payton said yesterday, we have everything in place now to attract free agents, including the quarterback position.
Yep. Sure, absolutely. And I was listening to some national guys talk about young quarterbacks in the NFL yesterday. And talking about Jaden Daniels, talking about J.J. McCarthy. Bo Nix did not come up in that discussion, but the point was made that we made yesterday, and that is when you got this quarterback on his rookie deal, build quickly here, fill your holes quickly, protect, get stuff for him quickly because you're and especially if you think he is the guy, and they do, your opportunity to take advantage of these couple of years – when he's still on that rookie deal, that's a valuable thing, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what Washington is going to be doing. Oh, they talked about Caleb Williams as well in that regard. He's got a brand-new head coach, obviously well-respected, Ben Johnson. So, it's one of these, you must take advantage of the situation, right now, and it feels like the Broncos are doing just that.
I saw, by the way, speaking of Caleb Williams and the Bears, I saw a picture.
That squirt.
Yeah, get that squirt in there.
Get some squirt? All right.
I saw a picture of Ben Johnson. It was a side-by-side of one was his opening press conference, big smile on his face. The other, he looks like a World War II veteran already at Broncos camp, or at Bears camp.
Really?
He's just like, ugh. And I think the Bears are going to be all right, but I'm telling you, I think there's such a good marriage here between head coach and quarterback and everybody being on the same page, everybody pulling on the rope in the same direction. There's one exception, maybe, that I want to get to in 20 minutes because they have Courtland Sutton gets extended yesterday, and we all love the price. It's $23 million a year, and what is it, a 4-year, $92 million deal really comes out to a 2-year deal with guaranteed money. There's a few other names that are waiting to get that same payday. And I think somebody's going to get left out. And we'll get there in 20 minutes. But when we come back, there is just a very, very obvious thing that's happening. And I'm going to make a comparison to a show that neither of you have watched or myself, but my wife does.
Band of Brothers?
Khloe Kardashian Revenge Body.
Good God almighty.
We'll get to it next.
Hey, guys, you've heard me talking about it. It's Moser here. You've heard Andy Lindahl talking about it. You heard Jeff from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic talking about it. Erectile dysfunction. It's not a bad word, man. It can be embarrassing, I'm sure. It can be a bit daunting. You feel like, hey, man, I'm not going to be able to perform. What's the story here? Fact of the matter is, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic exists because they can help you. They can fix you. Enjoy the rest of your summer and beyond with your partner. Do yourself a favor. If you're dealing with any sort of form of ED, don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. Get it taken care of because these are the expert success rates, well over 90% successfully treated tens of thousands of men on the front range. Schedule your consult today. It's only $99. You got the consult, you got the T, the PSA test, and medically advised in the office a test dose. If it doesn't work, your appointment's free, but it's going to work. You're going to be happy, and you're going to be well on your way to fixing yourself. Do it. Don't wait anymore, man. Take advantage of the opportunity right now. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane live every day of training camp for you on this beautiful Tuesday morning. And I say beautiful because it's overcast. It's a bit humid out. The dew point in Denver this morning, for those weather freaks out there, the dew point at its highest in 17 years. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Cool, Carl.
What does it mean? That means
point?
It's humid. It means you feel a little dewy.
Well, it feels wet. It just feels wet out
That's
here.
why he brought that squirt. That's what it feels like. It feels like you're on the East Coast. It feels like I'm in Rome again.
The temperature point at which the air can hold no more water.
No more moisture. It's almost like you're staring through clouds of moisture right here, ground level.
Yeah.
The dew point is higher than it's ever been in 17 years, Mark Mosher. That's what we have today. It's a beautiful football watching day when you compare it to yesterday, which was hot.
Warm. So my wife is she's a very smart person. She watches horrible television shows, though. And she says, I just want to turn my brain off. So she watches Real Housewives and Bachelor and all those
I think that's
shows.
what gals say sometimes when they don't want to own up to the fact that they like trash.
Could be.
Okay, I just
Could be.
Oh, you know what? It's just mindless stuff. I'm so busy during the day with so many things in my mind. My job is so important, right?
Yeah.
I take care of our little girl, right?
Yeah.
I got bun in the oven type of thing, you know.
We all have our guilty pleasure television.
So she doesn't need to hide it with the fact, one of that kind of thing.
There's a show called
like me. Trash.
There's a show called Khloe Kardashian's Revenge Body, and here's what the show's about.
So which one? Just help me out because I've seen a couple.
Which
episodes.
one's married to?
Which one is
Lamar
Khloe?
That's her.
Okay.
She was the bigger bodied one.
No. She was married to, I don't know, Tristan Thompson. Wasn't she dating him?
Who was the bigger bodied one?
That was
three
her.
of them. That was Khloe.
Now she's married to Travis Barker, right? The drummer for Blink-182.
No, that's the younger one. That's the younger one. Here's the point. Forget which Kardashian it is. One of the Kardashians has a show called Revenge Body, and the show is all based around this. Guy breaks up with chick mostly because guy thought chick was fat. That's what the show is. And then she gets her in shape to stick it to him. Say, look what you missed.
That's the motivation.
Look how hot I am.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Luka Doncic might be on that show.
Oh, yeah. He's trying to prove it to Dallas. He's trying to
Have
prove
you
it
seen
to Dallas.
Luka?
Oh, he looks like a complete. I didn't recognize him. They showed that cover of, was it Men's
He's on
Health?
Men's Health?
They showed the cover of Men's Health, and there's no way that's Luka Doncic. His face looks different. It's a completely different human being.
It doesn't look like him. Is there any? There's got to be some touch-up going on there too, right?
You know what it's like?
What?
Have you guys seen, and one of our deepest condolences after the death of Ozzy Osbourne. We weren't here the day he died. But his daughter, what's her name?
Kelly.
Kelly. Do you remember her during the show?
Yes.
Versus her now?
Yes.
Not even the same person. No idea who that is.
A lot of surgery going on there.
I don't know what it is. Not even the same person. So no surgery for Luka, not that I know of. But my God. Now, just because he lost all that weight, just because he got slim and trim and added some muscle and some tone, things I'm very familiar with, just because he went down that route, this does it necessarily mean he's going to be a better basketball player?
No.
That's my
point. It doesn't fix his defense.
It doesn't. Sometimes you alter your body like that, and it happens a lot in golf. You alter. Ask Tiger Woods about that. Ask Bryson DeChambeau.
Ask David Duval about that.
Ask alter your body.
CeCe Sabathia. He got skinny and he couldn't pitch anymore.
Yeah. You alter your body, your content, just the way you move, and it affects your game. I am not so sure just because Luka is suddenly a toned gym teacher, he's not necessarily going to be a better basketball player.
Doesn't mean that, but when you're Nico Harrison, you have to give a reason as to why you would trade away a generational player at 25 years old, and a big portion of his reasoning was what?
He's not in shape.
He's not in shape?
You know what? In the grand scheme of things, if I'm Luka Doncic, I'd be embarrassed.
About?
I'm embarrassed. Here's why I'm embarrassed. It took you to get traded, one of the biggest trades, if not the biggest, most surprising trade in NBA history, to tell yourself you needed to get in shape? You weren't proud enough of your game? You didn't have enough common sense to get in shape, to quit
You've never had something like that happen to you, though, where, like, you face some sort of rejection and it motivates you in some way?
But what rejection? They were asking him to get in shape in Dallas. They didn't do anything bad. They didn't. Everybody makes it sound as if they were asking him to do something that was outright illegal. Hey, guy. Hey, fella. We're paying you the max. How about you get in shape?
Yeah.
Why is that asking too much?
Well, probably.
But he wouldn't do it.
Here's the funny thing. Luka has done this in the offseason before, by the way. He has slimmed down in offseasons.
Not like this.
Not like this, but he has slimmed down in offseasons, and then it just put it back on.
I'd be embarrassed. You guys are looking at this Luka transformation as, oh, man, look at that. He's showing Dallas. I'm looking at it differently. He's showing his true colors. He's a lazy ass.
Okay, but hang on. Luka was, even when he was in Nico Harrison's mind, fat and out of shape, carrying them to an NBA Finals appearance.
Understood.
So he's probably thinking, what is the problem? Like, I'm playing well enough to make the finals. What's going on?
Okay, if that's the case, then why get in shape now? Why not just have the same mentality?
I think, as a bleep you, I don't know.
No, I think it's because he knows deep down inside he can be better.
Sure.
Deep down inside, he knows that if he pushes himself a little more, like any of us, he can be better.
Hey, man,
it's self-motivation, man.
How many years did it take Jokic to finally figure out that I should probably get down and slim up?
It took a couple years.
Yeah.
A couple. Just a couple. I mean,
and you know what? We defended Joker in those early years.
It was probably around the same age that Jokic is, or that Luka is, isn't it?
If you read the book, the Mike Singer book, in his early years, and I say his adolescent years, he was still a rotund baller. And one day, it just hit him, and they got him in shape. And it changed his life.
That's what I'm saying. When Jokic slimmed down, he's 30 now, right? So that was 4 years ago? I mean, it was right around the same age that Luka is. Maybe it clicked the same way that it clicked for Jokic.
It's funny, though. When you look at the pictures side by side of Luka now versus Luka just a year ago.
A few months ago.
He was fat.
He was.
I mean, just look at his neck.
I mean, dude, I said this to Jesse. I remember when we went there, it had to be right. Because Jokic got in really good shape mid-season of 1 year. And if you guys remember, we went to that media day before the season started, and Jokic, who was already big, looked big. You guys remember that?
Sure.
Where he was as big as we've ever seen Jokic. And it was a surprise to a lot of different people. I just think maybe sometimes you're a young kid, you're having success, you're like, I'm fine, what do you mean?
This is producing numbers.
And maybe it just clicked hey, I can be even better. I
don't
know.
All right, here. I'm glad we got to this segue because I'm not afraid to go here. Damn Care Bear writes in, this whole conversation is a slippery slope. Everything you're saying is what people have been yelling at Jamal about.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're yelling about.
Yep.
And that's why those questions have been posed to John Wallace, to David Adelman, to Ben Tenzer, to Josh Kroenke. And they've talked about it. Now, it's not to the extent of a Luka, I don't think.
No.
But being in shape can mean different things. Cardiovascular shape, physical shape, basketball shape. There's different in shapes. Just because you're skinny, and I want to get that out there too, like a skinny dude doesn't mean you're in basketball shape.
No.
Farthest from the truth. Basketball shape's a different deal.
I think there's one difference with Jamal. Luka and Joker were always bigger. That was the thing with Luka. Luka was always just kind of a fluffier sort of guard. Jamal's thing was Jamal was in really good shape and then fell out of it, which is different.
Listen, I will never, and I'm sorry to say this and to be blunt and to get, you're a professional athlete. Your body makes your checks for you. Your body pays the bills. I will never be sympathetic to a professional athlete who doesn't put his body in the right shape and the right form to ply his sport.
Oh, I got a question.
I'm not doing it.
This is going to be perfect then.
It's ridiculous.
Your
job is literally to work out.
Okay, hang on.
I'm paying you a lot of money. Work out every day.
I agree. There's just a specific case here that I want to bring up to you and see what you think. Do you guys remember last year, Florida, the Gators? They had a defensive lineman who was 450 pounds.
Yeah.
Remember that guy?
Yeah.
So that guy.
Oh, he's he's not so happy today, is he?
So
he's not so happy today in Tampa's camp.
So he's with Tampa. He's not allowed to practice because he's not in shape. And my whole thing with Tampa was, the dude was 450 pounds when you signed him.
Yeah,
what do you want him to be? Like, what? Did you really think he was going to pass the conditioning test when he first got there? His job is just to be huge and be in the way. That's what I don't get. You can't sign a 450-pound guy and be like, you're not playing until you're in better shape.
He's a 450-pound defensive tackle. I mean, you put him in the trenches. How do you even move the guy?
Look at him.
And they say
look at him.
He's supposed to run 10 laps per practice. Every picture I've seen of him, he ain't running.
You know how many times
he's doing a nice slow saunter like an old lady down the streets of Rome.
Brett, over the years, you know how many times we've seen oversized offensive or defensive linemen off to the side, not allowed to practice because
a ton.
They didn't meet their physical standards.
They weren't 450 pounds when they signed with the team. That's a little bit different.
Yeah, if you're
Vic,
3 Bills,
you're not allowed to be on my basketball court until you grow 3 inches.
Yeah,
that's what you're asking this guy.
Well, message to professional athletes, man. Again, I don't understand it. You're paid money to play a sport, to use your body physically. We get paid to talk. That would be like us. Not. Give me a good analogy. Give me a good analogy for us.
We spent a weekend at a rave screaming, and we don't have our voice anymore.
Exactly. Get in shape. This is not hard. If you're not in shape, you don't deserve to play. You don't deserve a contract.
Wait, does that mean
I don't understand why people would congratulate Luka Doncic for getting in shape. Oh, good. Look at Luka. He's showing it to the Mavericks. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed that it took a monumental trade to convince you have to transform your body to play at the highest level.
This is a slippery slope because I feel like my voice would be better if I smoked a bunch of cigs. But I don't want to do that.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem is you're going down the T. Willie path now.
Yeah.
You're trying to justify it. You and Sanford, you two guys want to hammer a dart so bad. Just go do it.
It would make me better at my job. Though, if I had a voice
it would.
like
Yes,
that.
yeah, it absolutely would. In fact, if you want me to buy you a couple of
isn't a
packs and
selfish
bring
thing.
them in tomorrow, I'd be more than happy to.
Broadcasting from Broncos Park.
Chesterfield non-filter. How about that?
No, I can't. You can't.
If you want the goods, you got to get the goods.
I want a pipe. I want pipe tobacco.
Okay. All right, Sherlock. Get the break.
Broadcasting from Broncos Park, as we are all week this week.
Dude wants a pipe.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country.
You want a squirt?
And a smoke.
Want to have a little squirt and a smoke? That sounds like a pretty good day to me.
Back after this. not to be a tattletale, but Vic's out here going, hey, man, can I just look at one text, man?
I know.
Can I just one text, man?
I know.
No, please, man. Just let me see it, man.
He's got a problem. The kid's got a problem.
I haven't looked at the text line for 6 months. That's the first time I've looked at it in 6 months.
Kid's got a problem,
but
Brett.
You're like Tyrone Biggums, though.
Yeah.
I was around your computer. I noticed something about our last topic concerned, and that guy responded. I wanted to respond to his response.
You clowns are not consistent at all. When the radio dude in Kansas City was calling Patrick Mahomes fat, you guys said you were good with him having some weight on him. Not it's going you get. All right, see, this is why I can't read these. I don't know what that last sentence says, but here's the difference, bro. Being a quarterback and taking hits from guys who are 300 pounds, you probably need a little weight on you.
Jake Plummer put 30 pounds of weight on each football season.
That is actually a little bit of their responsibility is to be a little bit thicker.
Number
for stuff
2,
like that.
It's the off season. He's chill. You think he's going to look like that mid-October, mid-September when he's ready to go? Number 3, he's Patrick Mahomes. He's not exactly a track star. He doesn't need to be svelte. He needs to be Patrick Mahomes. Number 4, he's never had a history of issues with his body like Luka Doncic. Number 5, give me a number 5.
Number 5, maybe
you're wrong.
He probably plays better at that weight and that comfortability level anyway.
Not even the same thing.
I don't know that Luka is going to be any better.
Number 6.
Is he going to shoot better now? I don't know that he
Number
is.
6, do you think that the Kansas City Chiefs would ever entertain a ridiculous trade of their franchise quarterback because he had a little bit of a handlebar issue in the offseason? Are you kidding me? It's not even in the same ballpark.
No.
Luka was fat. He was fat.
And now he's not.
That's on him.
Hey, so Courtland Sutton, big news of the day, he gets an extension. It's going to come out to what is essentially 2 more years in guaranteed money, but it's a 4-year, $92 million deal.
I love
overall.
everything about that contract.
So do I.
I love the fact that the Broncos did it. I love the fact that it echoes very well inside the dressing room. This is the dressing room hockey. The locker room. I like the fact that he's still going to be here. Bo Nix that's his guy. When Bo Nix has problems, that's his safety net. I like everything about it. He's a leader. He's a true Bronco. It's all good. I'm so glad it got done.
I also think he's being paid exactly what type of player he is. $23 million a year sounds exactly like what Courtland Sutton is in this league.
And don't you feel refreshed, boys? Don't you feel at ease when you got a guy who doesn't have an overinflated value of who the hell he is?
Yes.
Courtland Sutton knows exactly who he is as a player.
Yep.
He knows exactly what his value is. He knows exactly where he ranks. He knows he's not Justin Jefferson. He knows he's not T. Higgins or Jamar Chase or all these kind of guys. He slots in perfectly. And his ego's not so overblown that he has to blank this amount of bread.
He's a good dude.
Everything about it is terrific.
He's a good dude who's valued in the room. And there was a time, guys, where I thought Courtland Sutton played his last game as a Denver Bronco, and that was the final year of Russell Wilson, where they would lose these devastating home games.
Yep.
They wouldn't look good, and you walk into the locker room, and he didn't even want to talk to the media. He had to be coerced into talking to the media.
Courtland was pissed when they let
He
Russell
was really,
go,
really
too.
mad, yeah. And when they let Russell go, if you guys remember,
He was
go
mad.
back. He ran off a couple tweets and social media posts saying he wasn't happy about it. I thought he was gone.
Speaking of, there's a bunch of guys that are waiting for their turn to get paid. They've paid a bunch already. They've given Pat Surtain his money. They've given Courtland his money. They paid Bolles. They paid McGlinchey and Ben Powers in these off seasons. Quinn Miners just got one. The guys that are left, Benito, Zach Allen, and there's one guy that is doing kind of what Vic was just alluding to with Courtland Sutton. John Franklin Myers has no idea of voicing his displeasure that he has not been paid. Now, he is still doing things, but you look at his social media pages, he'll be the first one to tell you he is severely underpaid in his mind. First one. And I'll tell you this much. I think John Franklin Myers is a hell of a player. I think he's really good and incredibly necessary to what the Broncos D-line wants to be.
Well, you can't sign everybody.
That's the thing.
At some point, you have to make a decision.
Yep. And I think he might just be odd man out.
Can somebody please instruct me on what happened as to why the New York Jets saw fit to let him go?
Same situation.
I think it was money.
Yeah, they brought Rodgers in. They were retooling some things.
Well, no, they went and got what's his face, who wouldn't play unless
Hassan
they got
Reddick.
Yeah, they got Reddick, and which was a total disaster because you don't trade for a guy unless you know he's going to sign with you, and that was a big fat mess. What I don't want is anything messy right now for the Denver Broncos, and I don't think that he's not a problem, Brett. He's not a malcontent talking about JFM. He's not a it's not a daily thing. He just wants to be paid more money. So the question is, will it be here or will it be someplace else? I don't think he's a malcontent. I don't think he's a bad apple in the room or anything of that nature.
He's out there practicing.
He's out there. So, I mean, I just don't want to see anything get that far, and I don't think that it will.
By the way, yesterday's practice, first one in pads, was very quick. It was like an hour and a half. It ended with sprints.
Yeah.
They ran some wind sprints at the end. It was one of the fastest practices I remember at training camp. I don't know if it's because they're stacking up. I don't know if it's because they've had so many OTAs. But the old days, the 3-hour sessions and then another one in the afternoon, 2-a-days, they're just not practicing as much.
It's.
Do you remember how much they used to run? I mean, the 2-a-day deal.
I would love to throw a guy from today. A guy who's like, oh, man, this is hot and it's sweaty and it's a pain in the butt. Throw one of those guys into Dan Reeves like 1992. How does that sound?
It's kind of like the.
I mean, you'd be like, just keep an eye on this guy because he's going to flip his lid.
Yeah, but if you grew up in it, they aren't going to do it
I
that
suppose.
way.
But if you – and it's all so different now. I'll tell you what, though, modern sports – one thing I've noticed, the Denver Broncos, it really was Shanahan. Shanny started to practice very efficiently, Brett, very, very efficiently. Even if he had 2-a-days, he practiced very efficiently.
Yeah.
Jared Bednar and the Avalanche, their practices are incredibly efficient. They get the most out of their time on the ice. That's what I saw here yesterday with the Denver Broncos as well. Incredibly efficient, just getting the most out of your time. I mean, guys are hustling to the next drill. Guys are hustling to their position groups. Guys are hustling into the huddle. It's let's go, let's go, let's go. We don't have a whole lot of time to screw around.
Yeah.
My favorite part of practice is when they run different routes, and one of those routes is always a go route down the sideline, and quarterback has to throw a perfect shot, and it's always to the corner of the end zone. Devon Vele had a catch on the right sideline that was phenomenal.
That the tip with one
Tipped
hand.
it to himself.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Yep.
Now, they're playing against air most of the time.
But you still got to make a catch.
Exactly. That's why it's hard to execute and say, well, every single play is so exciting. Those are the ones that get the fans excited.
It's funny, like they're just starting practice and they're doing it's essentially a walkthrough on steroids. There's jogging, right? And then one of the quarterbacks, Bo Nix, uncorked one. It was that play. There was Troy Franklin was one. The DBs are literally not allowed to knock the ball down during this drill.
There was one pass to Pat Bryant over the top, right? And Nix basically just kind of stood back and just lobbed it over the top. He lollipopped it over the top of everybody about 40 yards.
Yep.
And the DB's not allowed to touch the player nor touch the football. The pass must be completed. And Bryant catches it at the 3, sort of strolls into the end zone, and the crowd goes crazy. And I'm going, well, okay. I mean, listen, they're excited because they saw a guy catch a 40-yard pass, right? But I'm like, and they know that I'm sure that they know that the DB's not allowed to cover him. The DB's just sort of hovering in the area.
Yeah.
It's not, nobody's really trying to cover anybody, and you certainly can't touch the football.
Right.
So I ran into Greg Penner yesterday, and I did not want to bring up the whole stadium thing because I know they're not ready or willing to say what they have in mind. Obviously, there are a lot of stories out, a lot of reports. We've reported it here. The likely landing spot, will be the Burnham Yards area. Near downtown Denver, not too far away from the current stadium. They're not ready to talk about it yet for various reasons.
Sure.
Story today in the Gazette about the Burnham Yards rail yard. Let me start. I just have something to say, but let me start by saying this. How many of you guys here, and Jesse, I know you're a Colorado native, how many of you guys have ever visited Burnham Yards for whatever reason?
I have.
Okay,
multiple times.
For what reason?
I've gone to the Buckhorn Exchange and gotten a little bit lost, so I'm driving down through all those warehouses and by the train tracks and all that kind of crap.
But your intent
and looking for a place to park. I'm not going there to a widget factory.
Okay, your intent is not to go to the Burnham Yards rail yard to go visit that, but to go elsewhere.
My intent is to go take somebody to the Buckhorn and feed them Rocky Mountain oysters that they never had before and tell them what they ate.
All right,
Yeah, I go there.
All right, I've never.
throw
you know,
rocks at
I'm
trains.
born and raised here. My dad worked in the railroad, worked for the railroad for 30 years. I've never been to Burnham Yard. There's no reason to ever go there. All right, it's there because it's old and frankly nobody uses it. All right, there's a group now, and I totally respect what they're all about because we're ripping up the history of this city left and right. But the historic preservation group in Denver is not happy with the fact that Burnham Yard is going down. And they're talking about this place as if it's, I don't know, Red Rocks, as if it's part of Denver. And here we are, we're not preserving another important monument to Denver.
It's not the Casa.
This isn't the freaking Coliseum here. It's Burnham Yards.
It's not Casa Bonita.
Nobody listening to this radio show right now goes to Burnham Yards to just hang out. All right, it's an old rail yard that's just sitting there, and there always has to be that group. And I'm reading this, and I'm not going to name names, but it's a neighborhood association. It's a historic district.
Those people are
it's
fun.
the registered neighborhood association saying that there's so much value in history and it means so much to this community, and it's quote disrespectful to grow and disrepair this area for a stadium. Disrespectful. When's the last time anybody in the city of Denver wanted to go visit Burnham Yards for any reason?
Brett, let me tell you what it looks like if you go there. In fact, you can Google it if you want to.
I want to go to the Buckhorn, though.
Okay. Well,
should we play golf Thursday and then go to the Buckhorn?
We probably should.
I think we should.
Okay. The way that we prepare the Rocky Mountain oysters, you probably take a bite.
Okay.
But it's buildings, it's warehouse type stuff, it's old railroad tracks. There's a ton of weeds, Vic.
And there's weed warehouses.
There's weed warehouses. It's very unkempt in places.
Weed and weeds.
And you'll find giant old slabs of concrete where something used to be with weeds growing through it and then cracked and then kind of tilted sideways part of it. You know, it's blight. It should be a blight.
It's a blighted area. Nobody goes there.
It really is a blighted area.
And for people to turn around these neighborhood watch programs, all this stuff, it's part of Denver history. No, I grew up in Denver. I know what Denver history is. And I'm sorry to tell you, nobody cares about that area. A few people might. That area needs to be reinvigorated, re-energized. And the prospects of putting a stadium down there, you may not want to hear this, that's good for the city. That's not bad. There's a lot of things that happen in the words of progress that are bad for the city. I, like you, don't like seeing all these houses being scraped left and right and all the same type of homes being built. That sucks, right? You lose a sense of pride, a sense of tradition. You lose that. But in this case, nobody goes there for anything right now. Let them go there for something.
I get two things to say. Number one, if you are part of an association that has neighborhood in it, you and me are not the same, okay? Nobody likes the neighborhood people. Nobody likes the HOA people. Nobody likes them. Okay, that's one. Number two, I think as a country, the only time we build pretty things anymore is when we build sports arenas. That's it. Think about this. Everything looks like a Home Depot until somebody wants to build a stadium, and then it's gorgeous.
Listen, there are some pretty buildings downtown. You know, the jail, the jail when it went up looks kind of pretty.
What's the building? What's the building that's down in Lodo that's got like the grass and trees growing on the side of the? You know what I'm talking about? It's right in the middle.
Yeah,
that thing's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Listen to me. I'm all about preservation of tradition. I'm all about it. I love it.
We're not tearing down the Molly Brown house.
Nobody wakes up in the Metro Denver area on a random Tuesday morning and says, "Hey, Dad, can you take us to the Burnham Rail Yard?"
It really is blighted, man. I'm not trying to cast aspersions at anybody. There's a nice little neighborhood on the east side. The Buckhorn is across the street on the east side, okay?
Hey, while I'm at it, somebody said, would Vic talk about North Denver the same way? Yeah. While I'm at it, it's time to scrape Lakeside Amusement Park.
Yeah, it's kind of an eyesore.
It's time to. I grew up with that place. It's historic. It's traditional. But right now, it just sits there. And it's very little used. It's not what it used to be. And it looks awful.
Is it even used at all?
Tear it down.
Is it used at all?
Yeah, it's still used, but not the entire area.
Because the racetrack there has been sitting dormant for 40 years.
And it looks awful. And it looks bad on the eyes.
Yeah,
so,
it does.
Yeah, I'll take it to my neighborhood, too. No doubt about it. Tear it down. Build something. Progress.
Maybe that's where the facility goes where I can hang out with all the players. Like the Lakers guys
were
talking about
for
years
sure.
ago?
Yeah.
Is that the place?
Yeah, number one, fire everybody.
Number two, get the best
players. Number three, build a new facility so that I can hang out and be friends with the players.
Sounds like a good one.
Like a pretty easy
good
idea
plan to me. All right, 303-504-0925 out here at Broncos Park. Another day
Hold on a
at
second.
camp.
The 10-06-1 says Lakeside catching strays. Well, yeah, dude. When was the last time I was at Lakeside, Vic?
I grew up going to Lakeside, bro.
I've never seen a human being there.
I was at Lakeside, I want to say 2.5 weeks ago. I was at Lakeside. And I'm looking at it going, geez, Louise, it's a disaster. Then I drive by, I keep going to, was it 44th? And I look through the fence and I see the old Speedway.
Yeah.
Dude, it is a total disaster.
Now, if someone said to you, hey, let's redo Lakeside, reinvigorate the Speedway, and let's go back to doing what we did 30 years ago. I'd say, okay, let's go do that. But they're not.
They're not going to, and the neighborhood would never allow it either.
Because of the neighborhood watch.
Yeah, the HOAs, the neighborhood watch. What are they called? What were the angel people that were in New York City? What's their name?
Guardian Angels?
Guardian Angels, yeah.
All they did was beat up bad guys.
Yeah, with billy clubs.
Okay. Well, I mean, the bad guys are going down, right?
Was that cool back?
Well, hold on.
Wait. Was that cool back in the day? Did people think the Guardian Angels were like cool?
Well, no, I think it was just sort of like a vigilante group. I mean, they were.
Guardian Angels.
Batman
were there to help protect
people like Batman.
No, they were just there to help protect people. I mean, so that it would reduce the temptation of criminals to attack people on the subway.
You guys are
and
both
streets
lost.
and all that.
Guardian Angels was a Catholic school in North Denver for years.
I'll tell you this right now. If I brought a
Remember
billy
that, Jesse?
club,
You went to Guardian Angels? Right up. Guardian Angels, baby.
Guardian Angels.
Used to beat your ass in
You're gonna
football all the
feel
time.
good inside.
Hey, all I can say is that if I was about to walk out the front door, and I looked at my wife, billy club holstered in my belt loop, and I put on that red beret, I said, honey, I'll see you in a bit. I don't think my wife would stay with me if I was going out wearing that at night. Don't worry, I'm going to get the bad guys. Unless, of course, they have a gun, and then I'm no longer getting bad guys anymore.
So, to conclude the topic, the reason why...
Don't join the Guardian Angels.
No, the reason why the Broncos are not open to talking about, the new stadium right now, they're not willing to go there. There are so many things that need to happen, so many I's to dot and T's to cross that still need to happen before they can proceed with this. And this is just another example of one. Every time you step across a neighborhood, someone's going to get mad about something. This is just another example.
303-504-0925, back after this.
Oh, my God, no.
You don't like Starship? Is this Starship?
Oh, you know what? I don't know how it happened, but somehow this song got stuck in my head yesterday afternoon, and I friggin' hate this song. And I don't know how in the world this possibly happened to me yesterday. I don't know how in the world Nelly came up with it today. I hate this flippin' song.
Sounds like you're just knee-deep in the hoopla, Moj.
Jesus God. Lord, take me. Meteor, take me now. Is there an alien spaceship cruising through our galaxy
Yeah, they're
here
looking
on their
for
way?
Squirt, zero sugar.
Well, come see me and then just crash me, man. Just do it. Just come beam me, man.
Hey.
Shoot me with your laser.
I want to get to Dion's stuff in just a second, but I want to read a post from somebody who is a fan of MAC football. He has a message for people in the SEC.
Okay, well, hold on a second. What we should do, I think, at this point is probably tell people which teams are in the MAC so that they understand what MAC football is all about.
Whose is this?
That's mine. Thank you.
You put it right here.
It's Mid-American Conference, okay? So it's Akron, Ball State, Toledo, Kent State, UMass, Miami of Ohio.
But you guys know MACtion. It's on Thursdays. It's late at night. They're
It
crazy
is fun
games.
to watch some
Like,
of those games.
Those guys
You always get
are
crazy plays and crazy finishes.
Those guys are great.
Here's a post. Somebody who's a MAC football fan posted on an SEC Reddit thread.
Okay.
Said, congrats on your 5-star recruits and $100 million facilities, SEC fans. Meanwhile, the MAC is out here playing real football in front of 14 people and a raccoon on a Saturday night during a blizzard. You ever seen a punter throw a touchdown to a long snapper while the scoreboard's on fire? Didn't think so. While you guys are busy arguing over frat-funded dynasties is slightly less fraudulent, Toledo's cooking up a triple reverse flea flicker in a game that ends 43-42 after 6 missed PATs, and the goalpost gets stolen.
So true.
That's not football. That's MACtion.
It's
you
so
wouldn't
true.
survive one quarter in Ypsilanti.
That's pretty much the case, yeah.
All right, greatest quarterback from the MAC.
Oh, the greatest quarterback?
Roethlisberger?
From
Yeah,
Miami of Ohio?
probably.
Yeah, probably.
Wait, is Romo in there?
I don't
was
think Eastern Illinois is the
They're
MAC.
not
No,
the
not
MAC.
Eastern Illinois. I was thinking Eastern Michigan.
Let's think about greatest players from the MAC. I mean, now you have to start thinking about.
I mean, holy cow, that'd be hard. There's got to be some guys who are some Bowling Green players. I mean, Urban Meyer coached there for crying out loud.
And Northern Illinois is in the MAC. Or no, he went to Eastern Illinois.
He went to Eastern Illinois,
Eastern,
correct.
yeah.
In Shanahan.
And Garoppolo, right? Did Garoppolo go to Eastern?
Jimmy
Yes.
Garoppolo?
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
You know the whole Eastern Illinois quarterback coach chain. I mean, here's how it goes.
Oh, boys.
Mike Shanahan.
Randy Moss.
Marshall's
No,
not.
you're right.
Marshall's not in the
Marshall's
MAC.
not in the MAC, though. Mike
They're not in the
Shanahan
MAC.
went to Eastern.
Yeah.
Sean Payton played quarterback at Eastern. Tony Romo and Jimmy G.
Garoppolo, yeah.
All right, here is NFL.com's top 10 MAC players of all time.
All right.
Michael Turner, that really good running back out of Atlanta for
pretty
a few
good.
years.
Yeah,
He
pretty
went
good.
to Northern Illinois.
Okay.
Greg Jennings of the Packers.
Okay.
He's a total stud.
Western Michigan.
Phil Villapiano.
Yeah.
Now he was
Bowling
part.
Green.
He was part of the 70s Al Davis Raiders. He was a mean
Look at that helmet.
sucker.
You're here to hit. You wear a helmet like
Yeah,
that.
a neck
It's
roll
like
like
one
that.
bar.
Yeah, he was a mean sucker.
Jerry Philbin,
No
a
clue.
defensive end out of Buffalo way back in the day.
Doesn't hit.
clue.
This ad will close in 3, 2, 1. James Harrison, Kent State.
Total stud.
Yeah.
James Harrison went to Kent State?
He's a MAC guy.
Oh, I had no idea.
Jason Taylor went to Akron.
Yeah, total
did?
stud.
Yes.
Yep.
Now we're in the top 5. Jason Taylor's
Okay.
number 5. Number 4, Antonio Gates out of Kent State.
There you go. Played hoops as well.
Yeah.
He never played college football.
Never did,
Never played a down of college football.
but 8-time Pro Bowler. Number 3 is Roethlisberger.
Okay, Big Ben.
Number 2, Randy Moss at Marshall. And Marshall was
At
in the
that
MAC
time
back in
they
the
They
day.
were in the
Yeah.
MAC.
And number 1, who would be better than Randy Moss
That's
out
a
of the
great
MAC?
question. I don't know. Who is
This ad will close in 3, 2, 1. Jack Lambert.
Oh, Jack Lambert.
Where'd he go?
Kent State. Kent State's got a run of
Yeah.
some really good players.
Someone on Twitch mentioned Edelman. Edelman went to, was it Miami of Ohio?
Julian Edelman?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, I think he was Miami of
I
Ohio.
think so, yeah. How about that? Your top 10 MAC players of all time, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, the
Just
fact that
for
we're
you.
talking some more college football is really good. We haven't talked about Coach
Well,
Prime yet. Yesterday.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, the press conference.
Football.
Press conference took place at 11 a.m., and I listened to a little bit of it.
I listened to the whole thing.
And as we told you on this show yesterday, it was going to be a serious topic, but thankfully they took care of it. He missed 4 months, essentially. He missed the offseason. and it's got to be important if you miss the offseason. Bladder cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And they removed the bladder. And it's apparently it's something that happens a lot. I'm not familiar with bladder cancer. But when his medical team explained to the media yesterday the whole process, it's curable. They consider him cured. I don't like the term cured when you have cancer, but that's another topic I'll get into on another day. I love the fact that he came out and had a press conference about it because it's important to tell men. And I'll ask you guys the same question I asked yesterday. When's the last time you had a physical? When's the last time they looked under the hood? Do you know the name of your primary care physician? Those are questions that men need to learn how to answer.
I went for the first time in years.
Good for you. Good. I mean, and truth be told, if he doesn't go get that physical, which I'm sure he had to anyway, he doesn't find out he has bladder cancer. And if they don't catch it early, we're having a different kind of press
he's in for his
yesterday.
regular tests to check for the blood clots and all that kind of thing, and then they see this, okay, they get that.
Is
and
that how they
see
found
this,
it? Were
and
they
go
scanning for clots, and then they
that
were
is
like,
that is correct.
Good. Yeah.
So they, the head to toe thing. He chose the more radical situation, and that is full removal of the bladder.
Well, the other option, and I had the same option given to me. You can go through radiation, but then you don't know if you get it all.
Correct.
Removal pretty much confirms, hey, we're taking this tumor out.
It would be like if a
with
woman
it.
is diagnosed with breast cancer, you can go get it, whatever. Hey, just take the whole thing and be as sure as you possibly can.
But when they mentioned they came up with another bladder through the small intestine, apparently that happens a lot. I had no knowledge.
I had no idea either.
But he had to relearn everything you have to do for a bladder. Peeing.
Well, he said
still dealing.
He said they're going to have a porta potty on the sideline.
Yeah, they're still dealing with that, Vic. I mean, you had to do that.
I had to do the same thing
after your surgery. You've been very open about it too, talking
and
about.
I don't mind talking about it because
you
know what? I didn't give myself prostate cancer.
Right.
He didn't give himself bladder cancer. I had to go shopping for underwear as well, for diapers. I had to wear diapers for a month.
Right.
I might be wearing some right now, and you may not even know about it.
Does it help your golf game?
Actually, very liberating.
Yeah. Obviously, number one, first and foremost, is we're glad that it seems to be they're using the word cured. I'm kind of with you on that.
I don't
Vic,
like that word because you've been through it too,
yes.
right? You've been through it too, and you know exactly what I mean by that.
Yep. I
when
don't
they
like
say,
that term either.
And they like to use that word, and when I say they, doctors like to use that word because when you have cancer, it's the only way that I can explain it. When you have cancer, no matter what they tell you, you're always fearful that the cancer will return.
Yes.
Always. You live in that fear.
Yep.
I mean, mine did. Mine returned 5 years later.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's different. But the word cure, I just don't like it. You're always battling. You're always looking over your shoulder.
Yeah. Yep.
Is that fair?
Yes, I'm with you on that. I'm glad that it's just positive news is the way that I would
Absolutely.
call it. Now,
I hope that when Coach Prime uses his porta potty, right, and he comes out of there, right, I hope the crowd every single time gives like it becomes a thing, like they give him a standing ovation, like yeah. You know, that guy. I hope that it becomes something along the lines of that because that would be really awesome, really funny, really cool. And the fact is, he's going to continue to coach. I saw
spoke about this, and people asked why didn't he come out and talk about his health issues in April, in March, in June? Why did he wait until now? It's very simple. You start telling people about a cancer diagnosis in March. And what do other recruiters do? What do other schools do?
They use it against you.
They will, like it or not. Moral or not.
And that's horrible, too. Yep.
It's going to be used against you. Oh, he's not coming back. I mean, he's going to be done. A switch to our school. So
and maybe he's just waiting at that time. That was probably, I would assume, around when the surgery was or recovery
and he was scared.
And he was scared to death.
Yeah, you're darn right, man. I mean, it's the last thing you want to talk about at that point.
Yep.
Now he's open about it because he's gone through the process.
Yeah. Yep. That makes total sense.
I've heard stories of coaches talking to recruits in the past, and the things they will use, this is before the whole NIL deal even, obviously, but the things that they will use about another coach and his family and all kinds of things,
sure.
I mean, it's so cutthroat and sickening, but it's the reality of the situation. So I don't mind that he waited this long. I found it very interesting that he kept it from Shiloh and Shador and didn't let them know because he's like, hey, you guys got your own things to do.
Well, I didn't tell my kids for the longest time because you don't want to deal with that aspect of it.
Right.
You want your kids to focus on what they've got going on.
Absolutely. And the fact, Vic, that he was so open about it yesterday reminded me of when you went through your situation and how open you were about it. It's incredibly helpful.
You know why I was open? You know why? Because I was scared.
Yeah, sure.
And you know what? You want everybody else reaching out to you to give you some advice how to deal with that fear.
Sure.
It had nothing to do with being courageous. You're scared.
Right.
And you hear that word, it's and he's gone through different ailments. He had toes cut off. You saw his shin bone. It's completely deformed.
Yep.
He's had health issues for the last 15 years. But there ain't nothing like the C word.
Nope. And on top of that, you mentioned it, Moj. The other good news outside of him being as healthy as you could expect in a situation like this is he's going to coach. Like, that isn't taking it away. I didn't think that yesterday was going to be some stepping away press conference. But, look, you never know in stuff like this. I mean, how many times have we seen a coach just at the end of the year, like, he's dealing with health problems, he's got to step down? Like, that happens all the time. But for me, I've been so excited to see where he can take the Buffs now that he's beyond the Shador, Travis Hunter era, and like it's just coach now.
Yeah.
It's just coach, and how do you deal with it with expectations? By the way, like the team won, was it 9 games last year?
Yeah.
Right.
9
games last year. How do you improve on that while having some major changes and major pieces of your success leaving?
You got the 17-year-old. You got the 17-year-old battling the kid from Liberty. I think their quarterback situation is going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be pretty damn good. Last thing in this regard, the fact that Rick George has been there every step of the way, right? And the fact that Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, has been there every step of the way, I also think that's really cool. You can't envision, Vic, before he takes this job, what the future is going to entail. But the fact that he vociferously thanked Rick George and almost got to the point of tears yesterday when talking about his man, that's really cool.
Yep.
And I just wish everybody the best.
So when we come back, there's something I'm kind of excited about, a little bit excited about, that I bet nobody else really cares. But I'll explain to you.
Oh, that's great.
I'll explain it to you next.
Yeah, fun. It's Moj, and I've talked about my favorite auto dealership for quite a long time, and that's Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Greg Larson and his crew are absolutely fantastic. And get this right now. Here we are in July. Beautiful summertime. 0 down, 0 payments for 3 months on your new purchase. 0. That's what you're going to pay up front as well for 90 days. You got to take advantage of it. I mean, they've got 0% financing right now on almost every single Ford, Lincoln, Mazda out there. 1,100 vehicles sitting there waiting for you to take advantage of this opportunity. I'm talking about cars, trucks, SUVs. Go do yourself a favor and get the 0 at Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield, or go online at sthmotors.com. sthmotors.com. Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, back at Broncos Park, another day of training camp for the Denver Broncos. In the meantime,
Just saw from Brian Howell during the break that Charlie Offerdahl is retiring from football with the CU Buffs because of a concussion situation.
That's too bad. He was a great
That does
story,
suck.
man.
Dakota Ridge walk-on
Yeah.
dude, got a scholarship in Prime's first year. Pretty good story, right?
Yeah, it's too bad.
Hey, I smell a burger someplace. Where the
So
hell is
do
that?
I. There's barbecue going on.
Dude, I need some Jesse, where's that barbecue coming from, bro?
It doesn't
It's
surprise
right over
me.
there. They weren't there yesterday, were they? Oh, really?
Remember
Oh,
that time Moser showed up with a full burger menu at like 9:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
Burger and fries. Where'd you get that again? Or was it?
In-N-Out.
In-N-Out, that's right.
Yeah, give me some In-N-Out at 9 in the morning, man. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
I know what
You
Moser's
guys act
try-
like it's some – you guys are so weird about that kind of thing. I
Hang
don't
on.
get it.
I know what you're trying to do.
What?
But you will not stop me from my 2 minutes of Rockies talk for a second.
Oh, for crying
Because the
out
Rockies
loud.
came back and won last night. They're 6-4 in their last 10 games. But here's the good news. You guys taking a look at 23-year-old brand new first baseman Warming Bernabel?
No.
2 dingers in his first 3 games in the bigs.
That's really cool.
Had one last night. And his name is Warming, which I think is cool.
Yeah.
But if you saw the homer that he hit last night, it's just a turn and rip. And again, I know you guys don't care about this stuff, but this is – you want to see what raw power looks like, Mo?
I sure would, yeah.
Just a little flip the hips and
yeah.
rip that.
Where's he from? Give me some intel. What's he all about?
Your farm league system. I don't, like, where's he from as a person?
No,
I have
no,
no
just
idea.
he's a farm league system product. He's,
Yes,
he didn't come
yeah.
in via
Dominican
trade.
kid.
Okay.
Dominican kid.
Gotcha.
But first couple of games in the bigs, couple of homers, getting
Nice.
a little pop out of first base.
Okay.
Rockies win last night.
He's probably the
There's your
first
update.
person in the entire planet that I've ever heard with the name Warming.
I know.
As
cool.
in
I thought
global.
I thought you said Warren.
No, warming.
His name is
like,
Warming.
Like it's warming up outside.
Interesting.
Warming Bernabel.
So they've won 6 of 10?
6 of 10, baby.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a little hot streak.
They're still 50 under.
Yeah, but I mean, if they can avoid the all-time record.
Yeah, they're 28 wins now. The all-time is at 42. Do they have to another like 15 wins? I think puts them in out of that conversation. They can get there. Come on, Mo. 6 of your last 10. Let's go.
28 and 78. That adds up to, let's see, 98, 106 games. So we've got 150.
150 or
150.
no, 56.
56 games left.
Yep.
Yeah, you got 56 games to go.
Yeah, I feel good about them. And there's your Rockies update, your 2-minute Rockies update for today.
You know, one thing I don't miss about Europe, Moser, you know,
It's so stupid.
when you open a bottle cap for like a water bottle or a Coke bottle or anything in Europe, do you know what happens?
Let him tell you what happens. It's annoying.
So you open the bottle cap here,
Yeah.
and the cap comes off.
Yeah.
Cap doesn't come off there. It's still held by
It's like on a
piece
little
of
hinge.
plastic.
It's like
it's
a
hinged.
two little tiny
So when
pieces
you're
of
On a
plastic.
bottle like this?
It's like
Yeah.
it's like a hinge.
Yeah. So when
and
you're
then we try to
drinking,
take a
you're like,
drink.
what's going on
The
here?
bottle cap goes into your face.
Yeah,
it's
like,
pretty
look,
annoying.
Why is this here?
Okay, can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
So Gatorade bottles.
Well, I'm thinking to
and some
myself.
things, and Propel bottles.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
You get them from the gas station. They have the same thing. They have the lid that flips, but it's the little the sucky spout top.
Yeah.
I like those.
I love those too.
I like those.
You know
I don't
why?
know why. I
You know,
like them.
I always go for those because I reuse them.
Yes,
Yes.
I like them.
It's like it's a free bottle.
Look, I'm drinking squirt, and I have no problem with the sucky spout. I'm good.
No, the sucky spout is
It's better.
ideal.
It's what I'm telling you. It's
I'm just.
better.
I agreed.
You can't do that with carbonated stuff, though. Carbonated stuff, it's too difficult.
In fact, if they gave me sucky spouts on wine, I'd use them.
I would totally
100%.
use, yes.
100%.
Want to get in business together?
It's my inner child.
Sucky spout
Yes.
wine cups?
Let's go.
I think we should do it. I got the idea, Vic. I know what to do. The Sucky Spout wine top, but it fits on the top of a bottle. Like, forget a glass. No, you just throw that sucker right on the bottle. Like, this is my bottle of wine tonight that I'm going to drink.
Jeremiah says, you two are dumber than my 8-year-old nephew who also couldn't figure out how to keep the cap flip down. When you're not used to the cap, Jeremiah, it gets a little
Jeremiah, what is the use of forcing me to keep the cap on my bottle? I want it off. Look, Jeremiah, it's a free country. Look at this. See? Look at this. Cap back on. They're forcing me to keep the cap? No. It's not how we play in America.
I will say, last thing I will say this. Italy's major cities, Italy's major cities are pretty filthy. They're pretty dirty. There's a lot of litter scattered about,
So that's
right?
why.
Yeah, but what's the point? I mean, when people take the bottle that you're done with and they throw it on the ground anyway, what's the flipping point of keeping the cap attached?
I
thought this was America.
Is this what they're concerned about in Italy? Like, I'm just like, all right. Anyway.
Yeah.
So,
exactly. It seems like they are. They shouldn't be because the place is kind of filthy in places. Anyway, what were you going to say?
That the Avs are going to print money this year. If this rumor is true that they're going to use those blue Nordiques jerseys as their third jersey.
Oh, God.
Those things are beautiful.
You know the white ones? Those Nordiques.
The white ones were so sharp.
The white ones were rad because it was a throwback, right? It was a throwback, but also current with the current colors and whatnot. It was with the burgundy.
Yep.
Those went like hotcakes, and once they stopped producing them, dudes, they produced no more. You cannot buy one anywhere unless it's like some sort of eighth hand out of China or who knows where they would make one. They're certainly not real or anything like that. But those went like crazy. These will go like crazy.
Yeah, they're just going to print money, aren't they? At altitude
I think the old Nordique sweater is I think it's one of the prettiest sweaters in the history of hockey.
Like this one right here?
The old Sakic right there, yeah. Totally awesome.
How do the folks in Quebec feel about the Avs
I've wondered that
using their old logo?
They love it.
Do they? Okay, I'm just curious.
They have no problem with it.
Well, because the people in Houston don't like the Tennessee Titans
using the Oilers stuff.
Yeah,
that is correct.
So I was curious how Quebec felt.
Anybody I've ever talked to from Quebec has been a remarkably good Avs supporter, or they're immune to everything.
I would assume Seattle.
They don't hold any grudge or any angst or anything.
Seattle would hate OKC using their stuff.
Well, anybody basketball fan in Seattle hated the fact OKC won the title. They didn't like it.
Yeah.
They felt they stole their team, and here they are. So
Yep.
that's just the way it works. Like, I didn't have any ill will for the New Jersey Devils when they stole the old Colorado Rockies hockey team.
They didn't really. I mean, what they did, it's much like Utah. The New Jersey Devils basically.
What did they settle on again? What's Utah's name?
It's the Mammoth.
That's right. They cheated.
Yeah,
they took ours.
They did. But here's the story.
Give me two.
It's like a brand new franchise. That's what the New Jersey Devils were as well. They didn't carry anything over from the Rockies or before the Rockies, any of those records, any of those players, anything. It's like they started a brand new franchise in New Jersey, even though McMullen bought the Rockies and moved them to Newark, essentially. East Rutherford.
Have you guys seen what the Chargers are going to wear on Hall of Fame? They're playing Hall of Fame night, are they? Is it?
No,
it's not the Chargers.
No, they're playing in Brazil.
Oh, okay. Have you
first
seen,
week of the season?
Wait, actually, yes, I think it is. I think they are playing the Hall of Fame game, though.
Have you seen the jerseys and the top and bottom they're wearing? Look it up. Pull it up. And tell me what you think. I've always had, like it or not, an affinity for the Chargers powder blues. I don't know why. Maybe powder
because
blue
because they're pretty.
They're pretty. And because they're pretty, they've never played above the fray because their uniforms are too pretty. Maybe that's it. But what they're going to wear for this HOF is just a thing of beauty. I really like these uniforms a lot. Not as last year when the Broncos unveiled their throwbacks, that's as good as it gets, right?
Yeah.
I thought those things were
great.
But the Chargers throwbacks are equally beautiful. You guys can't find them, can you?
No.
They're going to wear white jerseys with powder blue pants.
Yes. That's exactly what they are.
Wow. Okay. Chargers uniforms, white with powder blue, white tops, powder blue bottom. Why am I doing this right now on the show?
As a colorblind guy trying to describe these to you, I'm not doing it any good.
You're a colorbound guy? Yeah, you are a colorbound guy. I've always known that about you. Hey, Brett, I've been colorbound since I was born. Here's what it looks like.
That's
right
what
here.
It is right there.
So it's
Look
the
at
white
that.
with the powder
Look at how
blue.
sharp
I like that.
God, why does that look so good?
It looks so good.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Damn it, I hate to admit it.
It just pops off.
I hate to admit it.
Whether you hate the Chargers or not, they've had pretty killer I think even this, they're wearing these old, like the Phillip Rivers throwbacks. I think those ones are even
Well, those
awesome.
are Dan Fouts. And
yeah,
those,
like
those
just
years.
the bolts, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, of all the teams inside the division, the Chargers have never really been hated by Broncos fans and mostly because they've never really been rivals. They've never had really any big game,
Can I make another
situations. It's just the only guy that they really ever disliked was Phillip Rivers, and I think that people actually respected him.
As long as we're in admission mode, you may hate franchises and teams and still appreciate their color scheme and jerseys. I've always been a fan of Raiders jerseys.
Yeah, they're sharp.
It's just basic.
They're sharp.
It's just basic.
Yeah.
I've always liked it. Everything about it.
He's
the
right.
logo.
He's
I mean,
right.
come on. I mean, I don't root for them by any means, but you can't dismiss their jerseys.
I have to admit I have some favorite jerseys in the NHL.
That
you know which one I hate? I hate the Minnesota Wild. Hate them. Stupid, dumb name, bad jersey, bad colors. It's Christmas all the time. No, not going to do it. No, but the Chicago Blackhawks, that is a good-looking uni, man.
Yeah.
That's a good-looking, put-together piece of equipment. Okay, that's all I got. Anyway, so yeah, this Avalanche third is going to go like hotcakes. So I would advise people too, if you've got the money or you've been saving up for an Avs jersey and that's the one you want to go for, get one and sign up. I don't know how you sign up or when they come out or anything of that nature. If in fact this is what's really going to happen, I have no idea. I'm not in privy to that. But if it does come out that way, buy it and hold on to it because I doubt they'll make any more.
What else applies to that?
What?
Don't like the thing or the team or the person, but hey, I got to hand it to them. This thing's really cool. Like, how many of those can you think of off the top of your head? Don't want to give them a compliment, but you'd have to say, like, hey, pretty neat.
Yeah.
You know, like you were just talking about the Chargers jerseys.
The Buccaneers having a big ship in the end zone is kind of cool. They had a big old pirate ship in the end zone. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. But you don't hate the Bucs.
No, I don't hate them
So
at
it's
all.
got to be a team you hate?
Yeah, team, or it could be a dude. I mean, whatever.
I mean, the Dallas Cowboys suck, but I really like the clean look of the star and the silver and the blue. I mean, that's a
The star's
timeless,
pretty cool.
That's
You know
a
what the
timeless
Cowboy-
uniform.
You know what the Cowboys introduced, and I'll give Jerry all the credit in the world. They have in their stadium, and all these stadiums are starting to do it, they have a fan just standing section, a standing room only section.
Yeah.
That's really cool. And it's like a sort of a party area. No seats. They're just in the south end zone, just party and hang out.
Jerry Jones invented the party deck?
Well, Jerry Jones did it before the party deck, yeah.
Are you sure?
I am sure. Yeah. He had that area built.
How could you be so sure?
Before the party deck came
Yes.
into existence.
Yes.
You're on weed.
Go ahead and look at the history. Jerry Jones Dome was built before the party deck.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure. Why do you even have to? Why are you insulting me by looking this up?
10th season.
No, that
in
was 2 years.
2023.
So it's been there 12 years.
Yeah, so
Party
since
deck.
2013.
It's an insult. I feel insulted here.
AT&T Stadium came into existence in 2009.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
So that's 16 years. It's 6 one way, half dozen the other.
All right. Good talk. Out here at Broncos camp again. Going to be out here all week this week. The big news happening yesterday, Courtland Sutton extension. I don't just like it. I love it. We'll get to that in a second. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Back after this.
But here's a 3rd and 1. Nix deep. He's got his receiver. Touchdown. Sutton. They beat McDuffie. The All-Pro Courtland Sutton lassos a 32-yard touchdown pass. And Nix with his 2nd touchdown pass today.
You know, what are the things that he does well? Certainly, he's a strong target. He's smart. He's one of our, I would say, clearly one of our leaders on this team. So there's a lot of things that he brings to the table.
What the word is, big Broncos win, you feel me, in the threads. Hold on, check me out. Check me out, in the threads, man. Broncos country showed out, man. Come on, man. Best fan base in the league, you feel me?
It's Courtland Sutton. We'll get to the extension in a second. There's one of 2 stories you can choose from, Vic. It's either what you just told us or what you were reading in the Denver Post. Which one would you rather start with?
Well, my problem is a common problem when traveling.
Which is?
It's a problem. A little stuffed up.
No, he's a little backed up. There's a difference.
You haven't exerted any pressure.
Right. He's a little backed up.
Yeah.
He's accumulating.
You just told me there was a story in the Denver Post that a couple was walking their dog one night and the dog got eaten by a mountain lion?
Yeah. I mean, it's awful. It's tragic. I mean, they were walking on a trail that they always walk, and all of a sudden a mountain lion came upon them and took their dog. See you later.
That would be, first of all, horrifying, terrible.
Yeah. What would you do?
Well,
what would you do in that situation?
So was the lion just like, I want that. You guys can go.
Well,
I just want
smaller
how
dog.
does it?
Well, it's like a little. It looks like a little white fluff dog.
I know, but how,
like a Josie type of dog.
But did the people get hurt in this?
Well, let me read it to you. I'm not going to. The couple's name were on their nightly walk with their small white Kavashan dog. What the hell is that? Kavashan?
It's just a little tiny white dog.
About an hour after sunset, when their dog stopped walking and looked off as though he noticed something. Within 2 seconds, Bodie was dead. A mountain lion pounced from a nearby bush and stole the dog. That would be terrifying. Terrifying.
I'm not kidding. I got a tiny dog like that. Little Josie. Somehow still hanging on. Just hanging.
I think you should be taking her for a walk.
I will see a big hawk in the backyard circling the house. I'm like, you better get inside or you're going to be lunch.
Well, dude,
okay?
Watching animals in the wild is pretty fascinating to me. I put this big fish pond in my old house. Big old fish pond. Had fish in there, had some koi, some big old koi in there.
That is such a Moser thing.
That is.
It is.
That is
Would you
Moser
shut up for a second and let me explain?
Hey, let's install a fish pond, everybody.
It really wasn't that bright because it got cleaned out pretty quick. I had one of these,
more
cranes.
You need to
sitting
stop.
there.
You need to stop picking up hobbies that involve animals.
Dumb
they
hobbies.
all die.
They all died.
Dude,
bees died. Is fish died?
Fish get picked out of the water.
I saw a dude eat 2 off the side before I scared him away. A hawk came down and grabbed my big white koi and dropped him in the middle of the yard on accident, I'm sure. But the fish is out there in the snow. Flopping around. He's all bloody on his side. I threw him back in the pond. He was gone within 2 days. Like, they didn't care, man. It's like
no
going
hospital
to, it's like a drive-through for them. It's like going to McDonald's. Oh, yeah, I'll have the big white one. Yeah.
You said that fish was bleeding everywhere. You're like, I'll just throw it back in there. It'll heal.
What are you going to do? You leave him on the lawn?
Flush him down the toilet.
It's a big old koi, you knucklehead.
Flush him down the sewer.
Anyway, look, can I be honest with you? And I love dogs. You got to be honest. You've had fantasies about an eagle coming by.
No.
Well, that dog's been a pain in your side, man.
It's been a pain in my butt ever since we've kept this dog. The dog's a zombie. It should have been dead years ago, and we kept it alive, and now the dog just doesn't care about anything. That's the worst thing. It's not that she's like, health-wise, it's like the healthiest she's ever been, which is impossible. But it's her lack of care that bothers me.
Copy.
Our sweet Lucy, at the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
Good God. I can't get her to get over that. Maybe the greatest high school basketball call of all time.
Does anybody have that, though? Do you got a dog that's just old that's like, yeah, I don't care what you say. You can't punish me.
I just got back from vacation. Do you know what our carpet looks like right now?
That's the problem.
It's
I
a
had when I went to
minefield.
Nebraska, and that's what that dog is. That dog's like, oh, you guys are out of the house?
Yeah,
Cool.
I
Everything's
got
a
you.
toilet now.
Mm-hmm. Gonna party.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Courtland Sutton got a brand new contract. That's great news.
Like that?
Yeah, like that. They've been working on it for a while, and then it got done like that.
Mosh, I yell at the dog, and the dog like literally shrugs at me. It's like,
yeah, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
And what?
So Courtland Sutton's contract, a 4-year extension, really a 2-year deal, 2 years of guarantees.
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's exactly what – I mean, it makes him happy. It makes him valued. And the Broncos need him. They need that leader on the offensive
Absolutely
wideout
they
crew.
do.
It's a perfect deal in my estimation. I'm not one of those guys that's ever going to say, oh, why are they committing so much money? I mean, you know what? It's not your money.
That's not even,
Who cares?
Okay, hang on. I always say this to you when you bring that up, though. When it comes to players in a salary cap sport, it does matter how you spend your money. But this is a very good contract for the role that he plays here.
This might be a salary cap sport, but you know as well as I, there are ways around the cap in football.
Sometimes.
Like, come on. Signing bonuses and moving money around.
Ask
it's
San Francisco
much
if
easier.
they can just
I
get
get
around
it.
everything.
I get it. You get to a point of
You get to a point where no
you
return. You
paint
can't
yourself
do it.
into
Yeah.
a corner.
Yes.
I get it. But you still have – it's a lot easier to do it here in the NFL than it is in the NBA.
True.
And I would say this. There are other guys in that room who want to get theirs, on the defensive side of the ball especially, right?
Yep.
I would argue to you there's not one guy in that locker room, not one, that has any sort of, angst or jealousy over him getting that because he's that kind of guy for this team.
No,
so it sends a message. It sends a blast through the room that, you know what? If you mean that much to this team, we're going to take care of you. We're going to give you what's fair, but we're going to take care of you as well. Everybody is happy in this deal. The Broncos are happy. Courtland is happy. Fans are happy. Bo Nix is happy. The locker room is happy. Well, everybody's happy with this contract, and you should be.
You just hit on something. Pro sports is wild in this. It's one of the few careers where your salary's open records. Everybody knows what you make.
Yeah.
And your cohorts or colleagues, they know what you make. And you wonder how much of that enmity exists, how much of that jealousy and envy. Like, imagine if you in your workplace, we knew to the dollar what we made, right? Would you have a different reaction, would it make things uncomfortable?
I think for the most part, though, these guys are all happy when somebody gets paid. I don't know if they really stack up that way where they're like, you're making this, and I'm only making. I don't know if they do that.
Jealousy. Jealousy.
I don't know, dude.
Jealousy runs through the room. I can promise
think you're
you
wrong.
that.
I think you're wrong.
I get, but hang on. Courtland Sutton got paid. I saw a whole bunch of these Broncos players out here that were pumped for him.
Yeah,
they were like, "Yes, that's awesome."
And they should be because because it's a perfect contract and he's that valuable.
But they're also going to say, "Where's mine?"
Sure. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, for example, Raj, who just arrived. If you found out he made triple what you make, triple.
I'd put on the spot.
He's so far gone.
Raj does so much more work than I do, that would actually probably make sense.
When you see teams, though, when you see guys who are like, hey, man, how do I get my – hey, when you look at the Cincinnati Bengals, who's their big stud that they need to pay on the defensive end?
Hendrickson.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And when he looks at those three gigantic contracts on the offensive side of the ball –
but do you think he's jealous of T. Higgins? Or
I don't know.
Jealousy isn't the word.
Jealous is not it.
Jealousy isn't the word. It's I produce more. Whoever you are, you may say I produce more than so and so.
Okay.
So I deserve more.
Is T. Higgins worth more to the Bengals than Trey Hendrickson is?
Whatever.
Well, their answer was yes.
Whatever this conversation
that was their
is,
answer.
Hey, these conversations are taking place in college locker rooms now with the advent of their financial deal. Trust me, it's happening. I mean, public. When numbers become public like that, and I've always wondered why. For example, why are coaches' salaries not public?
I've wondered that too. It should
because
be
it's
that
not
way.
under the salary cap and it doesn't affect the distribution.
I
of funds for a
suppose,
team.
but I've always thought that they should be too. They are in college. I guess because most
it's a
are
state school,
public employees.
not if it's a private school.
Yeah, you're right.
Do we know what Mike Krzyzewski made per year at Duke? Do you have any clue?
Is Duke a private school?
Yeah.
Well, then why would you know?
I don't know.
Like, do you know what your boy at Notre Dame has? What's his name again?
I don't know the exact figure. I'm sure there's public knowledge
Freeman.
of what he makes. I'm sure there's public knowledge, and I know he's not one of the top 10 highest paid I know that.
Let me tell you something about your boy over there at Notre Dame.
He recruits, boy.
He's got to knock it off. He can't have everything. He can't be that good-looking of a guy, along with that rich, along with that successful. That
he
can't have that combo of stuff, okay?
Mm-hmm.
only at the Irish, right?
He needs to have one of those, like nothing serious, but like a Najee Harris thing. Like maybe just get a little scar on your face.
I just think
be like Moser, where he's got a 3.5-inch scar in the middle of his face that he's trying to heal and hide.
I saw him. He was on ESPN the other day. He was on SportsCenter, and he was doing like some roundtable thing with his quarterback or something. And he's sitting there. I'm like, hey, too good looking. Too good looking.
Yeah, his skin is too good. Like he looks too good.
He looks like he just got done playing, and he's like 45 or something. Like, not fair.
Why is this a topic? Courtland Sutton's contract.
Because I'm not good looking, Vic. That's why.
It's a topic because the next person is going to say, all right, my turn. All right, JFM, Zach Allen.
Here's the thing, though.
It's my turn.
The my
Nick
turn
Benito.
guys, I don't think there's going to be another my turn for a while here on offense.
What about Nick Benito? Oh, not on offense.
On offense, I don't think
But
there
you got
is.
3 guys on defense, too, playing the same position.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I mean, Nick Benito, he's going to get paid. Whether it's by the Broncos or somebody else, he's going to get paid.
Okay, I talked about this.
And dude, Zach Allen and JFM in the trenches, they do not underestimate how well this defense has been put together in terms of guys that know their role and guys that pull for each other.
Let me ask you guys something. Talked about this with Berto last week a couple different times. Benito, All-Pro last year. Every team needs a all-pro level edge rusher if you want your defense to be up to snuff, and he certainly provides that. It's also been like 1 year of him doing it. He's said that they're in negotiations, but he's leaving it up to his agent. He's not like actively involved, right? One of two things feels like, this is my guess at what's happening. The Broncos are looking at the market. Like T.J. Watt, I think, is getting $40 a year on this new contract.
I think he's the highest paid defensive end in the league.
Him and Myles Garrett are both getting like
maybe
up
Garrett's
around
right
40.
there. Yeah, they're right there.
If he's saying, hey, I'm an all-pro edge rusher and it's my turn to get paid, I want $38 million a year, I think the Broncos are like, yeah, not yet. But let's say that he has another season like he did last year, then he's got even ammo to command it. Would you rather give some guy, how about $31 million a year now, or would you take the risk and be like, I haven't seen it over multiple years. How about you prove it to me?
See, that's where I am, and that's probably unfair to Benito because you always – you want to pay a guy for what you think he's going to do, right?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be paying Benito if you paid him that kind of money for really what he's done because it's only been a small sample size.
Yep.
God, if I'm the Denver Broncos and I'm George Payton, I would just be like this. Can you just give me one more of those? Just give me one more year of that.
Like in
one
this
more
case,
year of that, then we're all good, and it may cost me even a little bit more, but give me one more year.
Here's the difference to me, Vic. PS2, you knew was going to be here. There's no question. You're like, I don't care. We could sign you now, next year.
Right.
We could have signed you last year. Like, we knew you were going to be here. I don't know if Benito's done enough to put himself in that category. So would you run the risk of waiting? He has an even bigger year, and then you pay him even more money. Would you run that risk?
Well, there's hesitation because you're not sure. And if you're not sure, you should wait. That's just the way it should be. I mean, we've seen in the NBA with the Nuggets, right? We've seen deals made before it's time because they felt they were sure or they felt that this was necessary. Sometimes
I will remind people those led to a championship.
Yeah, exactly. So it worked, right? Yeah. If you win a championship, whatever you did worked.
Yep.
If you don't, it doesn't work. That's the end all. That's why we get so at times we get so knee-deep in these contract and salary figures, and we forget, did it work or didn't it work? Did you win or not?
Yeah.
If you won, it worked.
Yep.
Wait, real quick, Ryan on the text line says, hey, pay Benito early if you save a boatload of money. Well, yeah, you very well could, but also, Ryan, in today's day and age, man, when you get caught under bad contracts, they're hard to get out from underneath.
San Francisco.
Yeah, they're very difficult, and I would want to see if it's me. I'd want to see one more year. I would risk it, probably. That's me, hoping that the player stays happy and wants to stay and so on, and then I'm going to pay you. That's great. But if you get a guy who's a flash in the pan, boy, are you going to hurt yourself. Who's the knucklehead that Shanahan signed, the defensive lineman from Washington? No, from Haynes. When he was in Washington, Hainsworth, remember?
Albert Hainsworth?
And he was a total disaster in Washington.
Just stopped.
And he just stopped playing the game. I'm not saying that Benito would do that. I'm just saying, what if the guy's a flash in the pan? What if he's this? What if he's that?
Well, when we come back, I want to play a game with you guys, and the game is very simple. Why is this guy still available? We'll get to it next. Vic, I need your help.
I have a question for Moser. Moj.
Yeah.
What do you think is more likely, what do you think would be most likely? We just spent a day in the Vatican City, and I asked you, I said, hey, you want to go visit Pope Leo? He's American. Do you think it's most likely for us to get an audience with the living Pope or an interview with Shawn Payton here at Broncos training camp? What would be more likely?
No.
I think it would be more likely for us to get an audience with Pope Leo.
I happen to...
And say we're White Sox fans
Yeah.
from America, and it's kind of sort of happened upon him, and one of his American handlers sees us. That would probably be more likely because Shawn Payton is not walking anywhere near this booth for the rest of his life.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Yeah, pretty much.
I got a question for you.
We used to sit down with Shanny all the time, every year, no probs.
I had a question.
Times change.
I got a question.
What's up?
I have a question.
I'm listening.
What's the question?
You know how, like, we were consumed with the Jonas Valanciunas, will he, won't he story and all that. And then you look around and, like, the Lakers are pumped up. Yeah, we got DeAndre Ayton. And then Yusuf Nurkic this offseason got traded for 3 players and a first-round pick. Like, you know all those stories? You guys remember those?
Sure.
Why does nobody want a guy who averages 20 points and 10 boards a game in Nikola Vucevic?
Well,
what's
Chicago,
happening there?
You mean there's nobody in the trade market because they're waiting for him to get cut. That's why. The reason why nobody's making that trade is because they know Chicago wants to cut his salary, remove him from the roster, and they're just waiting for that to happen. They just anticipate that he's going to get released. That's why.
Can I ask you another question?
Because if you trade for him, you have to trade for his contract.
Would you rather want Jonas Valanciunas or Nikola Vucevic?
I was thinking the same thing, brother. I thought the same thing. I said
There's got to be something with Vucevic, though. There's got to be something that we don't know.
Like instead of begging this Jonas Valanciunas thing, what if I just say, you know what, fine, have fun in Greece. Give me Vucevic.
What if Vucevic became available? All right, he's bought out by the Bulls. He's on the open market. You can get him because you have the funds to get him. And you just make that deal with Jonas and say, all right, enjoy Greece.
Yeah. What if?
There's going to come a point when you can't legally, CBA-wise, you can't do that.
Can't do what?
Can't do what? You can do that. The Nuggets have enough room to make that happen.
They would not be allowed to just cut.
If Jonas got
Jonas
bought out,
what are you talking about?
If he got bought out and went to Greece,
yeah. If the Greek team still was interested, and now you have a reason to do it, why couldn't you do it?
All right, let me stop you right there. I see what you're getting at, Vic. Brett, I see what you're getting at. There's an old saying, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. You got your guy, you got your backup center, shut up about it.
But
don't start sniffing under anybody else's tree.
Yeah,
no,
but you know what? I'm still kind of soured out
No.
on the way that guy.
Yeah, well, we all are. Yeah, we all are. Is he going to be here? Is he going to
If I can find somebody who's as talented or even more talented, who wants to be here as opposed to a guy that's still pretty talented but doesn't want to. I'm just saying, if you could make that work.
Are you sure Vucevic would want to be here?
I don't.
Or does he want to be a starter someplace?
No, he probably does.
Okay, well, then, again, you've got your guy.
What if he likes the idea? What if he likes the idea of trying to be a champion?
Okay, well, you've already been down this road with Valanciunas. He's going to be a Denver Nugget. It's all done.
I'm just
Everything
saying.
is said and done.
Hey. I'm just saying, do you kick the tires? Do you make a little phone call to Nikola?
I probably would. Yeah, I probably would. But that's neither
all I'm asking.
Okay. Vic?
I mean, I'm not kidding, Moj. He's a 2010 guy.
I get that, but he's a starter in this league. So is Valanciunas, I suppose, for the most part. But, I don't know. You got your guy. Be happy with your guy. The trade has been done. Deal has been done. You're done.
Okay.
Did you know Ryan Sandberg died?
Yeah, I sure did. Yeah, I tweeted that out yesterday.
I loved Ryan Sandberg.
I didn't know this.
When I watched it, he had really bad prostate cancer, Vic.
Oh, my God, I just saw this. He had prostate cancer.
Yeah, when I lived in Chicago, I watched in person and on television a lot of Cubs baseball, and that was right in his prime, man.
He was diagnosed in January of 24, and he dies a year and a half later.
Yeah.
That's awful.
It was already really bad. Yeah, it's really
I met
sad.
him when he lived in Arizona when I worked in Phoenix. He's such a good dude.
He's a Hall of Famer, great dude, absolute awesome Chicago Cub, man.
It's awful.
It's
I
really
did not know about this.
Yeah, sad.
He was really fun to watch.
Terrific player.
Were those teams? Was he with?
He was with Grace.
Mark Grace.
Yeah, he was with Grace. He was with Dawson. He was with Billy Williams. He was with not Billy Williams. He was with
Billy. He wasn't with Billy Williams.
No, he was not. No, he was not. He's after him. He was with the third baseman. Help me out.
Ron Santo?
No, way after that.
Yeah.
He was with all those guys. Sean Dunston.
Sean Dunston.
Yeah, she's with Sean Dunston. Was a shortstop for that infield. And the third baseman was, help me out, Vic.
I'm
blonde-haired guy. Help me out. Chicago. It doesn't matter.
It matters to me.
All right. I'll tell you.
Do your searching music.
Damon Berryhill. Maddox was on that team. Scott Sanderson was on that team. But I have to.
See, this is not helping at all.
This is terrible. I know. This is really bad. I'm sorry.
You aren't helping.
I agree. I'm not helping at all.
Anyway, yes, very sad. This you're talking about here, Moj? Any one of these names?
Ron Say was Ron Say was a little bit before that.
Ron Say was a Dodger.
Yeah, no, but he finished up with the Cubs.
Okay, it's
Vance Law was there.
I don't want your brain to hurt
Jerome Walton was there. I forget.
Hey, you guys want to hear the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame candidates
Please.
that came out recently?
Yeah, this is a Hall of Fame week. This is always a favorite of mine because it's one of the – in terms of Hall of Fames, the way they do it, this Hall of Fame does it right.
Here's the
test.
test.
NFL Hall of Fame does induction the right way.
Yes, they do. Here's the test.
Okay.
I'm going to say the name, and immediately you just go yes, no. No waffling.
You got it.
Drew Brees.
Yes.
Yeah. Larry Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Jason Witten.
No.
That's a borderline one for me. His numbers were ridiculous, though. Because
Witten's got a pretty strong case, bro. Frank Gore.
Okay, hold on.
Turn sideways.
Are these candidates?
Candidates.
No, Frank Gore is not a Hall of Famer, no.
Julian Edelman.
No.
Greg Olson.
God, he was a good tight end.
I'd have to stack these numbers against
no. Yeah, I'd say no right now.
LaShawn McCoy.
No.
Des Bryant.
No.
Marquise Pouncey.
He was really good. No.
Phillip Rivers.
No, that's a no for me, dog.
Man, that's a tough
one.
It's
a no for me, dog.
That's a tough one, man.
I think Phillips is a Hall
I
of
think
Famer.
Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
How about this one for you? Steven Gostkowski, the kicker after Vinatieri in New England all those years.
It's tough to get in as a kicker, man. There aren't many. Look at the list of kickers.
And then Geno Atkins is the last name.
No.
So there you go. That's your list.
That's a low-level class.
I've got
these are the new. This I
got 2.5.
I should say I think these are the new
candidates,
the newer candidates.
Well, that list of candidates is not as big a name as the lists we've seen in recent years. Put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, Brees and Fitzgerald are like, yep, you guys are in.
I've got 2.5 on that list. That's about it. That's about it for me. And those are all terrific players.
Moj is a Hall gatekeeper.
Broncos that are.
Well, there's still a lot of Broncos that deserve to be in. Louis Wright deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
No doubt about it. I'd put Carl Mecklenburg in there, but that's
sure.
me. Mecklenburg was a total and complete stud.
I guess of the more recent years, are all those ones kind of up? Do you think DT gets consideration?
He's going to get consideration.
Now?
Yes. He's going to get consideration.
God, he was so dominant for so many years. Yeah, as far as the more recent stuff, I don't know. By the way, an update out of Browns camp, Shedeur Sanders remains clearly the fourth option among Browns quarterbacks right now. He's the only quarterback that has not gotten reps with the number one offense in Cleveland.
So if you're the fourth option, I mean, your only chance is to make the practice squad, or if you trade or do away with one of those other quarterbacks in front of him.
Yeah, this is what's always so weird to me about Shedeur, is that you turn on ESPN and they'll have a segment talking about, they'll throw a Shedeur highlight on and be like, do you think he starts this year for the Browns? And I'm like, guys, they took a quarterback in front of him in the draft. That's a pretty clear indicator. How many times, Moj, would you go through a draft process, take 2 guys at one position, and say the guy that we drafted 2 rounds later is actually, I think, better than the guy before?
To me, it's one of the most bizarre things I've seen in recent memory in the National Football League. I guess I don't really understand what in the heck they're doing there. I don't know how to categorize that. I really don't.
What keeps going through my mind, and I don't like thinking about it, is all that time that the draft profile on Shedeur Sanders, he's dropping in that draft. Remember that? And they keep showing him and his dad.
Yeah.
At that time, his dad, you wonder what was going through his head. He was dealing with the cancer at that point. My God.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder how quick that process was of, like, the initial diagnosis to getting the surgery and figuring that stuff out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they specified that yesterday in the press conference.
So Deshaun Watson is still under contract. Is his career there done because he's on the PUP list? He re-injured himself, right?
I don't think he can be.
He re-injured himself, so he's in, I think, January, maybe later than that. So he's out for the foreseeable future. Dylan Gabriel, obviously, is the other guy they drafted. Kenny Pickett is there, but he got injured.
Yeah, what happened to Kenny Pickett?
Does that mean Joe Flacco is running as the number 1? Is that what we're looking at there in Cleveland? Is Flacco the number 1 guy?
Hey, Mose, just take a guess.
That'd be crazy.
Don't look.
I'm not looking.
Just take a guess. How much is Deshaun Watson's dead cap if they tried to cut him next season? Not this season, next season.
It would have to be somewhere along the lines of $100 million.
It would still cost them $131
That's
million.
Good. God almighty.
To try and cut him next year.
Good
this year is
Lord.
$170.
That's so insane, dude. That is such insanity.
Now, the year after that, it drops to $50.
Okay.
But that's 2027.
Hey, Browns.
So handcuffed.
Been there, done that, Browns.
Uh-huh.
Hey, been there, done that.
Yeah, you can't cut a guy whose dead cap is $131 million. You
All right,
can't.
here we're talking money again in the business of football. Doesn't it give you more respect for what the Broncos have been able to do and navigate via free agency?
100%.
And we almost ignore the fact that they had that noose around their necks. They were dealing with the albatross of Russell Wilson's dead money, not only this year but last year, and they're still able to add depth to the roster.
Yeah.
And re-sign guys like yesterday. They're still able to do that and navigate that. That's amazing. That really is. That's a kudos. That's a major kudos to George Payton and his crew.
For them to make the playoffs in year 1 with a rookie quarterback, and that was the year that had the bulk of the money. That
Dealing
was the
with
$50
that dead
million
weight.
dead cap. I mean, that's nuts.
Bo Nix arrives on the field to the applause of fans who are already here.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people are already here behind us right now. Yeah. I haven't seen up in the stands lately, but there are people lined up here at 6:30 in the morning. So I'm guessing that they've been just waiting for that sort of opportunity to cheer their guy on.
We don't have any clowns.
I did look.
No clowns.
I took a squirt earlier. No pun intended with my drink today.
Squirt.
And I went by the merchandise tent.
Yep.
And there are 2 jerseys that they have a billion of. That would be whom?
Bo Nix.
Yep.
And PS2.
That is correct.
Yes.
They got a boatload of both of those jerseys, and I'm sure we'll see a ton of those at Mile High this year. I mean, a ton.
By the way, the guys are in full pads again today.
First day, by the way, that we were here, the amount of 10s that you saw, the amount of 10s that you saw up there in those bleachers.
Yeah.
What is that creature?
Yeah,
that's some sort of really weird-looking green bug, man.
Creature.
He's on my computer cord.
Get it, Vic. Eat it.
I hope he doesn't hop.
Eat it.
No,
Vic,
don't
eat it.
Don't mess with him, man.
Well, I just want to show people, see if they can identify it.
Yeah, I don't know. What, through the computer for
Is
what?
that a grasshopper?
That's not a grasshopper.
Is that a leaf bug?
I don't know what that is. Jesse, what is that?
It's climbing up. All right, somebody now watching.
Okay, here it's on
yeah,
top
it's
of
right
my
on
computer.
top of Moser's computer.
Okay, here he comes. Can you see?
Give it the slow zoom.
Mm-hmm.
It
wants to be on, dude. It wants to be highlighted on the show.
He's doing his best. No, don't flick him.
If this thing
he's not hurting anybody.
If
He's
this
cool.
thing jumps at you, are you gonna like?
I'm
bust
the
out
totally
of your chair?
freak. Yes, I am.
I'm gonna do it too.
No. Don't do that. That is not a grasshopper.
That is not a grasshopper.
That is some sort of weird bug from Asia that I don't know, man. He got here in somebody's luggage or something. Now he's walking right towards me. I don't like that at all. Jesus, Lord Almighty.
Look,
is it
Okay.
Calm down, dude.
Well, dude, he's right here in my business.
It's not a B.
You know what he's like? Diet Coke, squirt, and chew spit all over this computer.
Well, I don't know,
love it.
but see, you don't
He
know.
went straight to his computer. You notice that?
You don't know if that bug bites or not, man. You don't know what kind of bug that is. Maybe it's some sort of Asian jumping bug.
Maybe
it bites.
Hang on. Maybe you become a superhero if you get that.
Okay, maybe.
Dude, bring your shooter tomorrow. Your salt shooter.
My bug assault. Yeah, I probably will. Yeah.
I would love to walk through security just with that. What? It's for the bugs. What are you talking about? Anyway, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So get to a fact checker in just a little bit. We'll get an update on some injuries that have happened at camp so far. Obviously, Drew Sanders went down hurt earlier, but it's not as bad as they originally feared, which is good news.
And someone on Twitch reminds us we go through the list of should be in the Hall of Fame. We forgot the most prominent Bronco that should be in already, and that's Mike Shanahan.
Yeah,
oh, absolutely.
I mean it's got to be this year.
Yep.
It should have been last year. Should have been the year before.
It's
got
has
to be this
to be.
year.
Enough of this crap.
So some injury updates from camp and a fact checker next. One more time today for us at Broncos Park before we make way for the morning sprint. Raj, Coach, take you guys all the way through training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country.
How nerded
Why? Because Altitude Sports Radio loves football, Mosh.
You're damn right we do. How nerded out does Coach get, too, when he's sitting here with Raj talking football?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they were the spread.
Well, he noticed this thing when I sat there with them yesterday. Coach, and he should, he notices things I would never, ever be able to diagnose.
No doubt about it.
Ever.
Yep.
And he's sitting there just breaking it down like it's nothing.
Well, when you've played the game for a long time and then you've watched 200 billion hours of film, you probably catch up on those kind of things. By the way, Leggy's coming on what, Thursday?
Thursday.
Okay. Leggy is actually yesterday up in Boulder doing the stuff with Coach Prime. But I can see him from the distance. He's back here today. I can see those pasty white legs from across the universe.
What's the point of doing that?
No, I don't know. Just noticing.
How
You
dare
can see him, too. Look at him. You can pick him out a mile away. Look at him.
What'd you guys think yesterday, by the way? First day of camp. Notice anything?
Yeah,
Anything in particular?
Yeah, I thought the tempo was really good. I thought the guys were into it. I thought that, there's a sense of business around here. There's a sense of, purpose, and not that there isn't in years gone by.
I'd
but
say
it's
confidence.
Is that what it is?
I think they look confident.
Okay, maybe they look confident, but they look like they know they belong with good teams.
Yeah.
And all right, let's work to get even better. That's what it feels like to me.
So we talked a little bit earlier about the running backs. I would say that the biggest difference for me is immediately I can tell there's an explosiveness to both R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins that was not there last year. Number two, I think for all my fantasy football nerds out there, Evan Ingram's going to be a decent choice, fellas.
Think so?
Well, here's my – I'm watching where they play Evan Ingram, and Coach and I were discussing this yesterday.
Now, we're not allowed to talk about that, right? Where they had them lined up and stuff, right? We're not allowed to talk about that.
That's against the rules.
Okay, Vic, I'm not going to talk about where they had him lined up, but I think they're going to utilize him well.
Well, I think it's going to be that Joker role. It's not. He's not a conventional tight end.
No,
he is. Trying to say.
You're exactly right.
He's not.
You're exactly right.
There are wide receivers on this roster that look more of a tight end than he looks like a tight end.
That is correct.
Because he looks like a wide receiver.
I mean, I'm looking at Pat Bryant again here today in day number 2 of pads, and he looks like a big old dude.
But Ingram's got – this is what you need, okay? Can you get open? And he can do that, especially when you look at the matchups he's going to get. He's never going to get a number one corner. He's always going to be, at least physically. Because he's not as tall as you'd think, but he's stocky. Oh, it's right on Vic's shoulder. It's right on Vic's shoulder.
Right on you, dude.
It's going to get you. It's right on you.
Oh, Jesus God, you flipped him on me. He's on me.
Freak.
What are you doing?
What a freak.
You're the one who freaked out and flipped him on me.
God.
Why would you do that?
We found his weakness. We found it.
I thought for sure a curse word was coming right there. For sure I thought one was coming. People on Twitch, clip that for us. Can you please?
I mean, it's just a mild-mannered little grasshopper.
He was walking toward your ear hole, and you freaked. And you freaked him onto me, man.
Hang on a second. We can do this. Let's go back. All right, hang on. Watch Moser's reaction. Watch this. So there's the flip. Moser has a panic attack.
I mean, like it was a rattlesnake or something.
Anyway, here's what I was saying. That Evan Ingram he's not as tall as you'd think, but he's still stocky. He's still physically bigger.
You know what? I can't wait to find the inventive, creative ways in which Shawn Payton utilizes this guy. Because, again, he's not your typical tight end. When they say, oh, we got our tight end, he's not going to do what tight ends do. I mean, I know we're not allowed to give away where they're playing him, but he's just not that guy. But I can't wait to see how they utilize him. Who's that?
That's offensive guard Clay Webb.
Who came by you screaming at the fans, trying to get them all pepped up.
Out of beautiful Jacksonville State.
Okay, so this is my third day here. I'll tell you something that I've noticed immediately. The guys who run by the crowd and get them amped up, all are undrafted free agent rookies. All of them.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And
So
that dude,
they're
and
living,
by the way,
they're
that
living
dude,
the dream right now. I mean, can you
that
blame
dude's
him?
pretty wide. Number 64 is pretty. He's a pretty wide dude.
Yep. But you're right, Vic. The ways they can utilize that. How about this? It's just something you've never had. You've never had a tight end that you're like, this guy's a weapon. The closest you had, honestly, the closest that you got was Noah Fant when he was here.
I'm not even going to refer to him as a tight end anymore.
Yeah.
What would you call him? A big receiver.
Yeah, he's listed at 6'3", 240. To me, he doesn't look like that. He doesn't look like he's 6'3", 240. Doesn't behave like he's 6'3", 240. They've just got him in some very interesting spots. They had a couple of early in practice yesterday. They had a couple of very interesting formations that I haven't seen before with Shawn Payton. Mm-hmm. So we'll see if that's truly employed this year.
When's the last time that the Broncos made a conscious effort to get the ball to a tight end? And I think it would be Noah Fant.
I think it probably has to be Noah Fant.
I can point to – actually, I know the exact play.
I remember a tight end reverse to open the season that lost 2 yards.
That's a pretty conscious effort to get him the football, wouldn't you say? But, I mean, that's the last one. And he is someone like – if it's not going to Courtland, it's going to Evan Ingram a lot, and it's over the middle a lot. So he's just somebody – if you guys are one of the fortunate 800 here to get in the bleachers, somebody to keep an eye on. Defensively, Jahdae Barron is kind of finding his – I want to see what this mix looks like as far as his reps as camp goes on, as he's kind of like – he's working with the ones. I've seen Jaquan McMillan get some time there. I think their idea, though, is that Jahdae Barron is going to be on the field for most of the snaps. If you draft somebody that high and you think that highly of him, what's the reason to take him off the field? I mean, Leggy talks about it all the time. The base defense is now a nickel defense in the NFL because of how much the pass game's evolved.
Yeah, sure.
And Jahdae Barron, he's not somebody who's really big, but he's not afraid to hit, which has to be a huge detail. If you're a corner now, especially in nickel, you're playing more in tight towards the line. You're waiting for, let me guess, 39.
Somebody just hyped up the crowd.
Joshua Pickett, undrafted free agent
rookie out of Duke, getting the crowd fired up. They don't even know who he is. They don't care. He's getting them fired up.
I would probably do the same thing. I've always said my dream as an athlete, if I could go to the MLB, cool. But you know what really would be my preference?
What's that?
I want to be the guy who plays for, like, Kentucky basketball, who's just there to get the GPA up a little bit and wave the towel. Let me sink a 3 at the end of a game when we're up 40. That's a pretty good gig.
I have a dumb question. The 800 in attendance here. If there's a set of fans out there that want to come watch camp, everything's sold out, right? It's too late.
Correct.
Yep.
That is correct.
So you can't come in here.
To my knowledge, you can't. There's no scalping these tickets either. Like, it's impossible to do it.
That sucks.
Yeah.
So it's either you use it or nobody uses it, correct?
Yeah.
If you get it?
Like, I actually think that they wrote in there, they said something like there's a legal thing that you cannot do it. Cannot. And I would totally understand that. If you bulked up, 9 days worth of tickets and then you jacked it up to like $80 a piece, that's not cool. Because what were these tickets? You remember, Raj? Was it like $10, $5 to get in?
No, I don't think it cost anything.
It was free. Yeah, it was just
free,
a lottery
but you
thing.
just had to be able to get a ticket. That's all.
Texture says, if you're an undrafted free agent, you just got a YOLO at camp. I totally agree. Am I making this roster? Probably not. Well, but I'm going to pretend I'm the most famous person on this field. You better believe it.
Hey, if you're in a National Football League camp and you're wearing pads and you've got a uniform,
that's a hell of an accomplishment.
It's exactly right. Yeah. You should be able to go hype up the fans. Hey, man, if I got called up to the bigs, right? If I was a September call-up,
no,
on a fourth-place team. I'm in the dugout. Are you kidding me?
I'll tell you exactly what happened. My pitching coach in college, his name was Dan McGinn. He played a whole bunch of years in the league. He was starting pitcher. I think I've told you guys this. His claim to fame, he hit
his name was what?
Dan McGinn.
That was a Dan McGinn, Chico McGinn that used to work for the Rockies.
Not him.
Go on.
So he was a pitcher for the Expos in their first ever season. He hit the first home run in Expos history. A pitcher did, off of Tom Seaver.
You're kidding.
And I said, how did you do that? And he goes, threw a curveball right in the arc of my swings. He didn't know what he was doing.
Total luck.
Just perfect. But he got really mad. There was a guy that I played with, and a kid that was drafted a couple years before I got there. And he goes, well, he's not a professional. I mean, he's in the minors. And McGinn got pissed. He was like, no. Is he being paid to play baseball? He's a professional. That's it. That's what these guys are. If I'm one of these undrafted free agent rookies, I'm being paid in camp.
If somebody gave
I'm being paid to play football.
I told you about Big 50, right? I'll say it one more time. Drives out from William and Mary with his little brother in an Olds 88, right?
Yeah.
The Broncos camp, he doesn't expect he's going to get cut, blah, 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 blah. Signing bonus, they come to his room, his dorm room. They count out $2,000 and $100 bills on his bed.
That's how they did it?
Yeah.
Jeez.
1,000, 100, 200, 300, $2,000. There you go, kid. That's it.
Were they paying him under the table?
No, but that's how they did it. And that's so back in the day, if you got $2,000 on your dorm room bed
now it's paid
to be in training camp, you are a professional football player at that point.
Now they're paid in crypto.
Yeah, can I get that in Bitcoin? It seems like the IRS would probably have a problem with somebody who's laying down hundreds to somebody to show up to football
I'm
camp.
just telling you right now, that's what they did. They paid him in $100 bills on his bedspread. That's it.
I would feel like something shady is going on.
Then he played 10 years in the NFL. Good for him, man. Did a good job. Anyway, so if you're an undrafted free agent rookie out here and you're hyping up the crowd, good for you.
Yeah, you should.
Right? As of right this second, you're in the National Football League. Be proud of it.
Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, Brett, earlier we played a little game where you read off the names of all the candidates for the Pro Football Hall of Fame and had Moj and Vic just gut reaction, should this guy make the cut? And there's one player whose assessment a lot of people took exception with.
Here's the test. Okay. I'm going to say the name, and immediately you just go yes, no. No waffling.
Okay, you got it.
Frank Gore.
No, Frank Gore is not a Hall of Famer, no.
Moser, the third all-time leading rusher in NFL history, is not
tough.
A Hall of Famer. 16,000 yards. That's not good enough for you?
He played 16,000 years.
So did Emmitt Smith.
Emmitt Smith has over 22,000 yards, bro. His kid.
That doesn't sound.
His kid was playing college football when he was in the league.
Yeah, you're about 4,000 yards off of Emmitt Smith there.
What's Emmitt's total numbers?
18,355 rushing yards.
Total yards.
Stop changing the subject.
Whatever.
241 career games at NFL.
That's pretty
running
impressive
back for Frank
an
Gore.
NFL
That's
running
all-time
back
leader
to be that durable.
Yeah, take it back. Apologize to Frank Gore. Say he's in the Hall of Fame.
Still feel like he is.
Well, then you'd be wrong.
It just doesn't do it for me. It doesn't click.
I was looking at your computer, and you have the text that come through on your computer. I saw Kyle Keefe just called you a casual for that take.
No, he's
just a casual.
No, it's what we have to wear tonight to the Avalanche thing.
I like it better than he called you a casual.
It had nothing to do with what he is. It's what you wear.
I guess just total casual. And I was like, yeah, that's you. All right. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast, it's Moser, Lombardi, Kane. Have a great day. We love you all very much. Morning Sprint from Broncos Camp next.
But I think if you're Courtland, it's probably your last good shot as a receiver to get that multi-year deal. So you're going to try and do the best you can with that. So, of course, you're going to ask for top of market, and then you're going to try and get what you can get from there. But I just believe they basically, and the locker room is under the impression that, more importantly, that they told him they would do a new deal. So I still think that's something that could get done before camp's done. You know, that's one of those things you could get done before the preseason's over.
And I think we're close. I'm not going to speak ahead of it, but we're real close on a contract. And, you know, I think our goal when he and I met, George, all along was, you know, this coming Monday. So I think there'll be something fairly soon there.
A much cooler day out here at Broncos Park. Another padded day as we're in the 70s. The morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. And you heard it there from Leggy. You heard it there from Coach Payton. A brand new deal for Broncos number one wideout Courtland Sutton. He signs a 4-year, $92 million extension with $41 million guaranteed. That is Bo Nix's favorite target. The two of them hooked up for 81 receptions, 1,081 yards, and 8 touchdowns. So Bo's favorite toy is here for the remainder of that rookie deal. I tweeted out after it happened. It didn't happen during our show yesterday, but we did notice for the second straight day, Courtland Sutton wasn't taking part in team activities. He was out here doing pre-practice drills. I expect to see him catch passes today with full pads on.
Yeah, it's like, hey, kid, you just signed your $90+ million extension. Time to go out there and actually play, all right? Congratulations to Courtland Sutton. I'm fired up for this. I think it's a great deal. A lot of people that are out there, and I've seen some social media, banter with regards to this being an overpay. I could not disagree any more with this being a potential overpay. Scary Terry McLaurin right now, who's in at least some type of impasse with regards to his contract with the Washington Commanders franchise. He's asking upwards of $30 million annually, Raj. Do you want to know what Scary Terry McLaurin's stats were a year ago?
Let's hear it.
They were 82 catches, 1,096 yards. Okay, if we're looking at just catches and yards.
And these are two contemporaries. McLaurin and Courtland Sutton are the same age.
And Scary Terry's asking for how much? 30+. Okay? Courtland Sutton, 81 catches, 1 fewer catch for 1,081 yards. That's what, 15 fewer yards? The difference obviously is 5 touchdowns, so 13 touchdowns for Scary Terry McLaurin. But that is not 5 more touchdowns with the exact same stat line from a catch and yardage output does not necessitate a $9 million more on an average annual basis. And Courtland Sutton now at number 18, I believe. Is that where he's going to find himself here? In
terms of guarantees?
Yeah.
Or average?
19 is average, I believe.
So he'll be 19 in total guarantees at $41 million, and average is $23 million. He slots in at a tie for 16th with Calvin Ridley.
And Terry McLaurin is asking upwards of 30. You're thinking 31, 32. So does that 5 touchdown differential equal a $9 million annual value?
Also, the 41 isn't that's not prohibitive, right? If you look at those averages, that's essentially a 2-year deal with the $41 million in guarantees. It's not the full 4-year extension. However, you want him to be here that whole time. And if you need to overpay by $1 million, $2 million just on an average basis to ensure that Bo Nix has his favorite target here, well, you do that every single day of the week and certainly twice on Sundays. I don't think it's a crazy overpay. Look at where he ranked last year in receptions, in touchdowns. It's all around that 20th best receiver in the league. And that's kind of where he slots in on the contract. I think they hit a home run with it, and it's mainly because Bo needs his guy.
Yeah, his stats ended up being, if you're looking at Courtland Sutton, and I looked at this right here, okay? From 2023 through the 2024 NFL seasons. Let's look at combined touchdown receptions. Number 1 in the National Football League, Jamar Chase with 24 over the course of 2 years.
Yeah, he's worth $40 million.
Mike Evans, strangely, number 2 at 24 touchdowns. Amon-Ra St. Brown, number 3 in those 2 combined years. Jordan Addison, number 4. Tyreek Hill, number 5, CeeDee Lamb, number 6, and yes, Courtland Sutton, number 7.
Wow.
From 2023 to 2024, Courtland Sutton has 18 touchdown receptions, which puts him at number 7 over 2-year sample size. And that's why this is nowhere near an overpay for Courtland Sutton, because unlike some of these other players I just mentioned, Tyreek Hill, inconsistent.
Kind of hates where
Terry
he is.
McLaurin.
He's Tyreek Hill. So listen, I mentioned that this is the no drama training camp.
Correct.
Right? And we have to love that. And I think part of this no drama training camp is making sure that you have your guys extended so you don't have to deal with the crap that's happening in Dallas, that's happening in Cincinnati. Speaking of no drama, he's not a diva wide receiver.
No.
Look at what Tyreek Hill's having to do in Miami. What was the first headline in training camp this year about Tyreek Hill? It wasn't about what he's doing on the field. It was about him repairing the relationships with his teammates because he didn't want to be in the building
and
last
his baby
year.
mamas, too. He's got a few of them.
I'll leave that off the field.
Is he a double-digit baby
I'm
mama
sure.
guy?
I don't know. I don't pretend to know the comings and goings of
Do
Tyreek Hill.
you know the actual statistics as I drop a gazillion wide receiver statistics to open up the 10 to noon hour?
I don't know. Is he Sean Kemp?
KJ, what is where's our guy? Confirmed baby mamas. Where's my guy Tyreek at?
I really hope KJ knows this.
He doesn't have the numbers.
I am going to take a guess at so it's reported as 6. It's reported
Okay,
as
all right.
6.
He's not Sean Kemp. Oh, I really
here we
wanted
go.
that football. I wanted that football.
Come here, football.
Good boy. Sit down. Good
Get
boy.
over here, football.
So Broncos returners right now are working on low piercing kicks.
Pretty cool.
Right in front of us. A couple of them have gone over the heads and
they got
bounced into the.
Their jugs machine is like it's like a trick shot Tuesday going on. They just want this thing sprayed all over the place. Pretty fun to watch, just right in front of us as we were kicking off the show and the show intro was playing. Shawn Payton over here coaching up a lot of these returners. Darren Rizzi very actively coaching up these returners. You can see him over there with the orange hat on. And I thought about it. I'm like, those are 2 head coaches in the National Football League. That's 1/16 of National Football League head coaches from Week 10 on last year. That's kind of cool. And then you can certainly add Vance Joseph into the equation of a guy that's been a head coach and probably will be a head coach again. And I think you have tremendous coaches out here for the Denver Broncos.
Another wide receiver of note, the first guy to take kick returns today was number 19, Marvin Mims, who for most people's money in the league may very well be the best returner in the NFL. So expect a heavy dose of him taking balls out of the end zone or certainly in that safe kicking area that we now have to deal with. And it still looks weird to me, man. The stagnant kickoff.
Yeah, not a huge fan. Not a huge fan whatsoever.
It just doesn't look good on TV. I understand it's promoting more returns, and I like that. Like, don't get me wrong.
Did it? Last year did it?
A touch more, yes.
Okay.
But it just looks bizarre on television. They have to find a way to make it look better, right? That's the whole thing about the NFL. It is an entertainment product. It is a television product first and foremost.
I am
and
excited.
That looks like crap.
And just so I had this discussion with DMac on our training camp recap show that airs every single night that there is a Broncos training camp open to the public at 8:30 p.m. And you can find it on Altitude Sports Radio's YouTube channel. Make sure you like and subscribe both the channel and our video content. But we were talking about it that the actual punitive measure of kicking the ball out of the end zone, it has been enacted. So it will, instead of placing the ball at the 30-yard line, if you kick the ball into the end zone out of the catch zone, it's now to the 35-yard line, which I do believe that we will see a whole heck of a lot more kicks returned this year in 2025.
The 35 that's a lot of distance, man.
It sure is.
Right? Like, remember when we had the ball on the 20? Like, that was, 4 years ago, it feels like?
Raj, I'm going to show you
20?
something. This is something that I enjoy. This is the Battle of Field Position chart that Urban Meyer, not a very famous guy in NFL circles or well-liked guy, but it shows you about how often you score points based off of where you start your drive.
Okay.
So up here at the very top, you can see between the 20 and the 30-yard line, only 13% of drives end up yielding touchdowns. And this is over the course of college football and data over a decade. And I know it's a bit different. But between the 30-yard line and the 40-yard line, if that's where you inherit the football, 20% of all drives score points. So that's a significant difference of 7%. And this game is all about analytics. These NFL franchises are going to have to make some decisions as it relates to, should we continue to kick the ball out of bounds? Should we not have to even worry about?
Should you be drafting players to return balls?
Punt returns, man, all these Australian punters that are so good at placing the football with great hang time and getting the ball pinned inside the 20-yard line with consistency and coffin cornering those kicks. The day and age of punt returners and kick returners that make you hold your breath. Think Dante Hall, Devin Hester, those types of players, even Coach Prime himself. That era, it feels like, is in the past. But I do think we're going to see a little bit of a return of the kickoff return as a football play this year, because starting at the 35-yard line, once again, just looking at battle of field position charts from college football, 20% scoring points versus 13% when you inherit the ball between the 30 and the 20. That's pretty significant.
Back out here again at Broncos training camp. We've got our second straight day in pads, significantly cooler than it was yesterday. A little bit heavier as there's a little bit of moisture in the air this morning, but it's not 95 and no cloud coverage like it was yesterday.
Feels great, man.
It is wonderful. It feels like the end of summer right now.
You know what it feels like right now, Rush? Feels like football weather.
It feels like football weather.
Does it not? You're just looking out there and you can just see the dew on the grass. You're looking out. The players are enjoying this nice, cool relief from what is. You can say that the weather in Colorado is much nicer for a training camp than probably 90% of the National Football League.
Well, yeah, because you don't have to deal with humidity.
No humidity, but I'll tell you what is a great equalizer in Colorado, and I've coached everywhere from a country and weather perspective. That sun, when it is like not a cloud in the sky, that sun just beats on you. I mean, it's smacking you in the back of the head.
Well, also, how about the fellas that, like, it's their first training camp in Denver and they're coming from Florida or they're coming from Georgia and they've never set foot at a Mile High, and this is the first 14 to 20 days of them having to perform at the highest level of their profession at a Mile High. Like, it's one thing for Garrett Bolles to go through this because he's used to this crap.
So funny little side story as think about players that are from Florida, sea level. Players that are from Georgia, you're 200 feet above sea level, and Texas. Those are where a majority of these players come from, or coastal California. That's where all the best high school football.
Dude, if I got drafted by the Broncos, man, I would move the next day.
Okay, so yesterday we have a transfer coming in that is coming in from Hawaii. He comes and visits campus yesterday, wants to work out, and I said, hey, just a little bit buyer beware. It's going to feel a little bit different than you would. It's sea level in Hawaii.
Slow down, young man.
Slow down.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. I mean, you guys are listening to Denver's #1 for Sports Talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Gary, you mentioned the continuity of just the playbook, the quarterback, but also have the same center back. How important is that to have the same voice, the same guy driving the bus like you have with Watford for another year?
Super. I think having 5 guys return for what is it, the second time, just is it's very nice. Knowing the verbiage that he has, the calls that we have, and then having Bo back there again and him doing this thing. It's really nice. We know who our quarterback is. We know who we're going to play next to. We know our receivers. We know everything that we need. So we just got to build off every single day. We got to continue to build each other up. Stack the days that we need to stack, and the sky's the limit for us. We got a lot of work to do. I'm just grateful that where we're at right now, we're very confident in what we're doing, and then it's just time and time again that we just put in the work day in and day out so that we can get ready for week 1.
All of our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. It's the morning sprint. Coach Mike Sanford and Raj hanging out with you guys up until noon. Those were the words of Broncos left tackle Garrett Bolles responding to a question of Coach Sanford's, asking about what it's like to have a returning center and, more importantly, a returning 5-man unit. And Bolles did go into the whole Russell Wilson diatribe of I'm going to touch on everyone.
I was excited. I actually asked the question of Garrett Bolles. I was setting a trap about singling out an individual.
Wouldn't do it.
Knowing full well that he had no ability to just talk about one person. He talked about the entire offensive line unit, their backups, and he even talked about their backups. It was awesome. Garrett Bolles, midseason form.
That's where you're going to find an undrafted college free agent make the team, is the backup to the backup on the offensive line.
I don't know, man.
What I've seen today, though, is really nice. We're not getting into full football quite yet. We're still in fully padded walkthroughs this morning, watching the 1s and 2s go through it on field number 1. Or was this field B? I think field A is on the far side. I can't remember which one's actually.
I mean, for you and I, it's the field.
It's the field.
It's right in front of us.
The field in front of our eyes. What we've noticed today is out in full pads again and taking part in walkthrough, Mike McGlinchey.
Yes, that is good news. I don't anticipate seeing full Mike McGlinchey when you go 11 on 11, whether it's scripted periods or move the ball, because this is a natural transition back to return to play protocol to do some of the walkthrough stuff and get some of the mental reps that you were getting yesterday. Now they turn into we'll call it 25% physical reps, if that. In the lines it's 10% because you're not banging whatsoever with the defense. So yeah, it's good. It's good news to see Mike McGlinchey back out there. One of my a guy that I have some personal connections to, and I'm always rooting for him. He was our starting right tackle at the University of Notre Dame when I was the offensive coordinator, and it's great to see that whatever ails him doesn't appear to ail him so much that it's going to affect him being the opening day starter at right tackle.
I wanted to ask you, second straight day in pads, is that something that you make as a snap decision from yesterday, being a shorter practice, maybe one that they didn't get as much out of because of the heat, because of the injury to Alex Singleton, which we now know has been diagnosed as a broken thumb?
Tip, apparently. So it's something like he shredded there was a broken component of the very tip of his thumb, which is different than I thought. Usually it's something involving like the thumb being twisted around, either you're trying to shed a block and it gets stuck on somebody's jersey or their pads. It's the tip of it. So he must have been. I think he got smashed. I think it was smashed between
the helmet.
Yeah, helmet and pads and stuff along those lines.
So we saw that happen yesterday. He walks off, not under the care of a team doctor, but next to a team doctor. And Andy Lindahl was telling us, hey, let's make sure we keep an eye on that. We know a little bit later.
See the starting inside backers right now. Dre Greenlaw, 57, and Lavelle Bailey, 56. And that's what I've been saying all along. Lavelle Bailey is the arrow-up candidate, and I thought he was going to be potentially more valuable at the inside linebacker position when training camp started than even Drew Sanders, who is now injured.
We'll keep an eye on Lavelle Bailey when we go full speed, 11 on 11 today. Back to the reasoning of being in pads again today. Do you think that is something that is fully scheduled, or that is a reaction to
fully
yesterday?
Fully scheduled, without question. I think yesterday's practice was always going to be a ramp up with the pads on, and the bigger reason why yesterday was short is it was practice number 1 in what's going to be 6 consecutive days of playing football. But going shorter on day 1, it only makes sense that you'd be back in pads so that you don't create the atmosphere of softness, complacency. Like, oh, we had a nice short hour and 28-minute practice. We're going to take it easy.
Yeah, we can't put on pads 2
no
days in
way
a row.
we're going to put pads on, even though we barely even thudded it up yesterday. Yeah, I think today's going to be a good one. I think today's going to be north of 2 hours of practice. I'm hoping so I can be over at the media scrum and ask Shawn Payton if he's up available. I don't know if he will be. I think he was yesterday. So we'll see who's up there. It could be coordinators. But, yeah, looking forward to hopefully a longer, more competitive practice. And I'd like to see some move-the-ball stuff as well.
Moving away from the NFL, and we'll get back to it in just a moment. Again, out here live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, a second full day of padded practice in a row. It's significantly cooler than it was yesterday at 95. It's like mid-70s and overcast. It is phenomenal. You've heard the music pop back on as we start pre-practice stretching with the team. News from the Avalanche. Rumors, according to Adrian Dater. Did you see this?
I did not.
The Avs are rumored to bring back their blue Quebec Nordique throwbacks.
So I did hear about
this. So
this.
the Avs have figured out how to make money hand over fist, baby.
And let's also specify even more clearly. Columbia blue, baby blue, Nordiques.
Good question. Are you going to – so the Nordique blue –
beautiful.
The Nordique blue is a little closer to royal, but I have seen concepts that are around the color of the shirt that you're wearing today.
Or to my Jordans.
Like
it's
the
almost
UNC
as if,
Tar Heel blue.
Yeah, it's almost as if, I like that color scheme.
I've seen some of those mocks. I would love that. I would be perfectly fine if it's just a complete tried-and-true throwback to the deeper blue and the reds of the Quebec Nordiques. Like when they did that reverse retro uniform when they played outdoors during COVID against Vegas, it was that white and maroon and navy version of the Florida, or not the Fleur-de-Lis. It had the Fleur-de-Lis on the bottom of it, but the Nordique logo. That thing sold like hotcakes. And it's one of the best jerseys that the league has ever made. If you go back to that, it's the Sakic era Quebec Nordique jersey. If you go back to that, I'm not a jersey guy, Coach. I'm buying a jersey.
Raj, I could see you right here in this baby blue throwback era Quebec Nordiques tank top.
I'm not a tank. I don't have big enough shoulders and arms for a tank.
Well,
man.
You know who is a tank top guy?
Polumbus.
Well,
it's all he wears now.
Polumbus showed up yesterday to Broncos training camp with a man tank on for the ages. I was like, you might at this stage.
Just come in shirtless.
Yeah, just come in and go. Just tarps off,
Let's make it mesh today, Tyler. Are you listening?
Yeah, show your nips, man. Let your nips breathe.
Nips out for the boys.
Let's see what happens,
Why
man.
not?
I don't think I've ever seen a member of the media tanked up, just rocked up.
I haven't either, dude. It was the first time I'd ever seen it.
It shocked me because even when I wake up to come to Broncos training camp practices, I think that I have to look a little bit nicer than when we go to the studio, right? When we go to the studio, it's kind of like
you look fine. We're a decently put together.
Yeah,
show.
I mean, it's I typically wear a hat. So some type of
true.
New
You
era
do have
flat
product
bill.
in your hair too.
Yeah,
but hold on, you're giving yourself more credit than you actually should. You don't have practice this week.
That's
so
true.
I want to know, if you go and have a practice in the morning, are you showering at the facility and then coming here looking like you do
I probably
now?
just would come just raw dog, and it's just smelling like the bottom of somebody's shoe that works in.
I can't smell anything out here, anyways.
Yeah, that's more of a you problem. Checked into the board's problem.
Yeah. So hopefully, Dater's rumors are true. The Broncos come, or the Avs end up coming out with that blue throwback jersey as early as this year. And then the other thing, I was watching some baseball last night. Our Rockies. They
Why'd you call my Rockies?
Well, because you were so excited about them.
I told you they're scalding hot.
They are scalding hot.
They have won 6 of 10, and there is a 0% chance that they match the White Sox.
Well, I wouldn't say 0%. You have to win 16 games out of your final 57 or whatever it is at this point. You have to win 16 games.
And right now they've won 60% of their last 10 games.
Well, you expect the percentage to hold? I'm not saying it's not good. I'm enjoying the fact that they're playing well because younger players are contributing to those good results. That's a good thing. So watching a little bit of the Rockies. I was watching the Mets and Padres late last night.
Wait, hold on. The Rockies are 28-78. They're holding strong with the 50
Okay,
games
so sorry,
under
you need to win 14 games, not 16 games.
14 games, and how many are remaining? Roughly, so they're basically at 126.
You have 56 games remaining. I was right. Yeah, I was right on that.
And if they win 14,
then you are not the White Sox.
They're not
of
making
last
history.
year.
So let's put that behind us.
Well, hold on. No, we can't put it behind. We can't say that's a good thing right now. The whole conversation around the Rockies was you have to be historically bad for it to actually make a difference.
And that's my point. They're not even good at being terrible. They suck at being awful.
At least they traded McMahon for an 8 and a 21 prospect from the Yankee system. I'm cool with that. Ryan McMahon looks good in pinstripes.
Yeah,
he's striking out twice a game, but he gets on base once or twice.
He's also very All-American. He has the Steinbrenner look, does he not? Just
clean
clean cut, good looking, blue eyes, like he
sharp cheekbones.
He fits right into
He is a Hal Steinbrenner guy.
He is a very Mickey Mantle looking young man.
Well, I should say Hal led off a little bit on the George Steinbrenner days of like you are clean shaven unless it is a perfectly kept mustache in between the edges of your lips.
What are you doing there with your two fingers? Golly. I would say pause, but I don't even know what to do when it's a physical situation.
Well, I guess Hal took his foot off the gas a little bit on the being properly kept.
Hal went soft, didn't he?
He did go soft.
He went soft.
There's a reason why they don't win championships
he's
anymore,
like,
baby.
you know what? I got
Old
too many
George
Dominicans and Venezuelans for me to uphold some of these.
No one understands
politically,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, can't even hear what I'm saying. I got to speak into a Rosetta Stone microphone.
Speaking of Major League Baseball, did you see what is happening in Cleveland right now? Major League Baseball has launched an investigation.
Raj, you keep asking me right now 3 questions in a row. You've asked me about NHL news involving the Avs in uniforms. We talked Rockies, which I did follow. I'll be honest on that. And then you just are talking about the Cleveland Guardians?
I'm talking about baseball.
Okay, you're talking about Major League Baseball. Raj, where are we right now?
We're at camp.
What kind of camp?
Okay, break down the hamstring stretch that's
I'm
going
not
in front
talking.
of me right now.
I'm just saying
break down the fact that a bunch of dudes are on their backs right now with their legs fluttering up in the air because they're stretching their hamstrings. Be my guest.
Okay.
Go out there. Tell me what's
telling
happening.
you is my attention, where I am placing all of my energy. It is all revolving around.
That's real groundbreaking stuff.
Greatest game on planet Earth. So I don't have a lot of bandwidth for what happened in Cleveland as it relates to Major League Baseball.
That's the reason why
there's
2 of us.
You know what? I'll tell you this, man. Is I love football. Football is fun. So go ahead and educate me on what the hell's happening outside of football.
There's a reason there's 2 of us, and I promise this is the last I'll talk about baseball today. They've launched a probe into 2 relief pitchers from the Cleveland Guardians, and it's all based around very unusual gambling activity on the first pitch of their outings. They're relief pitchers, and now the most recent one is Manuel Clase, who may be the best closer in baseball and was last year in the American League. And Clase has been terrible this year in terms of walks and balls. And they've literally found 12 separate instances of unusual high betting activity on people to say his first pitch will be a ball. In 12 of these instances, he spiked the pitch shorter than 55 feet. Spiking pitches. Bouncing pitches into home plate.
Emmanuel Clase.
Dude, he would without a doubt be the biggest name to be caught up in an in-season betting scandal in Major League Baseball. I'm not saying he's Pete Rose, right? Pete Rose is one of the greatest players of all time. He would be the biggest name since Pete Rose if this actually comes out to be true. Like, he is a all-star closing pitcher.
He's sidelined currently.
He is out indefinitely. He is on he's on a paid leave right now by the Cleveland Guardians, Major League Baseball, as they look into 2 Guardians pitchers.
Is his ERA really a
Clase.
1.88?
And he's been bad this year. Like, that's what I'm saying. He's been bad, and his ERA is still perfectly fine.
His career earned run average is 1.88.
And this season, what is
3.23?
Right. He's been poor as in comparison. Like, it looks terrible right now for Clase. And this is coming on the heels of Bryce Harper cussing out Commissioner Rob Manfred in the middle of the Phillies locker room.
So, Emmanuel Clase, he's had this season, he has had 24 saves.
Right, he's been fine in terms of number of saves.
Trying to find his save ops. How many blown he's had. see save. I don't see save ops here. Is it 47 or is that strikeouts?
That's his strikeouts this year.
But yeah, that's what. But for a player like that, other than just gross negligence and a lack of intellect,
money.
But
he's already making a ton.
Isn't the long game of his career as a 27-year-old closer that has a 1.88 ERA? Isn't it much better in terms of earning potential than immediate cash because of being paid off for gambling?
I don't know. Maybe you run in circles of people who need money and they see you as their immediate ticket to $25,000 and
at what cost for him?
Right. It would be a completely dumb decision.
Even a bit of the risk of that. He could be one of the highest paid closers in baseball if he continued what has been a really good start to his career. Where
he would have hit free agency without arbitration in 2 years.
His last 3 seasons as a Cleveland Guardian has had 42, 44, and 47 saves.
I wasn't lying. One of the best, if not the best closer in the game right
His
now.
ERA a year ago in 2024, where he had 47 saves, was a .61. What an absolute
and he's spiking pitches.
Pure and utter moron, if there is any truth to this whatsoever, that he is risking what was maybe even a Hall of Fame career.
And if it's true, it's not he's likely not risking those pitches and this situation for his own monetary benefit. It's likely he's got buddies, he's got cousins that are going, hey, I can make $50,000 if you spike your first pitch tonight. And he's going, okay, it's fine. No one will find out. It's the slippery slope of gambling, man. That's where we are. And there's your Major League Baseball update, Coach.
Raj, this is one of my favorite activities. To go back to football, is that okay? It is. We're coming up on August here. Can I talk about football?
I got my
am I allowed
minutes.
to?
I got my 5.5 minutes
of
baseball and hockey quick updates,
Perfect.
and I'm good now. So my palate is cleansed.
So we are watching right in front of us, about 45 yards away.
I love football too.
I know, Raj. I'm joking with you. I know you love football.
We love football.
We are watching the Blaster.
What's the Blaster?
It's this apparatus here with like these massive, like oversized, almost Goodyear-looking arms. That, by the way, you're very phallic. It looks like there's 8 phallic objects that are all facing in at one another, and you have to run through at full speed. This is a ball security apparatus. The entire offensive unit and any special teams player that returns punts or kicks just ran through that as a full team, full unit, one at a time, rapid fire, one after another, one after another. The Blaster is one of the most despised pieces of equipment for football players. You want to know why? Those phallic objects that are a lot harder than you think, they blast you in your man parts.
Oh!
And it's not great. So watch people go through it. You'll see people covering up the football and their own balls.
Training camp coverage like that on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. It's Altitude 92.5. Back out here live at Broncos training camp, the second straight day of padded practice for the Broncos. Significantly cooler today in the mid-70s. Overcast, the stands behind us are completely packed. And this has to be the best day that you could possibly be out here for as a fan.
These 800 fans that
Holy
probably
smokes.
these lottery tickets were available, 2-3 months ago?
Oh, damn, we got a Tuesday.
Oh, man, Tuesday's going to be the worst. Oh, man, they got the best news ever. Overcast, what is it currently, 72 degrees.
That's phenomenal.
Tiny bit of a breeze, too, man. This is about as good as it gets.
About to get into what we expect to be a move the ball period at 11 on 11 with full pads. Wide receivers going through their last few touches now at the quarterbacks, Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham, with Sam Ehlinger just behind them waiting for his reps as the third-team quarterback.
He's impressed. I've liked Sam Ehlinger.
You like the ball he throws. Scotty Hastings said the same thing.
Yeah, you know what I like about Sam Ehlinger is he's a lesser Bo Nix. When I look back to his time at the University of Texas, he was a gritty player. He's a better athlete than you give him credit for. A guy that can engage in quarterback-driven run game. A nice, tight, compact throwing process. He's basically a mini Bo. He's older than Bo, but he's kind of a mini Bo in terms of just what he offers as a potential similar skill set and package to what Bo Nix has in the event that something did happen. Where Jarrett Stidham feels like a really good, solid, traditional NFL quarterback that's a backup that throws a nice ball, very smart, very heady, but not going to give you a lot in terms of athleticism and running the football at the position. So if you ever got into the situation, I don't want to put that out in the universe, where, say, Bo Nix, for 2 games, his shoestrings are busted, right? He can't tie his shoes for 2 games. If that was the case, I think Sam Ehlinger actually would be a pretty good option.
Can't tie his shoes for 2 games.
Well, I didn't want to throw any other hypotheticals out there.
I appreciate that.
That's a football coach thing. We never talk about, we never say the words, the I word, U-R-Y. We never say it. We say, man, if that guy was to bust his shoelace and he has to come out for a few plays, this would be the perfect guy.
It's like in skiing when you say 2 more, skip the last.
Correct.
You never talk about your last run.
Yep, that's right.
All right.
That's right.
Another underrated thing about Courtland Sutton, man, that I always forget is his ability to throw a football.
Oh, he
just threw a 40-yard dot just in stride for no reason. All the other guys are running back with the football, and then they'll throw a little 20-yard pass to. Also, what a great job to have and what a difficult job to have is the practice throwing quarterback who's not on the roster. Like the coach who is assigned, you have to throw these 15-yard out routes, and they have to be on the number every time.
So I'm going to negotiate on live radio with the Denver Broncos franchise. Former Division I scholarship quarterback here. For $10,000 a year, I'll be your practice thrower.
Ball thrower?
Yep.
You could do that. You'd be slightly
How many
the
jobs
program.
do you think I need? Do I need 4? So that would put me up to, I don't know. That'd put me up to 4. Probably don't have the bandwidth for that one right now.
I would love to see you go out there and just be like, hey, can I tap in for a second?
Yeah.
You're cutting in on a dance at prom. I just give you a couple here. Don't worry. I'll give her back.
I do it all the time at practice. All the time. I don't throw very often, but when I do, I just heat it up for some of those.
I was the same way coaching, too.
They're like, Coach, you can still spin it like that? I'm like, guys. I'm actually probably better now than I was in my prime, to be candid.
I'm in better shape.
My arm is never dragging or hanging.
I had the same feeling, too, at practices. Like, there's a lot of coaches that I always saw that always jumped in a little bit too much. So I picked my places. But, going on a 2-on-1 and put the Jets on a little bit. And
like, ooh, Coach.
Yeah,
he's
still got it. He's got once, as good once as I ever was.
No doubt.
Was never really that
one
good.
Skates.
But, one skates.
One breakaways.
Saw this on ESPN. They ranked the young cores in the NFL. And this is based off of, blue chip players that are under the age of 25. And I know you peeked at my screen, so I can't ask you the question.
This is really funny. Repeat the qualifier for blue chip
players under the age of 25. So it has to be a blue chip player that was drafted probably within the last 2 to 3 years at the very most, and it can't be a guy that played the extra year.
Well, can I cheat here just a little bit?
You may.
What have the Denver Broncos done in their draft strategy over the course of the last 2 seasons?
Take old dudes.
Take guys that got COVID years, 6th years, gap years. Their parents redshirted them in 8th grade, and they're 27-year-old rookies.
Yep.
So that disqualifies you right off the bat. Devon Vele, out. Bo Nix, out.
Well, so the graduated players they had from last year when they were 26th ranked out of 32 teams in the league in terms of 25 and under players. Bo, Surtain, Riley Moss, and Nick Benito all graduate out of that. And those are 4 blue chippers, right? That's arguably the second best, not arguably, he's the second best rookie in his class from a quarterback perspective, the best defensive player in the world, you call Riley Moss a top 20 corner in the league right now?
He needs to prove it. I would say
30?
at the first 10, 12 games of last season, I would say he was a top 30 corner in the National Football League.
He would start on a couple of teams as their one on the outside.
I think so.
Not many, but a couple.
Yep.
All right, so let's give Riley Moss a top 30 corner in the league, and Nick Benito is looking at a big-time contract extension as an edge rusher. So you have a lot of talent that gets out of there. It is true, though. It's a team that feels young, but on paper isn't.
It really isn't at all. I mean, it's a team that is young as it relates to experience and years of service, but the Broncos have been very, very conscientious about their draft decisions so as to get rookie players on rookie contracts but cheat the system as it relates to what's happened in college athletics post-2020. Just get all the older players and put a high premium on that. Remember when a lot of people were using that as a topic to disparage Bo Nix?
A reason not to draft a quarterback was a guy who spent a little bit too long in college.
And they're like, no, we love the fact that he's coming in and he's got the maturity of somebody who's been doing this for 7 years.
Now, it's funny. You would, just from a bird's eye perspective, you would think that, well, an older quarterback, I like that he's seen more, he's been in more systems, he's matured a little bit. An older running back, I don't know if I would want to draft, but we're all so high on R.J. Harvey. And how old is R.J. Harvey?
He's 24?
He's 24.
Yeah.
It's an older running back.
It is.
I don't know if the market will reset itself, a couple of years from now when we get out of those players who were granted the COVID year, who were granted the extra years of eligibility because of what happened in 19 and 20. But here are your youngest impact players on this team. Marvin Mims is 23.
Okay. 30-year player.
Jonah Ellis is 22.
Yep.
Jaleel McLaughlin, and we'll talk about him in a second, is 24. Audric Estime is 21. And then you've got Jahdae Barron, 23. R.J. Harvey, 24. Pat Bryant and Savion Jones are 22 coming in as rookies.
So do they have a 21-year-old on this roster that's a drafted player?
I'd have to look through the roster pretty quickly. There's so many dudes here.
Audric Estime is 21.
Estime is 21. He's turning 22 very, very soon.
Savion Jones, 21 from LSU. And that is it.
Audric Estime's, Estime is the only 21-year-old on the team.
Savion Jones.
No, Savion Jones is 22. Savion's 22. The only 21-year-old on the team is second-year running back in... No, that is Savion Jones. Darn it.
Unless he had a birthday yesterday.
He may have had a birthday. I'll take a pick.
Yeah, so Savion Jones' birthday is July 3rd, so he just turned 22.
Just turned 22.
Oh, so when they printed out this roster.
That is a dated roster.
This is
old.
old.
So you have a single 21-year-old on the team.
Isn't that crazy? I saw a 20-year-old, I thought.
Single 21-year-old currently on the roster right now. They feel young. They're not. They feel young because they haven't been there. They haven't done that. They've been out of the playoffs for 10 years.
Not a single 20-year-old
finally got back next year or last year. Speaking of Jaleel McLaughlin, who's running right in front of us right now, is there something going on with his roster spot?
I don't know. Yesterday was a weird day. It was a day where you saw a team run, play action pass in 2 different 11-on-11 periods that are scripted plays. And a lot of times that means that the offensive coaching staff scripts the reps, and they also kind of script the touches. So it's not quite as unknown who's going to touch the football, especially at the running back position. You know who's going to touch the football. And every single rep that involved the first string offense and had a run play attached to it was a J.K. Dobbins touch or a touch from R.J. Harvey.
Like, we have the twos running right now, and again, it's against air. We're about to get into a move the ball period, but like Stidham's throwing, and the running back that is out in the flat right now is Audric Estime.
And Audric Estime also did not get a one rep yesterday, and team moved the ball in the 11-on-11.
That is the most interesting position battle.
The areas that the guys in that position group that did touch the football, not named R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, were actually Tyler Bidet and Blake Watson. So I don't know what to make of it. I found it interesting. I've watched Jaleel McLaughlin's a player that his effort is off the charts. His character, the way that he approaches football is about as good as it gets. I've actually never seen this from Jaleel McLaughlin. He's walking back to the huddle after reps, almost as if he's a little bit like looking sideways. You guys really doing this to me at this point when I've worked this hard? And you're not going to give me the opportunities?
The body language is a little different.
It's different than it's been.
I don't love it.
I don't know what's going on behind the scenes with him as a player. We had heard for so long that Shawn Payton just loved Jaleel McLaughlin. He's the kind of guy that you praise, the model of the overachiever, the guy who came here as an undrafted free agent, does everything right, takes care of his body like nobody else. But for whatever reason, Shawn Payton's got to make some decisions, man. He's got to make some decisions, and he's got to invest in J.K. Dobbins, and he's got to invest in R.J. Harvey.
We'll keep an eye on it. When we get back, we expect to be in a move-the-ball period with the Broncos. Again, second straight day of padded practice out here at Broncos Park. Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy, you guys are listening to The Morning Sprint on Denver's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Coach Mike Sanford's having a bogey. One-on-ones going, unfortunately, not in front of us, very far away from us right now. We'll get you guys caught up on what is happening on this 2-hour left. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official law firm partner of Broncos Country. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Shawn Mazda text line. Watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. And make sure you catch everything, including the Broncos training camp recap podcast with Mike Sanford and DMac on YouTube.
That's kind of must-see TV, but screeny. I don't know. It's on screen. You can watch it on your
it's one of those
various screens.
It's one of those stupid internet shows.
It's
that
what
Coach
it is.
Talking about.
It was a lot of fun. The day that the stupid internet show comment was made, I asked DMac, "Are we doing a stupid internet show?"
You're doing a stupid internet show.
And I'm like, "That's so fun."
And that stupid internet show, 8:30 p.m. every night, YouTube.
All right,
Altitude Sports Radio.
I got a Pat Bryant versus Riley Moss one-on-one rep happening in real time. Pat Bryant creates a little bit of separation and a nice throw right there from Sam Ehlinger.
As a former quarterbacks coach and guy who handled wide receivers, obviously offensive coordinator, what are you looking for in one-on-ones?
Yeah, you want to see separation because this is from a defensive standpoint. This is an important drill for Vance Joseph as Jahdae Barron right now lines up opposite Michael Bandy, the training camp favorite. And Michael Bandy
dude just gets open, man.
He does. Somehow, some way, every training camp, well, 2 in a row, I guess. The University of San Diego Torero product just gets open, creates space, creates separation, and then doesn't make the active roster. But that's kind of life in the National Football League.
And you've mentioned the guy who just threw the a ball that unfortunately misses.
Number 81 is Toledo. It's Jerwan Newton from the University of Toledo.
So the man who just threw that ball was Sam Ehlinger, and you've really loved the way that he throws the football. You brought up the ideas, like, can you find a way to stash him on the practice squad this year so that maybe there's a conversation coming up in year two of the Broncos experiment with Ehlinger that you might move on from Stidham. Stidham is due a second year of his contract. He's $3.5 million in a dead cap next year, not this year. Have you seen enough of him? I know it's been very, very, very early to go, yeah, I could move on from Stidham next season.
What I like about the possibility of moving on from Stiddy is the play style of Sam Ehlinger fits that of Bo Nix's play style, and you're coming up as a dual-threat quarterback. Both those guys were dual-threat athletes when they were recruited out of their respective high schools, originally to Texas for Sam Ehlinger and originally to Auburn, where Bo Nix was the number 1 dual-threat recruit at the quarterback position in America. He wasn't listed on Rivals and 247 as a drop-back pro-style quarterback. He was listed as a dual threat. Sam Ehlinger is the exact same way. You run quarterback power with him, Q power read, Q counter. He played for Tom Herman at the University of Texas, where you do see a ton of quarterback-driven run game. I think he would be a nice fit if in the event that anything ever happened to Bo Nix.
Coach, we saw coming from the Pro Football Hall of Fame a little bit after our show yesterday, the notable 2026 first-time Hall of Fame candidates. Now that we have our most recent one, the Hall of Fame games coming up pretty soon here. Next year, Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, and I think that's probably where the list ends in terms of
Frank Gore?
shoo-in. No, Frank Gore is on this list. And I do think Frank Gore is a really, really interesting part of this candidate team. He is third all-time in career rushing yards. He has exactly 16,000 yards on the ground. Now, he played forever, so that 16,000 it's a counting statistic rather than he was amazing for, a 12-year stretch and he was just rattling off 1,000-yard seasons left, right, and center. He played forever, and that's the reason why he got up that high. I think if you do get to that point where you're looking at the greatest to ever do it, Gore isn't in that conversation, but if you put up that many yards on the ground, I think you eventually have to put him in. Is he a first ballot? In my eyes, no. Fitzgerald and Brees are the two shoe-in first ballot Hall of Famers.
Without question, there is no doubting that either one of those guys is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
No way.
But this class that's coming up has some other interesting players. Jason Witten was a highly, highly productive tight end, and I would argue that he became one of the original tight ends in this new evolution towards the tight end being primary pass catcher in certain offensive systems.
But put him with his contemporaries. Where does Jason Witten land with the guys that he played against at that position? When you talk about Antonio Gates and Tony Gonzalez and Jason Witten, like where does he slot in? He's in the discussion, but he's not better than either one of those guys. So I liked Witten. Don't get me wrong. I thought he was a great player. LaShawn McCoy, good. He's a Hall of very good guy.
I agree with that.
I thought his peak was pretty good as a kicker.
Todd
so
Gurley,
It appears we have lost the guys down there at training camp. We do apologize about that. So we are going to take you to a little bit of Shawn Payton from yesterday, as Shawn Payton talks about what's going on with camp at this moment and kind of some of the latest updates in regards to injured players and everything in between. So here's Shawn Payton.
So again, I mean, for us, our first day in pads, the schedule's set where it's not as long on the field, and that'll gradually build up again. I thought we did pretty well overall, though, carrying them. One update just on Drew, because there's been a lot written. The news for us was good news in that it's a ligament in his foot and it's not a tendon. What does that mean? It's going to be certainly north of 4 to 6 weeks, but the tendon was what we were concerned about. So I'm not going to try to spell it, but the ligament repair is a much easier one than that of a tendon. So we were all pretty happy with that. I'll update you when we get a timeline. And there have been some cases where there's surgery, some where there's not. And I think he's doing the right thing right now, kind of exploring those options. Any questions from today?
Shawn, first day in pads, could you feel juice, energy, intensity?
Yeah, it's different. I mean, it's different, especially for the guys in the front.
Why isn't Courtland participating in 7-on-7s?
Well, he's gotten reps. He's gotten limited reps, and I think we're close.
All right, I think we got the guys back. Guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you, KJ. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. You guys are good to go. There's little technical issues, you know.
Yeah, Evan Ingram being with one-on-one rather than in the 9-on-7 period doesn't shock me. It also doesn't make me upset because we know what he was signed for. You know that Evan Ingram wasn't signed to be a two-way tight end.
Then he's not
a
joker.
A vertical threat.
Because then what's a joker? A joker is something that can do multiple things well. You can play the king of spades, but then you can also be the four of hearts, right? You can be a run blocking tight end, and you could be a pass catching tight end and a vertical threat. I saw him get a rep with Bo Nix as the quarterback, and it was against Talanoa Hufanga. He ran a 18 to 22 yard deep crossing route. Bo Nix led it a little too much off the fingertips of Evan Ingram, and I'm like, he should have been down at 9-on-7. Getting his freaking nose, getting his hand in the ground, getting his nose dirty.
In the hat, baby.
What I did notice about that 9-on-7 period, very physical. In fact, there was a lot of players down. They were being tackled to the ground. I don't know if it was by design, if it was actually a live period or not, but it was definitely amped quite a bit. And Bo Nix just airmailed the ball over the quarterback net, threw it off schedule. Off
These
bounds.
are my favorite things to watch in camp are quarterback net drills. Either the deep net where they throw the solo ball to a net that's waiting and it's pitched up right in the corner of the end zone. I love that. Or the footwork drills that we're seeing where you have to go up and around a bunch of tackle dummies and then zip one to a target that's 15 yards downfield to your left.
Broncos quarterback coach Davis Webb with a bit of a new look this year. Last year he had the very long, mangy, like I live in Colorado now. I'm kind of a hippie.
Oh, the Jake Plummer.
Yeah,
look.
he had a very Jake Plummer vibe. Now he's got longer beard but well-kept hair.
That's still a very Colorado look. That's what you have.
He's kind of gone to Sanford.
He kind of stole
and he's
it
also he's still a very young quarterback coach. I think he's south of 30 years old, if I'm not mistaken. He's rocking glasses this year. He's got like actual prescription glasses on. It's very different.
Don't hit the guy for having bad eyesight.
No, I'm good. It's probably why he's not still a quarterback in the National Football League.
Frank Gore, 110 yards, 19 attempts, and 1 touchdown in that 3-point loss to Baltimore.
Oh, it was only a 3-point loss. The Hard Bowl
back in 2013. That's a pretty darn good showing in the Super Bowl, man. He had that playoff year for Frank Gore, dude, in a 45-31 win at home against Green Bay. 23 touches, 119 yards, 1 touchdown. He had 48 yards on 2 receptions through the air. Second game at Atlanta in a 4-point win. 21 attempts on the ground, 2 touchdowns, 90 yards, no receptions, no targets in that game, and he threw up 110 in the Super Bowl. That's a hell of a playoff run.
I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Combination of having a nice postseason run that it did get you to a Super Bowl and you performed well, but also you're the 3rd all-time leading rusher. And mind you, Frank Gore had, I'm talking, disturbingly ugly knee injuries in his college career at the University of Miami, and he ended up having the longevity at the position like he did. That guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer in my eyes.
Yards from scrimmage, 4th all-time in a career. Rushing and receiving touchdowns, 28th all-time. He had 99 total. It would have been amazing if he had 16,000 yards and exactly 100 touchdowns as well. Yards per rushing attempt, 92.
This is a blast right now. So Bo Nix is actually having fun. This is something that we were wondering if he's going to do ever.
This is
he's
fun.
so
We're
dang
having
serious.
fun.
So they are now doing Courtland Sutton is now going through the quarterback individual drills where he's stepping up, sliding in the pocket. Bo Nix is agitating the bag, and he just did not make it in the hole.
Well, he also climbed 5 yards past the line of scrimmage.
Sam Ellinger hit 2 in a row. And Bo Nix got the crowd all fired. Here goes Evan Ingram. Looks kind of sweet as a QB. Not throwing it.
That was a little ducky.
But you know what though? His pocket movement, pocket mechanics were what I would say 2 thumbs up.
The quarterbacks are goading all 800 fans behind us to boo Evan Ingram on a bad toss.
All right, now Bo Nix is jumping back up in here, and he's going to see if he can. He's over the net today.
Over under half a touchdown pass for Courtland Sutton this year.
Over. I like it. What are my odds on that, you know?
Plus 250.
Take it.
I think it's a pretty good one. If he's going to be in there throwing some balls, right?
Yeah.
Shawn Payton likes a little trickery. We saw it last year.
I'll leave it
that
25 bucks.
You know what? And how's this? I'll even juice it up for you. Over under half a touchdown or a 2-point conversion. I'll even give you the 2-point conversion.
Yeah, then now you're talking. 2-point conversion.
I'll give you that.
Philly special kind of vibes.
I mean, that's what we had last year.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a catch from Bo. That was the most athletic thing Bo did all season. And that guy showed us some legs, but that was an athletic catch.
You're probably right. Evan Ingram just hit one. Evan Ingram in the quarterback drills hit it
flexing
and
back
celebrating.
At the crowd.
Bo Nix, wasn't he? Didn't he go 2 thumbs down?
2 thumbs down when he missed him, yeah.
And now
when he missed the target,
bandwagon.
2 thumbs down.
Yep.
It's my favorite thing ever. Far side of the field right now, Marvin Mims taking punt return practice. Offensive linemen are working on belt restriction drills. McGlinchey is standing off to the side as well, though.
He is holding a helmet today instead of a New Era ball cap, which is good. Yesterday was a New Era ball cap.
So this is, as you said a little bit earlier on in the show, this is slow return to play.
Protocols are in place.
This is not something that we should be concerned about, that it's taking this long, but it is on track.
He's without question on track, and he's going to be your opening day starter. He will be out here in full pads with a helmet on, going through walkthrough. When your opening game is, 6 weeks away? 5 weeks away? You wouldn't be in that space, so I think it's good news for Mike McGlinchey. Also good news that we mentioned yesterday. You remember when Zach Allen was walking around gingerly? I was able to look over and find the 9-on-7 inside run drill. Zach Allen was out there with the ones participating. And so I'm wondering a little bit.
Was it a P wobble?
Do you think that his wobble had anything to do with the fact that Courtland Sutton wasn't practicing yesterday? because Courtland Sutton was signing a new $90+ million extension, and it wasn't Zach Allen?
Say, hey, I want to be inside. I want to be signing that thing.
Can
right
I go
now?
in there and meet with the ownership group?
What if I walk closer to the building? Do you think they'll be like, all right,
hey,
Zach,
I'm
come
here.
on up.
Hey, guys.
We have a pen for you. We couldn't see you earlier.
I got a pen, Mr. Penner. Can I sign something, please?
Stick around. KJ's got the latest from around the league with his NFL notes on the other side. That's Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude 92.5. Every day here at 11:20 on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and myself, Alex Ryanemi, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL notes. Those are all brought to you by MountainHighAppliance.com. Before we get into those, Coach, we're watching 11-11 on the field, far 2 hour left. Unfortunately, not in front of us. They ripped this thing up over the course of the last 2 days. What are we watching? What are the big things? Mike McGlinchey taking part in first-team reps.
Great to see Mike McGlinchey back out there as your starting right tackle, fully available. Alex Palczewski had been serving as the number one right tackle in the absence of Mike McGlinchey from the rotation. The other thing of note, Lavelle Bailey and Justin Strnad both rotating in with the ones alongside Dre Greenlaw. In fact, Strnad and Lavelle Bailey took multiple reps with the first-string defense. I also noticed that Jahdae Barron did not start out in nickel. It was Jaquan McMillan today. So been a bit of a rough start for the offense. Evan Ingram ran a terrific route. I call it a boomerang route, where he's starting what looks like a deep over route, slams the brakes on, and then returns back to where he started from. Bo Nix was rolling out to his right, missed the connection on what was a very open route against man coverage. Bo Nix is a little bit slow to get going here today.
There was a fumbled snap outside of a good edge burst from R.J. Harvey. That was kind of it for the offense.
What you're watching right now is
the defense is dominant.
You're watching one of the top defenses in pro football, even without two of their top four inside linebackers, with Alex Singleton on the sideline and Drew Sanders.
KJ, you got us? Can you hear us, my friend?
Yes, sir. We got you back. You're all good.
All right. We are back. We'll have some more updates from 11 on 11 as Coach is watching them live right now. What is your first story? Kick off those NFL notes.
The Broncos and Courtland Sutton reached an agreement following practice yesterday on a 4-year, $92 million contract extension, which is $23 million per year. Sutton expressed that he wanted to be paid this offseason, that he would not play this year without getting a contract extension. He gained himself $41 million in guarantees, and that will be broken up into $14 million this year and $27 million for the rest of the guarantees through the rest of his contract, with obviously the $92 million extension. So if we're looking at Courtland Sutton and we're looking at the production he's had in the past, we're looking at the production that he's looking to have moving forward, obviously being Bo Nix's top target here. Courtland Sutton is paid, right? So he's an established weapon. There's other established weapons on the Broncos that also need to get paid. So my question to you guys is, Courtland Sutton is paid. Who's coming up next for the Denver Broncos?
The guy who has to be coming up next is, without a doubt, Zach Allen.
It's Zach Allen. He's already proven to be the jack of all trades in your front seven. He can play anywhere, play end, he can play rush, he can play nose tackle, he can play three technique. You name it, Zach Allen's the guy that has to be available for Vance Joseph to do what he likes to do in terms of junking up the front, giving a multitude of looks. Zach Allen needs to get paid, and I think the right play as it relates to Nick Bonito is let Nick Bonito go out and earn it with 15-plus sacks in this season. If he does it a second year, then you know what? Then pay the dang man.
Wow.
Because he really is what you think he is.
I mean, if he goes out and does that, Coach, you're looking at $100 million guaranteed deal. Like that is the Watt, Crosby, Bosa look in terms of total guarantees. Your contract average in terms of the best edge rushers in the world right now: TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Danielle Hunter's making 35 or just north of 35.5 right now. If he goes out and he puts out 15 sacks, that's a $35 million contract, man. That is a big time risk if you don't sign him right now.
I think it's worth the risk, and I think that you could see big-time improvement of numbers, as we just saw Sam Ehlinger just threw a jump ball about 48 yards down the field to none other than Troy Franklin wearing number 11. Troy Franklin did something that he never did last year. He high-pointed a football and came down with it.
All right.
It's great to see.
We're seeing
Troy Franklin's been a success story thus far.
Seeing steps forward by our young wide receivers here in Denver. KJ, keep it going. What's next?
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Ha!
Sorry, Sean. I'm sorry. Our little internet shows are driving you crazy. One of the undertones of the Broncos presser yesterday was recruiting. Bo Nix has played a major part in getting guys here to Denver. Shawn Payton took that opportunity to praise Bo Nix, sort of, kind of, but it was really a stray at Russell Wilson. While Dre Greenlaw, he gave major credit to Bo Nix and what he's established just in year one.
No, there's a fist pump on the way home in my car. And then it's business. Players are smart today. They want to go where they are these things in place. And I think 2 years ago, I don't know that we win that battle. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know that we do, but we did last year.
No doubt. I mean, once you start looking at the teams in free agency, next thing you look at after the defense is, all right, who got a quarterback and who's got a chance to, make it, to the Super Bowl, and that's my mindset. But watching Bo play, I mean, he can run, he can throw, he can do everything on the field. One of the strongest arms I've seen too, especially as a year two guy. So. I mean, I see the jump that he can make even from his first year to his second year, and he's a great leader. Seems like a great leader so far. He's vocal, like I said about Alex. He's vocal when he needs to be, and he's confident as hell too. So, I mean, that's what you need in a quarterback.
Also, for defensive players to see a team with a quarterback on a rookie contract, it's probably very enticing, knowing that you're going to get paid more when you're not sinking $60 million into a quarterback like Dallas is right now.
Gosh. Is there a franchise that feels more dysfunctional than the Dallas Cowboys?
No. That's Cincy. Cincinnati's dysfunctional as hell.
Yeah, but it feels like Cincy's still's got the ability to score 38 points any given Sunday. Whereas I don't know if that's the case right now.
Dak still puts up really good numbers in the regular season
2 years
when
ago.
He's healthy.
Yeah, I mean, when he's healthy, and he's aging.
He's got CD. That connection scares the crap out of me.
CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott. Who's their next best receiver? Oh, it's Pickens. George Pickens.
Oh, it is.
They added a cancer to the locker room.
They added a
That's
cancer
perfect.
to the room.
You already have a bunch of cancers, and you got an owner that essentially is a built-in cancer. Then just keep adding him. Sorry, Scotty Hastings. I think Jared Jones is also an Arkansas Razorback.
What's your point?
He said, I don't care.
But, yeah, it's a huge thing for defensive players to be able to look at a team that is not spending a bunch of money at the quarterback position and try and find the next best player that isn't making the money that Brock Purdy was about to make, right? Like, there's a reason why Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw are no longer 49ers. It's not because the Broncos were so enticing. It's because they had to pay Brock Purdy. Let's be very honest about that. That's the number one reason.
Did they make the right decision in paying Brock Purdy?
I don't
in
think
your
they
opinion?
did. No, I've never been a pay Brock Purdy a bunch of money type of guy. I think that's insane.
On the narrative around the 49ers that I've been saying for the last 4 months, that I have a lot of concerns about the 49ers and where they're going to end up going. One positive sign has been seeing some of the clips coming out of 49ers training camp of Colorado's own Christian McCaffrey. He looks good. He looks fresh. I didn't see it when I was around him 3-4 months ago. I saw a guy that looked like the miles were starting to accumulate.
Are you going to sink my fantasy team right now and tell me to draft him and then he gets hurt 6 weeks in?
I think that's not a bad call because I think he visited Jamal Murray in the offseason.
Anti-inflammaciones.
And he got the anti-inflammatories, man.
The anti-inflammatories, man.
KJ, keep it going.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Well,
perfect timing.
Right. Cleveland just continues to be the sports city that keeps on giving. Raj detailed a story out of baseball regarding Cleveland that you guys can go back and listen to in hour 1 on the podcast. Well, Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Cleveland Browns, said, "Hold my beer," because now he wants to tell the story that everything has been good, it's always been good, it will always be good when it comes to why they chose to pick Shedeur Sanders on day 3.
If you'd have told me, so you picked him on Saturday, right? Friday night driving home, y'all are going to pick Shedeur, I would say that's not happening. But we had a conversation early that morning, and then we had a conversation later that day. I think we had the right people involved in the conversation. At the end of the day, that's Andrew Berry's call. Andrew made the call to pick Shedeur. Just like who's going to start or what play we're going to call is Kevin's call. But that's Andrew's call. He made the call.
All right, Jimmy Haslam, we'll take you at your word, even though your general manager looked highly disappointed when every in-war room video surfaced coming out of the fact that you drafted Dillon Gabriel, who, in my opinion, should never have been a first 5-round draft pick National Football League quarterback, my own personal opinion. And then you take Shedeur Sanders, just a mere 2 rounds later? None of it makes sense, and I understand that you're in damage control mode. The Cleveland Browns are going to continue to do exactly what they do, and that's be the Cleveland Browns.
What's going to happen with Shedeur? If he's the 4th best quarterback on that roster, he's going to the practice squad. If I'm a team that doesn't have great
careful
depth,
of saying
I'm going to grab
4th
him.
best. I'd say 4th valued by the franchise.
By the franchise.
That's what it appears to be. He's not even getting the opportunities, and all the reps that have come out, he's not even gotten one single rep with the one offense for the Browns. He's the only quarterback. Dillon Gabriel's gotten reps with the ones. Kenny Pickett, who's now injured, got a whole bunch of reps with the ones, and then Flacco as well. I just don't see it right now unless something changes quickly.
So if you're Pittsburgh, Indy, New York, you didn't draft him, and you had ample opportunity to draft him in the 3rd, the 4th, or even in the 5th round if you really wanted to. If that guy gets placed on the practice squad, is anyone trying to snipe him?
Yeah, I think there'll be teams that are going to.
So why not do that in the draft then?
I don't know. It's the most interesting question. Shedeur Sanders somehow, some way is going to end up playing a meaningful NFL game this year for some team. I don't know where it is, but I can see it happening.
Vegas.
I think Geno's there.
Put him behind Geno.
That's what I thought all along. That would have made too much sense, but apparently all of the things that went through the draft process for Shedeur Sanders eliminated him as somebody that every NFL team viewed as a potential top 3 prospect.
Man, it's still such a conundrum.
Top 3 round.
How all of that happened.
Top 3 round prospect.
KJ, keep it going.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
The Dallas Cowboys dodged a quote-unquote major injury concern when an MRI revealed that left tackle Tyler Guyton did not suffer a torn ACL during Monday's practice. He did, however, sustain a bone fracture and is looking to a recovery time of 4 to 6 weeks. They also got news that their cornerback, Kalen Carson, will be out 4 to 6 weeks as well with a hyperextended knee that was sustained during Sunday's practice. The Broncos have sustained their injuries of their own as well. But if you're the NFL or if you're NFL teams, is there anything you can do to be calloused for the season without sustaining major injuries or running that risk?
No.
Yeah, that's hard.
You can't. Honestly, what the thought about training camp and the injuries over the past week has been around the league. Like, worst case scenario hasn't played out for almost anyone. Even go back to Justin Fields. Like, all of these injuries have gone, oh, no, is it an Achilles? Is it an ACL? Is it a broken hand or a broken arm for Alex Singleton? No, it's a broken thumb tip.
Of the thumb.
Right? Like, all of these
Just
injuries
the tip.
have come back.
And Alex got to
really
see how it
good.
feels. It was just the tip situation. For
Just
my
once.
man. Just
Oh
once.
my
Just
God.
once. Just one rep.
The hope is around the league, and certainly here at Broncos training camp, you need to continue to get that type of injury luck, right? The Broncos have sustained 2 of those injuries, but they have not been season-altering injuries. Drew Sanders being out for a handful of weeks.
Does Drew Sanders' injury feel a little season-altering?
No.
It does to me.
No, because you're going to get him back in 8 weeks.
Drew Sanders just hasn't developed at any position with any type of regularity.
He was an impact player for you at the end of the season without being in training camp.
I mean,
I know it
I
sucks
felt like
for
he was
his
a flash in the pan. Like, it was like, oh, wait, that guy plays for the Broncos still? He got a sack in this day? Like, it wasn't like you were.
He contributed.
At the end of the season in a very isolated several
He'll
moments.
be back and able to do that again.
I just don't know where he plays. they started him out as an outside linebacker, as an edge, and then they move him back inside, and he's missed 2 training camps
Well,
in a row.
Hold on. Why is that an issue on the defensive side? We see guys be swing tackles all the time.
Swing tackle's different because you're playing in the exact same position group. An edge rusher is a different meeting room than an inside linebacker. They don't meet together. The biggest misnomer right now in I think identifying positions in the NFL is calling outside linebackers at all. They're edges. Frankly, the modern outside linebacker is a defensive end. That's what you are. You're a defensive lineman.
Just without your hand in the dirt.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You're just playing in a 2-point stance, but you're lining up exactly where every defensive end in the history of football is lined up. And yet you have a Drew Sanders that has gone back and forth between those two positions. I just don't know that he's going to ever get the developmental opportunity to be the player that he was once drafted to be.
I really don't think it's that season-altering. Again, I'm waiting for the big-time injury around the league to a big-time player, and we haven't seen it yet. Now, it's early. Don't get me wrong. We're in day 4 of public camp today. It's early. It can happen again. But the Broncos have skirted a big-time season-ending injury, not once but twice. And multiple teams throughout the league have done it with big-time defensive players and even a quarterback in New York with Fields and the Jets. Like, keep your fingers crossed. This is what you want. You don't want other teams to sustain injuries. You want the best product on the field as possible as a viewer and certainly as the Shield. Colorado's most complete local appliance store has locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, and that is Mountain High Appliance. They have every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We bring it to you guys every single day at 11:20 with KJ's NFL Notes. We'll come back on the other side. Coach will give you a recap of what we're watching on the far side of the field. The second straight day of padded practice out here at Broncos Park. A beautiful day. 72, overcast. It ain't hot, and we're not ending practice anytime soon here at Broncos camp. Wrap things up and hand over things to PhD coming up at 12. Wrapping things up here, second straight padded day at practice for Broncos training camp. Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. PhD will take you guys from 12 to 3 today. They'll have live podiums from players and I believe coordinators today. I'm not sure we're going to get a peek at Shawn Payton. He did address the media yesterday. Reaction from Nate and Andy from 3 to 6. And then tonight on YouTube, just search out Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe today. You guys will be able to listen to the training camp podcast, the training camp recap podcast, rather, with Sanford and DMac. How's that been going with DMac?
It's been a lot of fun, man. There's nothing that gets me more fired up than looking at DMac's face at 8:30 p.m. at night, right before I get ready to go to bed. It's pretty awesome, man. It's a great-looking face.
Those type of reactions over the last couple of days?
Yeah.
You're not going to have that reaction today when you talk about the offense and their performance.
Today's
they
not
kind of
been
got smacked around.
Yeah, it's not been a bogasm kind of a day for DMac. So if you're tuning in, DMac, you could watch this one practice today and say there are some signs of a sophomore slump. The regression is here.
What?
Bo Nix.
What?
Yes, DMac.
What?
Yes.
The regression?
The regression is here. Is that DMac?
Is that you live?
Is that the
Yes.
real?
Yes.
The real voice of Darren McKee?
I'm not going to say regression, but
Regression.
DMac, the offense sucked today, man.
It's been absolute, as my kids say, today's offense has been buns.
Oh, man.
Cheeks, buns.
Wow.
You know what though?
What?
It means that the defense has been really good.
Oh, who cares about defense? I don't want to hear about that.
I don't know. I
don't
think
need to hear
Shawn
about
Payton's his second year as the head football coach of the Denver Broncos yielded a postseason appearance because of the defense.
All right,
So
well,
I
look forward to hearing the truth and on the radio and all of our little internet shows.
Do you want me to kill you with the truth? Or do you
Of
want me to
course.
tell you?
Wow, he knows his guy.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
DMac, we'll talk to you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah,
Get
beat it.
PhD
All right.
from noon to 3. Do
Your own
not
little
miss
internet
DMac
shows
and
are
Coach
driving me crazy.
on their little internet show tonight at 8:30 on YouTube. But, yeah, we got to stick with the offense today. It was a dominant defensive performance. Practice has not ended yet, but it seems as though we're kind of done with team periods. We've gone through field goals.
Special teams looks like a punt period now.
I think we're kind of just waiting for practice to end up. We're not going to get another 11-11.
I think we are.
You
Bo
think?
Nix is still strapped up, ready to go. He's got his helmet on. Offensive line's in position.
I hope you're right.
We're either going to get a 2-minute.
Hey, can I ask you guys a quick question?
What's up? Please do, KJ.
So, how much of the defense knowing the script played a part into their success today?
I think part of it is that you have unbelievably good defensive football players on this roster. And then I do think that when you have familiarity of what you see, especially when the continuity offensive scheme-wise is year in, year out, it starts to play into advantage defense. The scariest thing,
You
KJ,
might be right. The first team is all together right now at the close end of the
Oh,
field.
yeah, we're getting more football.
Scariest thing is what?
The scariest thing for any football team at any level is if your offense, especially if it's year 2 or year 3, is obliterating your defense on a daily basis. Because that means that your defense is really bad. Your defense should always be slightly ahead of the offense. And you do like when there's some give and take, when there's some push-pull where the offense has a nice period, but then the defense finishes it off with an exclamation point.
The most exciting thing that we saw today was Sam Ehlinger throwing a 50-yard ball up to 3 players that Troy Franklin came down with.
And that was the third defense that he saw.
R.J. Harvey on the second play from scrimmage after a fumbled snap had an opportunity to break, contain, and get onto the edge for what seemed to be like a 10 or a 12-yard gain before he got pushed out of bounds. Those were your 2 most dynamic plays. The rest of it was missed wide receivers being flushed out of the pocket.
Pass rush was a problem.
Pass rush was an issue. And that's where the Broncos are going to make their bread. Like, if they're going to take the next step, that pass rush has to be just as good, if not better, than it was last season.
And early returns are that it is exactly that. As Bo Nix appears to be ready to take what will probably be the last set of team 11-on-11 reps of today's practice with the first unit.
Okay, so bad offense day. Quarterbacks haven't been great. You haven't done anything.
I actually liked Stiddy had probably the one significant completion in the last 11-on-11 period. It was to Courtland Sutton, the $90+ million man.
When you take this little break and you go into punt coverage and some field goal kicking for the last 15 or 20 minutes, you bring everyone back together for another let's hit each other at the end of practice period. What are you saying to your offense if you're Shawn Payton in the huddle right now?
Well, just, hey, we got to get back on schedule. And that's what I would say. There hasn't been a ton of turnovers today for the offense. It's just look arrhythmic. And I think that continued right there with another short pass that gets swallowed up defensively as Bo Nix completes a ball, what appears to be to Evan Ingram for a 2-3 yard gain. But even that, just getting back into the rhythm of finding a small completion. You want
hands-on footballs.
You want to finish the day feeling like, hey, there's some semblance of rhythm to what we did. Shawn Payton now, I don't know if this is scripted or not, but this appears to be a tempo period of practice where the offense is playing with a lot more tempo from one rep to the next.
Flushed out to the left-hand side.
Like
I was going to say there's probably a sack there. Bo does get up the left side for what seems to be a gain. I didn't see a big reaction from the defensive sideline. Typically, when you get a sack, there's a little bit of energy and juice, so maybe he was able to break and get out of there. Those are the two things with the offense is that can you stay on rhythm? Can Bo utilize his legs after – that is the part of the tape, right, that the league now knows about, right? You're not going to get caught off guard where Bo's breaking these 7, 12, 15-yard runs all the time to extend drives. Can you do that when the defense is ready for it, when it's looking for it?
The name of the game in defensive football is that you got to be able to contain the passer, contain any of your edge run game. And if you can set edges on the defense, then you have a chance against mobile quarterbacks. You got a chance against any type of team that likes to run the wide zone schemes that you see in the Shanahan tree and now the McVay, Kyle Shanahan, McDaniels tree. It's all about setting the edges, and I've seen that today. I mean, at basically every rep so far, this appears to be a 2-minute drill. I think we're watching 2-minute drill, and the
ball hasn't gone anywhere.
The offense looks to be just completely stagnant.
How many days in a row of stagnant offense, struggling offense against an elite defensive core like this one? How many days in a row starts to really terrify you? That you're stuck in the mud?
4 or 5.
So if we're having the same conversation on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, and I would say yesterday I thought there were some flashes on both sides of the football. It was a hard practice to even evaluate just because there were only 2 real team periods of 11-on-11 football. But, yeah, if you get into like a rut of 4 or 5 days, now you start kind of concerning yourself with the confidence of your starting unit, the confidence of your quarterback. And if you don't think that's a real thing, then you don't understand the psyche of particularly the quarterback position.
I'm excited to see Bo tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I know they're likely not going to be in pads again 3 straight days tomorrow, but I'm excited to see the type of fire, the leadership that he has in tomorrow's practice, coming off of 2 straight days where it wasn't really all that great. Now, the offense was better yesterday than it was today, but that's when you start seeing the next evolution in the leadership of Bo Nix. And the first day that we were out here, what was the whole conversation about? This is Bo's camp. This is Bo's team. You can see the control that he has. Shawn Payton isn't talking to Bo in between plays like he was last year. He's talking to the wide receivers and the running backs. Bo's got the huddle. He's good. Now I'm excited to see what he does tomorrow.
Well, if there's one thing that I learned about Bo Nix last year, for whatever the deficiencies that I might have seen at the combine, physically, his arm talent, the ability to drive the football up there like with a guy like J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix Jr., of which he was back-to-back with at the combine, he's got an incredible ability to do something that I think is so important in the National Football League, and that's to respond. The R word is something that Bo Nix is taken, and any time it felt like Bo Nix was, even like his start last season, you remember
at
last
Seattle, 8 weeks were sensational.
At Seattle, not great. At home against the Pittsburgh Steelers, not great. But he responded the next week on that East Coast road trip, and that response propelled the Broncos into what ended up being a playoff season for him. And I think that's one of his greatest aspects is not what he does physically. It's what he does between the ears, and that's his ability to be a consummate professional.
Those final 8 weeks, They all felt like that. He was making the right decisions at the right time. He wasn't turning the ball over. Now, did you want a little bit more out of him? I guess in that Cincy game, sure. Because we haven't seen him pick up the defense, right? I feel like that's the one thing you haven't seen Bo do is when the defense doesn't play great, can he go out and win the game?
Pick apart a team. Just shred them and slice them. That's what I'd love to see that. There were moments against Cleveland that you felt that, right? There were definitely moments against the Atlanta Falcons.
Well, I mean, you could say against Cleveland, but the defense had 2 touchdowns in that game.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Atlanta Falcons. There were some good footballers. Jaleel McLaughlin getting some open space right there. It's a player that has had a fairly quiet training camp, but he is running with the 3 offense right now, and he did find some space and moved the football and created a bit of an explosive play for the offense.
That'll do it for us today out here at Broncos training camp. For Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, thank you so much for dealing with all the technical difficulties today. KJ back at the studios. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Don't go anywhere. PhD's coming up next. Tyler Polumbus is here, and he's got sleeves on today. The sleeve monster didn't catch him today. Still looks great. You could get out there and have a couple of reps. Don't go anywhere. PhD's coming up next. And a reminder, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, a massive football programming announcement. Do not miss any of that. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
I look at the text line right off the bat, and it says, guys, chill the F out and quit trying to be dramatic just to make for good radio. Everyone knows that a good defense is going to come out swinging in training camp. It's a good thing sometimes when the offense struggles early because it forces them to really figure things out before they get too comfortable in their own skin. Tyler, Scott, what's going on out there? Is everything all right with the offense? Is there some dramatic turn today?
Hey, buddy. I got first off, I just got to be fully honest here. They're on the other field today, and it's just a bad viewing experience. So
right.
you're very, very limited in what you can see. I don't think that was a coincidence. They went on the other field today, which today was a much more physical practice. It was a bit longer of a practice. This is what I would have expected yesterday to look like. Listening to Coach talk on it, he definitely saw more with offense that looked bad than I was able to see. I don't know, Scott, if you were able to see as much as Coach did.
Yeah, to me, now listen, I'm biased. I'm persuaded, prejudiced by listening to Coach because I was sitting right in front of him.
What does he know anyways, you know?
What does he know? What does that guy know?
Yeah.
Hey, we'll
fired college coach, now coaching high school.
Exactly.
We'll find out in September.
We sure will. We sure will.
Yeah.
We'll keep receipts.
No, well, I'm talking about if he can coach. Yeah, you know what? There was like one good run. Ellinger threw one good ball up 3-on-3s. But he might have been sacked, but they kind of left the play. If you were to put a grade on it, I'd probably put offense C-, D+, defense A+. Hey, they crushed the offense. The offense did absolutely nothing. The best part of the drill for Tyler and I was when we're on the sideline over here, we're watching more one-on-one stuff and guys are trying to do stuff. And
right. I did think the bow did not look great, for sure.
Okay.
Now, how much of that was on him on the offensive line? I thought the offensive line got manhandled a little bit out there today.
Which is funny because you and I and Stink was there and Logs was there. We were talking offensive line a lot too.
Yeah, those guys are a little bit more down on the offensive line than I am. I probably got a little bit higher opinion of them than they do. But, Troy Franklin made a big catch today. That was good to see. That came from Sam Ellinger, but it was a sack. It wasn't a real play anyways.
But a good finish by Franklin.
Yeah.
The finish was still legit.
Yeah, Troy did a good job of tracking the ball. I mean, Sam really just chucked that thing up there as far as he could. Troy did a good job of locating the ball, coming back to it, and making a play on it.
All right, well, we'll hear from Shawn Payton here shortly, and we'll take that live. But, are days like this inevitable? Is this just the way camp goes, or is there any reason to be a little concerned?
I mean, general rule of thumb is the first week or two of practice, the offense gets their ass kicked.
Okay.
So
all right.
That's generally the way that it goes. It's not a secret here. Defense isn't the most complicated thing in the world, and offense is. Offense is very complicated.
And you said it wasn't a real physical practice yesterday, but the offense looked a lot better yesterday.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Why?
It wasn't a physical practice. A little more physical.
Today was definitely more physical. Coach and I were talking about it when they were in 9-on-7 period, which is your team run. It's like the most macho period of practice for an offensive line, defensive line. That's when the testosterone's really brewing. It's literally a run play. You don't have your wide receivers out there. Everybody knows what it's going to be. There's no secrets, so everybody gets to come downhill. Today was a much more physical thud day, right? Yesterday I talked about thud, and it looked like it was two-hand touch out there. They were banging a little bit, and there were a lot of bodies on the ground, which coaches freaking hate. You never want to see as many bodies on the ground as you had today because we've already had some injuries.
I'm thinking what we do is we do a 9-on-7 report every day brought to you by Revitalized Health.
There you go, buddy. Testosterone filled.
There you go.
Right?
That's actually great. You know what? Idea guy.
Every once in a while.
An idea guy. That's all I am.
That's pretty good right there.
Every once in a while.
9-on-7 update brought to you by Revitalized Health.
What do you think the cooler temperatures had anything to do with it? Was just get after a little bit more?
I'll say this. It was more enjoyable for me temperature-wise. I got to believe, Tyler, you take every day training camp at this temperature today.
Oh my gosh, this right here. It's actually a little bit humid today. Not that it's overbearing by any means. It's definitely far more enjoyable than it was yesterday. This reminds me of training camp in Seattle, man. We would have every single day was about 75 degrees. It was a little bit overcast. You'd have some sunny days, no humidity. It was just gorgeous.
Well, that's good. Does this make you want to, Tyler, be more physical? Weather like this? Does it make?
I mean, I don't know. It makes it easier, I guess.
Yeah.
You're not grinding as hard. You're not as worn out when you get done with warm-ups.
Okay. All right. Well, it kind of adds up, right?
But again, like yesterday it was very intentionally soft. I think today was intentionally a little bit more up-tempo.
All right. What were some of the signs then that the defense was having today? Who was starring on the defense? What was going on?
Well, I think that the pass rush was unbelievable.
Okay.
I thought there was pressure up the middle, up the edges. They set the edges on run plays. Like I said, I think there was one really good run by the rookie. So I would say that and Tyler could talk about this. I think if you win the trenches, you got a better chance of winning the game every single night, don't you? I mean, if your defensive line and your offensive line, when it gets on, are absolutely dominated, how many games do you lose?
You run the ball well, you control the game, you control the clock, you control the tempo, you keep your defense on the field, you keep them off the field, I should say. You keep them fresh. It just makes life easy. Yep.
Yeah, I would say the D-line was pretty spectacular. Today, your nickelback was McMillan, who slid in there.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Really?
Yeah.
So rotating with Barron or replacing Barron?
Well, with the ones early on anyway, McMillan was in. When they first started Team 11-on-11, McMillan was your nickel.
Okay. All right. Gosh, we're just sort of assuming that'll be Barron's spot as on the regular.
It will.
Yeah, probably.
But you know what? In a
He's
guy
gotta
like
learn,
that, a guy like that, you still want him to compete, and you still want your backup in McMillan to feel like he's had legitimate. We talked about it a million times. Last year, quarterback wasn't a competition; it was a decision. This could be a little bit more competitive, you know.
Scott, can you look across the field here and look at these kiss-ass offensive linemen pulling their Tim Tebows, sitting there punching the field goal post? What are these guys doing? What are they doing? Go inside. Drink a Gatorade.
Wait,
by the way,
no coach is impressed that you're sitting there punching the field goal post.
DMac here, but because you know why? You're about 80 steps away from Shawn Payton hitting the podium, so you know.
Yeah.
Head coach see you.
Hey, coach, you see me punching this post here?
Now, saying that, Lerner was sitting there working with somebody doing some blocking drills. I'm okay with that. I will say this: talking with Steve Atwater. Steve Atwater loves 84.
84.
Caleb Loner.
Steve Atwater loves him.
He does. Why?
I've heard a handful of people talking about him.
Why does he love him?
Because he said he's big and physical, and he said they got a chance to develop something right there. That's just from Steve Atwater.
If he catches more than 10 passes this year, I'll be stunned. But
well, it might not be. But
yeah.
Rod Smith, how many passes Rod Smith, the leading receiver all time in Bronco history?
Hey, listen,
catch his first year.
I got no issues taking flyers on 7th-round draft picks that maybe physically are unusual and maybe advantageous. That's good.
What was Shawn
Payton, guys? Shawn Payton. Let's hear what he says about the offense here today. Go ahead.
Longer on the field. I thought it went really well. I think by and large, when you watch us, we're at this stage. I think we're in pretty good shape. You're still building that conditioning level, and then them getting used to wearing the pads. Any questions?
Coach, why was it important to sign Courtland to the extension that you guys did?
Oh, for so many reasons. Number one, he epitomizes like what we're looking for, and then you match that with his play, and just each box you're checking: leadership, work ethic. I'm excited for him and for the club. Sometimes they take a little bit of time, but I think throughout the process there was never that feeling like it wasn't going to get done. It was just a matter of when.
What does he mean for the young guys?
Well, he's one of those guys. He's been a captain. If he didn't say a word, the young guys watch his preparation and his work ethic, but yet obviously his experience with all of those players. But it really starts with his preparation in here, onto the field. He's everything you want in a pro.
When you arrived a couple of years ago, was there a certain moment that you said, this is a guy that is what we're all about, or was it
I think it was early on. I mean, I think it was early on. He'd had an injury year. I remember looking at some 2019 film and bringing him in saying, look, I want this guy. You know, whatever your weight was that year. You know, oftentimes, if we're not paying attention, a player in a skill position will gain additional weight, and I don't know that it's always a good thing, but just his consistency, and he reminds me of a number of players I've coached, and I'm glad we have an opportunity to coach him.
Shawn, as you watch, I was just going to ask you, and you just referenced it. What players are those in your mind?
Marcus Colston Marcus was maybe a little quieter, but day in and day out, so consistent in their performance. And then in game days, they were very similar. They both played split end, strong hands in traffic, really, really good football instincts. That's one player. I'm sure there's a number of players, but when you get to know him, he doesn't have too many bad days, and those guys with the right energy, man, there's a lot to be said for that, because you're going to hit some tough times, and you're going to hit some walls during the course of any season, and he's one of those that is part of the solution always.
As you saw Bo evolve last year, how did you see kind of Courtland in that relationship?
Well, as the ex-receiver, as the split end, there was a consistent player there for him. We weren't developing the QB as well as developing a new split end, and I think not only the timing, but there's a confidence. There's all those things that go into his targets when covered, third down, a lot of things. And so, but overall, separating all the nuances from it, we're getting a player who's still young. He's smart, he's tough, he's reliable. He excels in a number of areas. And again, we're getting a leader.
Big picture, day in and day out, what sort of benefit is it for this offense, maybe in particular, to go against the defense of this caliber?
Listen, I think, there's that iron sharpens iron. I just finished talking about these physical practices and the necessity of what we're building and how we go about doing it. And I think it's fantastic, because it's a back and forth. There's going to be some days coming off this field that you guys will feel like one side of the ball maybe, and that's the ebb and flow of a training camp. But that competition, not only offense and defense, but the competition within the position groups will bring us to a higher level.
For a young running back like RJ, what does this do in terms of helping him learn pass pro against
all of it? Yeah, I think for him specifically, the protections, the speed of the game. He had a run today that was something, and we kind of turned and looked at each other. But there's that learning curve for all of those young players. But and some of it happens a little quicker, maybe than others. But he's doing exceptional.
Plenty to react to as Shawn Payton addresses the media. We're live from Broncos training camp. It's PhD on 92.5.
Oh, absolutely. We got J.K. in here for a reason. We all know what he can do for us. We got Harvey and Miguel and Estime and all those guys that are, our running back room is deep. Everyone can carry the ball. Everyone can do it. We got Batty. We got everybody that we need. The way that they hit the hole, we got some guys that can stretch out the outside zone game for us, which, is an emphasis for us coming into this training camp. And so just doing everything we can up front to let those guys see the hole and make us right. It's fun to watch those guys, scream around the edge and, give us the yards that we need to win football games.
Well, let's talk about R.J. Harvey as he gets praised yet again from Shawn Payton about a great play and getting better in pass pro. Guys, R.J. Harvey, what'd you see today?
R.J. Harvey got his butt blowing up in pass protection today.
Okay, all right.
I mean, destroyed in pass protection. Now, let me put a caveat on there. I'm about 95% certain it was R.J. Harvey. Again, there's 100 bodies in between me and the actual play itself. It definitely started with a 3, and I'm pretty sure it was RJ. But I cannot 100% confirm that it was actually him. I do think it was, though, and he got blowing up. But, look, man, young player, and you fully expect those sort of things to happen.
And I will say this, he had the best run of the day. He got an edge and got outside and probably would have picked up a first down plus. So he did have the best run.
They got a change going on in their running style this year, which is kind of fascinating to watch. Shawn Payton has always been a gap scheme guy, which means inside power, duo, downhill type of running. Then you can tell, and you heard Bolles talk about it there a little bit, that they're emphasizing it. I chatted with somebody a little bit before practice, and they're emphasizing outside zone, which that's my bread and butter. That's the background I come from. I wonder, so they've got a new assistant offensive line coach this year. His name's Chris Morgan. I had Chris for 5 years of my career in Washington and Atlanta. He comes from a Mike Shanahan background. He's definitely an outside zone guy. I don't know, typically speaking, your assistant offensive line coach isn't going to decide the style of running. But he's got a strong background in it. I wonder if he's influencing that. And you could definitely see it. Yesterday we talked about the amount of times that R.J. Harvey tried to bounce the ball outside. It makes a little bit more sense now that I've seen a few days in a row here that they are running way more outside zone than they traditionally have.
Well, as long as he's able to hit those cutback lanes and they're there, right?
That's right.
What's the philosophical difference in that besides what they have been doing?
Well, like I was saying, I mean, he's a gap scheme guy. So when I say power, think about your left guard is pulling to the right side. You're trying to hit that A gap. Duo is it's power without a polar. So you've got an extra tight end to the play side, and everything's trying to hit real downhill. A gap, B gap. Maybe you'll cut it back to the backside A gap if you have to. Outside zone, we're stretching the field. We're running laterally. We're looking for that first hole. We're putting our foot in the ground, and we're hitting it.
Well, that's more like Mike Shanahan's style, right? I mean, that's typical Broncos running over the years, right?
Yeah.
Scotty.
You just Moser Tyler's statement a while ago. I was going to, and that's interesting. And we talked about it earlier. We had long conversations. Does an outside zone help the lineman read the second level better?
It's a little bit more patience. It can. You and I were talking with Stink and Logan before practice, and those guys were talking about the amount of mental mistakes that the offensive line had in identifying the second level. Most of that happens pre-snap more rather than post-snap. And if one guy's not on the same page, then nobody's on the same page. Offensive line, you truly have to have 5 guys that identify the same linebacker. And so a lot of that is pre-snap. And keep in mind, the most mentally taxing position on offensive line is what? What would you guess?
I would say center.
Yeah. And what was that? That was our one position last year
that we thought might have been the weakest.
That we had a young football player. He was a rookie playing. You had vets that had been paid a boatload of money. And so the most mentally taxing position you had your youngest player at last year.
That's a good point.
Why is this offense, Tyler, better suited for this new scheme, or an R.J. Harvey or J.K. Dobbins? Why are they better suited for this than what they had been doing?
Well, first off, I'm definitely not trying to insinuate they're going to get away from the gap schemes, because that's Shawn Payton's background, and that's what he's always done. But I do think that they're going to implement just more change-ups with an outside zone. I don't know, man. I think R.J. Harvey could be a downhill runner. If you go back and you look at his college stats, I read something like 85%. Don't quote me on that. Something like 85% of his runs, he tried to bounce outside the tight end, which that's a little bit bothersome to me. But it tells you that that's the style of running that he's been coming from.
And it also, when we see young running backs that struggle early in their careers, it's that right there, though.
Yep.
Always trying to get outside.
It means you're not reading the linebackers. You've predetermined what you want to do.
All right, so how concerned are you about R.J. Harvey in pass pro then?
Oh, I'm not panicked. I mean,
no big deal.
You know, he's a young football player. I mean, I brought up a play that he got destroyed on today. We've seen that happen with every young football player. It'll happen to him another 100 times. But we'll find out. But that's the beauty of why you've got J.K. Dobbins here, is that you don't have to rely on R.J. Harvey on third down.
All right, the offense versus defense, Shawn Payton did address that. Iron sharpens iron, the necessity of what we're building. This is fantastic. So Shawn Payton is claiming, guys, that, hey, a day that one side dominates the other is a good deal.
Yeah, I don't know. I think being challenged, the reason you have training camps, and like I said, the philosophy of training camps has changed over the last, 10 years for sure, but I would go back as far as 20 years. That training camps, and I told you, I was at Greeley when Dan Reeves was still here. It was about getting dudes in shape. I mean, it was a month long in the hot sun, 2-a-days, hard, full pass. I mean, you were trying to get running. They're running sprints, 100-yard sprints after practice every day. I mean, it was about getting guys in shape. These guys are in shape, and I think we just heard Shawn Payton talk about it in the beginning of his saying. He said we can still get a little better, but we're pretty good right there. These guys are in shape. So now it's about technique and getting things down. And so a little competition. Listen, I don't know, Tyler, do you have to learn that as a young player? Two things can happen when you get your ass kicked. You can sulk and mope about it, and you're going to get your ass kicked the next day. Or you can go back and be fired up about it, figure out what you did wrong, and you're going to be better the next day.
Yeah, and to be fully transparent, I struggled with that big time as a young player. I know I've told this story, so if you're a loyal listener, you've heard it a million times. But as a young player, you know, I did struggle with the ability to flush a bad play. I'd have a bad play, and then I just couldn't get over it. It was in my head, and rather than moving on to the next play, I'm thinking about getting my ass chewed in meetings a little bit later and whatever. And then all of a sudden, one bad play, it spirals into 2 or 3, and then I get traded out to Seattle, and I've got Tom Cable as my coach, and I've got a bad play. And he pulls me out of the drill, and I'm like, "Oh God, here we go!" Like, and I'm ready to get cussed out, just get my ass kicked by him. And he very calmly talks to me. He says, "Tyler, what's the difference between you and Russell Oko?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Russ is a top 12 pick. He's better than me." He's like, "No, Russ doesn't have anything on you. You are just as talented as Russell Oko. The only difference is that he doesn't let one bad play turn into 5. You got to learn how to flush it." And I did, and it took me time to get there. Some players have got the ability to do that in their first year. It took me 2 or 3 years to get to that point.
Let me ask this. My college coach went in there, and he always equated life and sports. He said a lot of lessons we learn in life or that we learn in sports, you can equate to life, getting your ass kicked. Don't you think that, and you look back in your life now, that's been true in your life too?
Oh, yeah.
That you hold on to things and don't flush.
You know what?
Flush them fast enough.
Get up and begin again. Get up and begin. Do it again.
Yeah.
Singleton surgery, he'll miss a week. Big deal, not a big deal.
Yeah.
No, all things considered, this is it's a blessing.
Okay.
I mean, you know, when you see Alex Singleton walk off the practice field early, your heart skips a beat because that's a dude that just had a serious injury, and you're hoping you're not talking about another serious injury. Day before, you hear about Drew Sanders, who Shawn said is going to be north of 4 to 6 weeks, so let's assume 7 to 8 weeks, right? And then you find out that Alex Singleton breaks a thumb. Well, he is going out to L.A., and the only reason, honestly, in my opinion, the only reason he's missing any time is because he's going out to L.A. to get a surgery done. So he's on a plane right now. He'll get that surgery done tomorrow. If this was regular season, I bet you anything he would have casted that sucker up, and he'd be out there the very next day.
Shawn said a little bit later on in his press conference, it's really about the first quarter poll, the first 4 games of the season, and we'll see where we are. That start is being emphasized by the Broncos this year, and by the way, the Nuggets too. In terms of what that tells me, and I'm curious what you guys think, the preseason, aside from just staying healthy and getting into shape, whatever, you don't really know who you are until you're playing in the games. There's no other way, especially the way they've backed off in the NFL.
Well, and did I not say if they find a way to go 4-0 to start this season, they're going to
That'd be amazing.
12 games and maybe win their division. I really believe that. I don't know if they can go 4-0 because that's a tough 4. In fact, the first 4, 5, 6 games, and you throw London in there. That's always a crapshoot.
Well, it does make the first 2 games pretty important. Home against Tennessee and at Indianapolis.
And then your third game's on the road, right?
It's at the Chargers, and then you host Cincinnati.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
you go 4-0 right there. You're
That'd
going
be
to win
amazing.
the division. But I listen. I'm still skeptical of that Colts game only because history tells me they've always struggled going to Indy for some reason. Indy did win 8 games. I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback, which gives you a little hope, especially early in the year. Got to believe Cincinnati's saying we can't do what we did last year, fellas, either. And guess what? You got swept by the Chargers last year.
Yeah, I've always been a huge believer in the beginning of the season. Everybody talks about finishing strong in December, and that's important, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But DMac and I have fought this battle over the years where you lose the first 2 games, and I'm like, hey, it's over. It's over. And the stats, look, it'll take another 5 to 8 years before the stats catch up to it now that we've got an extra game. But, with a 16-game season, the teams that started out the season 0-2, it was like less than 10% of them made the playoffs. Like that, the stats are what the stats are, and you have got to find a way to start the season fast.
Yeah,
Garrett Bolles walking out on the field with a plethora of kids.
Okay,
another player.
That's awesome. Garrett's great with the kids, man. He is something else. Any interactions with Bolsey there, Tyler? Have you had a chance to chat with him? I know that you're pretty friendly with him.
No, I haven't had a chance to talk with them this year or this training camp. I did have a chance to talk to Greg Penner for about 20 minutes today.
Oh, wow.
Which
Okay.
was nice. That guy, every time I get a chance to talk to him or Kerry, and I've talked to Kerry way more than I've talked to Greg, I just can't believe how normal they are.
Right?
Like these are billionaires. These
Yeah.
are the richest human beings in the world.
Yeah.
He is just so normal. It just blows my mind. I don't know. I just expect a billionaire to be off-putting or whatever it is. I stood with him for it was a legit good 20 minutes and talked about the new practice facility, and I'm like, God, what the heck are you putting in that thing? And he broke it all down and gave me everything that's going in there. And, they're combining this building, they're combining that building, and bringing in the folks from the stadium, and told me about the research they did and the different facilities they went to go tour, and, the ones they liked, the ones they didn't. Minnesota was it was kind of cavernous. Everything was very isolated. They don't want things to be isolated.
Okay.
They've got a flow. The whole thing's like it's Zen chart. The whole building is like a giant Zen.
Feng shui.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for. Yes.
Oh, any other? I know there'll be parking underground for the players and the coaches. I heard that. Are there any other interesting twists or anything? I was told where Greg Penner is supposedly. I was told it's Greg Penner's office on the corner, George Payton's office, Patrick's office, and then Shawn Payton's office. So that the 4 big offices there that are being constructed. Any other little quirks? Any other cool little things?
No, I mean, I just thought it was interesting the way that he explained the flow of the building and, where the people from the stadium will be. And
Okay.
what they didn't like about the current setup is that there's just not a lot of camaraderie because you've got people that are working downtown and are working here.
Right.
And everything is built to just feel like the whole thing is connected.
Okay. That's really cool. What else did you talk to Greg about? Anything else? I'd love to hear details about that.
Oh, honestly, we just talked about my career and just shot the you-know-what. But that's what I meant. I mean, I can't believe how normal he is.
Yeah.
Well,
he's just so friendly and kind. And
I'll say this: you look at his wife, and you look where his wife's dad, and his wife's uncle, and everything kind of started. I mean, they're pretty humble guys. The brother of John Walton, is it John? Is that the head guy?
Well, Rob Walton for the Broncos. Robson.
Well, his brother, Sam.
Yeah.
And together, they started the Walmart chain. Dude, Sam Walton in his 80s was driving his like beat-up pickup truck to the offices every day. I mean, he didn't change everything, too. So, and he was a billionaire by then also. So that kind of, I think, probably filters down to the kids a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Andy and I were joking as Greg and Kerry are walking across the middle of the field. What do billionaires have? What do they talk about? What is that husband and wife? What do they talk about? Hey, where you want to go?
Same thing we do.
Hey, where are you going to go to lunch today? How many times can you go to Del Fresco?
Greg still wants respected and touched more, and the wife wants, I'm not. Hey, why you got to hit my ass every time you walk by me? It's the exact same conversation.
Well, they got 4 kids that are now in college or out of college. So my guess is that that probably centers around most of the conversation, I would guess. But they are business partners, and I know, Tyler, how great they've been to the alumni. Maybe you can speak on that because I know the alums were out there yesterday.
Yeah, alumni was out here yesterday. I didn't go over to that area. I was hanging out over here with the media schlubs, but I did talk to a couple guys that went to it, and they're doing a great job. They're just doing a great job of taking care of the alumni, making sure everybody feels like they're part of the family. Nobody's too small. Nobody's bigger than anybody else. They've just done a fantastic job.
Can you imagine when they build this new stadium, wherever it's going to be, however it's going to be? Oh my God!
As long as it's not in Lone Tree.
By the way,
was out here today.
Is that right?
Say that? What?
Ephraim Salam was out here today.
Okay. All right. What brings him by?
Well, I don't know. Probably just, again, like you said, taking care of alumni. Once you played here, you're good.
Yeah. By the way, the Lone Tree vibe. I am convinced right now, as I've heard feedback from people who live in Lone Tree, I am the only one that likes that idea. I am more convinced than ever that literally I am rowing a boat by myself. People in Lone Tree aren't that interested, Tyler, in having the Broncos out in Lone Tree, from what I understand. So
nobody wants it in Lone Tree.
Apparently
Anybody
not.
that lives in the area does not want it out here.
Oh, it'd be convenient from where you are right now, that's for sure.
For what? For 8 weekends a year?
I don't know, man. It's just closer, but it ain't happening. I've been told a million times that it's going to be that Burnham Yards area, even though they're kind of vague about it. But I get it.
You keep leverage as long as you possibly can. So there's no reason for them to announce where they actually want it to be.
Agreed.
Even though it seems pretty clear.
Agreed. All right, you guys packing up? You staying around? What are you guys doing? What's up?
We're going home.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought we were done.
Yeah, we're done.
All right, then we'll see you later. But any other thoughts, last thoughts from out there about today?
Stay temperature-wise like this for the next 5 or 6 days.
That'd be nice.
Would be beautiful.
A little less humidity, a little bit less.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
listen,
but you're
I don't
from
want to
Colorado.
complain, but I do like to complain.
Listen, I talked to Kreckman about this too. And DMac, being from Boston and that area, and Kreckman in Illinois, I grew up in Kansas. All these Colorado people, this is humid. I'm like, dude, this is the most beautiful day ever.
Yeah, really.
This is unbelievably nice.
No, this is muggy.
Oh, man.
I'm going to take you to the lake in Oklahoma one week.
Hey, buddy, I did training camp in Richmond, Virginia for 4 years.
Then you know.
I know what humidity is.
You should know.
I know.
And is it anything like this?
No.
Okay. So
that doesn't mean I don't want it perfect.
Go to San Diego.
San Diego is perfect.
All right, we'll see.
That is the most amazing weather in America.
Except they can't get a stadium.
Except for you can't afford to live there.
We'll see you guys back at the ranch. Great job. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, oh my God, who wants that? That's no good. You need to go somewhere where they are going to take care of you and bring your life back. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. ED is an intimacy destroyer. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've got you covered when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. Your initial visit, $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We'll hear from Courtland Sutton coming up next. Well, as Tyler and Scott returned from training camp, as things have wrapped up, Courtland Sutton was getting a ton of praise from Shawn Payton today. Shawn Payton said they had been looking forward to it. He epitomizes what they're looking for, that he's had his eye on Courtland Sutton for a long time, that leadership, that he reminds him of Colston, is, and says that one of the things about Courtland Sutton is he's part of the solution. High praise for Courtland Sutton, who got a huge extension, a third contract, which is unusual, and cements now his legacy as one of the greatest Broncos receivers of all time. And we'll see if he's being paid for the production of the past or for the production of the future. He's still in the prime of his career. His chemistry with Bo Nix is fabulous. And what's remarkable, too, is that he was close. Courtland Sutton was, as was Garrett Bolles to Russell Wilson. I mean, you could say that two of the closest guys on the team to Russell Wilson, who was not Shawn Payton's guy, ain't no doubt about that, but would be Garrett Bolles and Courtland Sutton. And both have been rewarded. Both are mainstays. Both are fundamental pieces of everything that Shawn Payton's doing. So despite the, discord with Russell Wilson, it's nothing that Shawn Payton obviously held against the players themselves when they were put in a tight situation. So with all that being said, Courtland Sutton stepping up to the podium to talk to the media about his new deal and becoming a, what we would think is a lifetime Bronco.
Courtland, with this contract.
It's been a minute. Man, you didn't let me say, hey, you went right into it. Gosh, I ain't seen y'all boys in like 6 months.
Congratulations.
Thank y'all. Thank you very much.
Well, with this contract extension, you now have a chance to solidify yourself as one of the greatest Broncos wide receivers of all time. How much did legacy factor into you getting this contract?
Yeah. First off, I want to say, thanks. A lot of thank yous are into order, but I'm very thankful to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to be able to have this opportunity. To be able to be healthy, to be able to be going into my 8th year into the NFL, and then also just to be able to be a part of this amazing organization of the Denver Broncos. Man, this is huge, and I have an amazing team in Jake Presser, Daniel Gresham, who through this whole process were able to figure out the best way to be able to get this joint done. Communication was amazing between us three, and ownership, Mr. Penner, Mr. George, Mr. Rich, Coach Payton, the whole nine. The communication was amazing for us to be able to get on the same page with this. And I'm just very thankful to the Penner family and the ownership group for believing in me, continuing to believe in me, to give me the opportunity to be able to stay here and to continue to build the legacy that I've had here since 2018. And I'm just grateful, man. I have a heart of gratitude for this opportunity, and I'm just grateful. But to answer your question, it is legacy, being able to be here, signing the contract. That was the biggest thing for me, was being able to be here and bring back the years that Broncos fans have known. The organization has such a long historic tradition of being successful, and you all know that I've been here through the thick and the thin, and there's a lot of promise on the other side of the horizon here, and to be able to be here and to have more years of being able to chase greatness with this great team that we have and with this great organization, that was one thing that I was looking forward to. And we have the best fans in football, and it's not a cliche thing to say. It's one thing that I believe wholeheartedly. I've played in almost every NFL stadium, and there's nothing like Empire Field and being able to play in front of Broncos country. And so I'm just grateful to be able to be here and to continue my legacy here.
Courtland, it's unusual to get a third contract for players. Because it's a young man's game. What have you done to kind of, minimize those fears on age and going forward?
Yeah, shoes. I actually had a conversation with one of the guys today in between periods about, what it takes to be able to, have a growth mindset. And I take every day as an opportunity to be able to chase greatness within myself. 1% better, whether it's a football thing, whether it's a life thing, whether it's recovery, film, pre-practice, post-practice, all these different things. I feel like if you get to a place of complacency in your life, whether it's career-wise or personal, then you get to a spot where you're no longer able to grow. And there's always growth that's able to be done. And, I tell the young guys all the time, man, I'm always trying to find different ways to, master and become better in my craft on and off the field. And I'm a thief when it comes to finding different ways to be better, whether it's a recovery thing, whether it's watching film, whether it's a pre-practice thing, whether it's a post-practice thing. I'm always trying to find something to, be better at whatever it is I can be better at. And complacency scares me. And so to find different ways to, step forward and continue to better myself, I'm trying to do that.
Courtland, what was it like staying as patient as you did? I mean, I'm sure you wanted an extension last year and you went through the bulk of this year. What was it like maintaining that patience?
Yeah, man, I knew that things were going to work out the way they were supposed to work out. I knew that we had, a great group upstairs that, believes in me, and I have a great team, like I said, in Jacob Presser and Daniel Gresham that, worked diligently, and the communication was amazing. There was never a time that we felt like things weren't going to be able to get done. The communication was there, and we were able to keep moving forward, keep taking steps forward, and I had the utmost faith that something was going to get done. And the last thing that I wanted to be was a distraction, and that's what I've done my entire career, and that's what I want to continue to do, is not be a distraction. How can I do things the best way I possibly can for this team and for this organization to continue to stay in the light of progress and moving forward? And like I said, the communication was great, and I knew that something was going to eventually get done, and that's what I had to hold steadfast on.
Corey, you mentioned the kind of great things that lie ahead. When Shawn got here a couple of years ago, he said he quickly knew you were one of those guys that epitomizes what he wanted this team to be about. I guess, how much did that mean to you that obviously a lot of guys left and have kind of moved on? For you to be one of the guys that built around, what does that mean to you, and what responsibility do you kind of hold because of that?
Yeah, it means a lot. For Coach Payton, someone who's been around a lot of really great players, for him to, see something like that in me, it allows me to know that, the things that I do on a day-to-day basis aren't going in vain. And it may be the things that, that the everyday person doesn't get to see, but, I try to, like I said earlier, try to be the best version of myself I can be, whether it's on the field or off the field. And whether it goes noticed or unnoticed, I know that those things are things that allow me to be the best version of me. And for Coach to notice those things, it allows me to have the confidence to continue to try to pursue that greatness, pursue that consistency of greatness. And it's a constant thing even to this point. The contract isn't the end all be all. The contract was just allowing me to have that stability to say, hey, you're going to be here for the next 4 years, and the things that are possible are still attainable, and I look forward to chasing those. We're putting together a great camp over the first week and 2 days, and I think that the guys are hungry. I think we have great pieces that we've added in this offseason. I think we have great pieces that we added in the draft, and I think we have great pieces that returned from this past season. And the practices have been competitive. The practices have been detailed, and I think that it's very encouraging to see the direction that the team is already going in at such an early stage.
Complacency scares me. I'm a thief in how to become better. Courtland Sutton, with this contract, cements his legacy as one of the greatest Broncos receivers of all time. More from Training Camp 2025. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country.
man, I mean, Bo's my guy, and I think I've said that since we picked him up last year. But, you know, being able to have the conversations that I've had with him throughout the offseason and so far throughout training camp, the dude's mindset, he was already light years ahead of where anybody expected a rookie quarterback to be last year. But to have the conversations that we're having together already, and the things that he sees and the things that are already possible through the first 9 days of camp I think we've had so far, man, it's promising. And, you know, I look forward to continuing to watch him grow, continue to watch his leadership grow, continue to watch his development at the quarterback position grow. And, you know, Bo's a special guy on and off the field, and I tell him all the time, even beyond football, he's a special dude. The way that he thinks, the way that he carries himself, the way that he leads, he's a special guy. And so to be able to share the locker room with him, share the field with him, it's a special thing. And I just look forward to, you know, what's ahead and us continuing to build what we can here.
We'll get some details with what happened at training camp today. Good day for the defense, not the offense, but the offense is the focus. As Courtland Sutton addresses the media after signing his new 4-year deal, which basically guarantees him another 2 years. He already had $14 million guaranteed. He gets another $27 million guaranteed on top of that. And it puts Courtland Sutton, I'd say, minimum on the Broncos for the next 4 years, if not longer. He's already been with the Broncos for 7 years, and I'm getting a little pushback by some amazing listeners on Twitch that what legacy are we talking about? Well, I don't mean to totally get ahead of myself, but 3 contracts is unusual. Well done. Another 4 years will put Courtland Sutton here for 11 seasons as a member of the Denver Broncos. This will put Courtland Sutton, who's arguably still in the prime of his career, with Bo Nix, who's becoming quickly into what we hope is the prime of his career as well. It'll put 2 of these guys together when their superpowers are at their maximum. When you also have a cemented offensive line and the numbers they should be able to put up over the next couple years should be astonishing. Now, listen, you knock on all sorts of wood for health, and injuries can change everything. But what you have set up with Bo Nix and Courtland Sutton is what may be as dynamic a twosome at quarterback and receiver as you've ever seen in Broncos history. Because of the timing of what they're doing, the commitment to 2 of these guys, the system that they've set up. I mean, it's dangerous what these 2 guys could do together. And because, although it's a gargantuan amount of money, it's not a break your bank sort of deal compared to the other top receivers in the league. So not only do you get the 2 of these guys maybe in the prime of their careers, but you get them at a astonishing discount for the next 4 years. Because Bo Nix, again, we're knocking on all sorts of wood. You realize what's going to happen to Bo Nix a couple years from now, right? You realize he is staring down the barrel of a $60 to $70 million a year salary. If things go well, which we anticipate they are. So you have this little time here, this 4-year period, that it'll be affordable to have them both together, and they both should be playing great at their ages and their experience and everything else that's going on. It's pretty damn exciting.
And you've got the Defensive Player of the Year on what looks like a pretty team-friendly deal.
Right, we can get into the defense. That's another whole deal. You're right about that. As you see the cornerback market soar up, Surtain will be, in 2 years, he may be lucky to be in the top 10. And he'll get another monster contract, too. I mean, the money he's going to make is going to be ridiculous.
Hey, DMac, just real quick. So you mentioned if Court finishes out this, contract that you said 11 years?
Well, I'm just guessing. I don't think he'll see out the entire contract. We'll see.
Okay,
But I think he'll be here for at least 4 in total.
So just for context, Demaryius Thomas was a Bronco for 9 seasons. Now, look, his stats are much better than Courtland Sutton's. He obviously had Peyton Manning for those years. But that does kind of give you a little bit of the bird's eye view of Courtland's time here. He has a very good chance to be here longer than DT was here.
I'll be shocked if he's not. And granted, one of those years was the COVID year where everything was a little goofy. But whatever. But think about this, too. Courtland Sutton, until this year, has never been a receiver where the coach and quarterback returned in back-to-back years. I mean, how many offensive coordinators has Courtland Sutton gone through? So, he says, I've been here through the ups and downs. It's been way more downs than ups aside from last year, and he has been outstanding the entire time. He'll go down as a second-round pick in 2018, which was a horrific draft for the Broncos because they took Bradley Chubb instead of Josh Allen. But they did select Courtland Sutton in the second round. They got that right. So, and plus, never mind the fact that he's just like a great dude. He keeps himself in incredible shape. He never gets in any kind of trouble. You don't hear anything bad about Courtland Sutton whatsoever. He's got a great relationship with, everybody. And we talk about guys who embrace the Denver community. Courtland Sutton goes to Rockies games and Avs games and Nuggets games and all that sort of thing. You question whether or not a guy is a legacy player. He's already been here 7 years. Dan, check real quick. How long was Ed McCaffrey on the Broncos? 6? Something like that. Check out Rod, too. How long Rod was here. I have no idea if Court's going to amount the numbers and everything to be a Hall of Fame receiver. But he's clearly lined up to be a Ring of Famer for the Broncos.
Ed was 8 seasons.
All right, so this will tie it with Courtland Sutton, with McCaffrey. I bet that surprises people. So he'll be here. I think he'll be here longer than Demaryius. He'll be here longer than Ed. I'm not sure about Rod. Rod
was 12.
12?
95 to 2006.
Okay. So you tell me, who's the greatest receiver in Broncos history? And we can go back a little bit if you want to go back to like Haven Moses and stuff. I think most people right now would say Rod Smith is the greatest receiver in Broncos history.
He had 8 out of 9 seasons over 1,000-yard stretch in his career.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing that that Courtland Sutton will be better than Rod Smith. Rod's got 2 Super Bowls, I don't know. I think it's probably an argument for who's number 2. But I'd say if you're the second best receiver in Broncos history and Courtland has that opportunity, you're doing pretty good. And that's Courtland Sutton for you.
Where does DT rank in there?
It's a great question. He probably is number 2 right now. And he'll probably get passed by Courtland Sutton.
Maybe.
Well,
I would say this.
The writing's on the wall.
Courtland's bigger, but he has a game similar to Rod in the sense that he's going to get possessions. The beautiful thing about Rod, and I covered a lot of his games, he was a first down machine. Like I remember one year at one time he had like 53 catches and 39 of them or 40 of them were first downs.
Well, I'm not here to argue that Courtland Sutton's going to be better than Rod. I'm not doing that.
But DT was dynamic. There was a dynamic about him that I think Courtland nor Rod own. They're each kind of their own little dudes.
But I would make the argument, first of all, I'm not going to make the argument Courtland's going to be better than Rod. Rod had Elway, and Rod was special. Rod's not even a serious contender for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, unfortunately.
Well, he gets mentioned.
But it's not looking great. I'm not saying Courtland Sutton's that. But it would probably catch people by surprise when you add it all up, especially with his third contract. that the length of time that he's going to be here and be here with Bo Nix, who he has great chemistry with, I mean, the future looks bright. And his deal will look like a bargain. And Bo Nix, if things go well, will be steaming down that, $60 million a year path. Because that will be the going rate for big-time quarterbacks in 4 years.
Well, what did Brock Purdy just sign for? Like 52, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's where it's going. I mean, theoretically, we will want that. So you have this very short time period that you kind of get it at a bargain. And Dan brought up, too, you're right. Surtain right now is a bargain compared to where these other cornerbacks are, especially for his talent.
It happens quick, right? He was the highest paid corner for like 3 days, and then I forget who it was. Somebody got a new deal like 3 days after
2 or 3 guys, right?
And then he was number 2, and now I think he's 4 or 5, whatever it's at. So yeah, I mean, look, that's why you do try to get ahead of these things. And when it comes to the guys that you still got left, you got 3 guys left that still want deals, and Zach Allen, Nick Benito, and Jonathan Franklin Myers.
To the Nuggets' credit, they laid out to Nikola Jokic, here's your options. But you don't think from a financial standpoint, they say, well, if you want to take that 208 as opposed to that 288 in one more year, feel free.
Right.
Yeah, what is it, Nikola? If he waits one more year, he'll make an extra $80 million.
Yeah. So why wouldn't you wait? But if you're a team, are you not kind of hoping?
The balance in the books is always a tricky deal.
Wow, Pat Surtain's already down to number 7.
It's
so
crazy, right?
He's the 7th highest paid corner in the NFL.
He'll be outside the top 10 when his contract comes around again.
He'll be outside the top 10 next year.
Well, but if you go average salary, he's 1, 2, 3. He's 4. He's 4th in average salary.
Okay.
All right. Do you think Courtland Sutton will go down at the end of the day as the second best receiver over Demaryius Thomas in Broncos history?
That depends on Bo Nix. If Bo Nix continues to develop, and let's say Courtland does play out the next 4 years, he's got a really good shot at it for sure. He's got a fantastic shot at it. I mean, that's what DT had over Courtland.
Sure,
was that he had great quarterback play. And
eventually, not in the beginning.
Yeah,
it was tough with Tebow for sure.
Yeah.
When you look at DT and Decker's numbers,
but I mean, he also got to be a part of the most magical offense in the history of the NFL.
Correct.
And some really, really cool years.
No doubt about it. And I have no doubts that will not happen with Bo Nix. I'm not looking for that to happen, but I think it'll be consistent. And I think Sutton will be the number 1 target for Bo Nix for the next, I don't know, as long as they're together.
Well, the Broncos would love for Courtland to be the number 1 target for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
Because that means they don't have to pay a wide receiver $40 million per year.
Correct.
If Courtland is not the number 1 guy, that means somebody's getting paid 40, and that's going to be tough to do. In all likelihood, Courtland will be that because the Broncos know, as you mentioned, Bo Nix continues to evolve, does his deal. Well, they got a budget for that. They're not going to have the budget for another number 1.
I think it's an exciting time, period. And you can see where the window for the Broncos, boy, you go from the outhouse to the penthouse awful quick. You can if you do things right in the NFL. And the Broncos have the right ownership, and they've been doing one right thing after another. Bar's going to be raised this year, man, for sure. And
for some people, I mean, I don't know what that means. Like, bar being raised. I don't need the bar to be raised. I need them to continue what they did last year, make the playoffs, right? Be a 10 or 11 win football team, and give me progress of some younger players. But I mean, bar raised would mean we're AFC champions.
Well,
to me, that's the next evolution.
Well, let's get to that coming up next. We'll go over the day at camp, and the Rockies won a game because of gambling yesterday. They actually won a game because of gambling. It is a strange twist. Details coming up. I'll get to you a little bit about how the Rockies won because of gambling, which is bizarre. In a little bit, we left off the conversation with, well, at what point, if you're going to get better, you're going to improve, you got this deal done with Courtland Sutton, you got Bo Nix on a rookie contract, you got Pat Surtain under a team affordable deal, you got to figure out Nick Bonito, Zach Allen. I think John Franklin Myers is going to be left out, but I don't know. Who knows? Maybe you get that done too. Nothing against him. It'd be great to have him around. Okay, when would be the fair expectation that they're in the AFC Championship game, that they're really one of, say, the top 4 teams in the league?
I don't think this year. I think that's unfair expectation. Year 2 for Bo Nix. Could it happen? Yeah, man. I mean, you made the playoffs in year 1, so it's not an absurd thought to think that they could win the AFC. Feels like you got a lot of tough competition. I mean, listen, you got guys like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow that've been chasing that thing also. So I think it's borderline insane thought to think an expectation should be an AFC Championship in year 2. I wouldn't even say it's an expectation by year 3. I think that you need to be competing for it. You got to be in the hunt by year 3. But I don't think that's like a fair bar to say you have to win the AFC.
Things get more expensive as time goes on. If it's not, and we're talking about Nick's year 3. For Courtland Sutton, it'd be he's gone through 7. It'll be 8 this year. 9, 10. I mean, it's longer in the tooth for him, longer in the tooth for Pat Surtain. I don't know. Year 4 for Bo Nix? I mean, how about this? Is it fair to expect the Broncos to be competing at that highest of levels before his rookie contract's up?
Yes.
At some point.
Sure. If he's the right guy, you're right. If everything's right and it looks like it's in that direction, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, don't you?
I think it's next year. My optimism and the way I'm raising my bar is winning a playoff game this year with at least 11 wins.
So by year 3, we're better than Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow?
I don't know, but I think they're worthy of participating in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, participation I think is fair.
From there, who knows? I mean, if they get to the AFC Championship game, knock on wood, we're all still around for it. We ain't going to be doing anything but having them win it.
Is it fair to say there's no? We're not here saying that Bo Nix will be better than Jackson or Allen or Mahomes or any of those guys, but it is fair to say that the team could be better.
Hell yeah!
And if he's just not stupid,
yeah,
right. If your team is better, I know we focus everything on the quarterbacks. The bottom line is, and we've said it a million times in the show, Shawn Payton's got his team. It's starting to be Shawn Payton's team. Shawn Payton's way, what they want to do. You hired or I don't know if he's a Hall of Fame, but you want a Super Bowl coach as a head and assistant. So guess what? He's got his team. I don't think Bo Nix is ever going to be better than any of those guys.
I mean, listen,
but doesn't mean you can't win it.
Sports is far from linear, right? And we always feel like it's going to be linear. We always feel like we did this year, so we made the playoffs this year. Next year we got to win a playoff game. The year after that we got to be in the AFC Championship. The year after that we got to win a Super Bowl, because in our perfect little world we picture a linear progression for the Denver Broncos, and it ain't going to work like that, right? That would be awesome, and that'd be a really cool progression, and I think that would be a fair expectation, quite frankly. Go from making the playoffs this year to winning a playoff game next year. And then we can start talking about being in an AFC Championship game.
Yeah, and let me go back to my point about I'm not sure Bo Nix, and this isn't the son of Bo Nix. Is Jalen Hurts better than any of them people?
I mean, right.
This is still – I know we put emphasis on the quarterback, and we pay the heck out of quarterbacks. I get it. But it's still a team sport, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. So what are the core elements of a football team, player-wise? What are the core guys? And do the Broncos have those guys?
Offense stays on the field, and the defense gets to rest and then just crushes it.
Well, I'd say specifically, though, you want a great quarterback, you want an outstanding left tackle, you want great pass rushing, and you need offensive weapons.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you've got one out of 4.
Do you have 1 out of 4? Do you have 4 out of 4?
Well, I mean, if you
have 4 out of 4.
If you want to do the four corners, you want to go to the state line, and you want to stand on all four corners, the four cornerstones of a football team. You got your quarterback, you got your left tackle, you got your rusher in a corner. Those are your four cornerstones of a football team, and you've probably got all of those. I'm a little bit less convinced as everybody else that we've got elite pass rushing. I think we've got really good pass rushing, really, really good, and it's acceptable for sure. I don't know that we've got an elite pass rusher on this team.
You know, it's funny.
And I think we have a really good offensive line. I don't think it's an elite offensive
No,
line.
Bolles is not a top 5 tackle, but he's good.
He's good.
He's good enough to be a cornerstone.
He's athletic, and he makes up what he lacks or mistakes because he's an athletic left tackle.
Okay. Well, they don't grow on
so
trees.
If you wanted to talk about how many of your four corners, like the four cornerstones of the football team, how many of those are elite? You got one.
One. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what's Courtland Sutton?
He's not elite.
He's really good.
What is he?
He's the 18th highest paid wide receiver in the NFL.
All right.
And that's about what he is.
Okay. Pretty good. Not elite? What do you got to be elite?
Top 5.
Well, he's not a top 5 guy, but I mean, how many teams have a top 5 receiver? Who are they?
Well,
Detroit,
I mean,
Minnesota.
the Bills don't have one.
There would be 5.
Fair enough. I deserve that. But the Bills don't have one of those guys. Do the Ravens have?
That's the simplest, funniest answer in the history of mankind right there. Well, how many teams have one? Well, 5. And actually, might only be 4 teams because Cincinnati might have 2 guys.
That's true.
Cincinnati might have 2 of them on one team.
Yeah,
there you go.
Smart guy. Yeah.
Got me.
Gotcha. But Buffalo doesn't have one of those guys, do they? The Ravens don't have one of those guys, do they?
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, you're right. Cincinnati may have 2 with Chase and Higgins. You're probably right on that. I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown, is he one of them? You got paid like there. Well, there you go. There's the Lions.
Yep.
You got the Vikings.
Top 5 wide receivers in the NFL today, just off the top of my mind, and I'll probably miss someone here. I'll probably butcher it. Okay, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, AJ Brown, maybe, and what would our 5th? Probably not Tyreek anymore, but at one point it was probably Tyreek.
Oh man, it's hard to leave him off that list. Is Amon-Ra not there?
He's in the company.
Okay.
I think he's there.
He's the top guys.
Oh, you're looking at money paid though.
Yeah.
Would you call CeeDee Lamb top 5 right now?
I would. He's up there. I mean, he's pretty good.
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb's top 5.
Would you still call DK Metcalf up there?
Not top 5. Outside looking in.
We'll see how he does with Aaron Rodgers.
Garrett Wilson with the Jets?
Pretty good.
He's close.
Pretty good.
Yep.
I mean, they're all really talented guys. Does Courtland Sutton belong in that company?
No. He's not even close to that.
He's not even close?
No.
All right. Well, then you don't got that. You don't want to put Bolles in the top of the tackles.
No, you only got one. I mean, you only got one elite cornerstone on the team, and his name's Pat Surtain.
But Jalen Hurts isn't an elite quarterback, is he?
No, but you said...
All right, how many elite guys do you need then? Because nobody has all 4. No team has all 4. So how many do you need?
Well, let's go for... Go the Chiefs. Well, they won three Super Bowls in 5 years.
Boy, the Chiefs, the Bengals are actually damn close now that I'm thinking about it. Because they got 2 receivers, they got the quarterback, and they got the
But they have no offensive
pass
line.
rusher.
They have no offensive line, and if they can get their pass rusher signed.
They got to get that settled, but they got him.
Yeah.
He's there.
But their defense was horrid last year with a good pass rusher.
I don't know what their offensive line's all about, actually.
You know what's funny? You know what team's got at least 2 elites? New York Jets. They got an elite wide receiver or close to, and they got an elite corner.
Yeah. But they haven't had a quarterback.
Well, thank God Fields is healthy and not really that hurt.
He's got a toe.
Yeah, thank God he's fine. Get to the Rockies here in a second because it's a funny story, and we're all for Rockies' funny stories. Today in camp, for anybody that missed it, what do we see today?
Elite defense.
Was it elite defense?
Well,
was it really that great? Was it?
It was a beatdown.
How so?
Offense maybe had 3 positive plays, probably had multiple sacks, had fumble exchanges from snap from center, which could have been caused by duress and
Under
stress.
center or in the gun?
I think under center.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was a win for the defense today.
Yeah, good day for the defense. It was a physical practice, and I liked what I saw in terms of the physicality. It's what I expected to have yesterday. Yesterday was more of like a 2-hand touch day, it felt to me, and today was like true thud. And a lot of bodies ended up on the ground because they were banging. So that was cool to see for me because you do want to see these physical practices. I would imagine they're going to stay in pads for pretty much the entirety of the week until they get to the end of the week. They'll probably take the pads off. But the offense did struggle. Bo Nix did not have a good day. How much of that was because of the pass rush? Probably quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
There was a really good pass rush going on, and offensive line did not do a great job protecting Bo. So, how much of that goes on Bo? How much of that goes on the O-line? I don't know. I mean, we're watching it live with the naked eye from 100 yards away with a million bodies in front of us. All I know is that we got an elite defense, and they looked elite today.
Where was Jahdae Barron playing today? Could you notice?
I wasn't looking a ton for him.
I think he was more on the second, but they may have, and I didn't look. I know they put McMillan in a nickel. I'm wondering if they didn't put him outside today because he worked a lot inside yesterday.
Maybe.
So maybe they worked him in the second unit outside today at the second unit.
I do wonder.
I didn't even pay attention to that. That's my bad.
I do wonder if they will get to the point where, listen, he's just going to need more reps, and he'll be more in a rotation role than an instant starter this year.
Well, and Tyler could probably talk about it. We're talking about Travis Hunter going to Jacksonville and learning 2 key positions on 2 different sides of the football.
Yeah, what's he going to play in terms of a corner? Is he going to be the outside corner, or is he going to be a nickel corner?
Well, we will see. But he's going to have to learn 2 positions, and maybe 3, now that you mentioned inside, outside. I would assume he's an outside guy. That would fit for me.
Yeah, that'd be tricky, though.
So you get Barron in here. Barron's got to learn inside, outside. So I can see where they move him back first team with the inside nickel for a while, outside getting run at the outside, because there's got to be different rules of engagement and things you've got to really work on.
Sure. Definitely different ways of playing, definitely different ways of attacking the line of scrimmage, whether you're playing outside, whether you're playing inside. I think you're putting less on the guy when you ask him to just play the nickel position, and you're letting the guy just kind of go out there and, just play with intuition as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, I'll be curious what happens there, but I don't know if that's a make or break thing. The depth at corner and safety is.
He better be a freaking starter.
ridiculous.
I mean, and I'll go ahead and include the nickel position as a starter because you're in dime and nickel as much, if not more than base, probably more than you're in base in the NFL these days. But he better be in that rotation.
Or what?
That it was a dumb pick.
Right off the bat, you don't give him a little grace, like to just get up to speed and
no.
Hey man, it's a deep team.
No, you drafted that dude in the first round.
Okay, well, that is true, and that's where the expectation is relatively high. I'm just pointing out
how many first rounders get time to just sit there and marinate.
I get it, but nobody saw the Broncos
on good teams more than bad teams.
Yeah, but even then, Scott, not very many.
I mean, if you're the Chiefs, yeah, you're right. Even the Chiefs, they're guys that they pick in the first round go pretty quick.
Well, you're expected to bring them in. And listen, I still say if you've only got 18 or 16, and I think this year was some of them 13, right, as first round grades on guys. Just because you're drafting a guy in 21st and he only get paid because there's a slot for the first round, his talent said second round.
Hey. Listen, man, none of us were talking about Barron before the draft. I mean, literally none of us.
I didn't know who he was.
Because we weren't considering corner. We were looking at the positions that we thought mattered the most, and we weren't wrong.
If you go back to all them dumb mock drafts you had on, was I not yelling for a corner? It wasn't that guy.
Yeah, you were joking.
I was yelling for defensive back.
You were trying to be a turd.
You were just being mean.
I know. I read the tea leaves.
I got a story for you guys about the Rockies, and this is remarkable. Sometimes good luck will favor you every once in a while, but the Rockies won a game yesterday because of gambling, but not their gambling. Emmanuel Clase, have you heard of this guy? He's a closer for the Guardians. He is under an investigation for gambling. He and another teammate. So he got suspended, guys. He's the closer for the team. He got suspended yesterday before the game. The Rockies scored 4 runs in the top of the 9th to win the game 8-6. They gave up 1 run in the bottom of the 9th. This guy, I don't know who this guy is that they put in for him, but obviously it's not as good as him. Cade Smith gave up 4 runs in their manager because the Guardians are fighting for playoffs and the whole thing. So the Rockies took a advantage of a situation.
So here's the
win a
life
game.
lesson to our super duper billionaire listeners that are listening right now with a whole bunch of money to waste. Go ahead and put like a ton of just like irregular looking bets on our future opponents. You know, put $100,000 on a dude in the 9th inning to throw a strike or to throw a ball, right? And let's get these guys suspended.
It's an incredible ploy that may be working to the Rockies' favor. The quote from the manager of the Guardians, Stephen Vogt, is great. Quote, "I'm not happy. This stinks. It's a different part of our game now because it's legal. 2 of our guys are being investigated and it hurts. It's an unfortunate situation."
Well,
So this is wild.
I didn't know you were going to read that, but I was going to ask you guys. Does it seem like there's been a whole bunch of gambling with players in the news over the last couple of years?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, what's changed over the last 4 or 5?
The only thing that's changed, Scott, is that now they can actually track it.
Because they made it.
I'm not going to say that anything's changed.
Why do you think the government got involved?
Right.
Why do you think they got involved?
The guys were gambling before. They were just doing it through bookies that didn't have a trace on it.
And all you people that go into the weed shop and show them your driver's license, you don't think they're being tracked? You being tracked about all the weed you buying?
Probably not.
The crazy thing is it's these prop bets that these guys can manipulate that you can. This is what got Michael Porter Jr.'s brother in trouble.
And Malik Beasley being looked at in that. Now you've had the guy suspended from the Broncos a couple years ago.
Weezerike, who's back, by the way.
Yeah.
How about the loyalty the Broncos have for him? He's back and playing now.
I'm just saying, once you made this thing legal, it sure seems like a whole lot of guys getting popped now, aren't it?
Yep.
You go back to the bookie days.
By the way, how about the other baseball story? Rob Manfred goes in to talk to the Phillies about, having a salary cap and everything. And Bryce Harper tells him to get the F out of our locker room to his face. You want to talk about having some up yours money.
What's he going to do?
Nothing. He's not going to do anything. But, I mean, can you imagine in your heyday, the commissioner of the league comes in and you personally get up and tell him to get the F out of your locker room?
Unlike any other sport, baseball
is he
union to run it.
No, what's he doing going in the locker room anyways?
He goes in there once a year to every single locker room to give them the state of baseball and what's going on and what they're working on. He does it for every locker room once a year.
And he starts off, we need a salary cap.
Yeah. And Bryce Harper tells them to get the F out of their locker room.
That's awesome.
That's what it was over about the salary cap? That's what Bryce is ticked off about?
Basically, yeah.
I guess that's what Manfred's trying to get.
Yeah. Yeah, because why would Bryce Harper and, some of these higher paid players want a salary cap? Why would they want that?
Right.
So it was, I don't know. I'm just laughing at the thought of you guys yelling at David Stern I guess it would be Roger Goodell for you, right? I mean, he was in charge. Just an amazing moment right there.
Roger, scram.
Get out. No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. Hit us up now.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
No dumb question. Who wins more games next year, CU or Broncos?
That's a great damn question.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now.
Hey, no dumb question for DMac.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
303-504-0925. Get it in on Twitch, on YouTube, text, however you want to do it. We have a no dumb question here. Which of the quarterbacks in Cleveland will have the most trade value? It's an interesting question, as the story is out today that Jimmy Haslam, quote, "If you'd have told me Friday night driving home y'all are going to pick Shedeur, I would say that's not happening." We had a conversation early that morning and a conversation later that day. I think we had the right people involved in the conversation. At the end of the day, that's Andrew Berry's, their GM's call. Andrew made the call to pick Shedeur, just like who's going to start or what play we're going to call is Kevin's call. Wow. Talk about not having your players back by the owner right there.
Well, it could be that, or it could be him just totally distancing himself from the narrative out there that it was his selection, right? Because that was the narrative when Shedeur was picked, that Andrew Berry did not want Shedeur Sanders and that it was the owner's selection entirely. So which one's the truth? I don't know.
I don't
this
know.
This is an owner being able to go, GM, say I'm wrong.
Hey, GM, when it doesn't work out, that's on you, bud.
Say I'm wrong. Say I'm wrong. That wasn't your idea.
So they do say that Shedeur Sanders is the only quarterback that has not gotten reps with the first-team offense.
Is that right?
Everybody else has.
Really?
He's the only one that is not.
Oh, boy.
He's also, they're tracking all the completions and interceptions just like we used to do during all our quarterback competitions. And statistically, Shedeur is having the best training camp. He is going up against the 3s and the 4s.
So what? He's supposed to be doing what he's doing.
Yeah. Boy, I've seen
he's going to be a quarterback in the NFL.
I've seen people post like stats from their training camps. You want to talk about the no-no of all no-nos when it comes to the Denver Broncos. So are the rules just different there in Cleveland?
You got Mussolini coaching the Broncos. Let's be honest.
Well, I mean, even back in the day, that was pretty frowned upon.
You got Parcells 2025.
Yeah, it's not easier with Shawn, for sure. I mean, Shawn's even more uptight than anything.
Well, but are they posting it in practice? They wait after practice and doing the whole rundown?
For the Browns?
Because I hear any place. I mean, I hear even guys here in Denver, as soon as the show's over, they're getting on their little vlogs and blogs.
Well,
they're
not supposed to.
And saying, hey, Bo Nix was 12 of 25.
Really? Well, if that is happening, man, whoever's doing that.
Dude, we were doing the exact same thing. What are you talking about? I was doing a show with you when we were doing the exact same thing, tracking the reps.
I understand it used to happen, but that is, I mean, there is a crackdown on that sort of stuff. They're not into. Listen, hey, whatever is happening in Cleveland's happening in Cleveland. You're here telling us that Shedeur is kind of on the outs in terms of reps. And now the owner's saying, hey, that's the GM's call.
Well, we'll see what happens, though. Now,
it's not looking good for Shedeur.
Kenny Pickett is banged up now, and we'll see if that gives Shedeur Sanders an opportunity or not. A lot of times that's what it takes.
Shedeur Sanders will be on this team.
Oh, he'll be on the team for sure.
Well, who won't be on the team then?
Well, if they were smart, they'd get rid of Slacko.
They already came out and said that they're not going to cut either of the rookies.
Okay, so Flacco's going to get the axe.
Well, I mean, Kenny Pickett's the one that's hurt right now.
And Pickett's this is like Pickett's.
You got to cut Pickett?
5th or 6th year, isn't it?
It's first year in Cleveland, isn't it?
Well, I understand that, but when he drafted like 21 or something like that.
It's been a minute.
He was a weird draft pick because he was the only quarterback taken in his draft by the Steelers, and he was picked like in middle of the first round, like 15. I'm not exactly sure what year that was.
And that was when he was a little hands guy.
Yeah, but it was a weird year. It might have been the softest, worst quarterback year ever.
22.
Yeah.
22. Yeah. So.
Well, whatever. Don't care.
Why would they come out and say they are keeping the 2 quarterbacks? Like, why they even say that?
I shouldn't say they came out and said there's rumblings behind the scenes that they've told people.
Okay. That's an interesting decision. Well, they'll probably
because they don't want to risk either one of them on waivers to try to put them on the practice squad.
Do you think they'll deal anybody on that? Well, Flacco wouldn't get dealt.
I don't think they've got anybody with real trade value.
So they keep Shedeur, and he's just a third-string quarterback, I guess.
Possibly to start the season.
Yeah, we carried three all year last year.
We did.
I'm still holding my prediction. He'll be the starter for Cleveland by week 7.
All he needs is a crack at it. You just need that one opportunity.
How about this story? I thought the more intriguing story was Dion saying Shedeur asked me not to come to camp.
I didn't hear that.
I read that in an article this morning.
I did not see that.
Good for Shedeur.
It's on Bleacher Report.
It's funny you say that because I intentionally went on Shedeur Sanders' social media last night just to see what's going on. He's gone dark. I mean, he is dark. He ain't doing nothing.
Well, it shows he's coachable because I guarantee you, but in my perception, my feeling, he sunk down the thing, not because of what he couldn't do, because you got 12, 13 games last year of what kind of quarterback he is. You know whether the guy can play, and I think he's a pretty good leader too. But all the baggage of the watch and the $150,000 Mercedes and Rolls Royce and we're buying dad a house and all this stuff, I think teams just didn't want that baggage. And he had a camera with him all the time.
Yeah.
So I think he shows he's pretty smart, and I think also serious about being an NFL quarterback because he put that stuff away.
It's a very interesting narrative, though. If what Jimmy Haslam is saying is true, it does change really the entire thought process about why Shedeur Sanders is in Cleveland. And, previously we'd been like, well, Dylan Gabriel was selected in front of him, so he's got no chance because that was probably the coach's selection, and then Shedeur Sanders was the owner's selection. But if Andrew Berry really selected him and he really liked him, it very well could have been, hey, we took Dylan Gabriel, but we don't like him that much, so we're taking Shedeur also.
Well, I'll tell you this. There would be 0 draft picks of the Denver Broncos that Greg Penner wasn't aware of happening before it happened. 0 chance of that. So I think that's an interesting dynamic that somehow the GM has that kind of autonomy.
No, listen, the owner was probably in there too. Same thing. Penner's not in the draft board going, hey, I like this guy. Although I've heard of owners doing that.
I don't know if he's like that, but if you're making a decision at that position, hey, it's one thing if you're picking up Q Robinson in the 4th round, but you're having a historic draft where maybe the highest profile guy is falling like a stone.
And you get to your 5th pick, and so there was speculation you were going to take him in the 2nd pick in the draft. He's there at 5th. So, well, what do you guys think? We liked him.
Yeah, okay. I mean, hey, listen, if you want to tell me there's dysfunction happening with the Browns, I'm not surprised. I'm just saying that just is a weird move. And for the owner to come out now to separate himself from that decision is, it's interesting.
What round was Gabriel picking? 3rd?
3rd.
What's the difference?
Well, how many quarterbacks you need in the draft, Scott? How many quarterbacks we drafted?
If you're Cleveland and you have had none forever,
yeah,
and in Gabriel, you went with Gabriel just because of whatever, and then Shedeur's, we kind of liked him. He was kind of a DIC in the interviews, but ain't no question he can play.
Yeah, but they had picked up Flacco and Kenny Pickett in free agency. Like they had
but that
guys.
was before the draft.
And don't forget about,
they had bodies. They didn't have guys.
All right. I still think it's one of the most bizarre drafts and weirdest decisions. And I'm not surprised that at this point the owner is kind of separating himself. I just think that's dysfunction, and I'm feeling a little bad for Shedeur right now because I don't know if he's really being given the right opportunity. And it's probably been a pretty rough go.
All he can do is handle what he can handle. And by all reports, he's having a great training camp.
Yep.
Okay, hey, listen, I'm wishing him nothing but the best. It's just,
I bet he has a good preseason.
And you know what? Saying I'm proud of him sounds weird, but I'm proud of him for putting down the social media. I'm proud of him for going dark. I'm proud of him for not having the cameras. That's something that we all asked Russell Wilson to do. Like, hey, wake up. Like, just wake up, read the room. Nobody wants you talking about your clothing lines. Nobody wants you talking about the stores and everything else and the NFT waters and whatever. Like, nobody wants to hear about that. They want you to go quiet, get back in the bunker, watch some film. And Shedeur Sanders heard that, and that's exactly what he's done.
The big question of the day comes up next year on PhD. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone causes all sorts of issues. Maybe your sex drive ain't what it used to be. You're not sleeping well, unproductive workouts, brain fog, whatever. Many men just say, well, that's just me getting older and I don't care and there's nothing I can do about it anyways. Not true. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you going. Guys in their early to mid-30s lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. You can get it back up to normal. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and you can make the decision together. Cost of the appointment's only $99. You get that consult, the T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
to answer your question, it is legacy, being able to be here, signing the contract. That was the biggest thing for me, was being able to be here and, bring back, the years that Broncos fans have known. The organization has such a long historic tradition of being successful, and you all know that, I've been here through the thick and the thin, and, there's a lot of promise on the other side of the horizon here. And, to be able to be here and to have more years of being able to chase greatness, with this great team that we have and with this great organization, that was one thing that I was looking forward to. And, we have the best fans in football.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. What is the legacy of Courtland Sutton, or what will it be? As he steps up and he talks to the media under an umbrella of a brand new contract, what is the legacy of Courtland Sutton, and where's it going?
Depends. If he doesn't win anything, he'll be one of those guys that people will remember forever. That kids that are 14, 13, 15 right now, and in 15 years they're 30, 32, starting their own family. And anytime there's old stories, and go, well, we had a great receiver in our time, number 14, Courtland Sutton. Man, this guy was built 6'5". He'll just be one of your all-time favorites. He's a good enough guy. He'll just be your all-time favorite.
Sometimes you make it into the category of an all-time great just simply based off longevity. And he's putting himself in that category already simply because he's got a great chance to be here for 10 or 11 years. And you play on one team for a decade, you're going to be remembered by a lot of people for a very, very long time. Where does he go down as of today as an all-time great Denver Bronco wide receiver? He's probably top 6, top 5, somewhere in that ballpark. But now he's got an opportunity to lock in with the quarterback. He's got an opportunity to play for another 3 or 4 years with the same dude, get on the same page. He's already got the best chemistry of anybody on the team, although I think Evan Ingram is going to give him a run for the money. And he's got a chance to go down as a top 3 wide receiver in Broncos history.
How hard is it to stick around? How many guys from the 2018 draft class can you actually, I'm looking at it, so I'm cheating, but how many guys can you actually remember from that draft class?
Oh, I don't know.
One for sure, which would be Bradley Chubb.
Courtland Sutton.
And Bradley Chubb, to his credit, was the value of a first-round draft choice, which the Broncos did use to get Shawn Payton. So, that was good.
Wasn't there an offensive lineman in there, too, that played a few years here?
There was not an offensive lineman in that draft class.
Give us a class.
Oh, was that what was the running back from Oregon?
There you go.
What was his name?
You are right on it. I don't even want to tell you because you were right on it.
What was his name?
You got it. You got it.
Oh.
The fact you even got that far is amazing to me.
I can't remember his name.
Royce Freeman.
Royce Freeman.
From Oregon. There you go. Isaac Yadam. Josie Jewell was in that draft class. And now it looks like Josie may be done with football, huh?
Yeah, with concussion.
Unfortunately. By the way, real quick, side note. Charlie Offerdahl got in front of the CU team from Dakota Ridge High School and said, I've had too many issues with concussions. I'm calling it a career. How about that moment? Yeah, that actually choked me up a little bit to see that.
Yeah, that's a really tough decision to make, especially as a college kid, because, not that he was dreaming about playing in the NFL. Well, yeah, I'm sure he dreamt of it, but not that he had a reality of playing in the NFL. But, as a young kid to step away, that's a really tough decision. But you got to give a lot of credit to Coach Prime because, Charlie was a walk-on. Coach Prime loved him. He gave him a scholarship, and he's keeping him on scholarship, even though he's no longer going to play football.
How about that? I thought that, by the way, we do have some sound from that. I mean, we're going on a little tangent here, but I think this is worth it. Go ahead, Dan.
Obviously, I haven't been here this summer. If it's not obvious already, I won't be coming back this year. Just how serious this last concussion was and how many I've had leading up to it. It's pretty scary for me and my family, but I will be hanging it up. just wanted to take this time to let everybody know here and thank you guys. Thank the coaching staff, thank the staff, the players, and I love you guys. You know how much you guys have done for me, my football career, and you know becoming a young man. And obviously, Coach Prime, and I love you, Coach. You know, when you first came in, you believed in me when nobody else did.
Powerful.
Yeah, you can hear the emotion.
I feel terrible for that young man, man. I know how much he loves football and what he gave up for it, and I think that's classy as hell that they'll continue his scholarship, and hey, props to Prime for that. So, hey, man, props to Charlie Offerdahl, his friends and family and everything, you know, up there in Littleton.
Well,
so.
Listen, you always want to make things bigger and whatever, but Deion just went through a health scare.
Mm-hmm.
We talked a lot about that yesterday. And now here's a kid who's, 21?
Oh,
maybe, something like
maybe,
that.
yeah.
That has been suffered, you know, concussions. And as Tyler said, just still in college still. I guarantee you Prime can relate to that. Of, you know, this is gone now.
Now more than ever.
He almost had coaching taken away from him. He almost had life taken away from him, let's be honest. So it's kind of cool. While I'm looking at a picture of him and the two of them embracing. It to me, that right there, this picture endures Prime to me more than, you know, having his doctors come up and explain all this stuff that was over our head. You got bladder cancer, head of tumor, taking it out, boom, 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 new bladder. We'll see how you got to do, where it depends. But this right here, that to me is what coaching's about. For me, that means more to me than seeing Coach Prime with his gold whistle around his neck.
What a brutally difficult decision, though, for Offerdahl to oh man, he probably had hit. I know everybody wants to be a pro, but in all honesty, you become a player at CU, which I'm sure he grew up, you know, saying, wow, what a dream that would be if I could do that as a non-scholarship player, to do what he did and to say, hey, that's it, I can't do it anymore. Poof.
Well, here you go. So
Tough.
Offerdahl did announce his plans to try to get into dental school in the future, which then Sanders said, we're going to make sure and take care of him.
Yeah,
so he's going to help pay for Offerdahl's dental school.
It's the head stuff that scares you, man. And, you know, all the injuries that I've had over my career, and I've had 7 surgeries. I need 2 more that are lined up. It'll be 9.
Keep away from the shoulder, dog.
Yeah, you know, it'll just keep on coming. I could deal with pain, right? Like that's just what I know. That's just how I live my life. I could deal with pain. But the stuff that scares you is the head stuff, right? I mean, the sad reality is I'm so dumb. I had some. Shut up, Scott.
Tell us something we don't know. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I had some bad concussions, and I had one that was really bad in particular that I came back way too quick from because I lied and I told them I was good, and I suffered
college or pros
and then I fell.
Okay.
Yep. And I suffered another one the next week, but we made the playoffs, so I'm damn sure not telling them about it now.
Oh my gosh!
Right, and so now we're going into the playoffs. And I get through it. And then for the entire offseason, for 6 straight months, debilitating migraines, right? But, you know, a normal human being would have been like, hey, I should probably think about stepping away.
Right.
Didn't even cross my mind. It didn't even cross my mind. It was
and you kept it a secret? You kept keeping it a secret?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Because at that point, you know, now I'm talking about a 6-month one. They might just put me on the IR.
Oh,
you know,
no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Well, and that sounds like Offerdahl. He wasn't doing anything conditioning this summer or anything else. He had to stay away. So that last one probably was pretty devastating for him too. That's too bad.
So I give the young man a lot of credit for thinking about his
courage.
Future. That's
courage
my
to do it.
Yeah.
And then credit for, because listen, Offerdahl is going to be in my head, and again, I'm more old school than you guys. Is a kid that's not going to slip through the crack. It seems like right now, you know, Prime said, "Hey, you're going to go to dental school. We're going to try to make that dream come true for you. We're going to help finance your medical. Because that ain't cheap, right? More dentists. I had a buddy who became a dentist. He gave me the stat years and years and years ago. The more dentists become bankrupt after the first year because hey, you got to get into it, all the equipment, you got
Really?
school bills
Okay.
you're doing. He said, and of all the professions, I guess dentists tend to out quicker than any other profession.
Okay.
So for Prime to sit there and step up to it, that's what coaching's about. We get caught up in the X's and O's and wins and losses and da-da-da and our team and you suck, you're fired, da-da-da. And coaching used to be a profession about creating young men. And to me, this is Prime stepping up hard. I am now more of a Prime guy today because of that.
Oh, very cool.
Than anything he's going to do. I still don't know if he's a good coach or not, but I can tell he's probably a pretty good human being.
All right. Back to
And by the way, I got to tell you a funny story. You want to hear a funny story?
Of course.
No, a funny story. So I told you we did our little shtick out there a while ago. So we go there. We're up on the wall. Now there wasn't any room for me on the wall, so I got to stand up. Just stand up. Me.
Okay.
So we got Logs. We got Tyler.
Murderer's Row.
We got Stink.
The big boys.
Andy's right there too, but and that was where I wanted to
He's the
stand
runt.
up.
Yeah.
And it was so funny to watch. I wish I could stand up and you could hear me. The guy's getting down. Tyler's down, bending his knees. Dave's over there. Kind of
Everybody's back is killing him.
Stinks.
Yeah, you're right.
Ty goes, stand up on the cement. And I go, yeah, but you guys are at least leaning on a wall, right? I'm like having to stand up. And I said, that's why I keep moving my feet around, trying to jiggle around. But four old ass dudes, Tyler old and he's only 40, but all before that
struggling to stand,
just dying, standing up on that cement.
Standing's killing us.
Oh, and the funny thing is, we all knew what the other was going through.
That's right. Nobody needed to say a word. We just knew the pain you were feeling.
Atwater's been going through some back
funny.
stuff too. I was talking to him about it, and I told him, and Tyler agreed with this. I probably live backwise in a pain of a scale of 1 to 10, 5 or 6 every day. But you just get used to it. And like if it's a 5-day, you're like, you feel pretty good.
Yep.
Now there's days that all of a sudden there's an 8 and a 9 will sleep in there and sneak up on you, and just you're like eating Advil or Tylenol or whatever like crazy, but you get used. Think about this as your body pain wise. You get used to a 5 or a 6.
That's just your baseline.
That's I'm gonna say that's mine. Yours might even be higher. But my shoulders probably lives at a 5. My back probably lives 5, 6 every day.
Yeah.
Just kind of get used to it.
Right.
But it was funny watching. I felt good because I felt like I was in a fraternity because I got these 3 old dudes and Atwater's down the thing and he just talked about it.
Real quick, do you know what happened to Atwater with his back surgery deal?
No.
It's crazy. So I forget what city. I think it was Detroit. Whatever. He went somewhere to visit his daughter, right? Wherever she was living. I want to say it was Detroit for some reason. And his back just got super flared up on him, and like debilitating. Couldn't do anything about it. Goes to the emergency room. Has to end up getting surgery like right then and there.
Whoa.
He gets stuck in another city for like 4 months because he couldn't travel because of the surgery.
When was this?
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is a year or so ago.
What?
Maybe a year and a half ago. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Off-season.
He got
4 months.
Yeah, he got stuck in another city because he couldn't travel after the back surgery.
What?
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you,
Wow. That's crazy.
Here's for me, I've not had a back surgery yet. And then Hulk Hogan.
I've only had 3.
But Hulk Hogan on his 3rd back surgery, just 6-7 months ago, had a lot of complications coming out of it. And they put him in an induced coma for a while, right? Because there was some complications with it. But there's been a time, at least 3 times in the last 2 weeks, I've said I got to call my guy that I know did his back surgery, did my ex-wife's back surgery, but he was the Nuggets team guy for a long time. And I'm like, dude, I think it's time. I got to call him.
All right. Well, let me ask you a question. I'll do it in a couple of parts. If I told you you'd have no back problems for the rest of your life, like I don't have any back problems, but you couldn't be a pro, would you do it? You'd have no back problems, but you
because dudes are
college. You get college. You get all college.
Dudes that are 6'10" and never played sports I've always looked down on. I'm sorry for the judgment.
I would.
I'm sorry.
I would not trade the pain for my career. I would do the career over 1,000,000 times again.
Okay.
In fact, you'd probably play 2 more years.
I would.
Yeah.
I might trade the head trauma. Yeah, I might think about that one.
What if I said you'd have to give 3 years off of being a pro? So you do get to be a pro, but your last 3 years you don't get.
So I don't get a Super Bowl?
You don't get a Super Bowl.
No, I'll take the pain.
Oh, I still would have got a championship.
You would have got a championship.
I still got one because I played 3 years after I got a championship. But
you got to give up the last 3 years. For you, it would be more difficult.
Because
for sure.
Because I in the NBA, if you get at least a decade in, your health insurance was paid for. And so I've had and it only came up about the last 10 or 12 years. So the last 10 or 12 years, I haven't had to pay for insurance. And as you get older, you realize how much that is.
Yeah, and your pension grows too, which you both will get.
No.
No? It doesn't?
He won't either.
Well, no, he definitely does. The longer they wait, the NFL is looking to kill these guys.
Tell him.
Is there something going on? Is there something different?
Okay, you're talking about a 401k. Yes, that grows. My pension doesn't grow.
I thought the NFL gives you a larger pension the longer you put it off in terms of getting it. I thought that was the deal a couple of years ago.
That's true, but it's still capped. You get paid, you get X amount of dollars. It's like $750 per every year that you played.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Well, no, I get about half my pension.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to give you the look.
I didn't even get that.
I'm trying to give you the look.
My bad. I swear to God, I wasn't thinking like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And on that note, Let's Football Go comes up next.
Hey guys, Tyler here, my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. If you've noticed you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, don't waste time. Pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR, and let Advanced Hair Restoration get you fixed up right. They'll do it once, they'll do it right, and you're going to be a happy customer, just like tens of thousands of other folks already are. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found in Advanced Hair. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you will have the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, amazing. You're going to love the product. You're going to love the results. Matter of fact, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee, folks, with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or go online at advancedhair.com and check out those before and after photos.
But as we figured out, it may just be 4.
Yeah,
but still, we get the joke.
Cincinnati's got 2.
Yeah. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. These guys are the best. They got everything you need. mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Bud Squids Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, let's start with Shawn Payton from today, fellas. He was asked, are the Broncos doing an audit on how much Bo Nix can run the football this season?
No, I think the audit would be more in regards to protecting himself, at the end of those plays and the timing of when's it got to have it versus, so we're comfortable with it. It's a strength. And, I mentioned this before, when the combine came, he didn't shuttle. He didn't do a number of these drills that I thought he would be exceptional at. And later he told me he had a turf toe and it made sense. But when you watched him, you thought, man, this guy is tough to sack. And, he won a lot of downs for us last year with his feet. It's just being smart at the tail end.
Okay, so last year, Bo Nix had 92 carries for 430 rushing yards. So let me ask you guys this. Do you want to see Bo Nix run more this season, less, or roughly the same in year 2?
Well, I think that it's a great weapon to have in your bag, right? And Shawn Payton his history would not tell you, I want my quarterback running all over the place. Now, he's done some fun things with Taysom Hill. I got you. But his history would tell you, I want that ball out of my quarterback's hand as quickly as I possibly can. For me, when I look at Bo Nix, I would not look at it in terms of like how many yards does he have. I would look at it in terms of how many third downs per game did he convert with his feet? Did he pick me up 2? Did he get me 3? If he got me 3 first downs per game, that would be incredible.
Yeah, I don't want a running quarterback. I just want a mobile.
I mean, we want longevity, right?
Yeah. Theoretically, we would all want less, right? You'd want the offense more effective and him not to have to scramble around. I don't think him scrambling around is ideal.
Well,
However,
what was he ranked running last year, though, as far as quarterbacks?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Was he top 5? Was he top 10?
I would guess he's top 10. I would think he's top 10.
So he's still top 3rd in the league? Is that too much?
Not necessarily, because it also means you are probably continuing drives. You probably are picking up third downs and even scoring touchdowns. You're probably doing good things.
He was 8th in the NFL as far as quarterbacks go in rushing yards.
Do you have good? Do you have who's in front of him?
Yeah, Caleb Williams, Anthony Richardson, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson.
All right, well, half of those guys are running for their lives. The others are just, they're mobile guys that are picking up first downs. I don't know. He's probably good right where he is. Something like that. It's probably a good thing. But less would be better if what you really want is more points, right? So what are the points? How many points are you scoring?
Well, let's throw this in there. 4 of your top 5, Jackson, Daniels, Hurts, and Josh Allen. Kyler Murray was 4th. 4 of your top 5 went into the postseason and or deep in the postseason.
Because they're continuing drives and scoring touchdowns. Yeah. They're doing what it takes.
Then there's a following. You got Richardson, Williams, Nix, Mayfield, and Mayfield. Yeah, Drake May.
Well, right. But
Drake May played 8 games, had 400 yards.
Well, because he's running for his life.
Exactly. So 4 of your top 5 went to the playoffs and made it deep in the playoffs.
Yep.
It's a weird stat, man. I mean, you're probably good right where you are. You're top 10. You're mobile enough. It's not crazy. You're not getting yourself killed.
It's just about how effective you are when you run the ball.
Correct. Are they first downs? Are they scoring drives?
Yeah.
And also, how many sacks are you picking up? See, that was great for Bo because he was picking up those yards without getting sacked all that much. May, how many times was Drake May sacked?
Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl last year, and he had 200 more rushing yards.
Yeah. I mean, the Eagles just did things different, man.
Jaden Daniels went to the NFC Championship game. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jaden Daniels had 461 more rushing yards.
Yeah, scoring a lot of points, too.
And
they would score points.
Lamar Jackson, 915. I would say if anybody ran too much, it would be Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, but he's been running too much since he was drafted in 2018.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not telling Lamar Jackson he's running too much. I ain't doing that.
Well, everybody who thought he would have a shorter career because he would run too much, I guess is wrong because I mean, you put in your 8th year as a starter a couple times as MVP.
We'll see, DMac. I mean, in today's NFL, quarterbacks play 14, 15 years. Can Lamar Jackson play 14 or 15 years? Probably not.
Okay, but I mean, that's a hell of a thing to even be a good enough quarterback to play that long. That's amazing.
Well, that's what
that
the
you can pull
greats are
that
doing.
off of. Okay, well, I'm not ready to necessarily anoint Lamar Jackson as one of the greats of all time. That's legacy. Greats of all time. You got to win a Super Bowl to be one of the greats of all time. I'll give you that.
So Marino's not one of the greats of all time?
He is.
Jim Kelly not one of the greats of all time?
He is too, because he went. All right, let me back up. You at least have to go to a Super Bowl. How about that? Is that fair enough?
You have to bring a team there.
Yeah, I mean, is Phillip Rivers one of the greats of all time? I'd say no.
I'd say he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Probably.
Okay, now we get into a semantics as, can you be a Hall of Famer without being one of the greats of all time?
Should there be another room in the Hall of Fame?
You get into a sticky wicket because is Eli Manning one of the greats of all time?
No, but he won.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
Probably.
How can you be a multiple MVP of the Super Bowl beating one of the greats of all time if you're not one of the greats of all time?
Yeah. When you got a 500 record.
And you got a 500 record.
It's a confounding career, right? But at the end of the day, he's not
it just means
ballot.
that the Giants were either great or sucked.
Was he the greatest Giants quarterback of all time?
Yes.
I agree. So,
Phil Simms sold my trophy. Well, although he's got two trophies, 2 MVPs. So
yeah, he's got 2 trophies, but Phil Simms didn't play in the second Super Bowl. It was Hostetler. But he was on the team. Is Phil Simms a Hall of Famer? I don't even know. Is he in the Hall of Fame or not? I don't think
he
so.
is.
That's a quirky one, man. Maybe he should be. I don't know. He's not in the Hall of Fame, huh? That's an interesting one.
Been nominated many times, but
not quite there.
I would never look at. I always thought they had great teams.
But Eli's got 2. Eli's got 2.
Would you be happy if Bo Nix had a Phil Simms like career?
Yeah,
I would include.
I'd be thrilled.
It'd include a Super Bowl,
and you're talking about a non-Hall of Fame career.
Absolutely, I'd be thrilled by that.
But that would include a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
we've had this argument. Is it worth a Super Bowl if you're going to suck for the next 10 years? Like, would you rather be the Broncos or the Bills?
In
we've all said
in
you'd rather be the
2014,
Broncos.
we said yes. In 2019, we said hell no.
Well, I mean, would you rather be the Broncos or the Bills? In the past 10 years, fine. So, includes a Super Bowl for the Broncos.
Well, I would say that depends on if Josh Allen ever gets it. If he gets
right
it.
now, where they've been competitive in the playoffs every year since 2018.
If you're asking me about today, I'd rather be the Bills.
Well, no, I mean the past 10 years. So you take a 10-year sample since 2015. Would you rather be the Broncos or the Bills?
Yeah, no, I'm never turning down a Super Bowl ever.
I wouldn't either. But the Bills are in the playoffs and competitive with Josh Allen every single year. Of course, if the Bills win...
Yeah, but the Broncos had a 4-year run where they were like that.
I agree. But in the past 10 years, there'd be 1 Super Bowl for the Broncos and 1 other playoff appearance.
Yeah.
Listen, if the Bills get a Super Bowl, you clearly want that. Where you've got a all-time quarterback, a Hall of Fame guy, and a Super Bowl championship. But they're not there yet. They haven't even been there yet. They haven't got past Mahomes or Burrow. They haven't done it. The pressure on Josh Allen, the Bills, to me, is next level. Like,
wow. So he doesn't even have an AFC championship, huh?
No, he's never got to the Super. Joe Burrow's already been to the Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson, same thing. Same thing for Lamar Jackson. It's a weird career for both of those guys.
That's why when we come back to the beginning of the show, when we're talking about expectations for Bo Nix, I'm like, I don't think that's a fair expectation of him to win an AFC championship by year 3. That's not fair.
It's tough competition. It's tough sledding, no doubt about it, when you look around who his competition is.
Here you go, Mr.
Not easy.
Mr. Upstate eating wings guy.
Yeah. Frank and Teresa's.
Yeah. Who's the greatest quarterback in Bills history?
Jim Kelly. Right
Josh
now.
Allen.
No.
Josh Allen.
Not yet.
Josh Allen.
Dude, he hasn't been in the Super Bowl.
He's better.
Oh, you didn't say that. You didn't say that. You didn't
What did
say
you
who's the best in their history.
What did you say?
I said best Buffalo quarterback.
He's the best quarterback.
Greatest Buffalo quarterback.
He's the greatest quarterback. Yes.
To me, Josh Allen.
Now we're talking about weird semantics. What's the difference between greatest and best?
Being able to play the position and what you've meant to the organization. Like the best quarterback in Bill's history to me is Jim Kelly for what he did for the
Jim
organization.
Kelly had the biggest impact probby.
But I'm not saying Jim
Kelly
is
is not a better quarterback than
No,
Josh
I agree with you, but he has been better for them. Hey, listen, they're side by side, okay?
Jim Kelly's got 4 second-place rings.
Dude, yes, and it's hard to get there. It's bitterly disappointing to lose.
You must really suck to lose 4 times.
Dude, it was. I tell you,
Brent
what,
Tarkenton says hello.
I mean, you can't accidentally fall into one.
Trust me. And when I'm there in the 4th year, my first year in Buffalo, I mean, it's gotta happen now, right? I mean, and they had the lead at halftime, and we were broadcasting from Jim Kelly's bar, like it's 2,000 people going nuts.
Yeah, I was at the one in Atlanta against the Cowboys.
Oh, that's the one they were up at halftime.
I was there.
Just as a fan?
I owned a restaurant there at the time, and so we went back and
you and Jim Kelly
hung out. Yeah. And
no, they had that one that we thought that was. I mean, the one against the Giants, Norwood wide right.
But the third quarter, the second half, you guys got stomped.
Trust me. All right, I'm having some flashbacks that are not good. Next story, Dan.
So Chase Daniel and Diana Rossini were out at Broncos camp yesterday, fellas, and they actually did a video in an Uber. It looked like they were on Pena Boulevard heading back out to...
I'm sorry, they did a video
airport.
In an Uber?
In an Uber. This is in an Uber.
Okay.
It looks like in the video they're driving out to the airport. But Chase Daniel got to have a conversation with Shawn Payton on the field during practice, and here's what
What's the Uber got to do with anything?
They're just in the back of an Uber filming this reaction
He's just
to what
setting the scene, DMac.
Yeah.
He's just setting the scene.
Okay. All right.
So here's what Chase Daniel had to say about his conversation with Shawn at practice yesterday.
Gotcha.
One thing I took away from talking to Coach on the field, he said, we can't be afraid to talk about the Super Bowl because I feel like we have a Super Bowl caliber roster.
Awesome.
For a coach to say
that means you're so confident.
And to let his team know, a young team in a very difficult division with the Chargers who made the playoffs last year as well, and the Kansas City Chiefs. This is not crazy to say, this is not hyperbole. When you look at their roster, specifically from a film perspective and player perspective, they should be thinking Super Bowl. Like, they have the quarterback, they have the extra weapons on offense. Expect a big year from Troy Franklin. Obviously, Sutton was done. Mims, they love Mims. Their running back room, excellent. Evan Ingram, right? And then you add the pieces that they add on defense with Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga. Like, sky's the limit.
So, do you guys like that Shawn's already talking to his guys Super Bowl, or do you think it's a little too early?
Well, that's like the exact conversation we just had. It's almost identical. By the way, I thought for a second you were going to say they interviewed Shawn Payton in an Uber. I was confused. I apologize. I understand what you're saying now. No, I think it's great because I expect them to be in the Super Bowl or contending for it next year. So why not? I don't know. Fine.
You're drunk. We're sitting here talking about Josh Allen and he can't get there. We're sitting here talking about Lamar Jackson and he can't get there. And D-Mac's expectation is a freaking Super Bowl?
Next year.
Like, wake up. Wake up. Yeah, next year. Wake up.
Next year.
Wake up.
There's two different stories in this. One, in my career, I played for the Atlanta Hawks, and I think when I was my last 3 years there, we won 50-plus games, which was the benchmark then, still a benchmark of having a really good season. And we were just, once we got to playoffs, just not good enough to beat Boston one time, 7 games, not good enough to beat Detroit one time, took them to 5 games when you had 5. We were always behind either Boston or Detroit for those 3 years. But we were a good team, 150. Never talk about championship. My first day into Detroit, every player, every coach, the general manager, the front office, the president of the team, everything that we did was to win a championship. It was talked about, it was mentioned, and it was a goal. Listen, there was expectations that the ball boys carried themselves in a different manner, in a quote-unquote championship manner.
Yeah.
And it blew me away. And this is year 7 for me when I went there in the league. And I'm like, dude, this is the first time I've ever been around a team that that's all they talk about.
What difference did it make?
Everything. The mindset, the entire mindset changed. So from that standpoint, I want my coaches. I think if you're not, I've said this forever doing these shows. if you're a pro sports team and you ain't talking championship, then you've got a bad sports team, a bad organization. Your organization is doing it the wrong way if you aren't talking championship every single year. Are you a realist and understand it still takes talent, doesn't it, Tyler? I mean, it still takes talent to win it. But if you aren't setting your goal, if it ain't demanded, I'm telling you, it was demanded from top to the bottom. That was your mindset. That hasn't been here for the Broncos. It hadn't been here it's not here for the Rockies. It wasn't here, honestly, for the Nuggets till Mr. K kind of took over, and then all of a sudden they started saying championship. And you're like, I've been here 20 years already. No one's mentioned championship with the Nuggets. You kidding me?
That's all they talk about with the Nuggets and the
That's all they talk about.
That's all.
I've never been on a team that didn't talk about championship expectations in meetings. I've never been on a team that didn't talk about the standard that it takes to win a championship. But, and Scott, I'd be curious if you agree with this or not. The general rule of thumb is that's our expectation. That's our standard. We talk about that. That's what we hold each other to, but you don't talk about that publicly. No. You don't talk about the expectation being winning the Super Bowl in a public forum.
When we were in Detroit, that's all they talked about. In fact, I remember bus rides. We don't regular season, and that's my motto now with the Nuggets. Survive the regular season. It's about winning the championship. But here's the second thing. I still am tepid when we put Shawn Payton's peeps on audio and say, "Oh, what do you think about that? That's pretty cool." I'm like, "Well, that's his peeps."
What do you mean, the backup quarterback that played for him for 10 years?
Yeah. And I ever seen him. Come on, man. That's his peeps.
When's Shawn sitting down with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in the tent? Or coming by and saying hi to you boys?
Who?
You and Tyler when you sit out there in the tent. When's he coming by?
Oh, well.
Right. No time soon.
No time soon.
I wish he would, and it would be great to have him. You can, come sit right next to you guys. You're his best friend. Actually, why don't you listen? What are we doing here? We got to have a little training camp mission here for Scott Hastings, who became palsy-walsies with him.
Right.
Why don't you just tomorrow? Tyler will be fine in the tent.
I have an issue tomorrow.
Thursday.
Thursday's perfect. Thursday. Yeah, Thursday, I'll go over.
Why don't you go over there and say, Shawn, come on, let's go. Just be there and say, Shawn, come on, let's just go to the tent. We're best friends.
I just want to watch it to see if Shawn remembers him.
He will definitely. Seriously, how could he forget Scott?
I could come Thursday and have my Nuggets championship hat and
I don't know. He might have had a couple lattes.
Yeah, dress up a little bit like he would, not like.
Wear a Joker jersey.
You should just get Shawn and say, "Come on, coach, let's go. Right. Let's go to the tent."
You're disrespecting Kevin right now.
It's PhD on 92.5. A reminder, training camp recap with myself and Mike Sanford on tonight on all the digitals. Make sure you like and subscribe to Altitude Sports Radio's YouTube page. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, and they sponsor the training camp recap as well tonight. The official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. All right, how about a little just update with...
Wait, we got a major announcement coming on the radio tomorrow.
Major
Is it 8
announcement.
Tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Tomorrow at 8 a.m. for that.
Yes, indeed. With the Moser, Lombardi, and Kane show.
Yeah.
I was laughing at how much fun they were making of Mark Moser's face since his return to Italy.
Oh, he's puffy.
From Italy.
Oh, he's really puffy. That jet lag swole him up. Yeah, I saw him today about 10:15.
Yeah, I'm not one
I thought most people would lose weight on European vacations with all the walking you're doing and everything.
Wow. All right. Didn't mean to pile on Mark, but okay.
What are you talking about? You just called him fat-faced.
I just said I was laughing at how they
Hold
were
on,
making
you
fun
just
of his
called him
face.
fat-faced, and then you called me out for calling him fat?
Well, I wasn't calling him fat-faced, but I was laughing at other people making fun of his face.
Oh, got it. Right.
So, I mean, it's a...
Yeah, I was going to make fun of him for leaving football practice before practice started.
What?
Well, I was walking in about 10:15. He's walking out.
How is he going to know what happened in practice if he's leaving?
I don't know. How are you going to do that podcast tonight?
I'm going to ask Mike Sanford a lot of questions. That's what I'm going to do. So, yeah, that's how that happens. Anyways, today, give us a brief synopsis, and Andy will be here shortly, and as will Nate, who were there as well. But give us a brief synopsis of what happened today.
Well, it was a pretty typical early training camp practice to me. I did like the physicality of it. It was much more physical than it was yesterday.
10 times more.
Yep. It was a longer practice than it was yesterday. It felt like a normal training camp practice to me. But when I say it's a normal early training camp practice, oh my gosh, the offense was so bad. It was terrible. Offense got their butts kicked. Well, you know what? First 2 weeks of training camp, that's pretty much what happens on every single team. You never know what the real takeaway is. We do have an elite defense. We already know that. You should expect that. It's easier for the defense early on in training camp. Install is simple. It's much more complex for an offense. But I guess what bothers you about it is sometimes there's excuses for that with an offense because you're talking about motions, you're talking about nuances, and you see broken plays. To me, I just saw an offensive line that got their butts kicked by the defensive line today, and in particular in pass protection.
You know, I saw a little clip of Mike Florio on with Rich Eisen, and the topic was Broncos Super Bowl contenders. Listen, I understand we all think that might be just a pinch premature. But with Shawn Payton's connections to people in the media, I know like Jay Glazer was out there, and you'll have national guys rolling through. What do you guys think about some sort of national, hey man, Broncos dark horse contenders for a Super Bowl that is already happening?
Here, you know what's funny? For the most part of viewers thought Shawn Payton absolutely stunk as an analyst on Fox. For the most part, if you read some of the critiques, they go, this guy's terrible, get him off.
Yeah.
That being said, it feels like the year and a half he spent doing that, everybody that he worked with loved him.
I would agree with that.
Right?
Yes.
I don't think he necessarily caught on with fans who watched, but I think everybody it seems that he worked with really dug the guy.
Well, Scott, you have had casual conversations with Shawn Payton.
Very personable.
What'd you think?
Well, I mean, we changed numbers. We stayed in contact a little bit, thinking about vacation
He's
and
coming on the
Cordier.
show on Friday, according to Scott.
Well, maybe Thursday.
I think, what the hell? I mean, he'll have good feelings about you. I don't know if he watches your little internet show with Andy, perhaps, but I mean, that might tick him off. But
really? Oh, no.
Tyler, have you had casual conversations with Shawn?
I don't know Shawn Payton.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I've got connections with so many head coaches. I never really crossed paths with Shawn. He was not in my coaching tree.
Right.
Everywhere I went had something to do with Mike Shanahan. I have talked to him a couple times, but I would far from say I've got a relationship with him.
All right, so this is on Scott then. This is clearly on Scott.
But you might have a chance now if he's bringing guys over that you coached you in Washington.
Well, Chris Morgan got a great relationship with the assistant offensive line coach.
And guess who had to hire him?
That's true.
Shawn
That's
Payton.
True. Now, me and Greg Penner, we became besties today.
Well, you can bring him over too.
Yeah.
That'd be great to have Greg.
Yeah.
You know, Greg feels and does talk like a normal person, and then he'll slide into something like, "Oh, I'm going over to Kathmandu next week to, bum." He'll say it casually.
He's going with Bob Seger.
Well, hey, that's that. There you go. You know what? He'll blow you away real quick on Penner. What he still does athletically, which is bananas, because he's climbed. You realize he's climbed all the top 7 mountains in the world.
Yeah.
Everest and K. I don't know if he's done K2, but all of them. He's done all that stuff.
Yeah, and Tyler Pancake John Randall. Compete that.
I got you. It's all very impressive.
I don't know we were the same era, but.
Well, but I was just giving you props.
He's just giving you some props. Just go with it.
Yeah.
Von Miller? I mean, that's practice.
Ray Lewis.
We'll take that.
You remember when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
Sure do.
Don't stop him. He's on a roll. Okay. Notes from today. What should we know about today?
I agree with Tyler. I enjoyed today's practice. I thought yesterday was a waste of time. But the offense looked better, and it was it felt like, even for having pads on, it was finesse day. But it was hot. I mean, it was first day of pads.
So right decision, cut it a little short. I mean,
First
we got
day
time
of
to go.
pads, and it was the hottest day of camp so far.
What's the rush?
Today was cool, and it was, and I agree 1,000% with Tyler. It was 10 times, Tyler, 10 times more physical today than it was yesterday.
Yep.
And I think because of that, guess what? Defense won.
Okay.
Defense won today.
Tyler, did you like weeks? Because this week in training camp is the only week they will go. This is the longest they'll go in a row, 6 days. Because they'll actually have some breaks. They will not go 6 days in a row for the rest of training camp. Do you like those stretches? What does that do for you in terms of getting you ready to go for the year?
Well, that's all I ever knew. I mean, we got one mandated day off per week during training camp in the new CBA. The old CBA, when I was playing, did not have that. But we would always go 6 straight days, and then you'd get a day off.
And then go another 6 days?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not happening now.
That's what you do. Now, we've got 2 joint sessions this year, right?
Yeah, we got the Cardinals and the Niners.
Yeah, so
and they travel for the Niners where they have a travel day.
Which that also, the mere fact that you're traveling, you usually back off the day before that also because you don't want the guys, I don't know, for whatever reason. So look, man, I don't think this is going to be a grueling training camp by any means.
Do you know they have no practices at all on Sundays? At all, period. No Sunday practices.
Okay.
I mean, I was looking at this is it. This is the busiest week
it's
by
the Lord's
far.
Day. DMac, you go to church.
Yeah, well, tell the rest of training camps throughout history about that. But they factor in days off more now than ever. You say they went light yesterday. They went a little bit heavier today. How heavy do you go? How heavy do you need to go, Tyler, before you're really ready to play football?
Well, today's about as heavy as you get. And I hope that this is what – they'll probably go 2 more days like this, and then they'll back off. So we'll go Wednesday, Thursday, full pads. Maybe Friday, you take it down to spiders. Saturday, I don't know. Gosh, I don't know though, because this is really the only week that you've got. It's me, myself, and I. Right? It's just you. You're on your schedule. So maybe they go a whole week of just loading this sucker up.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I guarantee you, if you're the players, you're hoping today's temperature floats over until tomorrow.
It's supposed to be cool tomorrow. Actually, the rest of this week is supposed to be cool. And then next week, it's supposed to actually heat up. But next week, for the most part,
they'll be in San Fran.
They're in San Francisco. So, which is always relatively cool.
Weather too.
Yeah, I mean, well, San Fran, San Jose.
Well, seriously, the coldest winter I ever spent was the summer in San Francisco.
The funniest part is they're not really in San Francisco. If they were in San Francisco, it probably would be cool. They're in San Jose. They're in like a, stupid valley,
No, aren't they in Santa Clara? They're in Santa Clara.
Santa Clara and San Jose is the same thing. It's they're in Santa Clara.
There's a damn Bennigan's, I remember. Hey, don't you remember the Bennigan's from the Super Bowl?
Oh, I remember the Bennigan's.
I'd be trying to sleep, and I'm like, what is that club thumping? And I looked out the window, and I was like, is the Bennigan's guy? I literally had nothing better to do.
So you went to bed?
No, I walked over there.
Is there
I was like, I think this Bennigan's is a club.
Is there a more generic city in America than Santa Clara, period? No. Like, it's like,
Have you ever seen a TV series, Santa Clarita?
Yeah, that's the vampire, the Drew Barrymore zombie. Yeah, it's
Santa Clarita Diet.
Yeah. But that's not
pretty
Santa
cute.
Clara.
Cute.
It was actually pretty cute.
Santa Clara to me has no personality whatsoever.
No,
Zippo.
it sucked.
Zero.
Did you guys get it? Did you guys ever escape?
You know,
Wow.
I think it was the first night, maybe the second night. We did. Peyton got us a party bus, and we went up to San Francisco. So that was the only night that or at least that I really went out. Some other guys did. But we did go up to San Francisco, had a good time, and did it responsibly. Got the bus back and everything. But it was hard. Yeah, that's probably, to me, like that week. It didn't feel like Super Bowl-esque to me. It just felt like it was another work week.
Why would they have that Super Bowl in that area ever again?
Wasn't it there again hold on, isn't it there this year?
They want to sell
so.
it. They want to sell it as San Francisco. That's why, because they bill it as everything.
It's a nice stadium.
We were in San Francisco. All the media was in San Francisco.
Not
so
us.
everything was about San Francisco. But the reality is they were in Highlands Ranch, basically, in Santa Clara, which is nothing.
You've
Well,
no
they had a
idea
payway.
the stress Ed and I had trying to get our show every week. We had a car, and one time
You were driving back
yeah,
and
because
forth?
we had broadcast crew. We had to stay at the team hotel. They can't sneak you back in. You got to get on the team bus to get into the stadium.
This Media Row was in San Fran, right?
It was in San Fran, but
that's where we had to do our shows from.
But, well, okay, I feel bad for you guys because to get to the media stuff, they had police escorts coming down from San
not
Fran.
us.
Not you.
Dude, we were on that bridge, and Ed's talking to me about something with Christian, and my driver, Mike Wolf, who I think you may remember, Mike goes, look for the exit. And Ed said something. I go, what? And I look back, and we missed the exit.
Oh,
and
my
next
God.
thing I know, we're in Oakland. And I was
Oakland?
like, we got an issue, dude.
You crossed the freaking bridge?
We went way over.
Wow.
Yeah, because he wanted me to look for the exit, and Ed's talking to me.
Wait a second. You missed San Francisco and ended up in Oakland?
I know, trust me. I was like, Mike, I'm aware that you asked me for the exit.
You accidentally went on the
We
Bay
went on the
Bridge?
bridge. I'm like, bro, I turned around and I go, we haven't been on the bridge all week. Why are we on the bridge?
Well,
wow, that is a miss.
And then there's no place to U-turn.
Let me give you a line.
That's
You know what he was? Famous TV series. I should have taken a left at Albuquerque.
Yeah, I guess.
Man, I thought the
Bugs
Rocky Mountain
Bunny,
would be a lot more rocky than this.
It's KKSE FM
Denver's
HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Well, I mean, Andy, do you agree with these guys? Defense got the best of the offense?
You know, DMac, I'd love to give you this hardcore. All I saw was the backsides of those on the bench. I should have gone to the tent like they did. And remember, I'm not as tall as either one of my dudes either. So I can't say I trust what they had to say. Sean, you know what's interesting?
I heard you were part of the bad back brigade, though. With
yeah, we were all. We were like the worst gang ever. If you just wanted to feel like if you wanted your gang,
we're intimidated to look at though, Andy.
Hey, if you wanted to get your gang some street cred, they'd have come up on us with everybody. Logan half the time looked like he was getting ready to ump. He was bent over like he was going to call balls and strikes. Stink has got his weird shoes on. Tyler had to squat down 3 or 4 times. And Scotty at one point is just like, I'm just broken. And you notice Atwater wouldn't stand still. I heard you guys talking about his thing. Yeah, he kept pacing. He's the smart one.
Well,
That's
if
right.
you notice, when I was standing up, I'm going back from left to foot. I'm moving right, left, right. I'm trying to.
Well, Andy, what the hell's your excuse?
I'm just fat.
Okay.
Wait, hey, I've been thin. I know what thin feels like.
God.
Ain't thin now.
Oh, you're too funny.
That's what she said.
You're too funny.
Well.
All right, so you don't have any observations then, I guess. Is that where you're going?
DMac, we've already hit the point. You know what, this is so weird.
What, we were already burned out now?
No, I am old man when it comes to this thing. First off, I'll admit it, I get annoyed when we're on the far field. I like it when they're right in front of us like yesterday.
Yeah.
Because again, there's just no real angle to go get the right view. Because, I don't want to watch just, it comes from doing color. You probably look at it this way. I know you've been taught to. I'm not looking at just the ball. I want to see, did a block hold up? I want to see who was in the coverage. I want to see what route they received. Did you miss an open guy? You can't see all that crap.
I can tell you
that far away.
I can tell you a block that didn't hold up today.
RJ Harvey?
Poor RJ, man.
Oh, he got blowing up.
Oh,
Who
man.
killed him?
Jonathan, it was Cooper.
Put
him on
Jonathan Cooper's been a menace.
He is a menace. He put the kid on his keister. The kid had a really nice run, like the play before it, too. Like, showed off the speed. He's shifty, man. Like he's fun. He's a good player. And also it's like, let's be fair. Rookies learning pass pro in the NFL, it's no vacation.
Well, but they need him to.
That
was why Javonte kept the job as long as he did. They only trusted him in pass pro.
As thick and stout as that dude is, you would like to think that he's going to be okay in the long run.
Right.
And he's far from the first rookie to get his ass blown up in pass protection.
Right.
Well, Shawn did say in his presser he had a hell of a run that made them all kind of do a double take.
He said good things about him today.
He had a good catch today. Like I'm impressed by the guy, but like it's the pass pro thing. That's why guys like Javonte Williams hang out for 5 years.
But the defense is legit. The pass rush. Dude, Q Robinson, they need to get Q Robinson away from the third teamer.
Jonah Ellis showed off today.
They've got this defense. Leggy said to me, because I was asking him the schedule when they go to San Fran, and Legwald's like, man, against that offense, if they're all still beat up, I don't know how many completions the Niners, or no, it was the Cardinals, when the Cardinals come to town.
Right.
Because I don't know if the Cardinals are going to get a completion the day that they're here.
That secondary is something special, man. But let's not bury the lead on what was by far the low point of practice today. Okay. So the quarterbacks, so we know the nets.
Yeah,
right?
oh, yeah.
They set up the nets.
Oh, this was funny.
And it's got the 3 little targets in it. And the quarterbacks they're working on that drill.
How many yards would you say? 15?
Yeah,
12?
10 to 15.
Roughly.
12 to 15 yards.
And they're doing it right in front of the bleachers. And Bo Nix is turning around and he's hyping the crowd, and they're getting into it, right?
Crowd was,
They were
hyped.
hyped.
He is the maestro. If
about
he
throwing
asks
balls
for it,
into
they
the
give
nets?
it. Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was giving the whole, let's get some noise.
All right.
So it's getting hyped, and Bo is just he's throwing peas, man. He's putting it in the net consistently. Then Courtland Sutton and Evan Engram decide they want to get in.
This happened last week.
Sutton missed, but he still hit the net.
Okay.
Then Evan Engram sailed it. Clear over the net. which that was a rough moment, but this is where I give Evan Engram credit. He came back, and on his next throw, he put it right in. Okay? Sunk it in the net. And then Bo Nix continues to do it. And Bo Nix is crushing this drill. He's got the crowd hyped. It's going great. Fans are into it. Players are into it. This is the low point. My dude Stiddy turns around and decides he's going to have a little fun with the crowd. He's going to loft one up into the bleachers.
Uh-oh.
Except he didn't get it there.
What?
He threw it short. It bonked off the front railing and didn't make it up into the bleachers.
Wow.
It was
Poor Stiddy.
It was a sad trombone.
Where did he throw it from? Like the 15?
From where they were all standing, yeah. He was just trying to loft it up there. Like, I'd like to believe Stiddy's got the arm to get it up there and just misjudged it.
But he can't rocket it at somebody either. You don't know about the hands of the people in the crowd.
You can't do that, but you got to be able to at least loft it up there.
I get you, but I'm also...
You can't leave it short. It's like air ball in a free throw, okay?
Hey, but don't you remember the guy that got called out at the halftime of the NBA game, and they thought he'd have skills to dribble, and he ended up being a meme with Stanley from The Office? Like, you can't have that football version thinking he's going to catch it, and then Stiddy blows his face up because he threw an actual pass.
Just a clean loft, a nice lob into the stands. Nobody's going to get hurt. Everyone's going to have fun. If you leave it short,
it could be dangerous.
Then everybody is questioning whether or not you actually have the arm strength to do it. That's why if you airball a free throw, the next one, you don't have to make it. All you have to do is you just got to catch rim just to prove to everybody.
Oh, wait. Stidham didn't have a second ball?
Yeah, did he have a second?
No,
What?
he didn't throw a second ball.
He decided that was enough for today?
I think I think at that moment he turned around and it was like, okay, drill's over. All of the air has been let out of the excitement that we have gotten from throwing footballs into netting.
Are we going to see a Jared Stidham, Cordero Patterson type tweet? Did you see where Cordero says the Pittsburgh Steelers released washed up Cordero Patterson on his day off?
Well, did he say breaking news?
Yeah.
Sources confirm.
Is Stiddy going to give us one of those?
They're not going to let me be on the team anymore.
Well, I'm glad nobody fell over the railing.
Well, see, that's the other thing. I do feel like Stiddy had to be a little careful
I think he was a little too careful.
I don't know what it is. Stiddy was
What do you
joking
want
with
to
us
do?
a couple days. I kind of like Stiddy's
you want to
personality.
blitz an 8-year-old in the dome?
Again, I
mean,
believe that there is on the
There's a happy
spectrum
medium.
of the lob into the stands and the rocket into some kid's eye and breaking an orbital bone. I think he can find, as an NFL quarterback, I believe he should be skilled enough to be able to find that middle ground.
Okay, but let's say he goes for the 500 ball like you're kind of describing.
Yes.
Yeah.
An overzealous adult starts throwing bows to get that football.
But that's off the player. Like we see it at baseball games all the time. Like a guy tossing a foul ball up there or whatever, and some idiot elbows a kid. But that's on the idiot. The player was doing right by everybody.
If he's throwing it far enough away, I don't think there's any fans that could actually catch the football.
No, I know.
I think it'll go right through their fans or break a knuckle. It's going to – there's no way those fans are catching an NFL football thrown by a quarterback.
I disagree
unless they easily, like you say –
if it's lobbed up there.
From more than 15 yards?
But we have seen –
I don't know, man.
Have you seen – there's dudes, and I don't know how people do this, people that bare-hand home runs.
It's unbelievable.
With a baby and a beer.
And a baby and a beer.
Well, that guy was unbelievable.
But those things
that was the ultimate man.
The exit velo will be 108 and somebody bare-hands the thing.
Yeah, it's bonkers.
How do you do it?
It's incredible.
And maybe I've just played enough baseball in my life. I'm getting the hell out of the way. Unless I get a mitt, I'm not messing around with that.
Shut up. If you're in the outfield and the ball's at you, hey, I get it if you're 2 rows. There's nets now. You can't do that.
I am not trying to barehand a major league home run.
You're in the outfield at Wrigley Field.
Yep.
And Pete Armstrong Crow Montaigne, whatever the hell his
Crow
name
Armstrong,
is.
too.
And Judge goes deep.
Yes.
He hits one, and it's coming at you.
Yep.
It's right at you.
Uh-huh.
You're ducking?
Yeah, I'm not catching it.
Oh, stop, Nate.
I'm not.
Every single one of us would at least try to put our hand up and catch it.
I wouldn't. I'm raising my hand right now and tell you I would not.
How many beers in do you think you are?
Okay, that's a good point because I think there's an equation there.
Well, who's not drinking in the outfield?
There's compound interest on how many beers I have consumed versus my willingness to barehand a home run.
Yeah, I mean, I got
Is it Olympia? What are you drinking?
It'd be old style.
Old
Wrigley
style,
Field.
right.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
wrong beers.
I trust you. If we're talking batting practice, I'll roll with you.
Yeah.
You get past the third inning, it's, come on. And can you go more than 3 innings without having a beer at Wrigley
here's
Field?
the other thing I think you're really underestimating. It's going to have to come right to Nate for him to care.
But that's the argument.
I'm putting no interest. I'm putting no interest or energy into this.
He's those
coming
around
right
him
at him.
trying to take the ball.
It's at your head. He's saying he'll go whoop.
I'm moving. Yeah, I'm moving.
I think every guy tries to catch it. I think you would too.
I am. Kick me out of the group of every guy. I'm out. I'm not trying to barehand it. I'm not breaking my finger.
He's not lying to you.
At a major league game.
I'm a little just disappointed.
Would
what
you
is
take
to
an
be
empty
gained?
beer cup and try to corral it?
Maybe I'd go for that.
Okay.
Catch it in my hat.
Whoop.
I think the football is the fun one.
Hey, no. You want to know what's terrifying?
By the way, in the camp, they're kicking extra points into the crowd, which they did on the hill too.
Yeah.
Back in the day, but there are stands now.
Yeah.
Like there are medals.
Got to be a little careful.
Yeah, the hill was kind of spread out.
You don't need anybody falling off anything.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
It's a little bit different when we're in the metal stands.
When we were at our old spot, 2 spots ago for you, did you ever go sit in the dugout seats? Did you ever go through that experience? Like right on the Rockies dugout?
Oh, I've no. I sat 4 rows behind the dugout one time. It sucked. I had 2 young kids. I had to keep my head on a swivel.
Yeah. No, we're talking down the first base line.
Stressful.
Stressful. You can't drink in those seats. Because if one comes up, this is before the netting.
Oh, yeah.
There's
stressful.
time.
Oh, I was before the netting too. And the worst thing was, not only was I scared for my kid's life, there was a leather lung that would not shut up, making my kids laugh, by the way, because it was objectively funny, but it was just annoying to me, the entire game.
Dude, we went one time.
I hated it.
They gave us tickets, and Romy and I were still just doing a show at this point, and she brings her boyfriend who luckily had pitched at like northern Colorado, and I brought Hayden. And immediately I'm like, this was not a good idea. And Hayden's trying to talk. So John, his name is John. John and I surround the kid. And at one point, he's trying to, get cutesy with Romy. I'm like, hey, not now. Not now. Not while they're batting. You need to kiss in between pitches. This is my time.
I mean, we
need to protect my kid.
I'm glad they put those nets up. It was
Dude, I'm
it
not
was
kidding.
ridiculously
I saw a
dangerous.
couple people wear like that smoker. You have no shot if
shot.
they foul one off.
Oh, thank God
like,
they have netting.
no shot.
It's
No
the
shot.
best change. It was the most common sense thing we could do at Major League Stadiums to put the netting up there. My one sitting behind, it was Rockies-Cubs game. We were behind the Cubs dugout. Directly behind it, there was a 2-hour rain delay. We had nothing to do. So I was with Abby and then my brother and his wife, and Alfonso Soriano was still with the Cubs at the time, and he caught eyes with my sister-in-law, and Alfonso Soriano started laying down the game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she was
very nice.
very shy about it. She just generally is a more shy, demure person. And I was telling her, I was like looking over at her, I was going, he has like a $196 million contract. Like, screw my brother. I love my brother. But come on.
Let's upgrade the world.
Yeah, let's think
get
about
the divorce,
this.
take your piece, come back to my brother.
Hey, by the way, real quick, because this is the only chance I'll have to talk about. You realize the Rockies won because of gambling last night, right?
They sure did.
How funny is
Thank
that win
you,
for the Rockies?
Emmanuel Clase.
How funny is that?
Do
you know this story?
Yeah,
that
because
the
he's on a
save
paid leave.
Was blown his first game while he's on leave, and whoever the schmo the Guardians put out there in the 9th just got rocked by my guy Warming Bernabel.
How about that name?
I have got Warming Bernabel fever, man. 2 home runs in his first 3 games.
Yeah, but
Fifth
then he
Rocky
nearly
ever to
botched
do
the
it.
defensive play.
Hey,
well,
hey,
easy.
He's not
do
perfect.
it all. Can't do it all.
He's not an everyday first baseman.
I still can't get over his name is Warming.
Dude, he made it actually a crazy good play.
He did.
Yeah.
At first base.
On that other grounder.
He charged in and made a
good
bullet.
coverage.
I don't see many first basemen making that play.
Do we know the family names of that family? Because you know how, like the Kubiaks,
first
all
name-
it's Clint, Kyle, and get and whatever.
Warming,
like, is there a
Cooling.
Cooling?
We've got
Frosty.
What is the story behind Warming?
I know of all
Warming.
things.
What a name.
What a name.
A couple of other Rockies notes really quickly. Jake Bird has
sucks.
a 19.89
So much for that
ERA
trade.
this
He
month.
is so bad.
Wow.
I don't even know what happened to him,
Yeah.
but he blows.
He's a Rocky.
Antonio Senzatella thinks he's terrible.
Bradley Blaylock puts up the
He
best
was
start
great.
of his life last night.
He
And then
should have won
Jake-
last
And it
night.
loses his win.
No, hold
Yeah.
on. Do you know what Blaylock got that? He would have been 3-2 on the season.
Yeah.
3-2. He would have had a starting pitcher would have had a winning record.
Pitched well against the Reds a couple of weeks ago. Pitched well last night. He was good. That game was just like whose bullpen can suck more.
Well, I thought it was funny
It's
because
a pretty courageous win by the Rockies
Yeah.
when you think about
Nice
it.
win.
But I got family in Cleveland, and they're like, of course, your game that starts 2 hours delayed is going to try to go to extra innings.
The manager vote for the Guardians was pretty funny afterwards because it was, this stinks. Because you lose to the local
Dude, there is
Rockies.
so much pressure to not lose to this team.
They
it's
are,
outstanding.
as of today, or as of last night's victory, they're only on pace to lose 120.
So hold on, are you out of your walk
DMac
yet?
is
No,
saved.
I'm right there.
He's
I'd be
you're
on the numbers.
You're on the edge,
I'm
man.
on the numbers.
How
Yeah.
cool
42.
would it be for them to not, if you have to do this walk,
Dude.
this would be like John Elway going down the field and throwing a pick in the end zone for you.
All of a sudden, the drama is actually pretty real.
It's good. It's good.
I'll go. I forget the last couple games there, but I'll go like Jokic with champagne.
Yeah.
And pour it on myself.
You'll
This-
grab a jockey, you'll throw him around.
I'll go crazy if they win 42.
Hey, I want you shirtless, waving the
I'll
shirt
do all-
around the studio on
Absolute-
Twitch when you're free.
If they win 42, we're going haywire.
This is the fun of betting win totals. Like games,
Yeah.
week 18 games that never meant a thing to anybody, and you're like, I need that over 6.5.
They've won 9 games in July. They got 2 more games in July. Guys,
They're
can
rolling.
they win 7 games in August and 7 games in September?
I want to say
Right?
yes, yeah.
Right?
I'd like to think.
I mean,
And
even
by the way, there's
if Warming Bernabel keeps going.
warming Bernabel.
there's strange
Stay hot,
pressure.
hot.
There's strange pressure on the other teams.
There is, because you don't want to lose.
It's
to
kind of
this
weird.
Sorry, sack or whatever.
And
you
there's
know?
really no pressure on the
Hey,
Rockies.
I got family in St. Louis. Do you want to know the angry text I got to my phone that
Oh, they
they
hated
lost
it.
to the
They
Rockies?
hated it.
Because all
They
of
want
these
the team sold.
Well, because all these teams are sort of in a playoff position, kind of. Like
Yeah.
the Guardians are kind of, sort of still there.
But
Like
they got an interim manager too, so
yeah, but they're like kind of there. I mean,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
these teams
yeah.
are like kind of there.
Hey, Shawn Payton had a really interesting comment today about Bo Nix and the scrambling ability. You need to hear it. Coming up next, Kreckman and Lindahl, the great Darren McKee, everybody, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. K&L, your training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Andy, one of the things we've been discussing a lot about Bo Nix, it was on display his rookie season. It was on display, I thought, several times today, of Nix making plays with his feet and making life tough on the pass rush. Our buddy Nick Kosmider, who I'm sure we'll talk to this week at some point, asked a great question to Shawn Payton today about how much do you want Bo running? And it was an interesting question, and I found Shawn's answer fascinating. And I want to break this down, and if Shawn is meaning everything that he is saying when he answers this question, again, how much do you want Bo Nix to run with the football, to scramble with the football this season? Here with Shawn Payton today.
No, I think the audit would be more in regards to protecting himself, at the end of those plays and the timing of when's it got to have it versus, so we're comfortable with it's a strength. And I mentioned this before. When the combine came, he didn't shuttle. He didn't do a number of these drills that I thought he would be exceptional at. And later he told me he had a turf toe, and it made sense. But when you watched him, you thought, man, this guy is tough to sack. And he won a lot of downs for us last year with his feet. It's just being smart at the tail end.
Okay. So basically what Shawn is saying right there, again, is like, well, this is the strength of his game, and I don't want him to do it less. I just want him to do it intelligently. I want him to do so carefully, because there were plays last year where Bo took shots at the end of plays, knocked out of bounds, things like that. There were also a lot of other plays where Bo did a hell of a job getting himself directly to the sticks right on the sideline, but sometimes in an effort to get the first down, which is, his job, he would take a little extra punishment, a little extra oomph on the backside of the play. But there were certainly points of last season when we had the conversation after games on a Monday or a Tuesday, whatever it is, of just like, okay, is Bo being as smart as he can be in terms of protecting his body? We know he's a playmaker with his feet. Andy, what did you think of Shawn's answer to that question right there?
Well, I mean, again, I think he said, let's be smart about it. It was funny because I also found the follow-up questioning funny when Leggy asked him about, do you think you would have got him at 12 knowing what we know now with the way that he runs?
Let's
hear that first?
Let's play that audio, yes, because Nix didn't do a lot of the running stuff at the combine.
And we hear why.
And now we know it's because he was dealing with turf toe. But an interesting answer here from Shawn Payton. Do you think that Bo still would have been available at 12 if everybody in the league had been privy to his speed and his athleticism and how good he is with his feet?
I don't know that those drills would have changed. It's a fair question. I don't know that those drills would have changed where and how he was drafted. But I remember talking to George saying this is a real good foot athlete. And so your question is, man, why wouldn't he just go put those numbers on tape? And it made sense later to find out his answer. But I don't know that would have impacted. Good question.
Well, if he's a good foot athlete, I mean, Rex Ryan would have been all over him back in the day. That'd have been a number one pick, baby. Caleb Williams would not have gone. It would have been Rex Ryan.
Could have had crossover success, been in a bunch of Tarantino
because he
movies.
is a good foot athlete.
Terrific foot athlete.
But I think it is an interesting question to ask when you talk about the domino effect, because let's be honest about it. There were a lot of people in the breakdown when you read the draft stuff last year. It talked about the arm, and because he didn't run and people just assumed he wasn't fast or whatever, or as athletic or nifty or whatever term you want to put on it that there is.
I like nifty.
That they didn't see the same athlete that we're now seeing in Denver. And Shawn's talked about that a number of times and got his answer when he said, well, why didn't you do it? And he said, I was dealing with the turf toe. And then Shawn would say later, well, Shawn got his laugh of the day when he said, well, I'm glad he didn't do it because it worked out for Denver. There weren't as many people trying to trade up and he didn't have to sweat it as much. Now, to your point about how much do you want him to run? I think right now, whatever you got to do to pick up first downs, that's what it's about. As you said, that's the job.
Yes.
Or maybe in the red zone score. What I wonder about is at what point, because all we've seen, look, Bo has kept the first offense out there and moving in some of these drills, and we saw it again today because he is escaping. He's not getting great protection all the time.
Right.
This defensive pass rush is dialed in, and it's early in camp, and I'm sure the offensive linemen aren't trying to pummel their defensive teammates, right? But it's leading to a lot of free rushers in the early going when they go 1-versus-1s against the starting defense. I wonder at what point does Shawn Payton say, look, I got to get some dang just work done with my offense where Bo can stay in the pocket and start running some. But Bo's playmaking has been one of the reasons why this offense hasn't looked totally pedestrian in camp because of the pass rush.
I really think you are going to see far more opposing defensive coordinators commit a spy to Bo Nix this year because they're going to be worried about his rushing. He was top 10, technically 8th in rushing yardage amongst quarterbacks last year in the NFL, which, hey, 430 rushing yards. That's fantastic that you're getting out of your quarterback. And again, it's like, okay, you probably want that number to be roughly around the same this upcoming season. There are metrics out there that would suggest, like, could Nix benefit from, rather than taking off and scrambling, taking off but staying behind the line of scrimmage, buying time, and then being able to find somebody. And that's where it's like, okay, that's where hopefully the addition of an Evan Engram really helps out this offense this season. Of you can now be the guy that when Bo is trying to create, when he is trying to get himself more time, avoid pass rush, which, and we'll play another cut here in a moment that Shawn loves how good he is at avoiding the pass rush. But that's where it's like, okay, you can now make a play with your arm. There's 12 yards available to you right in front of you, and it doesn't involve you taking a shot or having to slide or anything like that.
I will say we have seen the exact play you're describing. Bo's been really good about in the first part of camp. Again, scrambling to stay behind the line, whether it's Roethlisberger or Rodgers. Like even Elway really did it. Elway they scramble to buy time and then find a receiver, and he's done that. You know what? Real quick, just to put a little polish on the end of the point about how many times you want to see him run. I don't care so much about how much you run. I just don't want to see a lot of hits.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Can he do so safely?
Run every third set of downs if you feel like it. Just don't take a dang hit.
Lamar Jackson is very good at protecting himself outside of the pocket.
And I thought Bo was too last year. Bo's not trying to put his shoulder down and play tough guy with anybody.
You're not Josh Allen. You're not Anthony Richardson. You don't have that body on you.
Richardson probably wished he hadn't.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't have that body on you. So protect yourself when you're outside the pocket. He's very fast. He's not as shifty as like a Kyler Murray when he's outside the pocket or anything like that. So go make the play. Now, again, one of the benefits of Bo Nix and his athleticism, and honestly, I think the part that Shawn Payton likes the most is that he doesn't get sacked a ton. He was only sacked 24 times last year in 17 games. Here was Payton today talking about how Bo's feet and athleticism, remember, he's an excellent foot athlete, keeps him from being heavily sacked.
We get back to the foot athlete, and so he's in less conflict. Sometimes not as vulnerable because he can move. The quarterbacks maybe that don't have that foot speed get hit more. I think the processing is very important. That's the first sign for us of a heavily sacked quarterback is processing. And then I would say those awkward positions he throws pretty well from, the off-platform throws. Not the orchestrated ones that you see necessarily at the pro days, but literally the slight movement in the pocket, throw, the flush to the left, and getting your hips around, throw. He can deliver the ball in a lot of different areas, so he's a challenge to get to. And I've said this before, I think that sack statistic, more often than not is a quarterback statistic than it is an offensive line statistic. And I think that we're not in those minus situations near as much as you could be if he didn't have that skill set.
I love that he both used the opportunity to praise his current quarterback and just take a little subtle dig at the last guy.
Yeah.
That's sack.
That ain't going away.
That's a quarterback statistic. Get rid of the damn ball, will ya?
Boy, on that quick side note, have you seen the Kool-Aid is being drank again? The New York Giants Kool-Aid.
It's time.
They're all saying it's him with Malik Neighbors.
When it's fresh and new.
It is.
It's really exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll tell you what. We'll check back with Dayball and company. We'll check back around week 8 and see how everyone's doing.
Sean's fiery. Okay. Dayball, I think, one up Shawn.
Yeah.
And we'll take that bald white head and it'll turn as red as a cherry.
Right.
So
Dayball doesn't.
We'll see.
He didn't have the range that Shawn does.
No, he doesn't. But
Shawn's been kind of quiet, introspective guy. At least the couple of pressers that I've been at this week, he's been thoughtful. Shawn.
Yeah, he's not really. He got spicy Saturday.
Yeah.
With the internet shows.
Yeah.
But that's been about it for him.
The internet shows.
The little internet shows.
We're all on the internet, Shawn.
Yeah.
It's how everybody sees everything.
We're evolving, man.
By the way, make sure you check out our YouTube page, Kreckman and Lindahl. Plus, we got an app. Andy, the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. You can watch us on Twitch. We're all internet shows, Shawn.
By the way, that's how the app is how I got away with listening to the presser you got in trouble for.
Oh, the Dion one?
Yeah.
Well, that's when I was listening. Well, you were listening on the app. I was listening on the YouTube page.
Well,
yes.
No, I went right to the app.
We were all using assorted different mediums for digesting Altitude Sports Radio that were not dialing it to 92.5. Although you should do that.
You should.
You should.
Please.
Listen to the radio.
Just listen. We don't care how. Find a mode.
And listen.
Tell your friends.
The radio.
These guys are a hoot.
They're a load of fun. Troy Franklin had a good catch today on a deep underthrown ball by Sam Ehlinger. Troy Franklin going up, winning a 50-50 ball. That was kind of fun, right?
I have now polled 5 different people, including a PR guy. Is it Ehlinger or Ehlinger, and nobody knows. We've all heard it. I like Ehlinger. I'm fine.
I'm going hard G.
But the minute we go Ehlinger, I told a group today, we don't want to get bidet this year.
It's because it's like Basinger, right?
Yes.
Kim Basinger, not Basinger.
But I've heard both.
I believe
it's Gurr.
I believe it's Basinger.
Sure.
And Ehlinger.
Right.
I think.
Yeah.
I say, I don't know. Jesse, can you pull up a Sam Ehlinger / Ehlinger? Give us a good college highlight, and we'll see what the play-by-play guy does, because I'm assuming whoever would have been doing that game would have been professional enough.
How many, what were we going with?
Bidet.
Before we got to bidet, what else are we calling him?
I think he was Beatty.
Beatty.
And then it was Kevin Harlan. The great Kevin Harlan.
Well, we are like, what is this guy's deal?
Kevin Harlan does games on Westwood 1, by the way. Kevin Harlan went with Bidet. And we were like, what the hell is he doing? And then it turns out Kevin Harlan, who is a pros pro, friend of the program, by the way. We've had Kevin on numerous times. Delightful human being.
We've lauded his work.
He's a big Jokic guy.
He is.
He loves Jokic.
Yeah.
He's going to Amazon, by the way. Harlan is.
Yeah.
He's him and I and Eagle are doing the Amazon games, but apparently it sounds like Eagle got the big responsibility. He got the conference finals.
Well,
he's doing the big one, which I'm a little. But Eagle also, he got the Final Four, while Harlan is just calling games on the way up. I love I and Eagle, and I get it that we're comparing like probably the 2 best in the biz today. But taste-wise, I'm a Harlan guy.
We like Harlan.
Yes.
Who got the bidet thing right.
He did. Kevin Harlan sounds like he's reading a script as he calls a game.
Yeah, like he knew.
Like
he knew that was going to happen.
What's going to happen. It's the authority with which he brings to the broadcast blows my mind. The guy's incredible. And a good friend of the show. I think it's Ehlinger. I think it is. Jesse, have you found a good Texas highlight yet? Okay, here we go. Do we know which game this was? Do we know the broadcast or anything good?
Looks like it just says 2020 full highlights.
2024 highlights.
Yeah, so here we go.
Okay, here we go. This is Jesse dug this up. We're going to figure out, and we're going to trust whoever this play-by-play guy is.
You will not catch Joshua Moore.
That wasn't Ellinger.
Ellinger with time. He'll take it himself. First down yardage and wisely slide.
With the G.
Whittington in motion.
Uh-huh. Whittington.
Looks that way. And a wide open receiver. He had two of them. And it's Brewer, his third catch. Caps the drive with the Texas touchdown. Linebacker.
Just say his name.
Play action. Here is that shot. Good adjustment. And hold in by Marcus Washington. They're trying to run with
say his name.
Receiver. There is Schooler. One man to beat, and he will. Second catch is a Longhorn. His first touchdown. Not bad for a guy. This number for him, wearing number 19.
It's
so much time.
It's Longhorn, not Longhorn.
Into the end zone. And for the first time, is Ingram.
All right, forget this, Jesse. I hate this. He said Ellinger the one time he said it. I trust that guy, even though he apparently doesn't want to say the quarterback's name in any of his highlights. Turn your mic on. My God.
My bad. I didn't know I turned it off. Oh, I went to Texas. If it's 2024, that's the Colts, right? That was 2024 highlights.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I turned my mic off so I could go see if we could find the Texas game.
Ellinger.
It doesn't matter.
Ellinger.
Here's the thing. Like most of this preseason, if some of these dudes we're all about to stress out about come the end of the month are playing,
yeah,
we're having problems.
If
Sam Ellinger is taking a snap, things have gone way out of – the plan is so far off the path.
Is Steve Levy still doing Broncos preseason games?
It's a great question. I don't know. We got to see if our friend all our friends, we got to get Adam Rank on.
There you go.
We've got to talk to
oh, man, it's almost preseason time, Andy. This is your time of year to shine.
Yeah, I have something to watch now. Get psyched.
That's right.
I don't have to watch the Big Leb. Everyone, by the way, hit me up last night.
You don't have to watch Warming Bernabelle anymore.
Well, I've also been getting the watch the Big Lebowski 3 more times to like it. Now,
Andy, I could have told you would have hated that movie.
I got a lot of people coming in.
Hey, we found out the real reason, Andy. The Morris brothers want to engage in a celebrity boxing match with the Jokic brothers. You need to hear what it is next.
This is a real good foot athlete.
So, Andy, if you recall, a few weeks, months, what is time, back, the Morris twins, that being Marcus and Markieff, say that they are willing to do a boxing match against the Jokic brothers. Marcus and Markieff would take on Nemanja and Strahinja in a celebrity boxing challenge. And this was suggested by the Morris brothers. Now, as far as I know, I've not seen any response from the Jokic brothers or at Jokic brothers on Twitter since it's gone down. I don't even think they're actually on there anymore. But I haven't seen a response from them. But it's okay. It's said in good fun. Or was it? Now I think we know why the Morris brothers need to do this, Andy. Headline, Marcus Morris accused of stealing $265,000 from 2 Las Vegas casinos.
Yeah.
Turns out Marcus Morris needs the dough. According to TMZ, prosecutors claim the former NBA forward turned ESPN analyst
for now
stole a combined $265,000 from 2 prominent Vegas casinos. Court documents obtained by TMZ allege that Morris received $115,000 from the MGM Grand Hotel and Casino via bad check in May 2024 and never paid the amount back after his check bounced. Boing. It is also alleged that Morris performed a similar scheme a month later, this time netting $150K through a check that did not cash. So he was going in to get himself markers at these Vegas casinos, except he was writing fraudulent checks to be able to do so. Morris was taken into custody at the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport in Florida on Sunday over 2 separate warrants connected to the alleged incidents. He has remained in custody while awaiting extradition with both his twin brother, fellow former NBA forward Markieff Morris. I don't think he's actually former. Isn't he still on the Lakers in some limited capacity?
Not positive, but I can check.
An agent downplaying the arrest on social media, quote, this is from the agent, by the way. Just so everyone understands, this is zero fraud here, and whatever crap outlets have said regarding fake checks or whatever the hell. This is due to an outstanding marker with a casino. Apparently, if you have over $1,200, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. Absolute insanity. Close quote. Well, it is over $1,200. It's
quite a bit over $1,200.
$265,000. That's I'd say that's substantially over $1,200.
About 20 times over the amount.
It's a lot. According to TMZ, Marcus Morris made a court appearance yesterday with his attorney, arguing that he was in the process of paying off his debts and that releasing him from custody would expedite his extradition to Nevada. The judge, however, denied the request, stating that she would only release him to Nevada authorities or if the arrest warrants were withdrawn.
Yeah, there was a report. If you're wondering what was being referred to in the first comment, there was a report that he knew the bank accounts he wrote the checks from were empty, and thus the felony. So...
yeah, the old writing the check from the empty account, bold move and all. But eventually they're gonna, submit the routing number.
Right.
Hey, we like the money, please. And yeah, that is fraudulent activity.
So
So again,
we'll see
if the Jokic brothers are interested in helping Marcus Morris out of his financial hot water here. I suppose they could sign up for a celebrity boxing event. However, they're doing so well that their brother turned down a $200 million contract already this offseason, and his horses are kicking ass all over the place. I think they're good. I don't think they got to help you out, guy.
Yeah, and normally when you do the celebrity thing, it's for charity, not to pay past debts.
It's a form of charity.
Sure.
I need to be able to raise money for the fine people of the MGM casino.
Right. Well, there you go.
I need to be able to make some dreams come true in Las Vegas. How about that? What a couple of losers.
Hey, how about this? You sent us another interesting tweet, too.
Yeah. What do you got for me?
Well, I got it from you.
Okay.
So technically, you got it for me.
Okay.
All right. So last week, you know what we did? We had to do a bit. We had to do our 95th most popular bit on this show.
Which one?
Say something nice about the Rockies.
Oh, that's right.
And I had to because they chose to trade the services of one Ryan McMahon a full week before they had to.
Right.
And I applauded them for the move. This is what you do.
They got to work on it, and they got a couple of prospects, a couple of pitching prospects. You know what? Even if these guys aren't like top of the line future Cy Young Award winners, you need warm bodies to throw at the problem down there. I really like, for the Rockies, don't expect too much. I thought they did well on that trade.
Yeah, we got Tyler Mon on. He broke the guys down. He said one of them, I think the righty is more of a bullpen arm, but we'll see. They're very young, so still to be determined. So, but I thought, you know what I said? If nothing else, this signals that maybe the way of doing business is, in fact, changing at 20th and Blake, that they will, in fact, make the cogent moves they need to, the reliable, the smart move to try to rebuild a terrible farm system at this point. And we're on the right track. And maybe Ethan Holiday will be the man that you point to, his readiness in 3 to 4 years. Let's get a team ready to rise up with him like Todd and the Toddlers. And then, today shows up and Nate sends me a tweet from one Buster Olney, a very respected baseball insider.
Knows his stuff.
Other teams believe the Colorado Rockies could make a killing. Let me repeat that. The Colorado Rockies could make a killing in the current seller's market if they were willing to deal Seth Halverson, Jake Bird, Jimmy Herget. But some of those same teams view the current asking price as unreachable. This is a problem the Rockies have had. They overvalue who they have at the time. And those teams wonder if the Rockies will bend as the deadline gets closer. So again, I realize that you would like a king's ransom for what you have, but frankly, for any of the names that we just mentioned, please by all means trade them and start to restock your youth pool.
Also, Jake Bird stinks right now.
He does. All the more reason to just take what you can get.
Yep. Get to work on that.
Because why does he stink? Like DMac was telling us in the crossover, not quite sure. Because he spent a year pitching for the Rockies. That's why. This is what happens to the bullpen guys. By the time we get to August, they've been burnt to a torch. Burnt to a crisp.
Andy, on Friday night, down in Houston, okay, the Oakland Athletics, rookie first baseman Nick Kurtz, 6 for 6.
Yeah, pretty good.
Tying a major league record with 4 home runs, 8 runs driven in, a triple shy of the cycle. Kurtz, the almost guaranteed American League Rookie of the Year, 23 home runs, 59 driven in, with an OPS over 1,000. He has been absolutely phenomenal this year. Real quick, I want to give you the 2024 MLB draft.
Oh, fantastic.
So the Rockies had the 3rd pick.
Seems to be a popular picking spot for them.
In the draft, they selected outfielder Charlie Condon out of the University of Georgia. Condon is currently with the Hartford Yard Goats in Double-A. His 2025 season combined between A and Double-A has a 793 OPS, 5 home runs, 33 driven in. Charlie Condon, highly rated prospect, and certainly a guy that is on a major league track. He is 22 years of age right now. Then with the 4th overall selection, the Oakland Athletics took Nick Kurtz, first baseman out of Wake Forest, a guy that has a 4 home run game at the big league level this season and has hit 23 home runs so far this year. 1 pick off.
Oof.
Darn.
Well, that's happened a couple times.
Darn.
To the Rockies.
Yeah, it really has. So, missed on that one, but you know what? The story is not completely written. This is just the tale of 2 22-year-olds, one of whom has a 4 home run game at the big league level and 23 on the year, and the other one plays for the Hartford Yard Goats, and both were college sluggers, but that's neither here nor there. One more quick thing on Nick Kurtz. Would it kill him to go by Nicholas? It's just a hard name to have to say too fast. That's all. That's all I ask. Nicholas. Shout out to Jenny Kavnar, who
Pointed that out?
Well, she didn't point it out, but she nails that pronunciation every single time. So good job, Jenny. But that one's tricky. So anyway, Nick Kurtz. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I see your silence. Thank you.
What would you like me to do?
Yes, it is. Hour number 2 of the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And we do love football. We do love watching football practice. Second day in pads today for the Broncos, Andy. Once again, couldn't help but notice that Bo Nix really likes some Evan Engram. Broncos are probably going to be getting their money's worth out of Engram. Plus, there was another play that I saw out of Nix today that I really, really liked. And it kind of ties into our conversation from last hour about Nix and his scrambling ability / foot athleticism. He's an elite foot athlete.
Favorite new term.
It is.
We've got it in 2 different cuts.
He's a real good foot athlete. Bo Nix hit my guy Pat Bryant. Nice throw. But did you happen to notice the slide steps in the pocket by Nix? He kind of went in reverse for a couple of steps, bought himself a little bit of space working inside the phone booth, and then boom, hit Pat Bryant. Exactly what you want to see, that second-year quarterback pocket awareness out of the Broncos quarterback. That was really, really nice to see. Like, those are, when you're looking for, like, second-year steps out of Nix, I mean, first off, I don't think he's going to have the dramatic spectrum of performance between, September and December and January like he did last year, because he's not going to be a rookie. But where are the areas where you want him to be more comfortable? One of them is just simply his ability to be able to hang in the pocket, buy himself space, and then make a throw. And I saw that today out of him.
Well, and what I think Pat Bryant could be sneaky good for him.
Yeah.
Again, I keep saying the top-end speed I don't think is there, and that was one of the things coming out of camp. Now, who knows? Maybe by the end of the year.
Or 640?
And maybe by the end of the year, though, and getting around the pro-level training and all that kind of stuff, he picks up their half-second, whatever it would be. But I know this guy, what has been said about him getting open quickly and winning off the line of scrimmage, that has shown up, and it's allowed him to make himself available to Bo in those shorter yardage passes.
Yeah.
And he's such a physical body. See, what I can't wait to watch with Pat Bryant, and maybe it'll turn into nothing. We all have flashes that is just out of it by the end of the cut down day, right?
I think I got a guy, by the way.
Okay. I'll get that in a second.
Give it to you in a minute.
Finish the Pat Bryant point.
Yeah.
I do believe Pat Bryant's skill set is going to be very usable on the quick wins and the 5-yard, 7-yard routes for Nix in this offense.
Physical. Very physical.
And who knows? If he can break a tackle, if he's your tackle breaker,
right?
Because that's really what this team needs, is a tackle breaker that gives you more out of the pass play than what it was drawn up for.
I think I got the guy.
That's flashing now but won't later?
And
I know, it's tough to say it right now, but let's have fun.
And
fun.
Maybe this is unfair because he's a veteran. Trent Sherfield just keeps getting open and making catches.
Well, I'll tell you, Steve Atwater keeps talking to me about him. I always like to pick At's brain as to what he's got going on, and he likes him. He liked Drew Sanders, too. That's what bummed me out about that.
He had a hesitation move on Jaquan McMillan, and Jaquan McMillan is no slouch. That's a legit NFL corner right there. Legit. One of the better inside corners in the entire NFL. And Trent Sherfield, he burned him pretty good. And got open and made a catch down the field.
He's sudden, too.
It was an impressive amount of open. In a one-on-one drill. Today was a good day for the one-on-ones. Were really fun to watch today.
Well, and look, but see, here's the question. I do think they've got some intriguing options at that position.
I mean, Trent Sherfield, he's got 86 NFL catches, but that's over 7 years. So I think his career high is 30 from a couple of years ago in Miami.
I just wonder, will Shawn break the mold of what he likes?
Right.
How about that?
Right.
Because Sherfield he's not the big dude, right? He's not the basketball player. He's not quite what Mims and Franklin are.
Right.
But he's kind of a good combo. He's not tiny.
6'1", 206. He's here to be he's
here to be a gunner.
Special teams guy.
But look, as a gunner, he knows how not to let you get your hands on him off the line of scrimmage, too.
It's true. That's true. He's that special teamer they put wide receiver on his football card.
He's a gunner.
But he's a gunner. That's what he's here to do. And yet, I keep watching him in these either in team stuff or in the wide receiving drills, 7-on-7s, and he just gets open and catches the ball. Trent Sherfield, like I'm going to be eyeing him on our first preseason fantasy draft. I can tell you that. I think I think he should be sought after. I think he's going to put up numbers.
Boy, I forgot to get excited. We got those coming up. We got to draft our fantasy.
I got to publish my preseason fantasy draft guide for everybody to go reading through before we make our first draft of the season.
Will our drinking games get less interesting this year?
I don't see how they could. It's preseason football,
no,
man.
I mean regular season.
Oh.
Not quite, not so much to make you drink. McFlinchy cut down. That hasn't been a thing for a while.
Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe.
It's another thing, though, is I would say the preseason drinking games will be going off of last year's props early on in the season. New storylines will emerge, though. We will find new trends that the Broncos are giving us on a weekly basis, and we'll be able to exploit those. Every football season tells a tale, Andy, and our drinking games will capture that.
See, you know what's interesting? Since you brought it up, I'm trying to think of who my early camp guy is.
You got a camp guy?
Fade. I'm not sure, because guess what?
The roster's set.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
There are not a lot of jobs to be had on this team, period.
Right.
You know?
Like Savion Jones is really impressive. Like he's going to make the team. Q Robinson's really impressive. He's going to make the team. These guys were, day 2 NFL draft picks. They're making the team.
By the way, I couldn't hear the question when he was talking about the guy, because he brought up that Jaleel McLaughlin a couple years ago. He tried to get him this is Shawn Payton we're talking about now. He was trying to get him to the practice squad, but knew early on they never would. Was he talking about Caleb Lohner in that sense today? Who was he asked about?
Yes.
Because I'm telling you, I keep seeing Lohner. Now, Lohner needs some refinement of how to run a route and be in the right spot and make sure the quarterback, especially in this offense, they can throw to the spot and trust you're going to get there. But I don't know that Lohner's going to be a practice squad player. This guy looks like he's already got enough route chops to at least stick. If they were to cut him, someone else may take a chance on him. That's part of the reason why they drafted him in the 7th round instead of trying to sign him as a free agent.
Yep. You want to get that guy in the building, 7th rounder out of Utah. He just needs to be more comfortable around others.
Have you noticed Estime? People keep asking me about Estime.
I haven't noticed him much. Have you?
No, I feel like it's Dobbins, it's Harvey.
Right.
Now, Estime maybe kept around to be kind of the hammerhead back in case one of those guys gets hurt.
I noted a Jaleel McLaughlin catch today, a nifty move along the sideline. Andy's making the team. He's the third back on this team, and he's gonna have touches, man. He's got over 1,000 total yards his first 2 years in the NFL. I fully anticipate him to have 500 plus again this year.
What are you doing? Is this year Michael Burton just gets to be on the starting roster and doesn't have to be practice squad guy and then brought up midweek?
Right.
Is this that year?
Yeah, probably.
Because they'll probably, if they feel like they've got a problem, They'll just tell him we're cutting you and we're bringing you back. Yeah. Don't leave town.
That'll be his weekly. It'll be his thing every single week. He will lead the team in transactions this season. I think he can do it. Training camp coverage powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. 4:45. We'll talk to our friend Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal. We got Christian Wilkins questions. This story only continues to be
weirder,
more bizarre. By the day, the more videos we see out of the internet about Christian Wilkins and his history. So Adam Hill, who was just on this show a couple of weeks ago when I was out in Las Vegas, but we'll have Adam join us from the desert today. We got to find out what's going on with Christian Wilkins.
Hold on, did he kiss you on the head out in Vegas?
Adam did not.
Okay.
No. We're on a primarily fist bump basis. We keep it in that.
He doesn't
place.
seem like a kisser.
not a big smoocher. The way Christian Wilkins seems to be.
He doesn't greet you European style.
I don't have. I don't think I have a single kiss hello in my life.
You don't have the aunt?
No.
That you're like, let's just hug.
No, I don't think I even have one at all.
In the words of John Elway, good for you,
Thank
bud.
Thank you. I think I'm down to officially no kiss hellos outside of immediate family. I'm good to go on that. I'm quite proud of that. Rockies win 8-6 last night against the Guardians. Back at it tonight at 4:40. That's a Tanner Gordon, Logan Allen affair. Warming Bernabel last night, Andy. Second home run in his third career game. He is now the 5th Rocky in history with 2 home runs in their first 3 major league games. Get excited about the future of Warming Bernabel.
Do I have to?
I would say if you want to slow roll your joining of the Warming Bernabel bandwagon, I don't completely blame you. But I'm just, it's been a fun start.
It has. Look, for whatever it's worth. They had a
6
nice
and
win
4
last night.
since the break.
Okay. I'm not buying it.
Hey, there's nothing to buy. I'm not selling you anything.
Yeah. That's fine.
They are on pace right now to only lose 120, which would keep them above the 2024
Does
White
DMac
Sox.
make his walk? Call it right now. All I really want is DMac to make the walk because I want to see if this gets Forrest Gump-like.
I don't.
People are following him and he's growing a beard.
I don't think he's going to.
Yeah, it feels like he's safe. It does kind of feel like he's safe.
There's some momentum right now.
Well, not only that, you got to remember.
You might even say they're warming.
Well, this team, I don't think they're going to have a lot of September call-ups, right? Because a lot of their call-ups are now playing in the big leagues.
Already on the club.
And, I used to, back when I was at the other place, it was famous. The Rockies would get a little something going in September because of the September call-ups. And that's where the teams that thought they were going to get there have to accept that they aren't. And you kind of see a collective from the guys, and then you can get a few series that maybe we didn't count on you getting at the beginning.
I mean, they're out there playing the Guardians, who are having their own frustrating season with 2 of their pitchers, one of whom is an all-star and arguably the best closer in the American League, currently on the shelf.
You find out earlier the day you don't have him anymore.
A gambling investigation because he's spiking sliders so that they can be called balls. What a bizarre story. I got an NBA free agency question for you. You think anybody's going to sign Russell Westbrook? Yeah. Right?
Not. When did he sign here finally? Wasn't it September?
But it was
October.
But they were actively in the pursuit.
We had heard it was kind of agreed.
Right. It was like it was like a buyout situation when the Clippers had to get settled before, but we all knew it was going to happen. We were just waiting for it to become official. Think about it this way, okay? All right. First off, look at how the year ended for Russell Westbrook. In the OKC series, 17 assists to 18 turnovers, 4 steals to 26 personal fouls, and the team was outscored by 92 points when he was on the court in that series. Okay. You tack on to that the end of the Minnesota game, overshadowing a 61-point, 10-rebound, 10-assist performance by the best player on the planet. Yes, he had a very good series against the Clippers, but against Oklahoma City, who is the standard of the NBA right now, the world champions, he was absolutely awful and a gigantic net negative. What is the profile of a team that wants him? Does a young team want Russell Westbrook? Well, if you go back to Ramona Shelburne's report, it doesn't really seem like he would be a good culture guy on a younger team. Does a veteran team that actually has aspirations to do something in the postseason really want him? Well, all I would be looking at it and going is if you were that big of a disaster playing with, checks notes, Nikola Jokic, what are you going to be like? If you're Milwaukee and you need another ball handler, can Giannis fix him or whatever? I'd be skeptical. Right now, I have a sneaking suspicion Russell Westbrook's not going to be on an NBA team this year.
Well, he's very popular overseas, as we kind of found out. There's a number of destinations he could go play there. What happened to the big link of him and the Heat? I thought everybody didn't when the offseason first started.
Right.
Didn't Bovada have him going to the Heat as the favorite?
Unlike Bernabel, I would say it's cooling.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
that might be Warming's brother.
I think that's the place we're at right now. Russ going to be on a team this year?
He won't. It won't be revisited here, right?
No,
he'd have to take a huge pay cut.
No, it's over here.
Do you think he has any regret? Do you think he has any regret he didn't just take the $3.5 million? I don't think he does. I'm not sure. I think by the end of the year, he realized I'd like to play more.
And he could go overseas and he can make an absolute fortune for doing so. I got a real important Denver sports question to ask you when we come back. It's actually a topic I think that we did a few months back, and I want to revisit on the eve of the start of yet another Broncos campaign. We're ranking athletes when we come back.
Oh, yeah.
don't want them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Good times with work emails. We got an all-timer here today.
That's right.
Okay, let's dive into this, Andy. Over the summer, we had fun. We got listy this summer. And we were listing the top athletes in Denver. Okay? Top current athletes in Denver. And by the way, before somebody gets after us and tells us there's some, I don't know, sick tennis player coming out of Mountain Vista or something like that in the world rankings, just I don't know.
We're keeping it to the mainstream, baby.
Okay, that's all we're trying to do. All right? Andy, I have declared Nikola Jokic as the top athlete in Denver. I know, bold take. After that, my top five, and we can quibble with the order, but the top five is not the point of the discussion. I've got McKinnon, McCarr, Surtain, and Jamal Murray, rounding out my top five right there. So then I asked the question, and now, with the start of another training camp, Courtland Sutton getting a new contract, I wonder who's number 6 on this list. If a top 5 as a given, and I get it, the Jamal Murray anti-Jamal mafia will come out and tell us he sucks. The guy averages 21 and 6 in the NBA. He's a star. Okay? Jokic, McKinnon, McCarr, Surtain, Jamal Murray. Again, quibble over whatever order. I was having this discussion with somebody today that was like, shouldn't Surtain be above McCarr? And I'm like, hey, he's got a Conn Smythe. So
And a trophy.
That's pretty good.
And I love Surtain. But yeah, you got to put McCarr ahead as far as what he is in his sport compared to Surtain right now.
Two-time
Even though
Norris.
Surtain is the
Defensive Player
top
of the Year.
corner.
It's incredible. Defensive Player of the Year.
But a couple Norrises, right?
Couple
and
of
a Conn
Norrises
Smythe,
and a Conn Smythe.
and a ring.
And a ring. Pretty good. Okay?
And I would put it this way, too. I go back to what Gabe Landeskog said. If you want to be as good as we are after the Cup, you've got to find a Cale Makar. That's who because Cale is changing the way the position's played and viewed. Is he not?
So I've got the 2 MVPs at the top, then Makar, Surtain, Jamal. But that then brings us to the question of
who's 6?
Who is number 6? Who is the next threatening to break into the top 5? I surveyed around a little bit, got some good answers today. I got a vote for Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
Who I think very much deserves a spot in this discussion. I got a vote for Bo Nix.
Well, Bo Nix is where it gets interesting, I think.
Yeah. Because
everybody else we're talking about, we have multiple years of work to apply to the discussion.
Right. Like Bo Nix would be a projection.
It would be at this point.
Because very good first year, 3rd in the Offensive Rookie of the Year voting, 29 touchdowns, led all rookie quarterbacks, terrific season. Took 10 wins, went to the playoffs as a rookie, great year. Okay? I think Courtland Sutton, coming off a 1,000-yard season and just getting a nice new contract, is in this discussion. I think Zach Allen and Nick Bonito, 2 other stars on this elite Denver defense, belong in this conversation right now. As for the Broncos, I'm absolutely going to put Aaron Gordon in this discussion. I'm not going to ignore the talents of either Val Nichushkin or Devon Taves and what they do for the Avalanche. Pre-Rantanen trade, I think we could have easily had him at number 6 as another bona fide all-star talent. Pre-Mikko trade. But after that, Nichushkin, we know the weaknesses, and obviously Devon Taves is
I think Devon Taves counts as underappreciated. Everybody we've talked about, he might be the most underappreciated, although Courtland probably wants to say too.
Yeah.
I know I probably don't appreciate Courtland enough, and I try to remind myself of that.
Exactly. And Shawn Payton had some great stuff on Courtland today. I have a hard time putting Knicks there right now. I have to go off accomplishment, okay? If I'm going to make an argument that Cale Makar should be above Patrick Surtain on this list because he's got a Conn Smythe, because he's got 2 Norrises to Surtain's 1 Defensive Player of the Year, and Surtain's a multiple-time All-Pro. Let's be honest, he's the best cornerback in football. He's a top 5 player probably in the entire NFL. By the way, where was he in the NFL top 100
We're not
this year?
there yet.
Oh, we haven't gotten there.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
not. I think we're at 59s where they left off. I can't tell when they're doing this. I think it's still weekly.
Okay.
As they try to, roll out 10 every week.
Yes.
So they can get to the regular season with content.
Right. Exactly.
But yeah, Bo Nix is hanging out at 64.
Yeah.
I believe we had Zach Allen at number 90. I think those are the only two. I mean, Sutton might have been in there too.
Okay.
I've got NFL.com pulled up. I can go see where we're at with
All right.
that.
Check that out for me. I'm back from vacation. I'm admittedly a little out on the NFL top 100, but we get it.
See, the problem here is that they're all attached to videos, so trying to get the list is a little tough.
Just give me the list.
Just list it.
And
we
don't
like a list.
And don't give me number 100 at the top and make me scroll all the way down. I hate the way the internet gives us lists. That's why we're discussing who is number 6.
Exactly.
On this list right now.
It's a simple list.
Yes. Who's number 6? By the way, somebody on the text line asks, how far down do you got to go before you get to a Rocky?
So, I don't even know who you'd put up as candidacy. Tovar right now?
Hunter Goodman?
I guess.
Homered last night, number 19.
Yeah,
All-star
yeah.
catcher, Andy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I think Jake Bird is plummeted. Plummeted down the list.
Jake Bird isn't up for it anymore.
And how far down would you have to go before you got to Warming Bernabel?
I don't think he's up for it just yet
Not
either.
yet. Not after 3 major league games.
Not quite yet.
Even with 2 bombs. He doubled last night, too. He had a ground rule double. Did you see they got stuck in the padding?
Yeah, I did.
Warming
How about that?
Bernabel.
Right there. What now? Could we even go best start to a career? Because wasn't Story
Trevor Story.
He is incredible.
Yeah.
If you're just talking about first week of a career.
It was like 6 home runs in his first 7
he was
games
doing
or
it
whatever
every
it
day
was.
anyway.
It was incredible.
But we digress.
Yes. Okay.
See, here's the hard part about Bo Nix. People are going to want to hear Bo Nix because if we were to do the hottest athlete in Denver right now, he would be the guy.
Look at the stands.
He would be probably winning the popularity contest,
Right.
but every other person we've mentioned has more than a year under his belt as far as a career.
Look at the stands, the amount of number 10 jerseys up there right now. Like Bo,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll have plenty of current quarter. Your little exercise of how many current quarterback jerseys, that's out the window, I think, for at least a couple years.
Absolutely. Yeah. People have Bo Nix fever.
It's Nix and Surtain.
Yeah. The 2 stars of the team, which is very, very fun.
And it's Bo's team.
Not
It's
as many
It's his team.
Von Miller jerseys going on these days.
Bo is the face.
He is absolutely the face of the team. I am inclined to lean into Aaron Gordon's candidacy.
Yeah, I'm with you. Now, what makes it hard is that core 3 now, the core 4 is gone. Although
Sure
maybe
is.
Brown will prove that he is part of the core 4 and part of that championship team as he was.
Post core 4 score.
Yeah.
Is no more.
But Aaron Gordon is just so good. Just so good.
Yeah.
And they're so good together. They're all so good together.
Right.
You know?
Right. And again, like when you start talking about, we brought up Val Nichushkin and Devon Taves names before. Core members of championship teams. Okay. Aaron Gordon, core member of championship team. That's got to matter for something. That is the team. Teams win championships not because their superstar is the very best, but because their second and third and fourth players are among the very best at their particular kind of status levels in the sports. That's how you have a championship team.
Well, and again, yes, that's how. Plus, without these players, you don't have the ring.
Right.
Everybody we've mentioned from the Avs and Nuggets, no ring if they're not on your team.
If you don't have Aaron Gordon, you don't beat the Clippers.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Are we comfortable putting AG at number 6 on this list?
That's where I'm going right now.
Okay. I agree with you.
But I'm see, everyone's going to look at it differently. For me, it matters that there's 2 teams that have won championships.
I
and
agree.
We're talking
It
about the
should.
greatness of what they are in town.
Yes, it should. It 100% should. Yes. And while I got no, I tell you what, okay. So number 7. Who's number 7 on my list right now? I'll probably go Nick Bonito. Second team All-Pro.
Yeah, but last year
Sample size too small?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not so much sample size because we've had him for 3 years.
Yeah.
But it takes a player 3 years to develop. but he's really just had the one good season. Like last year, he was special.
Year 2, and this is some nerd stuff, but Legwold always liked to point out like his pass rush metrics, the amount of like quarterback pressures and hurries that he was able to garner were massive. He just wasn't necessarily finishing.
But those metrics
as
told
much.
you year 3 was coming.
Exactly.
But that doesn't make it a special year necessarily in year 2.
Right.
So if we're going off of 1 year of bursting on the scene, then doesn't Bo Nix get a nod for the pressure he lives under to be 7 over Nick Bonito?
That's a good point. I mean,
this dude
Zach
is
Allen and Nick Bonito don't live with the same challenge of a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Well, and in Denver in particular. Denver loves a lot of things. They love their quarterbacks. And if you don't do right by them, then they want you out of town.
So Courtland Sutton.
Yeah, where does he factor in? This is another tough one because he's had some really good years.
Long sample size. He's got 2,000-yard seasons in the NFL.
And he's been productive with every quarterback. Every quarterback, Drew Lock liked him.
Yep.
Russell Wilson liked him.
10 touchdowns in his season with
Bo
Russ.
Nix certainly likes him.
8 touchdowns last year.
Case Keenum
135
liked
targets.
to throw to him.
Sure did. Yeah.
Trying to think who else he's had to deal with.
Joe
I don't
Flacco,
know about Joe. I don't think
Teddy
Joe
Bridgewater.
Flacco liked anybody. But
Drew
and
Lock.
remember the Bridgewater year. Bridgewater year, Courtland was trying to come back from the knee injury, and he wasn't quite himself.
He had 58 catches that season, bumped up to 64 the next year in 2022.
But has he been the hands-down difference? See, I don't know. Where does the championship, the playoff history, that sort of stuff factor in? He plays a position where he's reliant on having a QB help him do those things.
Right.
Now, he's phenomenal.
But he's excellent at what he does. He was also very good in the playoff game last year.
But I'm not putting him ahead of Devon Tays.
5 catches for 75 yards.
I'm not putting him ahead of Tays.
Fair.
And I'm putting Tays ahead of Nichushkin because of reliability as an ability.
Availability, reliability.
There you go.
Yeah.
So if I'm going 7, you know what? I'll match his jersey number, and I'll probably put Tays in.
Devon Taves at number 7?
He can have it'll match his jersey number. But again, I feel it's hard. I feel like Bo Nix has to somehow work into this discussion because we're talking about lofty expectations again. And at the same time, it feels a little unfair to the discussion without seeing a couple 3 years. Everybody else is a 3-year minimum player, right?
Yeah.
Benito's a 3-year minimum player.
You're going off of sample size, and sample size I think should count for something.
I think it should too because it talks about longevity.
Right.
That factors in.
Okay,
a lot of guys have come in and popped for a year.
Right.
But if we're going to talk about taking a year out, then Benito's got to go along with Nix. Benito, I don't think, can be in it either.
Zach Allen?
He's only had the one. Well, Zach Allen's kind of been a force since he got here.
Veteran when he arrived. Very good player.
Is this year 3 for him?
Yes.
But he's only given us two years of
Bronco-ness.
Yeah, because he's been a Shawn Payton guy those 2 years.
Yes. Right.
I don't know. See, he's a projection.
Zach Allen, second-team All-Pro last year.
Yeah. Oh, he's real good. Don't get me wrong.
8.5 sacks in Vance Joseph defense. 40 quarterback hits last year.
Are you putting him ahead of Courtland, though? See, to me, Courtland's like a 9 or a 10. Probably 10.
Okay.
I'm sorry, there just has not been a lot of...
So Nick's above that?
Are we taking out the 1-year thing or not?
It's a part of the discussion, but also like that 1 year was really good.
Yeah,
like I'm looking at
he's changed the outlook for this Broncos squad.
Nick's last season was 12th in the NFL in passing yardage. He was 6th in the NFL in touchdown passes with 29 of them last season by QBR, good old-fashioned ESPN QBR, 19th. Not as good necessarily as those other metrics, but how long has it been since we've had a Broncos quarterback and you were like, hey, that guy's top 10 in anything?
All right, let me ask you this. Does Josh Manson get a chance to say hello?
Not in the top 10, but if we expand the list, if we wanted to go AP top 25 style.
Does Eric Johnson count as a return?
Might be in the others receiving votes category.
Denver. He's already got his.
He's got enough hardware.
He won our award for draft of the year.
Set.
Yeah.
He has the honor.
I'm trying to think. There are really no other. I mean, let's be honest about it. I don't have a Rocky in the top 10. I just don't.
I can't justify
Tovar's
it.
been a little up and down, despite the defense has been really good. But he's hitting. What did he go like 0 for 26 or something at one point?
I can't put Brenton Doyle in the conversation. He's having a down year.
So it's about where do we start placing Broncos? And if
Right.
you're going to talk about the Broncos, it's Surtain, it's Benito, it's Zach Allen, but it's certainly Bo Nix. And so then I would put Bo Nix at 8.
And we want to go to Nix and to Sutton, but then are we downgrading the thing that makes the Broncos elite, the thing that makes the Broncos
the defense,
a contender to win the AFC West is the defense, and it clearly just can't be Surtain. Your pass rush, your best edge rusher is Nick Benito, and down in the trenches, Zach Allen, DJ Jones, and John Franklin Myers, and Malcolm Roach are all excellent players as well, but we know that Zach Allen is the star of that group.
I agree with you, but here's the thing. Again, it's about what Nix wears, the pressure he deals with, and it's his team.
Mm-hmm.
Like what legitimately shocked me. You and I, we've covered a lot of football in our lives.
Yeah.
I've not seen a guy and it probably speaks to his maturity as an age. This is a second-year quarterback, and they're all deferring to him.
Right.
You know what I mean? You don't see that terribly often. I don't know.
I mean, it's happening in Washington, I'm sure.
It is.
Like with the star. But that's like you have to step onto the field as an NFL rookie and be that great right out the jump. You got to be a Justin Herbert kind of quality rookie. Like in Chicago right now, I know all the spotlight in the world is on Caleb Williams, but like, did he have a season that was good enough that he could have that ownership? It's almost just kind of like it's like getting forced to him rather than with Nix. I think he genuinely earned it by outperforming expectation.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
And again, I had mentioned this last week. When it comes to Miners, when it comes to McGlinchey, Courtland talked about it. They don't have to be propped up or thrown the softball question to bring up Bo Nix.
Yeah.
They bring him up on their own. They're the ones that are quick to praise him. They are the ones, not because we asked, hey, Von Miller, how good is Drew Lock? And he's going to tell you about that was an interception, but it was an incredible interception.
I saw
none of that's going on.
A clip of him talking about Jaden the other day, by the way, and it was chef's kiss. In the very least, Von was talking about somebody that was good.
Yeah,
and not,
this time it might be sincere.
And not aging Joe Flacco.
Okay, so if we go, let's just say, because we're at 7 with Devontae.
Yep.
Is Bo earned enough to go ahead of Valachushkin, though, who is by and large considered, when he's going, the best power forward in the game?
Yeah, but we know the issues.
Yeah,
so.
that's fine.
Okay.
So that pushes him down.
Are
we putting Bo at 8?
I'm putting Bo at 8.
You're putting Bo ahead of Zach Allen and Nick Benito.
Val at 9.
All right. And then Zach Allen at 10. For some reason, I got to put Allen ahead of Benito because he's done it more.
Okay.
He's had the 2 good years versus the one of Benito.
All right. Honorable mention, Nick Benito. You know what?
He's
good.
11. But he's right.
Put a
First
chip
out.
on his shoulder.
That's right.
First in the others receiving
Go
votes
earn that
category.
contract.
Put a chip on his shoulder. Nick Benito and Courtland Sutton can be on the outside looking in at our list.
How far away is Mims? You said something interesting today.
Did I?
That I agree with. I believe you're the one that said it.
Okay.
That we both like Marvin Mims. You watch him in practice, he does a lot of nice stuff.
Yeah.
And yet it just doesn't seem to factor in come game plan time. And even when they go to 11 on 11 live, it just doesn't feel like some of what we think he could unlock is part of the plan. I don't know.
I tend to think, because so much of what Mims does is that it's kind of that exotic stuff of he's lined up like in the backfield but motions into the slot, or he's lined up split wide but then motions into the backfield. Like, for example, Shawn talked a lot today about what his play sheet looks like in the run game, and he mentioned the RPO stuff, and I'm like, you don't really see a lot of that during training camp practices. Well, they don't want to show that off while they're prying eyes that are looking at it. That's the stuff that gets worked on when nobody else is around. My guess is a lot of the I hate this term because it feels reductive, but a lot of the gadgety kind of stuff with Mims, I think is stuff that will pop up on game day, but we may not necessarily see a lot of on the practice field. And you think that's fair?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So your top 10, according to the K&L show. Jokic, McKinnon, Makar, Surtan, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Devon Taves, Bo Nix, Val Nichushkin, Zach Allen, your top 10 athletes in Denver. That's the list. And you absolutely cannot debate it. There is no need to even text into us at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line because that is ironclad in ink and is 100% right. Adam Hill to tell us why guys are smooching each other on the head with the Raiders. That's coming up next. Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. The next government fleet vehicles and equipment auction is coming up at Roller Auction and opening very soon. For nearly 50 years, Roller Auction has been the place to find well-maintained city, county, and fleet vehicles and equipment. This auction going to open up this week. So if you're looking for those well-maintained used vehicles and equipment, this is the public online auction for you. Sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude because we draw winners for tickets. In fact, the winner for the Hot Wheels Monster Truck Show, John Farney. Well done, John. Our next giveaway, 9 Inch Nails tickets at Ball Arena coming up in August. Sign up now at roller.bid/altitude. You'll be ready to bid on this city and county fleet vehicles and equipment auction, which opens this week. And you will be eligible to win tickets from us here at Altitude. Again, go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up. All right, it's Nate and Andy, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. It's also that time of year we're trying to figure out what the hell is going on with everybody else in the NFL. And naturally, our eyes gravitate around the division. And a weird story this week is that the Las Vegas Raiders released a guy that they just signed to a 4-year deal with $84 million in guarantees. And then they chopped him after 1 year. So what's going on there? Well, teams have to be able to defend these kinds of decisions when they make them, and one of them is by carefully leaking information about what may or may not have been going on behind the scenes with Christian Wilkins and some of his teammates. By the way, real quick, I got a did you happen to see Josina Anderson's report on this?
A little of it.
Did you read this? This is so, I love how she reports things. Some league sources believe an incident involving a teammate may have factored in part to the Raiders' fatigue and release of Christian Wilkins beyond the management of his foot injury as the reported predominant cause. Interesting syntax.
Yeah.
The Raiders have not officially confirmed an incident or a complaint involving Wilkins and a teammate, while another direct league source confirmed awareness of a situation in which Christian was, quote, playing around, close quote.
Just be clear, she covered every base. Matter of fact, she covered all the bases and then some.
Confirmed awareness of a situation.
Yeah.
I have confirmed awareness of a situation that our next guest is ready to join the Kreckman and Lindahl show via the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. What the hell is going on with Christian Wilkins and the Raiders? Joining us right now, covering the Raiders for the Las Vegas Review-Journal, our old pal Adam Hill. Adam, how are you?
Not great, man.
Wow. Wow. Why? Did you get kissed on the head too, or what?
No, but the confusion you just had for the last 30 seconds reading that has pretty much been my life for the last 48 hours.
So Adam, your boots on the ground. You're at the facility every single day. So you're not Adam Schefter or Josina Anderson in all of this. Why did Christian Wilkins get released by the Raiders?
Okay.
Was it because of a kiss on the head, or was it because of the foot?
Could it be both? My belief, I'm going to say this. I believe that the reason Christian Wilkins is not a member of the Las Vegas Raiders today is because he never really gelled with the new management, the new administration. I think they came in, that being General Manager John Spytek, Coach Pete Carroll. I just don't think there was ever a connection there. It's not the group that he signed with. He signed obviously last year with Tom Telesco and Antonio Pierce. And I just don't think, he was hurt from the time they got here. There was disagreement over how he was going to handle the injury. And I think that there just never was a full trust between the parties. I think that's the overlying principle to all this is that there just wasn't that connection ever between them. Now, what do all these other things have to do with that? I think they're all somewhat related. Certainly the main crux of the argument and the case that's going to be played out. And I still think the battle between the Raiders and Christian Wilkins and the NFLPA is going to be the most fascinating part of this, the most important part of this. Obviously, it's not the part people care about because the salacious stuff is so fun to everyone else. But I think that's going to be the biggest thing. Like, are they going to be able to recoup the money? Are they going to be able to get the cap value back? All of those things I think is very, very fascinating, and it's the first big test of this new NFLPA that's in flux right now. So, I mean, I think all those things are very important, very relevant, and very interesting. I'm not going to win that battle with the readers and the public and everybody in blogs. Like, I understand, and trust me, if I wasn't, surrounded by this story 24 hours a day, I would be all about like the jokes and the memes and everything else. I think that would be great. Like, I usually love that stuff, but I think there is some important stuff in terms of how this plays out. I understand that's not what most people are going to care about. So, it's a fun story, and I hate to throw cold water on it because usually I'd be the one that'd be like dousing the flames, but it's interesting. And I'm going to throw this out. Not to even, man, if you had me on to bring things down, I don't think that's usually my job on your show. I think you usually have fun and goof around.
That's the point of having you here. I just want you to know that.
I'm sorry. But you want me to make it worse?
Yeah,
Is that
please.
possible?
No, I like this. Get into this. Let us know.
So today, obviously there were some questions that were asked of the players, and I'm trying to find the exact quote right now, so I'm going to filibuster for a second here. But we were asking, every player got asked kind of about, what was going on and what their feelings were. Not directly. I don't think there was any, it's not like every player came to the podium and like, are you the one that was kissed? that wasn't happening. But obviously it was, framed more, how are you guys dealing with the distractions? How are you dealing with the fact that you are in the middle of this crazy circus, everything that's going on around here? And Adam Butler, who's a veteran player, who's very outspoken, very interesting, and usually is not going to hold back anything. I'm gonna read the exact. I just got the transcript here, so I'm gonna read it exactly.
Okay.
The question was: there's obviously been a lot of controversy around the defensive line group after the release of Christian Wilkins. How have you seen your unit be able to leave that as outside noise and hone in on your craft? That's the question, right?
Okay.
The answer is, I don't really want to comment on it. I just want to say that whatever you're going through as a person, an athlete, non-athlete, whatever your struggle is, if you've got something going on in life, just please talk to somebody. Get some therapy. Whatever your deal is your deal. Somebody out there in this world full of billions of people is willing to listen. They're willing to listen and hear you out and help you through whatever you're going through and whatever you need to work on. But please don't make any hasty decisions. Get help.
Okay, so it sounds as though, based on what Adam Butler said, is that that this is an isolated incident that is being magnified, and also that this is probably a part of a pattern of behavior or whatever issues that Wilkins was dealing with or currently is dealing with that is impacting his, I suppose, professionalism inside the building, if I'm reading or if I'm listening and interpreting that quote correctly.
Nate, I don't know. I have no idea. It's so crazy, and it's my head is because I've been dealing with it all the time, and then all of a sudden you hear this. I'm sitting there getting very serious, and I was like, wait a minute, should we be looking at a different story now? Is this something that is a deep-seated thing that maybe nobody should be joking about, or is this just his way of changing the subject? I don't know. It's such a crazy story to be covering, and it's like you want to see the. Not even the fun of it. I mean, I think there are obviously, people love that aspect of it, but you want to see the serious side and the somewhat goofy side and the somewhat bizarre, certainly side. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, by the way, this could be serious. I don't know. It's just such a confusing story to deal with. And I feel like I should have, I'll say this just going behind the scenes. I write a lot of columns, my opinions on what's going on, and I'm never one short of opinions, as you know, from being on the show. And I was asked yesterday to write a column, and I was like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, and I don't know what the, what is this, I don't know, solution, what is going on. It's just such a crazy story, right? I mean, it's something I certainly never thought I'd be covering, writing about the NFL. And then even every 2 or 3 hours it changes. I mean, we think it's about an injury, and then it's about, potential, goofy, frivolous, locker room humor. And all of a sudden it's no, it's more, trust me, we've heard a lot of different stories of what's going on. And, like you were saying, the way that report was written that you were reading earlier.
Yeah.
I can tell you exactly why those things are written like that, because we're hearing so many different things.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to confirm it, but you want to kind of say what you're hearing, but you don't. And so now I'm even speaking around in circles because I'm like, well, I know what I think went on, but then it's not enough to report it. And then you're making accusations almost at a point, and then you don't want to do that. So it's just such a crazy story to kind of deal with. So again, I feel bad that I don't have more strong things to say or more opinions on it or more, details even that we can share. But it is truly one of the most bizarre things I've ever covered being in media.
Well, Adam, I tell you what, this is what I'm going to do. Okay, I'm going to put you on my.
Can I find a Seinfeld reference to drop in here? Something
this is what I'm going to do, Adam. I'm actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to use you to help you here for just a moment, Adam.
I appreciate it.
I'm going to pick this segment up right at the very end. Do you guys want to know, and I'm sure Adam already does, what the headline is for his column on the Las Vegas Review-Journal website? Don't tell me.
Do not do this.
Don't tell me this guy doesn't want to have a little bit of fun with this story. Headline, Hill, timing was right for Raiders to kiss Christian Wilkins goodbye.
Kaboom! There it goes. All right.
See? You haven't lost your fastball at all, my friend.
That was 24 hours ago, Nate. The story has changed completely in that time.
It was a good bit in the 80s, and it still holds up today.
Do you know how many people sent me the GIF yesterday of Snow White kissing one of the dwarfs on the forehead?
Yeah. I think it was Dopey. His hat.
I mean, thank you for that. I don't actually know the names of the dwarfs. I mean, I know the names. I don't know which one is which.
Mm-hmm.
So I ashamed to admit that. But yes, it was.
You
it was funny. Like, it was funny the first 32 times I got it. I'll tell you that.
Tell you what, we're going to let you get your head around this thing. We'll have you on a little bit later in the fall.
Yeah.
Before we get to the season, and we'll see where we're at then.
And we'll laugh a lot more.
Yes.
Adam Hill, sensitive journalist. Adam, in all seriousness, it's a bizarre story, and I understand you're trying to cover it and be fair to all involved. So well done, sir.
Nate, I so badly want it to be funny. You have no idea.
Hey,
I so badly want this story to be funny.
I did work in one Seinfeld reference. Don't worry. Adam, good stuff, man. We appreciate it. All right,
guys.
Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Timing was right for Raiders to kiss Christian Wilkins goodbye.
And it's time for us to kiss the segment goodbye.
This is a weird.
Well, it just got weirder listening to that there, because you know what he's telling me? I've been in those locker rooms. Yeah. It sounds like guys like the player and they're genuinely concerned for what the hell is going on with the guy.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good.
Remember, there was, who was it? And there was a player on a team that ended up like he was in his Phoenix home showing a gun. Nobody talked to him in a while. He was a pass rusher. And was it Chandler, the old, I think he was a Cardinal.
Chandler Jones?
Chandler Jones. One of them, like, all of a sudden was posting videos of himself in his apartment, wielding a gun and talking crazy. And is it going to turn into this? I don't know.
I mean, given what happened at 345 Park Avenue last night, it's not a good time to be laughing about that kind of stuff.
Listen, I just mean the mental health. People are worried about the mental health.
Right.
And from the way that Adam is talking, because he is quick with the one-liners and quick to joke, for him to say that tells me I think some players are genuinely concerned where the mental condition of this teammate of theirs is at.
Yes, I think that to be the case as well. And again, when it is, and this is the part of the story that I think is bizarre, is it's like, and Tyler Polumbus was talking about this on the midday show today. If the smooch is what is getting publicized as the head kiss of well, this is the weird thing, that nobody's going to get cut over that.
Yeah,
okay?
There has to be more to it. That's why I told you I'd like to hear the conversation around the smooch.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's more to this than no one's saying.
Something is not good. And again, we commend Adam, who we bring on the show to clown around with, but Adam is also a outstanding reporter and is trying to handle this thing and cover it as fairly as he possibly can.
This sounds like something. It sounds like he was told something he's trying to verify that has changed the tone of the story.
Very much so. And he's listening to what Adam Butler had to say, which that didn't sound good. Weird story. It's also just such a very Raiders thing, isn't it? We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. That's next. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Broncos were hot in the news yesterday, Andy, after the Courtland Sutton 4-year, $92 million contract extension. But today, we actually don't have any Broncos stories in the high five. Let's rip through it with Jesse Trujillo on the other side of the glass. Jesse!
What's going on, guys?
We're just doing a radio show,
just
bro.
Doing a thing, you're part of it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so...
Jesse, turn your camera on. Come on, let everybody see your beautiful face.
All right.
Show Jesse off to the people, America's premier radio broadcast engineer, the great
There we go.
Jesse Trujillo.
There he is.
All right. New York Jets quarterback Justin Fields will practice for a couple of weeks with a plastic shield on the outside of his cleats to protect his injured toe. He said all things considered, he's very relieved that last week's injury wasn't major, and he said God was looking out that day when the injury occurred.
Yeah, God was looking out for his toe. He's going to be wearing some steel-toed Doc Martens during practice, apparently, like he's in the pit at a Descendants show, and he's going to be just fine, is what it sounds like. The videos I've seen of him running through bootlegs, I don't know, Andy. He looks fine. It's July 29th. Sounds like Justin Fields is going to be okay.
Yeah, good for them. And now we find out. Good for them. I could care less about the Jets. Good for them. Good for him. Whatever.
See, I disagree. I do care about the Jets, but only in that I'm very invested in the Jets continuing to be terrible. So then Woody Johnson and Brick can go around the locker room and insult everybody.
Who's quarterback? It's just so funny that somehow Fields and Wilson end up in the same town again.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Same town. Different locker rooms this time.
Plenty of space.
Roommates over there.
But same town. What if they moved into
Stadium.
The same building? Then we'd really have something to laugh about.
That would be like reality show. Justin and Russ as roommates or something like that.
Who would have more bathrooms?
There's
no way Russ has found 20-some bathrooms or whatever it was in New York, right?
I don't know. Well, I'm assuming that he probably lives in Jersey close to the facility, right? He's probably not like in Midtown Manhattan, I wouldn't
think. You think Sierra, for her career, wants to live in Jersey?
I don't know. She lived in Denver.
Yeah, she didn't really get a say there.
I mean, it's you're across the river. It's no
problem.
Lala
want to live in Jersey?
You'll be
I
there
don't think so.
in no time. A Lala reference in 2025. I'm glad Justin Fields is going to be okay. But no, that is a thing with me. I'm invested in the Jets being terrible. I need it. I want it. I don't want to live in a world where the Jets are good. I need to live in a world where the Jets are terrible so their owners can continue to be weird and we can learn more about how his teenage son actually has say in organizational decisions based upon Madden ratings and like fantasy football rankings. So, no, I need the Jets to be bad. They matter to me.
Good
Go
stock
ahead.
to buy.
Yeah, absolutely. But also sell. Go ahead, Jesse.
High five.
Speaking of other bad teams, Browns owner Jimmy Haslam says drafting rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round was a GM's decision. Blame him for plenty, but Cleveland Browns owner Jimmy Haslam said he's not directly responsible for a recent high-profile draft pick. While his influence is deniable, Haslam said Tuesday that he didn't force general manager Andrew Berry to take rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders in April.
Right. Uh-huh.
They passed on Shedeur a bunch.
Like
they
7
went
times.
And drafted Dylan Gabriel.
Right.
And then it struck them. Let's go get that guy. And then they didn't even look happy as they did it. I'm not buying it.
The other Jimmy Haslam story here is that he was asked about the speculation of the Browns tanking for Arch Manning this year. Here's the quote from, by the way, famous Tennessee alumnus Jimmy Haslam, who went to Tennessee. Oh, yeah, Peyton Manning did. Quote, I think if you know the Manning family, I would bet that, and I don't know Arch at all, I would bet he stays in college 2 years, so I don't even really think that's worth discussing. I would counter to Jimmy Haslam, I think it is worth discussing. You're probably still going to suck in 2 years.
I would say, you know what? I think your fan base would be psyched that you also wanted what will likely be the top quarterback available in the draft.
Yes.
There's no shame in that. Now, you know what? Maybe one of these guys earns the love of the Browns fans. Maybe it's Shador.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know why these guys shy away from going, yeah, he's a pretty good quarterback. Remember when all the NFL wasn't afraid to say, yeah, we'd like Andrew Luck?
Like, if you're Jimmy Haslam, it's a really simple answer, okay? Well, we hope to be so good we're not even thinking about drafting Arch Manning.
I don't want to go through another crappy season where we're in the top 5 again.
Right. Instead, he turns it into, well, I know the Manning family, let me tell you. I don't know this Arch fellow, but I know the rest of the Mannings, and you need to know that. It was a big name drop moment there for Jimmy Haslam, the guy that gave Deshaun Watson a fully guaranteed contract. What else is happening today, Jesse?
High five.
Sticking with the Browns.
More Browns news.
More
Browns heavy.
Yeah.
High five today.
Yeah. Cornerback Martin Emerson Jr. was carted off the field today during practice after suffering an Achilles injury.
Not good.
Yeah. Emerson will undergo an MRI to confirm the severity of the injury.
Now, you know what? We could tie this, though, into the Cowboys yesterday. We thought they lost their tackle. Turns out he did not have a ligament tear, as many were fearing when we reported it yesterday.
Was it just a tendon?
It didn't open. It ended up being a bone bruise. Now, he's still out 4 to 6 weeks, but they will not be losing their tackle. I don't think we'll get the same luck here when it comes to the old Achilles injury with Martin Emerson Jr. And by the way, this portion of the high five brought to you by Dude Wipes. It's been Brown news all around.
Well done. Speaking of the Cowboys, by the way, they have lost cornerback Kalen Carson for 4 to 6 weeks. So,
hey, did you see? I bring up the Dude Wipe reference. Did you not catch the Browns tried to unveil their helmet, and then the guy fell in the water because they were doing it on a floating raft on the river, and then a cameraman was trying to shoot it, fell in the water, and it led to these conspiracy theories as to whether it was staged or not for clicks. But some dude had to take a dump in that, or take a dip in that, not dump, but others have, in whatever river there by Cleveland. I'm like, come on, man. They couldn't pay me enough to go do that.
Yeah, I don't think that's a clean waterway.
And it was a Dude Wipe presented kind of promotion.
I knew none of this story.
Oh, yeah, it was a big thing last week because we didn't have a lot of big things to cover. Camp did not start soon enough for many.
Let's get to this Malik Neighbors story, Jesse.
High five.
Yeah, so New York Giants receiver Malik Neighbors has been dealing with a nagging toe injury that he has that's been lingering him since his LSU days. Neighbors told Kay Adams on the Up and Adams show that at this point, he's focused on managing the issue throughout the season. It's like a mosquito that won't go away, Neighbors said Monday.
So he's got a bad toe. He's got a toe that is like a mosquito that won't go away.
All right.
Just smack the thing. Mosquitoes are slow moving. They're generally easier to kill there, Malik.
If you look in front of you there, Nate.
A housefly can be a little bit tougher.
You got a Broncos schedule in front
I
of you.
do.
We've all been referring to this last week because a lot of schedule talk last week. Again, it's a little slower week. Picked a good week to go on vacation. And you see that game with the Giants hanging out Sunday, October 7th.
Sure do.
They roll to town. Of course, we all had the debate that Russell Wilson, will he still be the quarterback by then or not, or will Jackson Dart be trying to throw darts at that time?
Mm-hmm.
If this thing gets away and Brian Daboll's fired and all that kind of stuff, do they just go ahead and get this thing handled for Neighbors? Because if you know your receiver's dealing with this and it's a nagging toe injury, at what point does he just have surgery?
Right. At what point do you just say, we got to get this fixed, and the future with us is Jackson Dart, not Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston.
Do you get a look at Jackson Dart and say, I still wouldn't mind a little Arch Manning in my life?
I don't think anybody would go kick an Arch Manning. If you're bad enough to have the number 1 overall pick, I think that's just one of those things that you do.
Pretty good name for the Giants. It's a pretty good name in that town.
Yeah, and it's Jackson Dart. You thought highly enough of him to take him in the first round. I get all of that, but also circumstances change should the opportunity arise in order to be able to take that player. that's all well and good. I think a Week 7 game is early enough in the season, though, that the Giants will still be kind of going for it.
Well, and
I would be surprised if Jackson Dart is playing in that game. I think they're trying to redshirt him this year.
I'm with you, and if you are going to start him, you sure as hell don't do it against Denver's defense if it's what we think they're going to be in their building.
Right.
I think that's a Jameis Winston. If Jameis Winston comes to town, and hopefully he's praying to be delivered from interception, pick sixes after the game again.
Yeah, Jameis can put up numbers against the Broncos defense, as we saw last year when he played against Cleveland, but he can also throw a whole bunch of brain-dead interceptions and then hand Denver the game.
Looking back on it now, Jesse, you were at that game. You were doing your engineering duties as you do for NFL games.
Yeah.
Seriously, was that not the most fun game that we've dealt with?
That was awesome.
That might be the most fun Bronco game in maybe 5 years. And not just because they won.
Yeah. I totally agree.
We actually saw all sorts of offense. Like, I didn't even know what was going on then.
It was a 41-32 game that was played that day. It wouldn't stop bringing the fun. You know, Jaquan McMillan ending that game with the pick six on Jameis Winston. But you had Nick Benito make the crazy pick six that he made. You had Mims with the 93-yarder that he caught from Bo Nix. Like that was the most fun game. Plus, it was a part of the factor, a part of what made that game fun, and sometimes a part of the fun is your opponent having a great game, is that Jerry Jeudy was amazing in that game. Of all people, ex-Bronco Jerry Jeudy. Yeah, it probably was the most fun Bronco game of the season last year.
It was hearkening back to the Manning years.
Yep.
Where, especially 2013, where you had more offense than defense.
Yeah. It was a Monday nighter, too, right?
Oh, yeah. It was great times.
It was the only game that was on. Everybody was watching that game and watching it go crazy. Broncos were going into the bye. The next week, they play Indianapolis. Jonathan Taylor drops the ball before he crosses the goal line. Broncos would have been down, 20-7, I think, at that point? Yeah. They were about to be in some serious trouble. Instead, they come back. They dominate. They win. Benito had... That was the game. That was the one they determined it as a fumble. A fumble return touchdown because it was a lateral or a backwards pass, but it was really essentially another pick six. Yeah, you lose to the Chargers and the Bengals in successive weeks, but then, you blow out the Chiefs, no context added, 38-0. You crushed Kansas City. We don't need to get into the details of how it happened, and you go to the playoffs. But really, it started with that game against Cleveland. I'm with you on that one, Andy. That game was amazing.
It just was, we were all laughing.
Right.
We felt drunk.
Right.
But this time it wasn't Malort we were drunk on. It was the good liquor.
It was the ups and downs that you actually had to have, and the Broncos won that game for a change. Yeah, there's not many other Broncos games in recent years. And it had very real stakes, If they lose that game, they would have been 7-6. You would have lost a game to Jerry Jeudy, which would have been a bad look.
It would have been also another one of those classic Bronco games. We had it in the Vance Joseph era. I think we had one in the Cincy one in the Vic Fangio era where, you're fun for a couple months and then boom, the balloon pops before we even get to Christmas. Instead, they win that game. Like you said, they win the Indy game, and what do you know? You're on your way to the playoffs.
Yeah, even blowing a couple of games late in the season, you still ended up being a playoff team. Not bad. Not bad at all. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Shawn Payton today talking about the Courtland Sutton contract extension. What are they trying to get out of Sutton over the next couple of seasons? We'll talk about that coming up next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How have your energy levels been lately? It's the summer. Lots of time to get things done, whether you want to get some projects done around the house, maybe you want to go ahead and get that vacation in. Maybe it's just the lawn care time, mowing the lawn, doing the trimming. That takes a lot of your time up, but it's tough to do if maybe you're not feeling the same energy like you used to. Maybe your sleep isn't as good. Maybe you've noticed that workouts in the gym aren't creating the same results. Or, of course, if your sex drive's down, This can all be signs of low T, and if you're dealing with any of this, you need to go talk to the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can go to their site, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take a simple low T quiz, simple 10 questions, simple yes or no answers, and it takes about 2 minutes. And then go ahead and schedule that appointment with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic where you get to talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll draw your blood, have results in 30 minutes, and they can talk to you about the benefits of testosterone. The cost of the appointment's $99, and that includes the medical consult, the T, and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone the day of that visit, it is in fact free. So again, you want to get those higher energy levels back. That's what I was seeking. Better gains in the gym, sleeping better, waking up feeling refreshed, not needing a nap middle of the day. It's all there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't wait any longer. Guys tend to wait on this thing, put it off. Don't do that. Take advantage of what's left of the summer. 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yesterday, the big news out of Broncos training camp, Courtland Sutton, a 4-year contract extension, total value $92 million, $41 million guaranteed. So basically 2 years of the deal guaranteed, and then after that, we shall see. Because that's just the way that it works with NFL contracts. That's the way that it works with NFL players, and that's the way it works with wide receivers that are going to turn 30 as Courtland Sutton is about to in October. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. So Shawn Payton went to the podium today, Andy, and naturally the start of the press conference were questions about the Courtland Sutton contract extension, which did get done yesterday, leaving the question of what is going to happen with Zach Allen and Nick Benito, and I suppose a peg down on the priority list, John Franklin Myers. But Shawn Payton talking about why it was important to get Sutton's deal done now.
Oh, for so many reasons. Number one, I mean, he epitomizes like what we're looking for, and then you match that with his play, and I mean, just each box you're checking: leadership, work ethic. I'm excited for him and for the club. Sometimes they take a little bit of time, but I think throughout the process there was never that feeling like it wasn't going to get done. It was just a matter of when.
Yeah. And Courtland Sutton is, interestingly enough, Andy, and I think this is a factor, is that, you know, Shawn is going into year 3 as the head coach of the Broncos, and really Courtland Sutton has been probably the most consistent Bronco, he and Surtain, but certainly offensively, probably been the most consistent Bronco across the entirety of Shawn's tenure here in Denver, right?
Yeah.
18 touchdowns in 2 years. That's massive. That's huge production that he's been able to put up. And he was very good with Russell Wilson on an inconsistent at best offense. And he has been even better with Bo Nix as his quarterback. So I think that Shawn Payton feels a loyalty to Courtland Sutton, a guy that I think has just been a good soldier inside the Broncos room and a good pro since Shawn walked in the door. I think that loyalty means something to Shawn Payton.
I think it means big things to Shawn Payton, quite honestly. So, because that's why I think he ultimately went and said, let's just sign this guy.
Right.
You know, even though Shawn's not the one having to negotiate, as we talked about yesterday, it still matters whether Shawn wants you to negotiate.
Right. So now, this next answer I think is interesting, because the reality is he does turn 30 this year. And the reality is that tends to be the point of a career when wide receiver production starts to go downward a little bit. I think Courtland's still got 2 very good years left in him. I really worry about what year 3 of this extension could look like. But as we talked about yesterday, because of the number that you're paying him and because of his other values in addition to simply black and white production and what does he put up on the stat sheet every single game, is it possible that Sutton could stick around a little bit longer? I think this answer kind of tells that story a little bit. Shawn talking about Courtland Sutton's leadership and what he means to younger guys on the team.
Well, he's one of those guys. He's been a captain. If he didn't say a word, the young guys watch his preparation and his work ethic. But yet, obviously, his experience with all of those players. But it really starts with his preparation in here, onto the field. He's everything you want in a pro.
That's a big statement right there, right?
Yep.
Yeah. He's like, this guy epitomizes what I am looking for in my football operation. And really, like, this has been the track record of Shawn Payton. He's done generally a pretty good job, Andy, I think, of he and George Payton working together to not really bring in turds, you know?
Yeah, don't risk the locker room.
They haven't signed
over a certain kind of talent.
A Christian Wilkins, for example, right? Like Zach Allen, just fully committed.
John Franklin Myers is a good pro. Alan Roach has been a good pro.
Absolutely. Malcolm Roach, too.
Malcolm Roach. Oh, Alan Roach is a good pro.
He's as pro as they get.
Listen, he's charging much more than I think Malcolm Roach is for services.
Doing okay for himself. We know that. But that's Brandon Jones on the back end of the defense. You know, McGlinchey and Powers, these guys that he has brought into the building. And really the drafting of Bo Nix. Do we laugh about how silly the backpack anecdote is.
Sure.
But also, like, it is indicative of what Shawn's trying to do here.
Have they really... I give Shawn Payton a lot of credit for this. Whether it's draft picks or free agents, he knows what he wants to do with somebody.
Yeah.
Does he not?
Yeah. He's got a role.
I'm trying to think. Like, I'm not saying... Like, even, look, when they paid for McGlinchey, I'm like, man, you are overpaying for that guy, whether you like it or not. And I like Mike McGlinchey. But that was a lot of money at the time. Same thing with Ben Powers. But both guys have been solid. You know, neither's been an all-pro or anything since they got here.
Yeah.
But how often are you getting an all-pro in free agency?
Okay, so...
Not very often.
So if they get to year 3, okay, so let's say 25 and 26, you get the production you want out of Sutton. He plays, 80% of the games, 90% of the games. He, is a 1,000-yard guy both of those years, somewhere in that 7 to 10 touchdown range. Gives you the production that you want out of a number 1 wide receiver over the next couple of seasons. And then you get to a year where he'll be coming in at, age 32, and you'll be looking at it and you'll be going, all right, are we ready to keep this guy on? Like, if you're looking at it and saying the ceiling on a Courtland Sutton is like a 60 catch, 750, 800 yards, 6 touchdown year. But then everything that he just talked about, everything you want in a pro, respected in the room, everything you're looking for, leadership, all that, blah, blah, blah. Would Shawn Payton be willing to say, because, and I feel a little bad using this example, but like, they're overpaying for some of that with Mike McGlinchey,
Sure,
right?
They are, yes.
Will Shawn be then willing to say, I'll be willing to overpay for it a little bit for Courtland Sutton?
Well, you know what? Then I would think next year we might get the answer. How about I put it that way? Simply for this reason. I think our guy Palczewski looks good plenty of times, and he's gotten plenty of reps. He's been the main fill-in for McGlinchey at that right tackle spot.
Yeah.
I liked him filling in for Bolles last year. He's scrappy. He's, as Jeff has told us, he's not traditional. Leggy has said he's not traditional. You wouldn't put on his tape and teach everybody to block the way that he does, but that guy scraps, he fights, and he gets a guy blocked.
Yep.
And it's been that way since his rookie year. I don't know that he's ready to take over the McGlinchey role just yet, unless this thing with McGlinchey's leg, whatever it is, keeps lingering around.
Yeah.
But let's say you get one more year out of McGlinchey next year. Again, I think all the contracts get a little more affordable next year, right?
Yeah.
Well, we find I think it's a good comparison. We may find out next year if Palczewski, they're comfortable with him being the new guy. Do they keep McGlinchey around for this leadership as you're talking about at a reduced rate? Don't you feel like Courtland probably gets asked to reduce the salary at some point? Wouldn't be your guess? After the 2 guaranteed years.
Sure. Gets
if
the 41
he does hang
mil.
out to all 4, doesn't he do them a solid? Or do you think he gets all 4 at this contract? Look, I thought the same thing with Von Miller. They let him keep his $20 million. I don't know.
I mean, Garrett Bolles kept getting
his
paid.
$20 million?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Like, so many of these deals, especially with the Broncos in recent seasons, and Von and Bolles are perfect examples of this. Of you looked at it and you went, all right, they'll probably keep him through the guaranteed portion, and then when the outs come and the dead cap number goes way, way down, they probably move on. Why do you say that? Because that's the way it works in the NFL. That's what everybody does. Well, the Broncos have been able to kind of fight against type on that in the last couple of years. And maybe Sutton, because of the coach's affection for him, could be that guy. Or perhaps, to your point, could he look at it and say, well, I'll take a pay cut so I don't get up and move or anything like that. Right.
I just want to ride my... You know what? I've been lucky enough to call this place home for the career.
Yeah.
Let me stay here.
By the way, Palczewski gave me a shout-out on the T-shirt today.
Did he?
Yeah, he was excited about it.
I saw we were walking by you. Hey, my guy.
Yeah.
He gave you a laugh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's he was. I was wearing the Illini shirt today. He was excited. I don't know if Pat Bryant saw it or not. It was not intentional. It was the shirt that I picked up off the floor.
Well,
and put on
we're
this
trying
morning.
not to. You don't have to worry about it, but I got like a bunch of my shirts. I can't wear them there.
You sweat through them?
No, I can't wear I'm not wearing Bronco gear to Bronco practice.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to wear the...
Not doing that. It's like going to the concert in
Right.
the tee. Although I submit you should be able to wear the concert tee to the concert. When the hell else are you going to wear the thing?
It's Favreau from PCU, isn't it? Isn't that the liner? It was Piven talking to Favreau, but it was the don't wear the shirt of the band you're going to see.
Crap. Y'all got brainwashed by that thing.
Don't be that guy.
If you're going to wear the Bronco jersey to the Bronco game, why can't you wear the Metallica shirt to the Metallica concert? Makes no sense. Especially if it's an older shirt. You want to show you've been with the band a while? How about I bring out season or whatever World Tour #1 shirt, pal? Now what? Now I'm flexing on you.
I would say if it's vintage, you get a pass, right?
Yeah. Now look, I'm not, I don't understand when you've got a shirt and you buy the new shirt, then you're wearing both shirts. It's already hot at a concert. I'm not wearing 2 shirts. I'm not 2-shirt guy at a concert.
I don't think I've ever seen you be 2-shirt guy anywhere.
But I'm just saying, I don't understand the assertion you can't wear the shirt to the concert.
So change the rules.
I'm just saying, pivot.
Okay.
Just because y'all saw the movie and liked it doesn't mean I got to think that way. All right? Last time I did that, rad. Hey, those bikes are sweet. I'm going to go buy one. Think for yourself, people.
I think it's a funny line, but I agree with you.
But a lot of people will say it to you. And I'm like, guess what, pal? This shirt, 2 or 3.
Okay, so you've now seen The Big Lebowski. As you reported.
Yeah. And I'm told I got to watch it 3 more times and then you'll like it.
I had a friend with a theory.
Okay.
Give this to me a while back. He says people don't hate the Eagles as much as they claim to. It's because of the line from The Big Lebowski.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what they claim.
Well.
Can you change the station? I've had a rough day and I hate the bleeping Eagles, man. Yeah. You don't like my music? Get out of my cab.
Well, there's some parts of me. Again, my favorite is that rug really brought the room together, man.
That's another
and then
famous line.
The guys negotiating. I'm saying you can you can keep the rug.
The Eagles were still selling out the Sphere.
They
so
were. Well, okay, but
clearly
see,
not everybody agrees with the dude.
What are the bands? Are they just the guilty pleasure bands? The Eagles. Were you the one telling me about the Nickelback documentary and how big they are in Canada, and I've got to watch it?
Well, I know they're huge there. I never saw a documentary
about it.
You
know what? It was Scotty.
But my Nickelback take is that they're not as bad as everybody claims they are.
Just it's not cool to like them.
I'm not making an argument for Nickelback. What I'm saying is, on the scale of suck, there's way worse than Nickelback, and yet people love to go directly to Creed and Nickelback as the examples of, like, the worst bands alive.
I will listen to a Creed or Nickelback song before Afternoon Freaking Delight.
That's the Starland vocal group.
Or that stupid, in the summertime. And at one point, the guy's literally going, psh, 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 in his own song. Now, I will admit, that thing burned into my brain in the Bennigan's days where I wanted to just break the tape.
Vastly worse crap than Nickelback.
What team is cool to hate? Why don't we just bring it back to sports?
What team is cool to hate?
What team is it fashionable to hate? Are the Chiefs becoming the team?
It's the Cowboys, right?
You either love them or you hate them. I feel like the guy's just a few years above you and me, and I think a Stink in particular.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Stink actually told me he was a Pittsburgh guy, because back in the day, when it was really old, you either got the Steelers or the Cowboys, and that's all that was on the 2 channels showing football at the time.
I find the Steelers very annoying, which I don't think
But I feel like people are proud to rep them no matter where they're from.
Because I think that people like to look at the Steelers and they go, well, they've only had 3 coaches in the last 50 years.
Right, like their greatness rubs off on you for some reason.
If you avoid turnover, like look at what you can be, just look at the Steelers. And my answer to that is, yeah, I've looked at the Steelers recently. They're butt, okay? Mike Tomlin shouldn't have that job anymore, but because the Steelers pride themselves on keeping coaches forever, he's never going to lose that gig. So don't give me the Pittsburgh Steelers. I find and maybe it's not even the Steelers, it's Steeler admiration that I find very annoying.
Okay.
I don't care for it.
Well, but you also are from a part of the country where I'm sure it bled over into your area a lot more.
I feel like
I dealt with.
But I feel like it's been everywhere because the Steelers were the team in the 70s and the 80s that were always on TV because they, won the Super Bowl all the time. That was how America became obsessed with Dallas and Pittsburgh.
But see, I can't say anything. I love the mid-'90s Cowboys because they were just fun football to watch, and unfortunately the Broncos were going through it.
And I think the story's incredible. The White House, all of it.
To learn just how I can't wait for this Netflix.
Yeah, I'd absolutely love it.
You know what I find weird? Although I'm sorry to one of our coworkers, Cole, and I think it'll change now with Travis Hunter. That being a Jacksonville fan, I just want to go, why? Why them? What attracts you to them? The uniforms kind of suck. The colors are weird.
Nobody goes to their games.
Nobody goes to the game. They got
half the time in London
at their game.
Yeah, that's one of those. It was our Cam Ward conversation yesterday.
Yeah, the Titans.
Who the hell's a Titans fan?
Right. Now, if you were to go with your throwback Oilers fan, I might, because of the uniform, give you a root every now and again. I like those uniforms.
I saw a guy once with a Carolina Panthers tattoo on his leg.
Dude, when we went to cover that Super Bowl and I met the super fan, I'm like, how are you a super fan? This is like your second good year of existence, dude. I thought you all like NASCAR out there.
Yeah, you guys suck most of it. But look, the way that you love the Broncos,
sure.
the way that I love the Cubs, like every team in the world has that fan out there.
Yeah.
Somewhere there is, just a guy.
Multiple claim to be that fan.
Exactly. Just the people that are just like the Sacramento Kings are my life.
What about the Kraken? Don't you ever kind of want to go up to a Kraken fan and go, again?
They're out there. They're somewhere.
Yeah.
There's a guy in Seattle right now.
All fired up.
About the Kraken.
Wearing his squid head.
Hosting his podcast right now.
Hating us.
The Kraken's off-season moves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Uh-huh. They're out there for every single team.
How about the West Sacramento A's? Do you want to go up to that guy?
You know what?
Or gal?
You know what? I don't think that guy exists.
You don't think you think even West Sacramento's like, nah.
I think that Fisher killed every last potential A's fan that existed when he rented equipment for the photo op to announce their stadium groundbreaking in Las Vegas. I think the last fan that day was just like, nope, I'm out. I can't do this anymore.
I just want to know how they feel in East Sacramento.
Tough rivalry.
Oh, we're not good enough. Does North Sacramento feel slighted?
You thought Biggie and Tupac had a rivalry. Hey, that's nothing on East and West.
Don't you bring that West Sacramento hat to South Sacramento. I'll show you where to put that hat.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we have got life-saving advice for you if you are in the Colorado mountains this summer. You need to hear it. We'll share it with you next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Look, we're here to help, all right?
Please help.
Survival in the mountains. You never know what you can encounter. Well, Andy, I've got a tale for you here today. Everybody should learn this lesson. Headline. This, by the way, from the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Headline. Man punches cougar in face, deters attack near Smithers, British Columbia.
Oh, my God, there's a Smithers, British Columbia.
Smithers.
There's a lot going on there.
Sir, there's a rocket in my pocket. Wildlife Safety Group says anyone attacked by a cougar should always fight back. By the way, we're not talking about the happy hour crowd down at Elway's.
Let's stay at Elway's if this is what we're doing.
So a British Columbia man suffered minor injuries after fending off a cougar attack by punching the animal in the face. That's quite the punch sound. In the province's northern interior last weekend, the province's conservation officer said in a social media post, the attack happened on Saturday around 11 a.m. Near Smithers, British Columbia, about 760 kilometers northwest of Vancouver. So this guy was up there. He was in the wild.
He was probably in the cougar's territory.
I would say so.
You were kind of out of your area, sir.
And then you decked the cougar.
You punched it.
The service said the man was working near Lake Catlin when the animal approached and swiped his upper body.
So you got a cut?
Is this a hockey injury?
Yeah,
what's going on
here?
The man told the officers he punched the cougar in the face and the animal then disengaged. The service said the man suffered non-life-threatening injuries and did not need to be hospitalized. How about that? You got in a fight with a mountain lion and you're just like, I don't got to go to the hospital.
In the face! In the face! Did he get his man boob cut or what happened there? That's what this sounds like.
You got a scratch right above his nibbles. Sorry, that's what my kid calls him. It's very funny to me. Officers set a live trap in the area and surveyed the scene, but did not locate the cougar. Yeah, it's the mountain lion with a shiner. You got to find it.
It doesn't want to be caught. It's embarrassed. It's got these big claws.
Got my ass kicked by some dude.
Instead, he took a haymaker from a drunk hillbilly. He's gonna let you see. You know what? Hey, it's the cougar. It's the cougar with the stake on its eye, like Rocky.
Was he like that hockey player beating up the guy at the golf course?
Yeah. Bam! Bam! Bam!
Officers set a live trap in the area and surveyed the scene, but did not locate the cougar. Cougars account for approximately 2,500 calls to the Conservation Office Service every year. While they can pose a risk, cougars rarely attack humans, the group says. Well, this one's never going to ever again.
Do the rest of the cougars show up to defend their pride?
Right. Or are they just kind of like, we didn't really like him either. Yeah, we would have let you land 3 more hits before we jumped in to break it up.
Remember how skinny Scar was in The Lion King? Is that the cougar you ran across?
It says anyone
send Mufasa after you next time.
Anyone who encounters a cougar should keep calm and never run.
Yeah.
Instead,
I like that. What are you supposed to do?
Make yourself as large as possible and back away slowly, keeping the cougar in view and allowing a clear exit for the animal. If you are attacked, always fight back. Never play dead. Just punch it in the face. You gotta.
Did he square up? Did he give him the? Huh? Got into bare knuckle boxing form.
The most important thing is you got to get the jersey over the head and get the helmet off. You don't want to go injuring your hand while you're fighting a cougar.
Okay, do you think he went modern, kind of with the hands near the old man nibbles, if you will?
Sure.
Or did he do the bare knuckle boxing?
Come here, Sam.
Come here, yeah. They got the trunks, the 1950s.
I think the guy just like he had to have Marty McSorley this thing. Like I'm assuming he's a Canucks fan.
Sure.
Watches a lot of hockey and just knew I got to get in. I got to land a couple and then hopefully they break it up. In this case, the cougar ran for it.
What if the cougar would have just opened its mouth and bit your fist? You know?
Wasn't that?
Did it not occur to the cougar?
Wasn't that what happened in the Ace Ventura 2 when he gets in the fight with Tommy Davidson and he goes to punch him in the face and Tommy Davidson just moves his head and bites him on the hand? That's what this cougar is doing
Listen,
to you.
Guys, no one is endorsing punching an animal. This isn't Blazing Saddles.
So I had a conversation one time with Scott Parker. And I was asking him about, like, how do you kind of train for the season? You know, you're an enforcer. How do you train for the season? And he told me that his neighbor's bull was trying to, because Scott Parker lived on a ranch, because of course he does. His neighbor's bull was trying to break his fence. So he had to go down there every day and punch the bull in the face to get him to stop. And that was what he did to train for this season. They're like toughen up the old ham hocks just by bopping this bull on the nose. But it was something he basically had to do daily. This bull just wouldn't leave the fence alone.
So he punched him.
So he just punch him.
Do you think the bull was ever like, if I get out of this enclosure, I'm looking for Scott Parker
I'm gonna
first.
go Pamplona on you and trample your ass. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Have you ever had, so one of the guys I knew, his name was Jeff Snyder.
Okay.
And he was a fighter in the indoor league and the Mammoth League when they employed those guys.
Sure.
He used to have a guy named Rory Smith. I thought it was the perfect fighter's name. You know, you don't need to know enough about Rory Smith to know I'm not fighting Rory Smith. All right?
Yeah.
You sound like a drunk Irishman, okay? But Jeff